In this world, spiritual bones are categorized into 4 grades. The first grade is the heavenly spiritual bone, the second grade is the golden spiritual bone, the third grade is the mysterious spiritual bone, and the fourth grade is the white spiritual bone. All others are considered mundane bones, unworthy of cultivation. However, the protagonist is different. Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Taiping knocks for charcoal. Amid the howling cold wind, a frail little boy, clad in scant clothing, timidly rapped on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and the sounds of laughter intermittently filled the courtyard. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity without a response, the boy lifted his hand to grasp the knocker, gently tapping a few more times. The chill was unbearable after knocking. He instinctively placed his hands before his mouth, exhaling to warm them. Not only his hands, but his feet, clad only in straw sandals, were nearly numb from the cold. "Who is it?" Just then, someone from within the courtyard finally answered. The boy's face brightened. "Uncle, it's me," he quickly replied. Before long, the courtyard gate creaked open, revealing a stout-faced, middle-aged man peering through the gap. "Oh, it's Taiping. What brings you here at such a late hour?" The man inquired of the boy. "Uncle, we've run out of charcoal at home. I was hoping to borrow a few pounds from you. Once spring arrives, I promise to return it after I go up the mountain to gather firewood," the boy said, his gaze shifting shyly. "A few pounds of charcoal is hardly worth much. Just wait here, I shall fetch it for you." The man waved his hand, readily agreeing. "Taiping, have you eaten yet?" After taking only a few steps, the man suddenly halted, turning to the young boy and inquiring, I have eaten, but grandfather has not." The boy clutched his clothing tightly, his voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper by the end of his statement. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed softly, then broke into a wide smile, saying, "Taiping, wait here, your second uncle will be back shortly." The young boy nodded gently in response. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the boy to shiver, yet his heart felt a little warmer. "Taiping." Before long, the middle-aged man emerged carrying a large tray. "Here you go," he said, exhaling clouds of vapor as he hurried to the entrance and thrust the tray into the boy's embrace. Looking down, the boy saw that besides several pounds of coal, the tray held 4 steaming white buns. "Second uncle." Staring at the large white buns, the boy felt a pang of anxiety. However, having gone a day without food, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of them. "Take them," the middle-aged man said with a hearty smile. "Ernie, why are you still lingering in the yard?" At that moment, a rather robust woman approached quickly to the entrance. Upon seeing her, both the young boy and the middle-aged man's expressions shifted dramatically. Taiping has come to borrow some coal." The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly at the woman, his gaze evasive and filled with trepidation. "Yeah, second aunt," the young boy called out to the woman. She first shot a glare at the middle-aged man, then turned her gaze towards the boy, finally resting her eyes on the dustpan he held. Upon seeing the few white steamed buns placed atop the charcoal, her expression darkened instantly. "These white buns are meant for little Tiger. I can barely bring myself to eat them, and yet you indulge." The woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man and then, with a huff, seized 2 of the white buns. "Mother, is the roast goose ready? I want to eat roast goose, not non-plain buns." At that moment, a chubby boy clad in a new cotton coat emerged from the house. Upon seeing the white buns in the woman's hand, his face contorted in displeasure. "My dear, why are you out here? It's cold outside, hurry back in, lest you catch a chill." The woman, noticing his discomfort, hurried towards the plump boy. "Mother, I don't want plain buns, I want roast goose." The chubby boy stamped his feet in displeasure, on the verge of tears. All right, the roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huan." As she tenderly coaxed the chubby boy, she casually tossed the 2 white buns into the dog cage beneath the eaves. Sigh. Observing this scene, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and then let out a resigned sigh. The young boy bit his lip, gazing at the buns being gnawed on by the dog, before clutching the dustpan filled with charcoal tighter and looking up at the middle-aged man with a smile. "Thank you, uncle. I shall take my leave now. Be cautious on your way. Remember to leave a crack open for ventilation while burning the charcoal tonight, and do cover your grandfather with a blanket." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Sueninu, if you don't return to the house soon, don't expect to share the warmth of your mother's bed tonight." The sharp voice of a woman echoed from within. I'm coming." The man quickly replied, offering a sheepish smile to the little boy before closing the courtyard door. As the door shut, the last glimmer of light in the snow-draped world vanished, and the night enveloped everything once more, save for the faint flicker of a small lamp emanating from a nearby, thatched hut to the east. With this charcoal and 2 white buns, grandfather will surely recover. The young boy, undaunted by the darkness, tucked his chin into his coat and murmured cheerfully to himself. Clutching the bundle of charcoal and the 2 buns tightly, he hopped eagerly towards the illuminated little earthen house. At the entrance of the small house, the boy pushed the door open. "Taiping, is that you?" As soon as he stepped inside, a frail, raspy voice, tinged with exhaustion, resonated from the warmly lit room. "It's me, grandfather." The boy rubbed his frostbitten cheeks vigorously, striving to conjure a smile, before hastening to the door, lifting the curtain, and stepping in. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. The temperature indoors was scarcely different from the chill outside, lacking a hearth to provide warmth. At the far end of the room, a makeshift bed assembled from a few wooden planks lay, revealing a tattered quilt beneath which a gaunt old man, little more than skin and bones, curled up within. "Grandfather, second uncle lent me some coal and gave me 2 steamed buns. We will roast them to eat shortly." The little boy Taiping exclaimed joyfully to the elderly man resting on the bed as he poured the charcoal into the stove. "Good, good." The old man nodded with a smile. Though the elderly gentleman exuded an aura of waning years, his murky eyes sparkled with renewed life upon seeing young Taiping. "Taiping, these past years, you have suffered alongside me." The old man spoke with heartfelt affection, his words coming forth with great difficulty. "Grandfather, I have not suffered at all. Not in the slightest," Taiping replied, his face lighting up as he looked up, grinning and shaking his head. As Taiping ignited the charcoal stove, the old man gently patted the boy's small head, his face etched with tenderness as he sighed deeply. "Oh, my dear child, if it weren't for your care these years, I fear I would have departed long ago. Please, grandfather, do not speak such ominous words. You will surely live to 100, Taiping insisted, shaking his head vigorously as he roasted the buns. "Taiping, have you ever heard of immortals?" the old man suddenly inquired. Chapter 2, At the Deathbed, receiving a treasure from grandfather. Taiping nodded thoughtfully, his expression turning wistful as he recounted. "Uncle Zhao at the village entrance mentioned that there are immortals residing not far from our village atop Yunlu Mountain. A few years ago, it was the immortal from the mountain who descended to vanquish the serpent demon in Chishui town, soaring through the skies with great majesty." The old man chuckled softly upon hearing this, then inquired with a serious tone, "Taiping, do you aspire to be like those immortals, to attain eternal life and traverse the heavens?" "Indeed, I do," young Taiping replied without hesitation. However, he soon scratched his head sheepishly and added with a bashful smile, "But Uncle Zhao said that to cultivate, one must possess innate spiritual bones. If you are born with such bones, your name will automatically appear on the register of immortals. And at that time, an immortal will personally descend to escort you to the mountain for cultivation. Otherwise, a mere mortal cannot ascend to immortality." It was evident that there was a hint of disappointment in Taiping's tone. "Ah, Taiping." The old man hesitated for a moment, then looked earnestly at Taiping, lowering his voice to ask if there were a chance, albeit perilous, that could grant you the immortal status. "Would you be willing to take the risk, to allow me to attain immortal status?" Young Taiping's initial astonishment transformed into deep contemplation. "Grandfather, if such an opportunity truly exists, I would like to give it a try." After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as they met the old man's. "But why? It could be life-threatening," the old man remarked, a smile gracing his face as he gazed into the pure depths of young Taiping's eyes. "If I were to become an immortal, I could surely assist you in healing, grandfather," the young Taiping responded with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile returned to his face. "Taiping, take this," he said laboriously, as he struggled to lift his hand and present a somewhat worn wooden box to the boy. "Grandfather?" Taiping looked at the box in confusion. Ever since he could remember, his grandfather had guarded this box with utmost care, allowing no one to glimpse its contents. "Open it," the elder urged with great effort. "All right," though somewhat puzzled. Taiping obediently nodded and opened the wooden box. Inside, he discovered a vermilion wax pill and an ordinary yellow soybean seed. This red wax pill, known as the spirit bone pill, was bestowed upon me 10 years ago by a wandering sage. Consuming it can transform mundane bones into spiritual ones, allowing your name to be inscribed upon the celestial registry, the elder explained, pointing to the red pill without waiting for Taiping to inquire further. "Such a miraculous elixir exists in this world?" The young boy's face was a mask of disbelief. "The world is vast and full of wonders. What is a single spirit bone pill in comparison?" The elder nodded solemnly. "If this spirit bone pill possesses such extraordinary effects, why have you not consumed it, grandfather?" Taiping suddenly posed a poignant question. The elder spoke, This spirit bone pill is only effective for children aged between 9 and 11. When I obtained this pill, I was already 63 years of age. Your father, along with your second and third uncles, have all reached the age of discernment. For us, taking it would be futile. A bitter smile played on the elder's lips, revealing the regret that lingered in his heart. If given the choice, who would willingly forsake such a celestial opportunity? Furthermore, the effects of the spirit bone pill last only for half a year. Should you fail to achieve the transformation into the realm of cultivation known as the transformative chi within that time, you would be deemed an ordinary mortal, discovered by the sect, and your name would be expunged from the celestial records. The consequences could range from expulsion from the mountain to the erasure of your very soul, reducing you to a mindless state. The elder furrowed his brow as he continued. Hearing this, Taiping was taken aback. Yet, after a moment of deep contemplation, he nodded earnestly at the elder, saying, "Grandfather, I still wish to give it a try." In his eyes, once he entered the celestial realm and mastered the art of cultivation, he could cure his grandfather's ailments. It was a risk worth taking. "Very well," the elder replied, clearly pleased with Taiping's resolute spirit. He then took the wax pill from Taiping's hand, removed the outer layer of wax, and personally brought it to the young boy's lips. "Consume it." Without hesitation, Taiping swallowed the spirit bone pill. As the pill settled in his stomach, Taiping felt a warm current coursing through him, akin to a gentle hand caressing his entire being. However, beyond that, he felt nothing extraordinary. "Is this all there is to it?" he asked the elder, his expression one of astonishment. "In just a few days, a celestial being from the mountain will descend to escort you." The elderly man smiled and nodded, his expression a tapestry of emotions, a blend of joy and concern. The joy was evident. Taiping, his most beloved grandson, was embarking on the path of seeking immortality, a journey that filled him with delight. However, the concern stemmed from the inherent challenges of this arduous road, fraught with peril. He feared that young Taiping might not endure even 6 months, facing the risk of being expelled from the mountain, doomed to a life of folly and despair. The journey through the mundane world, where mortal souls seek celestial fate, demands one to endure countless tribulations, without experiencing the myriad dangers of the human realm. How could one hope to open the gates to ethereal realms? Suddenly, the old man recalled the beggar sage who had, before his departure, imparted a profound statement. Reflecting on this, his gaze regained its resoluteness. It was indeed correct to guide Taiping onto this path. "Grandfather, what is the purpose of this being?" Taiping, feeling a twinge of anxiety, grasped the yellow bean nestled within the wooden box. This was the very item left by the old sage. Though its specific purpose had not been revealed, he merely mentioned that if Taiping were ever destined to enter the realm of immortals, he should plant this bean in the sacred soil of the mountain, for at that time, a great opportunity would present itself. The old man responded in a feeble tone. Cough, cough. After uttering these words, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing. "Grandfather, please drink some water and refrain from speaking," Taiping said. Concern etched on his face as he moved closer to support the elder. "Taiping, keep that being safe. What I've shared with you tonight must remain a secret from everyone." The elder grasped the young boy's wrist with urgency. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will not tell a soul." Young Taiping nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. "Peace, though you are wise beyond your years. The world is fraught with peril, and you must exercise utmost caution." At that moment, the elderly man, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, suddenly grasped young Taiping's shoulders with great force. His eyes locked onto Taiping's, and with all his might, he proclaimed, "Taiping, throughout my life, I have sought the path to immortality, yet I remain shackled by this mortal coil. You must strive for breath. Strive for the breath of all mortals." Upon uttering these words, the old man stiffened and collapsed onto the bed. Grandpa?" A chill coursed through young Taiping's heart. His trembling hand reached towards the old man's nose, only to discover he had drawn his last breath, plunging his gaze into despair. I no longer have a grandpa." Stunned, Taiping stood there, tears welling in his eyes, until at last, he broke down in a wail. He had not wept when his parents perished, nor when he tumbled down the hillside while foraging, nor during the days and nights he spent trapped by wolves without food or drink. For he knew he was not alone. He had his grandpa. That night, young Taiping lost his grandpa. That night, a new name, Su Taiping, was added to the list on the spirit bone stele of the Qingxian sect at the foot of Yunlu Mountain. In the village of Qingnyo at the mountain's base, a boy named Su Taiping manifested a spirit bone, prompting immediate notification to the master of the seventh peak, urging him to send disciples down the mountain for guidance. An elder, guarding the spirit bone stele, placed a letter in the beak of a white crane. "Disciples, obey." The white crane spoke human words, then spread its wings and ascended into the sky. Chapter 3. The seventh day, the malevolent aunt sells her nephew into slavery. 6 days later, at the home of Su Taiping's uncle. "What? Are you really going to sell Taiping?" Su Taiping's second uncle, Su Erniu, gazed incredulously at his second aunt before him. Hush! The second aunt, her face heavy set, raised a finger to indicate that Ernie should lower his voice. What do you mean by selling? Serving as a steward for the Bai family is an opportunity that most can only dream of. The second aunt shot a glance at her husband. While that may be true, it ultimately means entering servitude. Ernie appeared troubled. In the Bai family, one eats well, drinks well, and lives comfortably. What is so wrong with being a servant? Do not concern yourself with this matter. I have already accepted the deposit, she declared with finality, waving her hand dismissively. Very well. Ernie, unable to oppose his wife, let out a soft sigh and nodded in agreement. Where is Taiping? The second aunt inquired further. He is still at the morning hall. Today marks the 7th day, and Taiping wishes to keep vigil for the old master, Ernie replied. Dressed in mourning attire. The Bai family members are already waiting at the village entrance. You must urge him to return promptly, the second aunt retorted. Casting a glance of annoyance at Ernie. Has it arrived so soon? Ernie expressed his surprise. The young master of the Bai family is set to begin private schooling next month and happens to be in need of a scholar as attendant. Otherwise, why would they come so quickly? Stop your idle chatter and go fetch that boy from the morning hall, she insisted, giving her husband a sharp look before urging him again. But today is the 7th day for the old master. Perhaps we should allow Taiping to finish this evening before he departs? Ernie scratched his head, looking somewhat conflicted. Upon the passing of Su Taiping's grandfather, the couple began deliberating on how to dispose of Su Taiping, whom they regarded as a burden. However, the second uncle harbored some lingering affection. Unwilling to allow Taiping to depart for the Bai family as a servant without observing the customary mourning period. What of the 7-day mourning? He pondered. Is silver truly more significant? His wife, the second aunt, with an expression of exasperation, playfully poked his forehead and then leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. Do you know how much the Bai family is willing to pay? 30 taels, 30 taels. Her eyes glimmered with avarice. Upon hearing this, the second uncle was momentarily taken aback, but then vigorously nodded in agreement, declaring, I shall summon Taiping at once. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Qingyo village, Su Taiping gazed longingly towards the direction of the morning hall before turning to his second uncle and aunt, imploring, Uncle, can't we wait until tomorrow to leave? Taiping, going to serve at the Bai family is an opportunity of a lifetime. If you do not depart now, by tomorrow, it may no longer be an option. The second aunt replied, her face adorned with a forced smile. Taiping regarded her coldly, aware that her concerns lay in securing a favorable price for him. Although he had spent the past few days in mourning, he was no stranger to the capriciousness of human relationships. He understood the clandestine dealings of his uncle and aunt all too well. Yet, he refrained from voicing his resistance. Not only due to a lack of power to oppose them, but also because he contemplated that perhaps serving the Bai family could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. After all, with his grandfather's death, he found himself unanchored in this world. Child, how can you speak to your aunt in such a manner? Your aunt is doing this for your own good. Upon hearing Su Taiping's words, his uncle shot him a fierce glare. Stop dawdling, quickly get into the carriage. There have been reports of rat demons in this area at night. We must reach Qingzhou Ridge before darkness falls. At this moment, the steward of the Bai family, who was behind Su Taiping in the carriage, urged him on. They're coming, they're coming. Hearing this, both his uncle and aunt seized one of Taiping's arms, forcefully dragging him towards the carriage. Su Taiping offered no resistance, merely feeling a twinge of sadness. Little one, take note. This is the contract of servitude you have signed with the Bai family. From this day forth, you shall be a servant of the Bai household, with no further ties to Qingyo village or the Su family. After Su Taiping pressed his handprint on the document, the Bai family steward raised the contract in his hand with a flourish. Taiping nodded impassively. It seemed that the elixir his grandfather had given him had lost its potency. 6 days had passed, and no celestial being had come to claim him. As the steward of the Bai family conversed with his uncle and aunt, Su Taiping quietly lifted his head to gaze at the sky. He felt little disappointment regarding the search for immortality. After all, his primary motivation for aspiring to become an immortal was to cure his grandfather's ailment. Oh, there's a white crane up there, larger than a water buffalo. Where? Wait, it seems there are 2 people standing on that white crane. Just then, the villagers gathered at the entrance of the village erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. Upon hearing the sound, Su Taiping, along with the steward of the Bai family and the Ernie couple, lifted their heads in unison, only to behold a magnificent white crane soaring above them. On the back of the crane, 2 indistinct figures could be discerned. Immortal and immortal? After a few moments of stunned silence, Su Taiping slowly uttered 2 words. It is indeed an immortal. At this moment, many villagers began to shout in excitement. Just then, accompanied by a resonant crane call, The two figures descended from the sky, gently alighting before the crowd at the village entrance. The pair, one male and one female, were adorned in a sky-blue robe and a flowing red dress, respectively. The young man possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, while the young woman radiated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, rendering the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. Esteemed villagers, I am a disciple of the Qingxian sect from Yunlu Mountain. Today, I have descended the mountain with my junior sister in search of a young lad. The young man greeted the crowd with a courteous nod. Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of Qingyo village erupted in astonishment, realizing that these two were indeed immortals from the nearby Yunlu Mountain. May I inquire, is there a youth by the name of Su Taiping residing in your village? The red-clad female disciple also bowed to the villagers, her face adorned with a warm smile as she posed her question. At the sight of her smile, not only the men, but even the women felt their hearts flutter. Su Taiping. It is he is Su Taiping. After a brief moment of dazed silence, several villagers promptly pointed towards Su Taiping, who was standing beside the cart. Most of the villagers in Qingyo village are familiar with one another, especially the Su family, who are among the few with a different surname in this village. Therefore, most of them recognize Su Taiping. Are you Su Taiping? The young woman clad in red stepped forward, her face alight with joy as she gazed at the young man. Yes, Su Taiping nodded. In his heart, he had already surmised the identities of these two individuals. Senior brother, upon seeing Taiping nod, the young woman quickly turned to the youth behind her. The transmission jade slip is reacting. He is the one we have been searching for. The young man nodded in agreement, raising a jade slip in his hand that emitted a faint azure glow towards the young woman. Excuse me, fair maiden, but has my nephew committed some offense? At that moment, Su Erniu, his uncle, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Who told you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Just as Su Erniu spoke, his wife pulled him back, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 feet from Su Taiping. It was not only them. The other villagers also began to retreat, keeping their distance from Su Taiping. Clearly, like Su Erniu, most of the villagers speculated that Su Taiping might have done something wrong, prompting the celestial being to descend. After all, Qingyo village is located near Yunlu Mountain, and tales of celestial beings descending to exorcise demons are known to all, even if they have not witnessed it firsthand. Committed what offense? The young woman in red chuckled softly upon hearing the question and waved her hand, saying, We have not descended to vanquish demons. We are here to escort this young man, Su Taiping, to the mountain. To the mountain? Including Su Erniu and others, a look of confusion lingered on their faces. Su Taiping had manifested a spiritual bone and was now inscribed in the annals of the immortal. Today, we shall escort him to the mountain and have him pledge allegiance to the Qingxian sect. The young man, with an expression as calm as a still lake, elucidated to the crowd. To pledge allegiance to the Qingxian sect, does it not mean he will become an immortal? My Su family. Is my Su family destined to produce an immortal? At these words, Su Erniu felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, murmuring incessantly to himself. The male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect paid no further heed to the villagers, but instead extended their hands towards Su Taiping in unison. Little Taiping, come with us, and you shall henceforth be our junior disciple at the 7th peak. The female disciple, clad in red, spoke sweetly, her voice gentle as she addressed Su Taiping. Upon hearing her words, Su Taiping inexplicably felt a warmth blossom in his heart, a fleeting illusion of having regained a family. Wait, just as Su Taiping was about to grasp the hand extended by the female disciple, his second aunt behind him seized his arm, halting him. You two immortals. You cannot simply take my Taiping away. He is the pillar of our Su family, destined to excel in the imperial examinations and bring glory to our lineage. The plump second aunt beamed at the disciples of the Qingxian sect, her eyes brimming with reluctance. At this declaration, an icy chill enveloped Su Taiping's heart. Throughout his life, this second aunt had regarded him merely as a burden, a harbinger of misfortune. Never had she harbored expectations of him bringing honor to the family. The two disciples of the Qingxian sect remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, mistakenly believing that these two aunts were genuinely reluctant to part with Su Taiping, hence their remarks. How could a mere secular champion be compared to the disciples of our Qingxian sect? Nevertheless, since you were Taiping's aunts, let this golden bowl serve as a token of our meeting. A youthful disciple from the Qingxian sect retrieved a token from his sleeve and extended his hand towards Su Taiping's second aunt. However, at that moment, the steward from the Bai family abruptly leaped down from the carriage, seizing Su Taiping's arm with one hand while brandishing the contract of servitude in the other, proclaiming loudly, This Su Taiping has been sold into my Bai family by his aunts, as clearly documented in black and white. He is now a member of my Bai family, and thus this golden bowl rightfully belongs to us. Who would not covet a gift from an immortal? Upon hearing this, The young disciples of the Qin Xian sect furrowed their brows in unison. To immortals, he speaks falsely. I merely intend for typing to work for the Bai family, not to sell himself into servitude. The plump second aunt, infuriated, attempted to snatch the contract from the steward's grasp while vehemently defending her stance. Indeed, my nephew is already a disciple of the immortal sect. This contract with your Bai family's estate must be rendered null and void. As the commotion escalated, Su Taiping's second uncle also joined the fray, vying for possession of the document. Everyone, cease this at once. The male disciple of the Qin Xian sect could no longer contain his exasperation and shouted to restore order amidst the chaos. As he uttered those words, an invisible pressure emanated from him, making him resemble an enraged tiger, causing Su Taiping's second aunt and the steward of the Bai family to fall silent in fear. Is it true that you were sold into the Bai family as a servant? After a moment of silence, a female disciple clad in red from the Qin Xian sect stepped forward and inquired with genuine concern. Su Taiping glanced at her and nodded, yes. Upon speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of liberation, as if the shackles binding him had been released. After receiving his affirmation, the red-clad disciple's gaze towards him was infused with a palpable sympathy. You ungrateful wretch, how can you speak such nonsense after all these years? The stout second aunt began to approach Su Taiping to confront him, but the young woman in red waved her long sleeves, unleashing a gust of wind that pushed the woman's hefty frame aside. Though you hold the status of immortals, one must still adhere to reason, mustn't one? The woman, clearly intimidated by the disciple's powers, continued to argue verbally while retreating. Immortals, too esteemed immortals, I possess the contract of servitude signed with Su Erniu, with black ink on white paper and a red handprint. Su Taiping is now a member of the Bai household. He and his spouse cannot deny it. At that moment, the avaricious steward of the Bai family presented the contract in his hand. The young disciple of the Qin Xian sect grasped the contract, casting a cursory glance before a smirk crept across his lips. He coldly regarded the second uncle and aunt of Su Taiping, stating, Is a mere 30 taels a fitting price for a disciple of the Qin Xian sect? Upon hearing the young man's words, the couple, who had sold Su Taiping for such a paltry sum, elicited a scornful pout from the crimson-clad maiden beside them. You too, for a trifling 30 taels, have sold your own nephew, and yet you dare to demand favors from us? It seems you are courting punishment. The fiery maiden, fiercely protective of justice, prepared to swing her sleeve once more. Spare us, esteemed maiden, spare us. Su Erniu and his wife hastily pleaded for mercy. Junior sister, do not forget the master's admonishments. The young man in the blue shirt gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze penetrating, though her face still bore the marks of indignation. The maiden retracted her hand. Since this contract of servitude is not a mere fabrication, what sum do you deem appropriate for the Qin Xian sect to redeem our comrade? The young man in blue directed his inquiry towards the steward of the Bai family while holding the contract. This. The steward hesitated, stammering for a considerable time before finally gritting his teeth and holding up 3 fingers, declaring, 300 taels. Is a disciple of the Qin Xian sect worth only this meager sum? The young man scoffed once more. He then produced a bulging cloth bag from his sleeve and casually tossed it to the Bai family steward. The steward, upon opening the bag, was met with a sight of gleaming gold ingots, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The villagers, including Uncle Su Taiping and Aunt Su, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the bag of gold ingots. Is this sufficient? The young man inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is more than adequate. This gold is worth at least 3,000 taels of silver. The steward of the Bai family nodded enthusiastically while clutching the bag. Upon hearing this, the faces of Su Erniu and his wife turned ashen. Though their education was limited, they understood the stark difference between 3,000 taels and merely 30. Esteemed immortals, this silver should not belong to the Bai family. We only accepted their trivial 30 taels. The plump auntie rushed toward the young man, but he seemed to vanish like smoke, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Taiping, quickly tell the esteemed immortals that the 3,000 taels rightfully belong to Uncle. Seeing Annie fall, Su Erniu hastily approached Su Taiping. However, to his surprise, Su Taiping was pulled back by the young girl in red, who effortlessly retreated several feet, unable to reach their target. The greedy couple turned their attention to the Bai family steward, shouting that the silver belonged to them as they wrestled with him and his 2 attendants. Taiping, the bonds of worldly ties have dissipated. Do you wish to follow us to Yunlu and seek your celestial destiny? A young disciple of the Qin Xian sect tore apart the contract of servitude in his hand and extended his palm toward him. In another part of the scene, the girl holding Su Taiping's hand silently smiled at him, her expression revealing no words. Su Taiping glanced at the youth before him, then shifted his gaze to the crimson-clad maiden beside him, and finally observed his uncle and aunt still grappling with the steward of the Bai family. The last flicker of uncertainty in his eyes dissipated. "I am willing." Su Taiping resolutely nodded toward the two disciples. In response, the young man broke into a cheerful smile, and with a flourish of his sleeve, summoned a gentle breeze that enveloped Su Taiping and the maiden, lifting them into the air to land upon the back of a celestial crane. "Taiping, I am called Duga Qingxiao, the second disciple of the seventh peak of the Qingxian sect. I am Zhao Linglong, the seventh disciple of the seventh peak of the Qingxian sect, and I shall henceforth be your little senior sister." Taiping has met his senior brother and senior sister. Amidst the laughter, the villagers could only watch as the celestial crane gradually vanished into the sea of clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Su Taiping's uncle and aunt ultimately could not prevail against the Bai family's steward and his subordinates, leaving them bereft of both wealth and belongings. Reduced to sitting beneath the old elm tree at the village entrance, cursing at the sky in frustration. Yunlu Mountain. In just a day, Su Taiping, riding upon the celestial crane, arrived at the fabled Yunlu, Immortal Mountain. To be precise, the mundane Yunlu Mountain merely serves as the entrance to the Qingxian sect. It is akin to an iceberg in the frigid sea. The visible portion above the water's surface is often but a fragment of the entire mass. The Yunlu Mountain you speak of in the mortal realm is merely the barrier of the seven peaks. The true seven peaks of Yunlu are perpetually shrouded in a veil of mist, accessible only with the guidance of spiritual birds. As they soared toward the mountain's summit, Linglong, seated upon the celestial crane, excitedly began to introduce Su Taiping to the wonders that lay ahead. How vast is the true Yunlu Mountain? After listening to Sister Linglong's introduction, Su Taiping became somewhat curious about this mountain. The Yunlu mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, with its seven principal peaks soaring over 10,000 feet high. Its area is likely not smaller than that of your great Liang kingdom. However, because the entire Yunlu mountain exists as a realm unto itself, it merely appears as a small peak in the eyes of the mundane world. Answering Su Taiping's inquiry was Qi Xiao, who had been meditating nearby. Not smaller than the great Liang kingdom? Su Taiping's perception was once again shaken. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, there are many secret realms akin to Yunlu Mountain. Our Qingxian sect of Yunlu Mountain can only be considered a third-rate cultivation sect. Linglong nodded with a smile. Above the third rate. Boom. Just as Su Taiping was about to inquire further about matters pertaining to the cultivation world, a fierce wind suddenly swept towards them, causing the celestial crane they were riding to emit a sharp cry. "Junior brother, this is the barrier wind triggered by the mountain protection formation. Hold tightly to sister's hand, or you might fall." Linglong shouted as she grasped Su Taiping's hand. "Understood." Su Taiping nodded and firmly held onto her delicate hand. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent winds before Su Taiping dissipated completely, leaving only the azure sky and the undulating mountains, towering peaks that pierced the clouds, and floating mountains veiled in the sea of clouds. This is the true Yunlu, Immortal Mountain. Zhao Linglong proudly stood up and gazed into the distance, exclaiming, "Brother Qingxiao, Sister Linglong." At that moment, a sweet and gentle voice floated from the side of the group. Su Taiping turned to look, only to see a beam of azure light emerging from the sea of clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was a slender, enchanting woman, gracefully gliding through the air on a jade gourd, accompanied by a little girl. "Senior Sister Ziyuan, what brings you down the mountain?" Zhao Linglong greeted with a smile, waving at Ziyuan. "Shortly after you descended, the spirit bone steel responded once more. Our sixth peak has selected a disciple from the steel," Ziyuan replied, casting a glance at the little girl behind her. The child, adorned in a white dress, possessed skin as fair as jade, resembling a flawless porcelain doll from afar. Truly a sight to behold. "What a beautiful little girl," Zhao Linglong exclaimed sincerely. "Congratulations! The sixth peak has acquired a remarkable talent. In the next 7 peaks competition, it seems the sixth peak will surely emerge victorious," Qingxiao remarked, offering a respectful gesture to Ziyuan. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan covered her mouth with a smile, a hint of charm subtly gleaming in her eyes. "Do not be formal. Quickly greet senior brother Qingxiao and senior sister Linglong," she encouraged, gently patting the little girl's shoulder. The girl, somewhat awkwardly, performed a bow towards Qingxiao and Linglong. "Greetings, senior brother Qingxiao and senior sister Linglong." "No need to be so formal," Qingxiao replied with a chuckle. Linglong then turned to Su Taiping and playfully patted his head, saying, "Taiping, quickly greet senior sister Ziyuan of the sixth peak and your future little junior sister. Among the 7 peaks, the sixth peak is the most affluent, so you must be sure to curry favor with her." Taiping had met Sister Ziyin and Sister Buyu. Although somewhat bewildered, he respectfully bowed to Ziyin. "No need for formalities. When you become an official disciple of the 7 peaks, I shall bestow upon you a pei yuan dan," Ziyin said with a smile. "Hurry and thank Sister Ziyin." Seeing Taiping still in a daze, Zhao Linglong promptly pressed his head down, urging him to express his gratitude. Thank you. Sister Ziyin, Taiping stammered, still in a state of confusion. Brother Qin Xiao, are you all heading to the Longmen Hall? Ziyin shifted the topic. Indeed. Before bringing Taiping to the Seven Peaks, we must first go to the Longmen Hall to assess his spiritual bones, Qin Xiao nodded. Then I shall accompany you and Brother Qin Xiao, Ziyin declared, guiding her flying sword to the celestial crane beside Qin Xiao and his companions. Let us go together. Qin Xiao agreed. Sister Ziyin, why don't you ride with my master while I take you on my sword? Zhao Linglong said with a mischievous grin. Zhao Linglong, are you asking for trouble? Ziyin retorted, her cheeks flushing with a playful pout. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall kick you off. Qin Xiao shot a disapproving glance at the grinning Zhao Linglong. I wouldn't dare, Zhao Linglong pleaded, clinging to Taiping's shoulder. At that moment, Taiping felt a hint of warmth on his face. It was the first time in his life that a strange girl had embraced him. Yet, more than the embarrassment, what occupied his mind was Qin Xiao's earlier remark about going to the Longmen Hall to assess his spiritual bones. Brother Qi Xiao, why must one assess their spiritual bone? Su Taiping could not help but inquire. Though you have been personally chosen as a disciple by the Spiritual Bone Monument and may directly become a disciple of the Seventh Peak without examination, it is still essential to ascertain the type and grade of your spiritual bone, as this will greatly benefit your future cultivation, Qin Xiao elucidated to Su Taiping. Little Taiping, you may not be aware, but in the realm of cultivation, having a spiritual bone allows for practice. However, even spiritual bones are classified into various types and grades. Zhao Linglong interjected, playfully draping her arm over Su Taiping's shoulder and explaining using her fingers. In terms of types, the most common are the 5 elemental spiritual bones: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these, there are also rare exotic bones such as ice, thunder, and wind. As for grades, there are 4 in total: purple spiritual bone, gold spiritual bone, mysterious spiritual bone, and white spiritual bone. Among these, the purple spiritual bone is the rarest and is referred to as the heavenly spiritual bone, while the white spiritual bone is deemed the least valuable. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping began to comprehend the matter. Why is the white spiritual bone considered the least useful? He inquired with curiosity. The white spiritual bone, also known as the pseudo-spiritual bone, can indeed facilitate cultivation. However, the speed of cultivation is exceedingly slow. Often, one may take decades to break through to the initial realm, rendering it not much different from those without any spiritual bone, Zhao Linglong sighed. If I were to be assessed as having a white spiritual bone, would I still be unable to become a disciple of the Seventh Peak? Su Taiping hesitated momentarily before finally posing this question. In his perspective, although the elixir left to him by his grandfather could ensure his name appeared on the Spirit Bone Monument, it might not deceive the Qin Xian sect's examination of a disciple's spiritual bone. He was acutely aware that he possessed no spiritual bone. While this statement held truth, it was undeniable that since Taiping was chosen by the Spirit Bone Monument, he must possess at least a golden spirit bone, if not the rare heavenly spirit bone. At the very least, he could not be of the white spirit bone category. Zhao Linglong asserted with confidence. You are correct, senior sister Linglong, echoed Qin Xiao, who jovially patted Su Taiping's head. Disciples selected by the Spirit Bone Monument typically possess golden or even heavenly spirit bones. You need not worry excessively, junior brother. Indeed, even if one were to have a white spirit bone, there is no cause for concern. A disciple of the white spirit bone can still cultivate at the foot of the mountain for 3 years, and if they can pass the examination after that period, they too may ascend to become a disciple of the Seven Peaks, Zhao Linglong added with a smile. Su Taiping nodded, managing a strained smile at the reassurance that even those with a white spirit bone would not be immediately cast down the mountain. He felt a slight relief wash over him. Moments later, at the Qin Xian sect, within the Dragon Gate Hall, this structure was perched atop the floating mountain, surrounded by an array of vibrant flora and fascinating beasts. The path leading to the summit was exceedingly treacherous, without Zhao Linglong and Qin Xiao by his side. It seemed improbable that Taiping could reach the apex even after several days. Who approaches? As he arrived at the open space before the hall, an ancient yet commanding voice resonated from within, flowing forth like rippling water. Seventh Peak, Qin Xiao. Seventh Peak, Zhao Linglong. Sixth Peak, Su Ziyin. Refer to Elder Black Dragon. Upon hearing this voice, the 3 of Qin Xiao respectfully announced their identities while bowing deeply. Although Su Taiping was unfamiliar with Elder Black Dragon, witnessing the profound respect displayed by Qin Xiao and the others, he too inclined his body in reverence towards the Grand Hall. However, Lin Buyu remained remarkably composed throughout, silently standing in place. Why have you ascended the hall today? The voice, aged yet commanding, resonated again. Today, accompanied by Sister Xian from the sixth peak, we have each brought back a disciple selected by the Spirit Bone Monument. And we wish to request Elder Black Dragon to assess the spirit bones of both individuals before returning to our peaks. Qi Shao replied with utmost deference. Enter, the voice beckoned. Soon, that same voice emanated once more from the Dragon Gate Hall. Inside the hall, is this Elder Black Dragon? As Su Taiping stepped into the hall, he was taken aback by the sight of Elder Black Dragon seated prominently within. In the center of the grand chamber sat an extraordinarily imposing man, perched upon an enormous palm leaf fan. Standing before him, Su Taiping felt as if he were gazing up at a small mountain. Even more terrifying was the fact that although the man wore a purple robe crafted from silk, resembling an adult male, his head bore an uncanny resemblance to a fierce water serpent, strikingly grotesque. The true form of the Black Dragon Elder is a spirit serpent residing in the Xuanyang River, having cultivated for 500 years to attain human form. Subsequently, he followed the ancestor of the Qinxian sect and became one of the revered guardians of the sect. Although his appearance may seem intimidating, he possesses a heart of great kindness, so there is no need for fear. Sensing that Su Taiping might be startled, Zhao Linglong quickly offered an explanation. Yes, senior sister. I am not afraid, Su Taiping affirmed with a nod. His initial astonishment overshadowed any fear he might have felt. Junior sister Xian, what a coincidence. At that moment, a man clad in white emerged alongside a richly adorned youth from the side of the Black Dragon Elder. Brother Jean? Upon seeing the man, Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. What brings you here? Qin Shao inquired somewhat brusquely, although the reasons were unclear. Su Taiping could discern that both Xian and Qi Shao harbored a strong aversion towards this individual. A few days ago, while ridding the Tianlang Kingdom of Demons, I fortuitously discovered that this young prince possesses a spirit bone, so I brought him to the mountain, intending to have the Black Dragon Elder assess it. The man replied with a smirk, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Xian and Linglong without acknowledging Qin Shao. It has been years. I never expected junior sister Linglong to have blossomed into a fine young lady, he remarked with a hint of mischief directed at Zhao Linglong. Jin Heji, if you wish to rid yourself of those eyes, I can assist you with that right now, Qin Shao interjected, stepping forward to obstruct the man's gaze. Then I shall see. Everyone, silence yourselves. As Na Jin Heji was about to engage in a debate with Qin Shao, the Elder Black Dragon, who had remained silent with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a pair of enigmatic golden vertical pupils. This place is neither Seven Peaks nor the First Peak. It is my Dragon Gate Hall. The Elder Black Dragon's gaze swept over the two individuals. Very well. Qin Shao and Na Jin Heji stepped back, bringing forth several children to measure the spiritual bones. The Elder Black Dragon, while issuing commands, retrieved a dragon pearl from his sleeve. This pearl was as large as Taiping's head, its surface gleaming like crystal, resembling a transparent amber orb, with azure halos rippling around it like water waves. Meanwhile, Su Taiping, Lin Buyu, and the elegantly dressed young prince approached the Elder Black Dragon. You three little ones, step forward in turn and place your hands upon this pearl. The Elder Black Dragon cradled the dragon pearl, his gaze passing sequentially over Su Taiping and the other two. I shall go first. As soon as he finished speaking, the elegantly dressed young prince quickly stepped forward and pressed his hand onto the dragon pearl. The Elder Black Dragon frowned slightly, but said nothing more. Close your eyes and concentrate. Only when I call upon you may you open them. The Elder Black Dragon coldly commanded, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped him. Streams of golden energy converged from his body into the dragon pearl, which then enveloped the young prince entirely. A low humming sound resonated, and after a moment, as the golden light from the dragon pearl intensified, flames surged around them. The fire-attributed golden spiritual bone, astonishingly, is the fire-attributed golden spiritual bone. Ha! At this sight, Jin Heji, standing beside Qi Shao, suddenly burst into laughter. Despite his loud mirth, the Elder Black Dragon wore a displeased expression but refrained from intervening, for he deemed the emergence of a disciple possessing a fire-attributed golden spiritual bone within the Qingxian sect a commendable event. Chapter 7. Testing the Spiritual Bone. Su Taiping's disconnection from the Seven Peaks senior brother Jin. I have long asserted that I am no ordinary spiritual bone. At this moment, the elegantly dressed youth opened his eyes, and upon witnessing the transformation of the dragon pearl, his face mirrored that of pride. Su Taiping, however, maintained an air of tranquility, devoid of envy or jealousy, as did Lin Buyu beside him. Young lad, what is your name? The Elder Black Dragon, retrieving the dragon pearl, inquired of the haughty youth. I am the 9th prince of Tianlang Kingdom, surnamed Yi, given name Xian. Since my childhood. Enough, step aside. Before the boy could finish his statement, the Elder Black Dragon waved his hand, dismissing him with evident disdain for his arrogant demeanor. Although Yu Xian felt a twinge of displeasure, he dared not protest further. Retreating sullenly to stand beside Jin Heji. "You come forth." The elder black dragon then pointed at Lin Buyu, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Buyu took small steps toward the elder and extended a tiny hand to rest upon the dragon pearl. Witnessing this scene, Ziyin of the Six Peaks felt a tightening in her heart. Despite the rarity of misjudgments by the spirit bone steel, there remains a possibility of error, after all. The achievements of practitioners with golden spirit bones and Xian spirit bones differ significantly. Moreover, there are variations among the types of spirit bones. Therefore, it is impossible for Ziyin not to feel anxious. As a faint humming sound resonated once more, the elder black dragon's dragon orb illuminated with a golden radiance. However, this time, the flames encircling the orb transformed into crackling sparks of electricity. It was the thunder anomaly bone, and of the golden spirit bone grade. Upon witnessing this, even the previously reserved fairy Ziyin could not restrain her exclamation of astonishment. "Congratulations, junior sister Ziyin. A thunder anomaly bone of golden spirit bone grade has not appeared in our Qingxian sect for centuries. Senior sister Ziyin, having discovered such a treasure at the Six Peaks, you must treat us to a splendid feast at the drunken immortal pavilion." Qing Xiao and Ling Long stepped forward to offer their congratulations, while Nan He reluctantly joined in, murmuring his well wishes. Ha ha ha! At that moment, the usually stern elder black dragon suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his voice reverberating through the hall. "With both thunder and fire, both of golden spirit bone grade. The revival of our Qingxian sect is promising," Elder Black Dragon exclaimed. Observing all this with a calm demeanor, Su Taiping remained unfazed. It was only when Lin Buyu passed by him that he quietly remarked, "Congratulations, Sister Buyu." Lin Buyu turned to glance at Su Taiping, then nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you." Both individuals possessed a temperament that remained unperturbed by praise or criticism, though Lin Buyu appeared to exude a greater sense of calm. "Little one, it is your turn," echoed the voice of Elder Heilung once more. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping lifted his gaze, only to find Elder Heilung's elongated pupils fixed upon him with an expression full of anticipation. At that moment, Qing Xiao and Ling Long, standing nearby, suddenly tensed, their eyes simultaneously darting towards Su Taiping. "Yes." After locking eyes with Elder Heilung, Su Taiping nodded with a serene expression. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he pressed his hand upon the dragon orb held by Elder Heilung and began to meditate with closed eyes. A warm energy gradually enveloped him, and before long, he sensed the orb in his hand beginning to quiver. When Su Taiping opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that the once transparent dragon orb had transformed into a ghastly white, resembling the hue of abandoned beast bones found by the roadside. Indeed, Su Taiping murmured to himself, realizing that his suspicions had been validated. The elixir bequeathed to him by his grandfather, while sufficient to secure his name on the celestial register, would not grant him the status of a true spirit bone. White bone. Gazing at the bone-colored dragon orb, his senior sister, Zhao Linglong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although Qing Xiao remained silent, the astonishment etched on his face was no less than that of Zhao Linglong. "The spirit bone tablet has chosen a mere white bone. Your luck at Seven Peaks remains as dismal as ever." Upon witnessing this, Jin Heji suddenly erupted into laughter once more, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, "You, junior sister." Just as Zhao Linglong was about to retort, she was halted by Qing Xiao's intervention. "Elder Black Dragon, might I kindly request you to conduct the test once more?" Qi Xiao implored the elder. "Qi Xiao, you should be well aware that this orb of mine does not err," Elder Black Dragon declared with an air of authority as he retracted the dragon orb. Sighing deeply, Qing Xiao responded, "Alas. Ziyun, Jinhaji, you two may escort the child up the mountain. Your presence is no longer required here," Elder Black Dragon stated, casting a glance at Ziyun and Jinhaji. "Elder Black Dragon, junior brother Qing Xiao, junior sister Ling Long, I bid you farewell," Jinhaji said with a smile as he took Yi Xian's hand and turned to leave. "Brother Jin, our Qixin sect will not accept even bones, will we? Such waste, we certainly will not accept at the first peak." Their conversation echoed from the entrance, igniting fury within Qing Xiao and Ling Long, though they felt powerless to retaliate. Understanding the discontent of the two, Ziyun refrained from speaking further and took her leave with Lin Buyu. After their departure, Elder Black Dragon reopened his eyes. "Bones do not possess the qualification to become disciples of the Seven Peaks. You may either remain at the foot of the mountain as an unregistered disciple for 3 years, training for the Seven Peak selection, or descend the mountain immediately." His gaze then fell upon Su Taiping, who stood silently. Clearly, he intended for Su Taiping to make a choice. "Taiping, let him decide for himself." Beside them, Ling Long seemed inclined to remind Su Taiping of something, but was abruptly interrupted by Elder Hailong. Upon hearing this, Linglong wisely closed her mouth, choosing not to speak further. If I succeed in the 7-peak selection, will I still have the opportunity to become a junior disciple under the 7th peak, alongside you, Sister Linglong and Brother Qingxiao? Su Taiping did not respond immediately to Elder Hailong, but instead turned to glance at Qingxiao and Linglong. I can assure you this on behalf of my master. Should you pass the selection, the gates of the 7th peak will undoubtedly be opened for you. Qingxiao stated with a serious expression. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having brought Su Taiping up the mountain. Taiping, while it would be wonderful for you to pass the selection, it is exceedingly difficult, Linglong said, shaking her head with concern towards Su Taiping. Su Taiping smiled at Linglong and then turned to Elder Hailong, saying, Elder, I wish to remain at the foot of the mountain for 3 years. Su Taiping would not go back on his word to his grandfather. Seeing Su Taiping's determination, Elder Hailong nodded indifferently and then produced a jade slip. Offering it to Su Taiping. Take this jade slip. Someone will escort you to the foot of the mountain and inform you of the necessary matters to attend to. Thank you, Elder, Su Taiping replied as he accepted the jade slip. Elder Hailong, since I brought this child up the mountain, I shall also be responsible for his arrangements at the foot of the mountain. Linglong stepped forward to make her request to Elder Hailong. Disciples of the 7 peaks are not permitted to descend the mountain at will or interfere with affairs below. However, considering this child was brought up by you, I shall make an exception this once. Elder Black Dragon pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in tacit approval. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon, Linglong exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at having received permission. You must not remain at the foot of the peak for more than 2 hours, and do not attempt any tricks. While I have no authority over matters at the 7 peaks, I will sense any disturbances beneath them. Even if they involve the slightest blade of grass or a single tree, Elder Black Dragon warned Zhao Linglong. Rest assured, Elder. I assure you that I will not engage in any unnecessary activities. Linglong, having been seen through by Elder Black Dragon, stuck out her tongue and smiled with narrowed eyes as she promised. Moments later, before the Dragon Gate Hall, Qingxiao said, Junior sister, I must report these matters to Master. I leave Taiping in your capable hands. You must ensure everything is in order, for it will be difficult for us to descend the mountain to seek him out in the future. Brother, do not worry. I will arrange everything properly, Linglong assured Qingxiao. He nodded, then leaped into the air, stepping onto a jade flute, his form shooting through the sky like a streak of light. Come, Taiping, let us first proceed to register you, and then we shall help you find a place at the foot of the mountain that allows for both the accumulation of merit and cultivation, Linglong said, patting Taiping's shoulder with a smile. Accumulate merit? Su Taiping questioned, perplexed by the term. Indeed, Linglong sighed before explaining to Su Taiping. Outer disciples of the Qingxian sect must earn merit each year. Only by accumulating sufficient merit can they remain in the Qingxian sect. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the mountain. How can one earn merit? Su Taiping inquired further. Upon enrollment, each outer disciple is granted a residence and several acres of celestial fields or medicinal gardens. Within these abodes, one may rear livestock, and in the celestial fields, one can cultivate spiritual grains, rice, or herbs. Once they mature, they can be sold to exchange for merit currency, Linglong elaborated with meticulous detail. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I understand now. This merit is akin to our worldly currency. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Your understanding is not misplaced, Linglong replied with a smile. Then took Su Taiping's hand and said, Come, Taiping, let us first register at the West Wind Pavilion, and then see if there are suitable tasks for you. Chapter 8. Qingzhou Residence. Su Taiping bids farewell to Linglong at Yunlu Mountain, West Wind Pavilion. This is one of the places where the Qingxian sect manages affairs for outer disciples. Fairy Linglong, the enrollment of this young brother has been successfully processed. Please take this copper mirror and the jade slip for transmission. An elderly man with graying hair presented a wooden box containing a copper mirror and a white jade slip to Linglong. Taiping, keep this copper mirror. It serves as proof of your status as a registered outer disciple and as a tool for listening to the teachings of the elders in the future, Linglong said as she handed the mirror and jade slip to Taiping. Indeed, outer disciples do not receive direct guidance from their mentors as inner disciples do. They can only observe the teachings of the elders through this copper mirror on the 1st and 15th of each month. The elderly man from the West Wind Pavilion added with a smile. What about this jade tablet? Su Taiping inquired, nodding slightly as he picked it up. This is a transmission jade tablet, containing a method for refining qi. When you use it, simply calm your mind and press it to your forehead, the elderly man replied. Indeed, the tablet also elaborates on the usage of the bronze mirror and the essential precepts to observe after entry. Once you are settled, you may utilize it, Linglong added. Very well, Su Taiping acknowledged with a nod. Master Lu, do you have a medicinal garden that requires oversight? Linglong directed her gaze toward the master of Shifeng Pavilion. The Master Lu hesitated, his expression momentarily stiffening. In the outer sect, the most lucrative source of merit was undoubtedly the spiritual herb garden. Not only was the work light, but the merit earned was considerable. Master Lu, this child is a distant relative of mine. If you could lend your assistance in this matter, I, Zhao Linglong of the 7th Peak, would owe you a favor, Zhao Linglong stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Master Lu's eyes brightened. He was aware of Zhao Linglong's status as a direct disciple of the 7th Peak's master, and her future prospects appeared exceedingly promising. A favor from her would indeed hold great value. Since you, Fairy Linglong, have spoken, I shall certainly assist, Master Lu replied after a moment's contemplation. Zhao Linglong exhaled in relief upon hearing his response, while Su Taiping cast a grateful glance toward her, silently committing this kindness to memory. To be candid with you, esteemed fairy, amidst the mountains to the west of Yunlu Mountain, under the jurisdiction of our West Wind Pavilion, there exists an unattended medicinal garden. As Master Lu spoke, he gestured towards a map affixed to the wall and stroked his beard, saying, the location is within the Yunqi Valley, 3,000 miles from our pavilion, known as Qingzhou Residence. There, in addition to a 3-mu garden of spiritual herbs, there is also a ready-made small courtyard available for your residence and cultivation. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the West Wind Pavilion, a steward expressed his concerns. Master, did not a cultivator report that there were malevolent spirits haunting Qingzhou Residence? If we placed that young one there, and something were to happen, it would be difficult to explain to Fairy Linglong. As he gazed at the departing Fairy Linglong and Su Taiping, the steward looked anxiously at the aged Master Lu beside him. It is merely a figment of imagination, Master Lu replied dismissively. A few days ago, several disciples from the 4 Peaks have already investigated the matter. There is nothing unusual. He shook his head disdainfully. Moreover, even if an issue were to arise, a mere outer disciple's demise is inconsequential. It is fortunate if half of the new outer disciples survive their time in the mountains each year. If I were to be held accountable for every death, would I still be able to perform my duties as pavilion master? He cast a reproachful glance at the steward. You speak wisely, master. I have indeed been overly cautious. The steward retreated, visibly chastened. Another half hour passed, and at Qingzhou Residence, Fairy Linglong announced, we have arrived at Qingzhou Residence. The talking crane, with a gentle flap of its wings, safely descended with Linglong and Su Taiping to the ground. Once Su Taiping steadied himself, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. There, nestled within a verdant bamboo grove, stood a quaint earthen-walled courtyard, quietly ensconced, with scattered bamboo leaves nearly engulfing the threshold. Little Taiping, from now on, you must rely on yourself, Linglong said, glancing at the sky with a hint of reluctance. The appointed hour with Elder Heilong had arrived. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I will strive diligently in my cultivation, aiming to ascend to the 7th Peak as soon as possible. A resolute expression, incongruous with his tender age, graced Su Taiping's youthful face. I believe in you, Linglong replied, affectionately brushing her hand against his small face. She then retrieved a bone flute and a pouch from her sleeve, presenting them to Su Taiping. This bone flute can be used to summon nearby spirit birds. And the pouch contains 30 merit coins bestowed by the West Wind Pavilion for each new disciple. If you find yourself in dire need of supplies, you may spend 1 merit coin to have the nearby spirit birds assist you in purchasing them. However, unless absolutely necessary, these 30 merit coins should not be squandered, for, barring unforeseen circumstances, your medicinal garden in the backyard is likely overgrown. You will need this money to buy seeds and provisions. I will not misuse them, Sister Linglong, Su Taiping assured, nodding as he accepted the flute and pouch. Little Taiping, may we meet again by fate. Take care. With a smile, Linglong waved as she remounted the celestial crane. Goodbye, Sister Linglong, Su Taiping replied, waving back. Just as his words faded, the celestial crane flapped its wings, creating a tempest as it soared into the sky. Little Taiping, I hope to see you again. Linglong, perched gracefully upon the celestial crane, gazed down at the diminishing figure below, releasing a soft sigh. Having grown up within the Qingxin sect, she was acutely aware that among the outer disciples possessing only the white spirit bone, the likelihood of ascending to the 7 Peaks was exceedingly rare, with most failing to pass the selection within the 3-year period. As Linglong departed, Su Taiping pushed open the courtyard door and strode purposefully into the premises, finally halting in the rear medicinal garden. Just as Sister Linglong had described, the garden lay in utter neglect. Observing the overgrown weeds and desolation before him, Su Taiping murmured softly. However, his haste to reach the garden was not merely to confirm this state of disrepair. With great care, Su Taiping retrieved a wooden box from within his robes, followed by a small porcelain vial, from which he delicately poured out a single soybean seed. Indeed, this was the very seed bequeathed to him by his grandfather. His grandfather had proclaimed that planting this seed upon the immortal mountain would yield a significant fortune. As he whispered to himself, he crouched down, digging a small hole in the garden soil, and gently placed the soybean seed within. If the elixir was genuine, it followed that this seed must also be authentic. Su Taiping continued to speak softly, meticulously covering the seed with soil. Chapter 9. Planting the soybean. A fortune within the pods, should I water it as well? Plop. As Su Taiping was preparing to fetch some water, the clod of earth he had used to cover the soybean seeds was unexpectedly pushed aside by an unseen force. Has it sprouted? So soon? Curiously, he crouched down and was astonished to discover that the seed he had just planted had already produced tender shoots. Moreover, after breaking through the soil, the sprout began to grow visibly faster, developing stems and leaves, and soon blossoming with fruit. In the blink of an eye, a fully matured soybean plant stood before Su Taiping. This plant, reaching about 4 feet in height, had leaves so lush and green they seemed capable of yielding droplets of water, while the 3 pods hanging from it were as translucent as jade, unmistakably extraordinary. Could the opportunity his grandfather spoke of reside within these 3 pods? Filled with wonder, Su Taiping extended his hand, eager to pluck the pods. Just as he reached for them, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from the soybean plant. Following that, he beheld a soft, milky light, resembling mist, emanating from the stems and leaves, ultimately coalescing into the figure of a stunning fairy before him. "Do not be hasty in your harvest," the fairy said, her smile sweet as she gazed at the mesmerized Su Taiping. You, are you a monster or a celestial being?" Finally regaining his composure, Su Taiping struggled to steady his racing heart, though his voice still trembled with disbelief. A celestial being? Perhaps it was once the case, but now, it can only be regarded as a remnant soul, subsisting within this being in a state of mere survival. The woman pondered for a moment before offering a wry smile. "Little one, there is no need for fear. I harbor no intention to harm you, nor am I capable of doing so. My appearance at this moment is merely to propose a transaction." She then addressed Su Taiping. "Transaction?" Su Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. "My true name is Chu Lingwei. 6 centuries ago, I was betrayed by a vengeful enemy. My physical form was sealed, and my spirit shattered. Only this fragment of my soul managed to escape by clinging to this being. Subsequently, this being traveled thousands of miles, eventually ending up in your grandfather's possession, and ultimately, it was passed down to you. It is only today, as you planted in this sacred ground, allowing the seed to be reborn, that I can finally behold the light of day once more." The breathtaking woman spoke earnestly to Su Taiping. "If I had not ascended the mountain, would you not have remained trapped within the being?" Su Taiping asked, curiosity piquing his interest. Though he was mature for his age, he was still a young boy, and his inquisitiveness outweighed his trepidation. Indeed, and it would not merely be a matter of remaining within the being. In a year or 2, when the spiritual energy within the being is completely depleted, I fear that this fragment of my soul will vanish into thin air. Chu Lingwa nodded, revealing the truth to Su Taiping without reservation. "And what, may I ask, does this transaction you mentioned entail?" Su Taiping did not allow his curiosity to overshadow the crux of the matter. "From the 3 pods on this bean plant, could you perhaps take only 1 and leave the remaining 2 for me?" Chu Lingwei inquired with a serious expression, seeking Su Taiping's response. "According to your words, fairy, only I can harvest the pods from this soybean plant?" Su Taiping blinked his large eyes as he gazed at Chu Lingwei. With such an astute grandson, Su Jian must be at peace in the netherworld. Su Taiping's statement startled Chu Lingwei, prompting her to let out a wry smile before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, only the one who has sown the seeds may reap the fruits." "I understand now," Su Taiping replied, nodding. "Since this is a transaction, what do you intend to offer in exchange?" He inquired of Chu Lingwei. "If you can choose just one, I am willing to reveal a portion of the secrets regarding this bean, as well as a formula that can aid the cultivation of mortal bones," Chu Lingwei stated earnestly. At this moment, her gaze clearly no longer regarded Taiping as a mere child. Upon hearing Chu Lingwei mention a formula that could assist in the cultivation of mortal bones, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Taiping's eyes. "How can you convince me of your sincerity?" he continued to question with an impassive demeanor. "I can provide you the formula first. After you have tested it and found it effective, we can proceed with the transaction," Chu Lingwei replied candidly. Su Taiping fixed his unwavering gaze upon her eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he nodded. "No need for a trial. I agree to the transaction with the fairy." "What? Are you not afraid that I might deceive you?" Chu Lingwei, surprised by Su Taiping's swift agreement, inquired. "My grandfather told me that after I planted that bean, I would encounter an opportunity. It seems my opportunity now lies with you, fairy." Su Taiping responded earnestly. Chu Lingyue was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth with a smile and said, I didn't expect you to be quite articulate, which is certainly a notch above your grandfather. Fairy, are you well acquainted with my grandfather? Su Taiping suddenly inquired, sensing from Chu Lingyue's words that there had indeed been some interaction between them. I have limited time to be out, so let me first discuss this bean with you. Chu Lingyue deftly shifted the topic. All right. Su Taiping nodded. Choosing not to dwell on the previous question, he sat cross-legged on the ground, adopting a posture of eager attentiveness. The bean your grandfather gave you is also known as the Earth Store fruit. It is an exceptionally mysterious spiritual object. When planted in a celestial mountain, it absorbs the mountain's spiritual energy and can, based on this energy, nurture unique treasures within its fruit. The fairy did not keep him in suspense, but explained directly. Are you suggesting that if this seed is buried in different celestial mountains, the fruits it yields would vary significantly? Su Taiping expressed his astonishment and curiosity. Precisely. The fairy nodded in approval. Each celestial mountain harbors a distinct spiritual force, much like humans, each with their own uniqueness. Therefore, the fruits born from the Earth Store fruit on different mountains, as well as the treasures nurtured within them, will be entirely different. She elaborated further. This humble yellow bean is truly extraordinary. No wonder grandfather referred to it as a great opportunity. After listening to the detailed explanation from the celestial maiden Lingyue, Su Taiping was left in a state of astonishment. Initially, he had surmised that this seed was merely a type of treasure akin to some celestial fruit. Yet he was astonished to discover it was, in fact, a divine entity capable of nurturing treasures. You may pluck one of the pods and open it. The celestial maiden pointed to the 3 pods on the vine. Chapter 10. Obtaining Spirit Crystals, the Secrets of the Earth Store Fruit. Following her guidance, Su Taiping carefully pulled a pod from the vine and gently pried it open. Celestial maiden, what is this? Upon opening the pod, he was met not with beans, but with glimmering crystal beads radiating a luminous sheen. This is Spirit Crystal, a crystallization of the spiritual energy inherent in this land. In the future, you may hold one in your mouth while practicing, and in conjunction with the formula I provide, even a mundane physique can cultivate swiftly, the celestial maiden confidently asserted. Is that truly the case? Su Taiping could not help but exclaim. Cultivating with a mundane body is not particularly difficult, however, in this part of the continent. Many cultivation lineages have already been severed, resulting in the inability of ordinary individuals to cultivate. The fairy Lingyue nodded dismissively and continued. Among the treasures nurtured by the Dizong fruit, this spirit crystal is, in fact, the most inferior variety. The land here is too barren, allowing only such a low-grade treasure to be produced. Even if it were to grow for a longer period, the quality of the spirit crystal would only improve slightly. It cannot bear true magical artifacts endowed with divine powers. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping pondered thoughtfully and then inquired, if I were to plant this seed atop the 7 peaks, would it then yield the kind of magical artifact you speak of? Indeed. If I were not merely a remnant soul, I would gladly take you as my disciple, the fairy Lingyue responded, her fondness for Su Taiping growing ever stronger. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Su Taiping scratched his head awkwardly. Yet, to ensure the Dizong fruit produces more formidable treasures. Aside from planting the seed in the spirit-rich soil of the 7 peaks, there is another task we must accomplish. The fairy Lingyue spoke once more. What task is that? Su Taiping quickly asked. First, you must pluck the remaining 2 pods from the bean vine and hold them in your palms after shelling them, the fairy Lingyue instructed, pointing to the 2 verdant pods still clinging to the vine. Understood. Trusting the fairy Lingyue, Su Taiping became remarkably decisive, promptly plucking the 2 pods and shelling them without hesitation. After Su Taiping peeled open the 2 pods, he discovered, as the ethereal Lingyue had indicated, that within them were indeed grains resembling yellow soybeans, which were spirit crystals. Su Taiping carefully stored his own handful of yellow soybean spirit crystals before presenting the remaining ones to the phantom of Lingyue. He resolved to give not a single grain more than what was owed. Everything that belonged to him remained intact. This scene elicited a subtle nod of approval from Lingyue, who silently commended him. At such a tender age, he displays caution yet is unafraid of challenges, and his actions are both decisive and unrestrained. Indeed, he is one of our kind. However, she refrained from verbalizing her thoughts to Su Taiping, merely offering him a nod before inhaling the few yellow soybean spirit crystals he held. With a soft sound of suction, Su Taiping observed as the 7 or 8 spirit crystals in his palm transformed into wisps of purple aura, flowing like rivers converging into the sea, drawn into the mouth of the Lingyue's apparition. Following this absorption, Su Taiping distinctly noted that her figure became considerably clearer, no longer swaying like mist in the wind. Thank you, young friend typing, for extending my life. Ling Wei expressed her gratitude without reservation. There is no need for formality. This is merely a transaction between us. Su Taiping replied with an unperturbed demeanor, shaking his head calmly. That is indeed true, Ling Wei acknowledged with a nod, then gestured towards the bean plant below, saying, Now observe any changes in that plant. Upon hearing the sound, Su Taiping lowered his head and was astonished to discover that the once vibrant bean plant had now withered completely, resembling a mere wild grass. Fairy, this bean plant has indeed perished. How shall we procure the seeds? Although Su Taiping was taken aback, he was not overly frightened, for he knew that the fairy before him surely possessed a solution to this dilemma. In response to his inquiry, Fairy Lingua smiled and explained, This is precisely the second task I mentioned to you earlier. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, immediately adopted an attentive demeanor, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Fairy Lingua. She continued without hesitation, revealing, After the earthly Bodhi fruit bears its yield and all the fruits have been harvested, it will naturally wither away. Even if one were to wait until the following year, it shall not bear fruit again. To encourage it to bear fruit anew, one must utilize the rootless flame to incinerate the withered plant. Once it has been reduced to ashes, the seeds will emerge from within the remnants. A process we refer to as seed incineration. Fairy Lingua's explanation undoubtedly left Su Taiping even more astonished. However, more than the wonder in his heart, what intrigued him most was the mention of the rootless flame. Fairy, what exactly is the rootless flame? Su Taiping inquired. Fairy Lingwei appeared to have anticipated his question. As she smiled with satisfaction and elaborated, the so-called rootless flame, as the name suggests, is a fire that ignites without the aid of any external source. There exist two kinds of rootless flames. One arises from nature, while the other is meticulously forged by cultivators through the amalgamation of true energy and skill. Known as true fire, the naturally occurring rootless flames, referred to as spiritual fire, are rare treasures that one may encounter but cannot actively seek. Thus, the only rootless flame that one can obtain is the true fire refined by cultivators, which is often contained within magical artifacts and talismans. If the purpose was merely to elucidate the concept of rootless fire, the celestial maiden, Lingwei, need not elaborate so thoroughly. It is evident that her discourse serves to guide Su Taiping in his cultivation. Grateful for her guidance, Su Taiping expressed his appreciation. So, you wish for me to seek the talismans that harbor true fire, correct? He inquired for confirmation. Indeed, Lingua smiled and nodded. While the true fire talismans are not particularly rare, and the initial incineration of the earth-lying fruit does not require an exceptionally high-grade true fire at your current stage, it is likely that you lack the funds to procure one. Therefore, you have two options. Either cultivate diligently until you can forge true fire yourself, or manage this medicinal garden assiduously to earn sufficient merit and rewards for an exchange. There is no need to rush. Lingua suggested to Su Taiping. Rest assured, my lady, I shall endeavor to cultivate and also strive to manage this half-acre medicinal garden, aiming to acquire the true fire for incineration at the earliest opportunity, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Nodding in agreement. Chapter 11. The Gift of the Prescription. Su Taiping receives the marrow decoction. Excellent. Lingua smiled gently at Su Taiping. It is perplexing. Although he stands before me as merely a lad of little more than 10 years, I cannot shake the feeling that his resolve surpasses that of many adults. Reminiscent of someone I once knew. Leaning in closer, the ethereal Lingua suddenly beckoned to Su Taiping with a delicate gesture. Might the celestial being have further instructions? Su Taiping, somewhat puzzled, stepped forward. Just then, Lingwei extended a slender finger and gently pressed it against Su Taiping's forehead. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, a refreshing chill penetrated his mind, and a sheet of paper materialized in his thoughts, detailing a recipe and instructions for a medicinal concoction. The essence cleansing bone-breaking soup. Indeed, such a formula exists that enables mortals to cultivate their bones. After perusing the benefits of the recipe, a look of joy involuntarily spread across Su Taiping's face. Yet, little one, do not rejoice too soon. This essence-cleansing bone-breaking soup must be combined with another medicinal brew. However, the ingredients required for that recipe are exceedingly rare. Thus, even if I were to provide it to you, it would be of no use. Consequently, you shall encounter some difficulties while immersed in the essence-cleansing bone-breaking soup. Lingua doused Su Taiping with a figurative bucket of cold water. What sort of difficulties? Su Taiping inquired immediately. Without the other brew, your entire being will experience excruciating pain while immersed in the essence-cleansing bone-breaking soup, akin to the torment of being flayed alive. Lingua's expression turned grave. I fear not pain. Su Taiping pondered earnestly for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. Though Lingwei yearned to express that one could not fully appreciate such bitterness without experiencing it firsthand, The words eluded her tongue for reasons unknown. Today, her spirits were notably high. In addition to the remedy she had promised you, she decided to bestow upon you another gift. Suddenly, the celestial being Lingwei smiled, extending her hand to gently grasp the air. In an instant, Su Taiping beheld streams of white light coalescing like ribbons in the palm of Lingwei's hand. When she opened her hand, 3 resplendent, jewel-like orbs appeared within her grasp. At the very moment these orbs crystallized, Su Taiping distinctly sensed that the figure of Lingwei before him had grown considerably more translucent. Before Su Taiping could inquire about the nature of these orbs, Lingwei abruptly raised her hand and scattered the 3 orbs into 3 distinct corners of the medicinal garden. Upon completing this act, Su Taiping heard her softly intoning incantations, while ethereal blue light began to converge around the orbs, forming a mysterious rune that enveloped the entire garden. This was a minor 3-talent spirit-gathering array. Though it did not rival a true spirit-gathering array, it would ensure that your half-acre garden would yield 3-fold harvests within a year. After this was accomplished, Lingwei, appearing somewhat fatigued, explained to Su Taiping. 3-fold? Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment, then promptly retrieved 4 yellow bean spirit crystals from his pocket, presenting them to Lingwei. Fairy, please accept these 4 beans. My grandfather always said that in trade, fairness is paramount, otherwise it cannot endure. Upon hearing Su Taiping earnestly utter those words, the fairy Lingwei could not help but let out a soft chuckle. However, she quickly adopted a serious expression and remarked, "You are not mistaken, since it is a transaction. It ought to be fair. Nevertheless, your upcoming cultivation greatly relies on these few spirit crystals, so consider them as a temporary loan from me. When the next celestial fruit bears its treasures, you may return them then." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, stating, "When I repay you next time, I shall include interest and must provide you with 5 spirit crystals." Indeed, interest must be accounted for, the fairy Lingwei replied, stifling a giggle behind her hand. At that moment, her figure became slightly more translucent, and her aura noticeably weakened. "Little Taiping, my true essence is exceedingly frail. I must continue to rest and recuperate within the categorized fruit for at least a month or 2 before I can emerge. Henceforth, the affairs of this medicinal garden, as well as your own cultivation, will rest solely upon your shoulders. You must not hinder my progress, for I still rely on the categorized fruit to restore my true self," she cautioned Su Taiping in a tone that bore a hint of jest. "Rest assured, fairy, cultivation is fundamentally a personal endeavor. I shall not impede your efforts," Su Taiping replied with unwavering determination. "You express yourself eloquently. The path of cultivation is indeed a solitary journey. While others may assist momentarily, ultimately, one must rely on oneself to traverse the long and arduous road of spiritual enlightenment." The fairy Lingwei smiled with satisfaction, then pointed to the withered bean plant and said, "Taiping, please go inside and look for a shovel. Dig out this plant, and then bury it in a pit at the center of the medicinal garden." "Understood." Su Taiping nodded and, without further ado, turned and walked into the house. However, as he turned back, the previously gentle expression of fairy Lingwei suddenly transformed into one of sharp intensity. She then cast her gaze towards the courtyard wall behind her. Following the direction of her piercing stare, one could see a pair of faintly glowing blue eyes lurking, stealthily observing the courtyard. At the instant fairy Lingwei turned her head, those eyes evidently caught sight of her and swiftly rolled down the wall. Simultaneously, the ethereal form of fairy Lingwei morphed into a tempest, whirling out from the courtyard and striking the figure that had tumbled from the wall. "Spare me, O fairy, spare me. I am but a mere ghost, compelled by the tiger lord of Qingfeng Gorge to harm others." Before fairy Lingwei could respond, a ghastly figure with a pallid complexion and decaying flesh, revealing white bones, prostrated before her. "To act as an accomplice to the wicked, that is precisely what you vile creatures are," she coldly retorted, and with a wave of her hand, she sent the corpse-like specter flying through the air. In that moment, she appeared utterly transformed, as if she were a different being entirely compared to when she interacted with Su Taiping. At that moment, my strength had yet to be restored, and I was certainly not a match for that tiger demon. Slaying this wraith might invite calamity. It would be wiser to cast a spell of forgetfulness upon it, allowing it to temporarily disregard the events here. In the future, when tranquility is restored and I have honed my skills, I could then confront the tiger demon, which would serve as a valuable training experience. Just as I was prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the wraith, the ethereal Lingwei suddenly retracted her hand, murmuring softly to herself, and then a joyful smile graced her countenance. Chapter 12. Opening the copper mirror, Su Taiping's initial lecture with a swift motion. Lingwei pointed at the wraith's brow, inscribing a rune with a beam of milky light. As the rune embedded itself into the wraith's forehead, it stood up in a daze, oblivious to the presence of Lingyue, and began to turn away while mumbling to itself. How did I end up here, having stumbled? Ah, never mind. I shall return to report to the king. Upon meeting him, I shall inform him that a small cultivator has arrived to tend the medicinal garden. We can wait until the elixirs are ripe, and then return to claim both his life and the entire garden of spiritual herbs. Perhaps the king will even reward me with a tender heart as a prize. How delightful. As the wraith spoke, it could not help but sway its head in satisfaction, clearly pleased with its cunning plan. Alas, while releasing a tiger back to the mountains is indeed a perilous endeavor, I still hope that young Taiping will eventually comprehend the sincerity of my intentions. Lingyue murmured to herself, gazing at the swaying wraith as it departed. Although Xu Taiping had yet to formally apprentice under a master, and was uncertain if he even desired to do so, this did not deter the ethereal Lingyue fairy from envisioning herself in the role of a mentor. Yet, she would never confess that her primary motivation stemmed from the profound loneliness she had endured during her centuries spent within the categorized fruit, longing for a semblance of amusement. The following day, Xu Taiping awoke at the break of dawn. He began his day by tending to the medicinal garden, meticulously clearing away the weeds. Subsequently, he added a few shovelfuls of soil over the spot where he had buried the categorized fruit, for it was destined to become a significant asset in his future endeavors within the realm of cultivation. He could not allow it to be stolen. After returning to the categorized fruit the previous night, Lingyue Fairy had not made another appearance, leading Xu Taiping to ponder that she might not emerge for at least a month. Once he had finished clearing the weeds in the medicinal garden, he devoted the morning to organizing the 3 thatched cottages of Qingzhou residents. The accommodations were quite rudimentary, comprising a modest bedroom with merely a bed, a main room, a kitchen, and a thatched toilet situated behind the medicinal garden. While tidying up the kitchen, Xu Taiping stumbled upon 2 rather intriguing items, a water tank that could not be emptied and a rice barrel that could yield a full tank of rice with the mere insertion of a merit coin. With water and rice at his disposal, complemented by a piece of dried fish hanging on the wall, Xu Taiping's first meal at Qingxian sect was thus resolved. After his meal, he spread out the bed linens and blankets from the cupboard, then sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the jade slip and the bronze mirror previously given to him by Shifeng Pavilion. When the celestial maiden Lingyue bestowed upon me the formula for the marrow-cleansing elixir, she gently tapped my forehead. The method of transmitting knowledge through the jade slip also involved a similar touch to the brow. This appears to be a universal technique within the realm of cultivation. He picked up the jade slip and murmured quietly to himself. According to the words of the esteemed leader of the West Wind Pavilion, this jade slip contains the teachings of the Qingxian sect's qi refining methods, as well as numerous regulations and instructions regarding the use of the bronze mirror. The knowledge conveyed through this jade slip far surpasses that single gesture from the celestial maiden Lingyue. As I felt an incessant flow of text surging within my mind, Xu Taiping experienced a dizzying sensation, nearly toppling from his bed. Fortunately, after a short while, no new phrases emerged in his consciousness, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he soon encountered another dilemma. The words entering his mind resembled scrolls neatly arranged on a shelf, requiring him to peruse them to comprehend their contents. Thus, the method of transmission via the jade slip differed from that which celestial maiden Lingyue had imparted. Her singular gesture had directly instructed me in the preparation of the medicinal concoction, while this jade slip merely filled my mind with information. Xu Taiping carefully pondered the distinction between the 2 methods. It is possible that the variance in content has led to this difference. He promptly added this thought to his reflection and chose not to dwell on it further, instead calming his mind to read the lines of text within his consciousness. One by one. 3 days later. After nearly 3 days of diligent effort, Xu Taiping finally completed his perusal of the contents within the jade slips. As the esteemed leader of the West Wind Pavilion had previously indicated, the jade slips contained primarily 3 texts: the fragmented Twilight Scripture, a volume titled Essentials of the Mystical Mirror, and the Regulations of the Qingxian sect. During this time, he also toiled in the medicinal garden, following the methods taught in the jade slips. Once the ground was tilled, he would be able to collect wild animal droppings and dried branches to enrich the soil. However, this step was not urgent. Today marked the first day of the month, a day dedicated to Elder Xiang's teachings, focusing on the fragmented Twilight Scripture and the foundational principles for novice cultivators. Such lectures occurred only once every 3 months, and he could not afford to miss it. After attending the lecture, he could take the opportunity to select seeds for purchase from the copper mirror, ensuring that his merit coin was not wasted. While dining alone in the main hall, Xu Taiping began to contemplate his tasks for the day, casually tearing a page from the wall calendar. The torn page revealed the date of the first day of the month, accompanied by annotations in red ink that advised learning and discouraged engaging in construction. This calendar page had been procured the previous day when he summoned a spirit bird to assist him with the purchase of daily necessities, which had cost him a total of 6 merit coins, leaving him feeling quite pained. After finishing his meal, he returned to his chamber. Su Taiping carefully retrieved the copper mirror from its box, placing it gently on a rickety table before him. Atop the table, besides the mirror, lay half a bowl of clear water, several flower petals, and a merit coin from the Qingxian sect. Su Taiping recalled the method of using the bronze mirror, then dipped his hand into a bowl of clear water and let a few drops fall onto the mirror, followed by placing several flower petals and the merit coin atop it. As soon as he positioned the merit coin on the mirror, a gentle breeze suddenly emanated from within, carrying with it a faint scent of sandalwood. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated from the mirror. Su Taiping, registered outer disciple of the Qingxian sect. Take your seat and do not leave. Elder Ziyang will soon commence the lecture. Should you miss it today, you must wait another 3 months. Having already thoroughly absorbed the contents of the jade slip, Su Taiping was not startled by this voice, for it had been mentioned in the records of the mirror's function that this was the voice of the spirit of the mirror. According to the aforementioned records, this spirit acts as a guide, assisting one in locating what they wish to see within the mirror. Of course, this excludes the forbidden areas of the Qingxian sect, and each guidance requires a merit coin. Thank you, esteemed mirror spirit. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude. He felt it was essential to show thanks, as the mirror spirit was not entirely inanimate. To his surprise, the mirror spirit actually responded, albeit in a tone that was notably cold and stiff. The mirror is prepared. Old man. At that moment, a voice filled with authority emanated from within the bronze mirror. Su Taiping immediately directed his gaze into the mirror. As the voice of the elder resonated, the once reflective surface of the mirror, which had been casting the visage of Su Taiping, abruptly unveiled a mist-shrouded peak. Atop this ethereal mountain, the silhouette of an elder, embodying an aura of celestial grace, could be faintly discerned. The Lord of Ziyang, he began today. 396 disciples are present for the teaching. Among them, 218 are newcomers, while 200 possess no cultivation. The voice of the mirror spirit echoed once more from the copper mirror. As he spoke, the image within the mirror magnified until Su Taiping could distinctly observe the Lord of Ziyang seated upon a stone platform. 400 is sufficient. There is no need for further entrance, the Lord of Ziyang remarked, his eyes gently closed, lips parting slightly. Understood, responded the mirror spirit in a tone that was cool and detached. It seemed that the Lord of Ziyang imposed a limit on the number of attendees for his teachings. Su Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him for arriving early that day. Whether this is your first encounter with my discourse on the remaining Twilight Sutra, you have attended this lecture multiple times, I shall treat everyone equally and commence from the beginning. After a brief pause, the voice of the Lord of Ziyang resonated anew. Recognizing that the esteemed Ziyang True Lord had officially begun his lecture, Su Taiping straightened his posture, fixated intently on the copper mirror without a blink. Among you, many have not engaged in cultivation prior to entering. Hence I shall first elucidate what cultivation is and what it means to possess cultivation. He continued, cultivation, in essence, involves tempering the body through physical refinement and transforming essence into qi through the art of opening the gates, with our Qingxian sect traditionally placing greater emphasis on the latter. Only by cultivating an innate vital energy can one wield spells and transcendental powers, prolong life and enhance longevity, and glimpse the path to ascension and immortality. Today, I shall speak of the Tsangxia Sutra, one of the most crucial foundational teachings of our school. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping nodded discreetly. The words of Ziyang Zhenjuan mirrored the opening of the Tsangxia Sutra, which was the only part he could comprehend. The subsequent specifics of practice left him utterly bewildered. Having explained what cultivation entails, the next topic is the essence of cultivation levels. In simple terms, cultivation refers to the various stages of practice. Within the realm of cultivation, based on the longevity attained and the strength of one's power, the levels are generally divided into 5 realms, progressing from the weakest to the strongest. The first level is known as the opening realm, also referred to as the entrance to the sea. At this stage, practitioners have just begun their journey, their vital energy and blood far exceeding that of their peers, with a lifespan reaching up to 2 cycles of 60 years, surpassing 120 years. At this moment, Su Taiping felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. He had not anticipated that the opening realm, as mentioned by his grandfather, was merely the lowest tier within the cultivation world. Amidst his astonishment, he also felt a sense of relief. Had the opening realm been the 2nd or 3rd level, he feared he would struggle to break through within 6 months, inevitably exposing his fabricated celestial credentials. However, these thoughts flickered briefly in his mind, and he quickly refocused. continuing to listen to Zhang Jinjuan expound upon the teachings. The second level is known as the gazing into the abyss realm, where one's lifespan can extend to 3 cycles of 60 years. Only upon reaching this level can one truly be regarded as a cultivator. Over the years, among the disciples I have encountered, at least 60% remain ensnared within this profound realm, some even being direct disciples of the 7 peaks. The third tier, known as the realm of comprehension, upon transcending it, one may extend their lifespan to 6 cycles of the heavenly stems and can be revered as a true lord, possessing a personal sanctuary within the Cloud Lodge mountain. As for the 4th and 5th tiers, you need not concern yourselves with them at present. Do not aspire beyond your reach. At this juncture, the true Lord Zhang took a cup of tea from a disciple nearby and savored it, seemingly allowing everyone to contemplate their own understanding. It is evident that breaking through the realm of comprehension is tremendously challenging. No wonder the true Lord Zhang is venerated as an elder. Su Taiping couldn't help but muse internally about the realm of Sister Lingwei. Curiosity regarding her cultivation suddenly arose within him. Now, I shall elucidate the key points of the Zhangxia Sutra for you all. Just as Su Taiping's thoughts began to drift, the voice of true Lord Zhang from the copper mirror swiftly drew him back to the present. Subsequently, true Lord Zhang began to methodically explain the essential practices of the Zhangxia Sutra to the attentive disciples. Having already familiarized himself with the text, Su Taiping found the discourse effortless to follow. His face often illuminated with enlightenment, and he could not refrain from gesticulating joyfully at the profound insights. Feeling as though the myriad confusions he had previously encountered were gradually unraveled by true Lord Zhang. Despite not possessing a spiritual bone, Su Taiping demonstrated remarkable talent in the pursuit of knowledge from a young age. Consequently, in terms of comprehending martial arts, he not only surpassed many disciples endowed with spiritual bones but excelled far beyond them. At this moment, while he listened intently to the captivating discourse, the majority of the other disciples gathered around the copper mirror appeared to be in agony, scratching their ears in frustration. All of this was observed keenly by the true monarch Zhang. Aside from a select few, most disciples, including Su Taiping, remained oblivious to the fact that a colossal copper mirror stood before the true monarch Zhang, reflecting the scene of over 300 disciples in attendance, who introduced Su Taiping of King's Wuju to the Qingxin sect. The true monarch Zhang suddenly inquired of the mirror spirit after the lecture concluded. Su Taiping had originally been chosen by the spiritual bone monument to join the 7th peak, but during the assessment of spiritual bones, Elder Heilung discovered that he possessed merely a white bone, rendering him unqualified for entry into the 7th peak. Consequently, he was assigned to cultivate at the foot of the mountain, awaiting the selection for the 7th peak 3 years hence. The mirror spirit responded to the true monarch Zhang. What a pity, the true monarch Zhang remarked with a hint of resignation after hearing the mirror's account. He could discern that Su Taiping's understanding of martial arts was extraordinary, igniting a desire in him to take Su as a disciple. However, he was dismayed to learn that Su was merely a white bone. Alas, no matter how profound one's comprehension of martial arts may be, it is ultimately futile if one lacks the requisite spiritual foundation. Not everyone can be like Su Chan. True monarch, it would be prudent to refrain from mentioning Su Chan too often. The sect master might become displeased, a disciple cautioned. At this moment, Xianjing reminded Zhang Jinjuan. Chapter 14. Purchasing medicinal herbs and the initial trial of the bone cleansing decoction. What of it if I bring it up? Can Zhou Tong truly dominate the Qingxin sect? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinjuan let out a cold snort and swiftly swept his sleeves, preparing to leave. Just as he was nearing his cave abode, he suddenly turned back to glance at the copper mirror and declared, "The next lecture is cancelled. I shall enter seclusion for 3 years." With that, his figure vanished at the entrance of the cave. Was this truly necessary? A resigned sigh echoed from within the copper mirror. Returning to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, seated upon his bed and practicing for an extended period, let out a long sigh. After listening to Zhang Jinjuan's lecture, the time had perfectly arrived at noon, the optimal moment to practice the Zhangxia Sutra. He began to cultivate based on the insights he had gained that day. However, to his dismay, despite his efforts for an entire hour, he could not guide the celestial energy of heaven and earth into his body and refine it into true qi. As described in the sutra, it seemed he would have to rely on the prescription from Fairy Lingwei. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Taiping expressed his dissatisfaction, recognizing the arduous nature of cultivating with a skeletal constitution. With determination now resolved, he once again retrieved the copper mirror and placed a merit coin upon it. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, what do you seek from me? The voice of the mirror spirit resonated from within the copper mirror. Master Xianjing, I wish to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs and seeds, Su Taiping replied. At your current rank, You are only permitted to procure medicinal herbs and seeds from the herbal shop at the foot of the mountain. These are the herbal offerings presented by the shop. And once you have made your selections through the mirror, a mystical bird will deliver them to your courtyard. As the voice of the mirror's spirit resonates, a list of herbs begins to materialize upon the surface of the copper mirror. Thank you, esteemed Lord Xianjing. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude before meticulously searching through the options. After the span of an incense stick, Su Taiping finally gathered all the herbs listed in the formula of the fairy lingua. To obscure the formula's identity, he discreetly included several inexpensive herbs and made slight adjustments to the quantities of the selected ingredients. For the seeds intended for his medicinal garden, he chose only the 9-leaf perilla, purchasing enough to cultivate 3 acres thrice. There was a rationale behind this choice. According to the records contained within the transmission jade slip concerning the cultivation in the medicinal garden, every part of the 9-leaf perilla, its leaves, stems, and fruits, holds medicinal value. The leaves can be consumed as premium vegetables, and the seeds are the most affordable among all spiritual herbs. Moreover, they are easy to grow, with a mere 3-month cycle from sprouting to harvest. Given that Yunlu Mountain enjoys a perpetual spring, it allows for 3 harvests annually. However, the sole drawback lies in their market price, which is rather low. Under normal circumstances, each acre of 9-leaf perilla yields only 30 Qianxian sect merit coins per year, significantly less than the returns from other spiritual herbs. It is important to note that within the Qianxian sect, each outer disciple is required to submit 120 merit coins annually. Thus, even if Taiping were to cultivate all 3 acres with 9-leaf perilla, he would still fall short of meeting the sect's requirements. However, with the formation established by the Spirit Moon Fairy in the medicinal field, everything changed dramatically. According to her, the medicinal field adorned with the small spirit gathering array would yield 3-fold returns within 3 years. Consequently, cultivating the 9-leaf perilla would be the most advantageous choice. If all goes as planned, 3 acres of land planted with 9-leaf perilla over 3 seasons could potentially yield at least 270 merit coins. After deducting the initial investment of 20 merit coins and the annual tax of 120 merit coins, I would still have a surplus of 130 coins, which I could use next year to acquire superior medicinal seeds, and perhaps even have some left to purchase techniques and talismans. After settling the payment with the copper mirror, Su Taiping diligently began recording his accounts with pen and paper. Having purchased both medicinal materials and seeds, he was left with only 3 merit coins. Fortunately, he had already secured a barrel of rice, and with ample oil and salt, he could set traps in the mountains to procure game, which should suffice until the first harvest of the 9-leaf perilla. As he meticulously noted his expenses, he contemplated his decisions. The selection of 9-leaf perilla as his seed of choice stemmed largely from its rapid maturation, allowing him to swiftly convert it into merit within 3 months to acquire the necessary medicinal materials for cultivation. As for the true fire talismans required for burning seeds, he had inquired with the mirror spirit yesterday and learned that such items could only be purchased after 1 year of apprenticeship, with even the most basic true fire talisman costing over 1,000 merit coins, an amount far beyond his current means. Indeed, once the harvest came in, he would need to consider saving to purchase the true fire talismans. Su Taiping recorded another entry in his ledger. The following evening, a mystical gray crane landed before Su Taiping's small courtyard, clutching a sizable parcel. The seeds and medicinal herbs Su Taiping had ordered had finally arrived. After reluctantly parting with a merit coin for the crane, Su Taiping entered his bedroom, where a tub filled with warm water awaited him, prepared in advance for soaking the herbs. The prescription provided by the fairy lingua indicated that the materials were commonplace, yet to unleash their efficacy, one must adhere strictly to the sequence and timing outlined in the recipe. Having meticulously sorted the herbs and weighed them anew with the old scale in his room, Su Taiping stood before the tub, mentally rehearsing the order and timing for adding the ingredients. He felt confident. Moments later, he nodded to himself, as if rallying his own spirits. He then seized a portion of the herbs placed on oiled paper and promptly poured them into the steaming tub, counting down on his fingers, 8, 7, 6. As he reached 1, he swiftly added the second portion of herbs into the tub. With this addition, the warm water began to bubble and emitted a fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk. It seemed he had not erred. Su Taiping's face lit with joy as he proceeded to add another packet of herbs. After a moment of incense burning, once all the herbs had been introduced to the tub as per the prescription's instructions, Su Taiping beheld the once clear warm water, now transformed into a thick, milky liquid. The medicinal concoction shimmered with a pearly whiteness akin to jade, its consistency thick and viscous, precisely as delineated in the prescription. Su Taiping exhaled in relief. At least from an outward perspective, he had successfully prepared this bone-cleansing elixir. Without delay, Su Taiping swiftly disrobed, revealing his lean physique, and immersed himself fully into the bath of the elixir. The heat was intense, perhaps a consequence of the potion's potency, as even after the passage of an incense stick's duration, the liquid remained scalding, prompting Su Taiping to wince in discomfort. Were it not for the prescription's warning that departing prematurely would significantly diminish the efficacy, he might have already leapt from the tub. Chapter 15. Immersing in the medicinal bath, enduring excruciating pain upon entering the elixir. One must employ the method of breath control to invigorate its medicinal properties. As he acclimated to the temperature of the potion, Su Taiping began to practice the breathing techniques imparted by the Zhangxiagong. Before long, he felt a rising heat in his lower abdomen. The steps of inhalation and exhalation had been taught during lectures by the Venerable Xing, true monarch, and after several attempts over the past few days, Su Taiping had become exceedingly familiar with the process, despite his inability to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. Just as Su Taiping pondered why the potion's effects had yet to manifest, a sudden, piercing pain radiated from his back, as if a nail were being gradually hammered into his flesh. This discomfort was soon echoed by an identical sensation in his chest, rendering him utterly speechless. More terrifyingly, this is merely the beginning. After the initial sensations of pain manifested in those two areas, an intense agony began to spread throughout his body's various acupuncture points, affording him no respite. Ordinarily, such torment would render a person unconscious, yet for reasons unknown, Su Taiping, immersed in this medicinal bath, remained resolute against any affliction, bearing it with stoicism. The pain persisted for a full hour. Countless times during this ordeal, Su Taiping contemplated emerging from the bathtub. However, each time this thought crossed his mind, he was haunted by the image of his grandfather in his final moments, gazing at him with wide eyes, urging, "Breathe, Taiping. You must endure for yourself, for the sake of all mortal beings." Gasping for breath, Su Taiping leaned heavily against the tub, utterly fatigued. Once his breathing steadied, he managed to lift the corners of his mouth slightly, murmuring with pride, "Grandfather, have I brought you shame?" Although the excruciating pain had subsided, a lingering discomfort remained. His body now felt as though it were riddled with countless fissures, each slight movement threatening to rend open these wounds and unleash a piercing agony. The regimen of this bone-cleansing elixir required a total of 6 more immersions over the course of 7 days, with no interruptions. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be in vain. The mere thought of enduring 6 more sessions of such excruciating pain, even for someone as steadfast as he, began to sow seeds of doubt regarding his ultimate endurance. 6 days later, the final trial awaited. Gazing at the steaming medicinal broth before him, Su Taiping was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of disconnection from reality. The 6 days that had just elapsed felt infinitely longer than the decade he had previously endured. Immersed for 6 consecutive days in the bone-cleansing elixir, he had reached the limits of both his mental and physical endurance. On the first day of his immersion, he remained silent, unaware that in the following days he would be racked by excruciating pain, crying out and calling for his parents and grandfather. Su Taiping had never anticipated such vulnerability within himself, a testament to the overwhelming agony induced by the elixir. Yet, even amidst the tears and cries, he had persevered to this 7th day. Remarkably, during these 7 days, he had also managed to till the entirety of the 3 acres of medicinal field, planting every seed of the 9-leafed white perilla. "You must persevere, Su Taiping," he reminded himself, lingering in front of the basin. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, devoid of color, his body emaciated to the point of resembling a mere shadow of his former self. Within a mere 6 days, he had lost at least 10 pounds, teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, with a resolute step, Su Taiping submerged himself into the basin, his body swiftly engulfed by the milky liquid. Despite his desire to endure, the searing pain compelled a cry of anguish from his lips. Had it not been for the desolate surroundings, it would have surely attracted the attention of curious onlookers. However, his cries were not without an audience. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Lingyue, transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, drifted outside Su Taiping's window. In the final moments of Zayataping, the choice looms. Will one embark on the celestial path or drift through life like a floating reed, lost and aimless? The fate rests within a mere thought. Listening to the agonizing moans emanating from the room, Fairy Lingyue could not help but murmur to herself, "Your words carry such ease. Yet the torment of purging the essence surpasses each day, and by the 7th day, the agony will be 7-fold. Without an alternative remedy, who can endure such suffering?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, she bitterly smiled at herself, feeling remorse for hastily entrusting that prescription to Su Taiping. An hour later, Could it be that he truly persevered? Upon witnessing the pure essence of heaven and earth converging upon the small courtyard like an incoming tide, Fairy Lingyue's expression transformed into one of disbelief. This was indeed the hallmark of successful purification. Previously hesitant to glance within, she now found herself peering through the window's crack. Inside, Su Taiping lay half-reclined in the bath, having succumbed to unconsciousness. The medicinal concoction had turned from a jade white to an inky black, tainted by the impurities seeping from his body. Simultaneously, streams of ethereal energy, visible only to Fairy Lingyue, caressed Su Taiping like a gentle hand, penetrating into his very being. Gazing at Su Taiping within the room, and then at the newly cultivated medicinal garden behind the courtyard, a smile graced Fairy Lingyue's lips. Initially, she had merely wished to take a gamble with the dwindling time, yet it seemed her intuition had not led her astray. Upon uttering these words, her figure dissipated into the air, leaving behind a lingering phrase that echoed softly within the courtyard. Little one, I must focus on refining the spirit crystal to extend my life for a few more years. We shall meet again in due time. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Su Taiping, still immersed in the bathtub, awoke from the sweetest slumber he had ever experienced. Did I succeed? Noticing the thick, foul-smelling black liquid in the tub, Su Taiping was not frightened. Instead, a look of joy spread across his face. For according to the instructions of the marrow-cleansing potion, this was a clear sign of success, indicating that the impurities within the practitioner's body had been expelled, granting him the true qualifications for cultivation. With a splash of excitement, Su Taiping sprang from the bathtub, unadorned, and dashed to the well in the backyard. He filled a bucket with water and thoroughly washed away the remnants of filth from his body before settling down cross-legged on the ground to commence the qi cultivation practice of the Zhangxiagong. Chapter 16. Selling Herbs, Hunting Deer in the Sheep Deer Mountains. As he activated the Zhangxia breathing technique, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his body through the already open meridians. Previously, Su Taiping had struggled to sense the pathways within his body, but now he found it effortless to perceive them. The process of guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians for refinement unfolded seamlessly. Ultimately, Su Taiping dedicated half an incense stick's worth of time to successfully channel a refined essence of true energy into his dantian. The mere accomplishment of refining such a singular essence within that time frame paled in comparison to the prodigy spoken of by the Ziyang true monarch. However, for Su Taiping, it signified the genuine commencement of his cultivation journey. He did not allow himself to be overly disheartened by his excruciatingly slow refining pace. His grandfather had often said that diligence could compensate for inadequacies. While others practiced for 2 hours daily, he would engage for 4, and when they practiced for 4, he would devote 8. Surely, there would come a day when he would catch up. Su Taiping resolutely reaffirmed his determination. Moreover, he recalled the yellow bean spirit crystals, which the spirit moon fairy had mentioned could greatly enhance one's cultivation efficacy. Suddenly, he remembered the few yellow bean spirit crystals that had formed within the earth store fruit. He promptly retrieved one and resumed his cultivation. With the assistance of the yellow bean spirit crystal, the speed at which he refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased by more than threefold. The spirit moon fairy had indeed spoken the truth. This crystal was immensely beneficial for him. With this, it was entirely possible that he could achieve a breakthrough within the next 6 months. Upon sensing the acceleration in his cultivation speed, Su Taiping's face lit up with joy. Thanks to the yellow bean spirit crystal, his current rate of cultivation was now comparable to that of an ordinary practitioner. Over the ensuing days, aside from dedicating 2 hours daily to tending to his medicinal fields, he devoted every remaining moment to his cultivation, leaving no room for delay. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Su Taiping has distinctly felt the increasing abundance of true energy within his dantian. He has a vague sense that he is nearing a breakthrough from the condensation phase. The so-called condensation phase is a term from the Zhangxiagong, describing the depth of true energy for practitioners who have yet to advance to the door-opening stage. In the Zhangxiagong, the depth of true energy before breaking into the door-opening stage is categorized into 3 levels: condensation, frost transformation, and ice formation. Only when one surpasses the ice formation level can a practitioner attempt to break through to the door-opening stage. However, upon transcending the condensation phase and entering the frost transformation phase, a practitioner will manifest a protective ice barrier of true energy while practicing the Zhangxiagong, akin to donning a suit of exquisite refined iron armor. Even before breaking through the condensation phase, the changes in Su Taiping's body have become notably apparent as his dantian fills with true energy. For instance, His vision and hearing have significantly improved compared to 3 months ago. In terms of vision, he can now clearly discern a sparrow perched on a tree 500 meters away. Regarding his hearing, he can identify various wild animals within a mile of the surrounding forest solely by sound. Moreover, both his physical strength and agility have seen substantial enhancement. Although Su Taiping appears slender, he can effortlessly lift a 200-pound stone mill with one hand. As for his agility, he once pursued a wild deer in the nearby woods without losing ground. Additionally, during his time in Qingyo village, he often accompanied his grandfather into the mountains for hunting, where he learned to wield a bow and set traps, enabling him to enjoy wild game daily over the past month. The fragrant perilla leaves paired with roasted venison and rabbit meat never fail to delight, no matter how many times one indulges. Speaking of which, it is high time to check the traps I set in the mountains a few days ago. Perhaps I might catch another yellow goat for a meal. At midday, after 3 hours of cultivation, Su Taiping gently patted his belly and rose from his bed, preparing to head to the back mountain to inspect the traps he had laid. With his dedication to training, he had little time for hunting. Thus, over the past 3 months, he had strategically placed numerous traps across several nearby mountains. Now, he merely needed to check them periodically to reap the rewards. However, before attending to that, there was a more pressing matter at hand: selling medicinal herbs. It had been 3 months since he sowed the first batch of 9-leaf white perilla seeds, and he had harvested over 300 pounds of perilla roots and more than 60 pounds of perilla seeds, precisely 3 times the yield of an ordinary medicinal field. By weight, this patch of 9-leaf white perilla would fetch no less than 96 merit coins, exceeding his initial expectations by threefold. After arranging the medicinal herbs neatly at the entrance, Su Taiping took out the bone flute given to him by the West Wind Pavilion and blew into it with vigor. A moment later, a majestic white-headed eagle, with wings spanning nearly 10 feet, descended at the gate of the courtyard. "Uncle White Eagle, I kindly request your assistance in delivering these herbs to the Baijiao Hall for sale. You may retain 3 merit coins from the proceeds," Su Taiping said, bowing respectfully to the eagle standing before him. Allowing the spirit bird to sell medicinal herbs is a method he gleaned from the transmission jade slip. It is said that ordinary herbs can be directly entrusted to the spirit bird for sale, thus saving both time and effort. Though a payment of 3 merit coins is required afterward, I shall deliver the money tomorrow. The white-headed eagle, without uttering a word, merely nodded slightly before soaring into the sky with the batch of herbs. By tomorrow, I shall have the funds to procure martial arts techniques from the Wanjin Tower. As I watched the silhouette of the white-headed eagle disappear, Su Taiping interlaced his fingers and stretched his body lazily. Although he still needed to save money for the purchase of true fire talismans, acquiring a martial skill for self-defense was essential. Previously, while hunting in the mountains, he had narrowly escaped injury from several wild boars. At present, he possessed an abundance of true qi within his dantian. Yet he remained entirely ignorant of how to utilize it. In truth, for cultivators, acquiring a spell to practice would be more beneficial. However, his financial situation was precarious, rendering him unable to afford such luxuries. He could only wait to save more money. Moreover, even if he practiced the Sangxia Gong before breaking through the opening realm, the amount of true qi within him would still be insufficient to support the casting of spells. It was high time he replaced his bow and hunting knife. At this moment, Su Taiping retrieved the bow and knife from the small dwelling, preparing to venture into the back mountain. These weapons were remnants from the previous owner of Qingzhou residence. The knife's blade was marred with nicks, and the bowstring had broken once, which Su Taiping had painstakingly repaired. Living alone on the mountain, with numerous beasts surrounding the courtyard, possessing basic defensive weapons was imperative. After a short while, he found himself in the back mountain. Although Su Taiping referred to this place as the back mountain, according to the map and the jade slip, this mountain should be called Zhanglu Mountain, named for the abundance of yellow sheep and elk within its confines. However, during Su Taiping's recent excursions into the mountain, he discovered that the yellow sheep and elk were, in fact, rather scarce. Instead, he encountered numerous wild boars in large groups. Capturing a wild boar would certainly be advantageous, ensuring a reliable food supply for at least the next fortnight. As Su Taiping traversed the mountain, he remained vigilant, keenly surveying his surroundings while muttering to himself. Although cultivators possess the ability to abstain from food, this is contingent upon having at least broken through to the opening door realm. Currently, Su Taiping not only lacked the capacity to fast but also needed substantial meat to replenish the energy expended during his cultivation. Chapter 17, Ambush Encounter. Slaying the demon wolf in Yanglu Mountain. Just as Su Taiping was nearing the location of the trap, he suddenly heard the bleating of a sheep. Could he have truly captured a yellow sheep? Joy surged within him. The flavor of roasted yellow sheep meat far surpassed that of wild boar, especially when paired with the perilla leaves from his family's medicinal herb garden. It appeared that he was in for a delightful meal that evening. While pondering this, he hastened his steps towards the trap. Upon reaching the trap, Su Taiping felt increasingly certain that prey had been caught within, especially after noticing that the branches covering the trap were missing. Just as he was about to draw closer to inspect the contents of the trap, to ascertain whether it was indeed a yellow sheep, a low growl from a beast suddenly echoed behind him. With a resounding thud, almost instinctively, Su Taiping leapt from his spot, utilizing his agility to spring across to the opposite side of the trap. At that very moment, just after Su Taiping leaped to the opposite side of the trap, a massive gray wolf, comparable in size to an ordinary tiger, lunged at the spot where he had stood. A small tree, as thick as a bowl, was instantly shattered upon impact. Was it merely a wolf? Or was it a demon wolf? Gazing at the colossal creature before him, Su Taiping felt a chill run down his spine. He had encountered wolves on multiple occasions while hunting with his grandfather, but none had compared to the formidable beast before him. It was as if a novice were to face a master, utterly insignificant in comparison. A howl pierced the air, just as Su Taiping was engulfed in astonishment. The gray wolf leapt once more, aiming directly for him. Thud! Su Taiping adeptly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the wolf's ferocious assault, and swiftly drew his hunting knife, bolting eastward into the depths of the forest. Roar! Although his speed surpassed that of an average adult, it paled in comparison to the demon wolf, which quickly closed the distance between them. Yet, Su Taiping had regained his composure. Rather than succumbing to panic with the beast hot on his heels, he skillfully navigated the winding forest paths. This was a lesson imparted by his grandfather. When confronted by wild animals, one must never run in a straight line, but instead weave and maneuver to evade them. Thud! At that moment, the demon wolf, miscalculating its turn, crashed violently into a massive tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, snapping it in two. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Taiping witnessed this spectacle and immediately halted his flight. With determination, he knocked an arrow to his bow, aiming not for the wolf's head, but rather its lungs. Whoosh! Just as the monstrous wolf rose once more, Su Taiping drew the bowstring taut and decisively released his arrow. Thud! Perhaps due to fortune or perhaps owing to the significant enhancement of his vision and strength from his training, Su Taiping's arrow found its mark, piercing the beast's flesh with precision. However, to his astonishment, the wolf's hide proved remarkably resilient. The arrow merely breached the surface, failing to deliver a fatal blow and instead inciting the creature to become even more ferocious. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Su Taiping did not hesitate. He swiftly grasped his bow and darted eastward into the forest once more. This time, in its frenzy, the wolf disregarded the trees in its path, crashing through them with reckless abandon. Thus, the distance between Su Taiping and the wolf diminished rapidly. As he approached within 10 paces of the beast, coming alongside a towering tree adorned with cloth strips, he abruptly halted, drawing his hunting knife from his waist. He then turned to face the wolf, bellowing a challenge and adopting a stance that signified a life-or-death confrontation. The wolf, already enraged by Su Taiping's previous actions, responded to this provocation with a deafening roar. It leapt forward, baring its formidable fangs, and lunged at Su Taiping with fierce intent. Just as the wolf was about to devour him, Su Taiping swiftly redirected the blade of his knife, severing a vine attached to the great tree beside him. In that instant, a wooden spike, as thick as a barrel and fashioned from a log, was propelled by the now-cut vine, hurtling towards the oncoming wolf with perfect timing. With a piercing scream, a massive wooden spike, propelled by its own momentum, plunged heavily into the chest of the demonic wolf. Originally intended by Su Taiping to combat wild boars, it unexpectedly found its purpose in this dire moment. However, Su Taiping soon realized that the wolf's hide was astonishingly thick. Even the wooden spike failed to penetrate it completely. In this critical juncture, he grasped his hunting knife firmly and leaped into the air, disregarding the potential chaos it might unleash upon his chi flow. With reckless determination, he summoned the chi from his dantian, channeling it into his arms, and delivered a fierce blow to the wound on the wolf's lung. A thunderous sound echoed through the forest as Su Taiping's strike cleaved through the wolf's lung, causing blood to spray forth like a torrential downpour. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the hunting knife in his hand shattered into several pieces, and his arms began to swell rapidly, ballooning to the size of an elephant's legs in the blink of an eye. A surge of excruciating pain jolted him back to reality. This is bad. His chi was spiraling out of control. Alarmed, Su Taiping quickly seated himself cross-legged and began to circulate the Qi and Qigong, guiding the errant Qi back into his dantian. After a moment, he finally succeeded in stabilizing the chaotic energy within him, exhaling a long, relieved breath. At that moment, fear gripped his heart, His impulsive decision to unleash his chi had nearly led to catastrophic consequences, with outcomes that were too dreadful to contemplate. I recall that the description of Yanglu Mountain indicated that there had never been any sightings of wolves. How could a wolf, and a demonic one at that, suddenly appear? Su Taiping rose, his senses heightened as he approached the demonic wolf. At this moment, the creature lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, with a gaping wound in its abdomen inflicted by Su Taiping's hunting knife. Even the most tenacious of beings could not endure for long in such a state. As twilight approached, he decided it was best to return to the courtyard. He would inquire about the matter of the demonic wolf with the bronze mirror later. For the time being, he resolved to refrain from hunting in this area. Furthermore, it was imperative that he acquire a martial skill without delay. Glancing at the darkening sky, Su Taiping resolved to head home. Although Qingzhou residence was somewhat dilapidated, the jade slip indicated that the courtyard was protected by a formation barrier, rendering it safe from ordinary beasts and demonic creatures. Wait a moment. The carcass of this demonic wolf should be worth some merit coins, right? Never mind its value. I shall drag it back regardless. Just as he was about to depart, Su Taiping suddenly had a thought and turned back to drag the body of the demonic wolf, making his way out of the forest. Though he still bore the appearance of a youth and his frame seemed somewhat frail, he possessed considerable strength now, making it easy to haul the demonic wolf along. Not long after Su Taiping left, a decayed figure emerged from the depths of the forest. This foolish wolf, unable to handle such a trivial task, upon seeing the pool of blood on the ground and the large wooden spike nearby, the figure erupted into a tirade of curses. Having startled the snake in the grass, it seems that only I can personally draw him out from that courtyard. I must concoct a plan swiftly, as the king is already pressing for results. If I fail to bring this young man's heart back, I shall become a mere delicacy for the king's table. The shadow stomped its foot, cursing under its breath. Had the fairy Ling Yuan not been in slumber, she would undoubtedly recognize this figure. Indeed, this was the specter who had spied from outside the courtyard that fateful night. Chapter 18. Accumulate merits. Attain the Azure Ox Fist. Another day passed. Suddenly, while engrossed in cultivation, Su Taiping heard a call of a spiritual bird emanating from the courtyard entrance. It must be Uncle Jiao come to deliver my funds. Su Taiping sprang from his bed and rushed to the gate, where he indeed beheld the white-headed eagle from the previous day. With a swift motion, the eagle tossed a bag of coins to Su Taiping, without uttering a word. In a rather indifferent tone, it stated, a total of 97 merit tokens were sold. After deducting my 3, there remain 94. Please count them. No need to count. Thank you, Uncle Jiao, Su Taiping replied, offering a respectful nod. The spiritual birds of Yunlu Mountain had all made a blood pact with the Qingxian sect, ensuring they would not indulge in petty thievery. This gesture softened the eagle's gaze towards Su Taiping considerably. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to whistle. I am currently managing this area. The white-headed eagle said casually. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Jiao, Su Taiping acknowledged with a nod. Why does your courtyard emanate the aura of a beast? As the majestic white-headed eagle was about to take its leave, it suddenly turned its head, casting a gaze filled with suspicion towards the courtyard behind Su Taiping. Could this eagle truly detect the presence of a demon wolf within my domain? Su Taiping was taken aback. However, he had no intention of concealing the matter. So he recounted the events of the previous day to the ethereal creature before him, for there was naught to hide. How could there be demon wolves in the Sheep Deer Mountain? After listening to Su Taiping's narrative, the spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, wore a similar expression of bewilderment. You, my young friend, are indeed fortunate. Nonetheless, it would be wise to refrain from venturing to Sheep Deer Mountain for the time being. I shall also take the liberty of informing the West Wind Pavilion about this matter. The eagle seemed disinclined to delve deeper into the issue. This was most agreeable to Su Taiping, who nodded in gratitude. It was certainly advantageous to have someone from the sect come to investigate, especially since he currently lacked the prowess to contend with such malevolent entities. By the way, do you intend to sell the carcass of that demon wolf? The white-headed eagle inquired once more. Sell it? Of course I shall sell it. Su Taiping replied without a moment's hesitation. You may purchase it from me. My young son is currently preparing for a breakthrough. Although the demon wolf is of low rank, it would suffice to nourish our spirit birds and replenish their vitality. The eagle stated, if Uncle Eagle desires it, then it is yours. Su Taiping responded with great ease. He did not mind forging a friendship with the white-headed eagle using the carcass of the demon wolf. How could I take something that belongs to a young man without due cause, especially when it was earned at the cost of your life? The white-headed eagle shot Su Taiping a glance, yet his fondness for this youth grew even stronger in his heart. Let us consider this. The carcass of the demon wolf, if sold by you, would fetch merely a dozen merit coins. However, I am willing to offer 20 merit coins for it. What say you, young man? Inquired the white-headed eagle. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping promptly returned to the courtyard and dragged the demon wolf's corpse outside. Uncle Eagle, please take it, he said as he placed the carcass before the white-headed eagle. The young man has done well, the eagle responded with a hearty laugh, flapping its wings to accurately toss 20 merit coins before Su Taiping. Moreover, the former sect leader bestowed upon me the name Bai Hong. You may call me Uncle Bai. As the eagle spoke, it grasped the demon wolf's body and, with a powerful flap of its wings, ascended into the sky. So it is indeed a name granted by the sect leader himself, Su Taiping murmured to himself, watching the eagle soar away. With the unexpected gain of 20 merit coins, he resolved to select a commendable martial technique and a suitable weapon. Glancing at the purse in his left hand and the 20 merit coins in his right, Su Taiping displayed a rare childlike exuberance, joyfully bouncing back to his small courtyard. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Taiping immediately cast a merit coin into the copper mirror. Qingzhou residents, Su Taiping, what brings you to seek me today? Came the voice of the spirit within the mirror. Esteemed Master Xianjing, I wish to select some martial techniques and weapons. Do you have any recommendations? Despite knowing that the mirror spirit was merely an emotionless artifact, Su Taiping maintained a courteous demeanor in his address. The disciples of the outer sect may only procure martial arts techniques and weaponry from the arsenal of the West Wind Pavilion. The bronze mirror has revealed the current offerings of martial skills and armaments available at the West Wind Pavilion for your selection. The voice of the mirror spirit remained devoid of any emotional inflection. Thank you, Master Xianjing. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude before leaning over the table to begin his selection. He recalled that the true monarch of the Purple Sun once elucidated that the most suitable martial arts for the Zhangxia technique are the fist and palm strikes, as they maximize the inherent advantage of disciples whose true energy is profoundly deep. Upon the circulation of the Zhangxia true energy, each punch and palm strike possesses the might comparable to that of an ordinary person wielding a weapon with full force. Reflecting upon the teachings of the true monarch of the Purple Sun, Su Taiping unhesitatingly fixed his gaze upon the various fist and palm manuals displayed in the bronze mirror. Ultimately, he chose a manual named Qingyou Fist. According to the manual's description, after practicing the Qingyou Fist and harnessing it with his internal true energy, every punch could shatter rocks within the mountains. Furthermore, the Qingyou Fist comprises two extraordinary techniques. One is called Niu Jiaobengshan, which, when executed with full force, delivers a blow akin to a blue ox charging at a mountain, with an impact 8 times that of an ordinary punch. The other is named Ben Niu Zuizhan, which, when unleashed with full vigor, generates a fist force reminiscent of a stampede of cattle, with each punch growing increasingly powerful, never relenting until exhaustion is reached. In summary, the Qingyou Fist is exceptionally suitable for Su Taiping at this juncture, aligning seamlessly with the Zhangxia technique that allows for rapid recovery of true energy. Indeed, within the armory of the West Wind Pavilion, there exist martial arts techniques superior and more suitable than the Azure Bull Fist. Regrettably, most of these techniques are priced at over 100 merit coins, while the Azure Bull Fist is a mere 30 merit coins, as a transitional skill intended for self-defense. The Azure Bull Fist is exceptionally fitting. In addition to the Azure Bull Fist, Su Taiping also expended 10 merit coins to acquire an archery technique known as Piercing Yang Arrow. This technique is rather commonplace, merely imparting methods for practitioners to enhance their vision and focus through true energy, as well as how to infuse true energy into arrows to augment their power. In simpler terms, it elevates ordinary shooting techniques to the practitioner's level. However, for Su Taiping, obtaining such a skill for the modest sum of 10 merit coins is exceedingly advantageous. For instance, had he known the method of infusing true energy into arrows during his last encounter, he might have slain that monstrous wolf without resorting to the traps within the mountains. Chapter 19. Frost Transformation Period. Initial accomplishment of the Azure Bull Fist after selecting the martial arts techniques. Su Taiping spent another 10 merit coins to procure a fine steel goose feather blade, a hardwood bow made from bullhorn, and over 100 arrows. Master Xianjing, I have made my selections. In truth, Su Taiping wished to acquire a technique related to agility. Yet even the most basic agility techniques were priced at 300 merit coins or more, which he simply could not afford. Once the goods are selected, they are non-refundable. At noon tomorrow, a spirit bird will deliver these items to the Green Bamboo residence. Please ensure you are prepared with the merit coins. The cold voice of the mirror spirit echoed once more. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Xuanguang. Su Taiping respectfully clasped his hands toward the bronze mirror. On this particular day, at the hour of you, in the serene courtyard of Qingzhou residence, the gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Su Taiping's sweat-drenched visage. At this moment, Su Taiping sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a meditative state. A swirling mist of leaden hue emanated from his body, gradually converging above his head. Fully immersed in the realm of self-forgetfulness, his mind was solely devoted to the art of cultivation. Following the guidance of Zhang Zhenjuan, he diligently practiced during the hours of Zi, Wu, and Yu each day, often yielding remarkable results. Thus, at this time, Su Taiping consistently secured the courtyard door and settled down to meditate. Suddenly, a resounding burst of energy erupted from within him, causing the leaden mist surrounding him to disperse abruptly. Subsequently, strands of pure, snow-white mist ascended from his body, once again gathering above his head. Any cultivator familiar with the Zhangxiao Gong would instantly recognize this moment as the pivotal transition from the dew condensation stage to the frost transformation stage, signifying the cleansing of leaden impurities. After a brief pause, Su Taiping opened his eyes, his expression brimming with astonishment. Even he himself had not anticipated that he would break through from the dew condensation stage to the frost transformation stage on this very day, for according to Zhang Zhenjuan, he still had at least 10 days before achieving such a breakthrough. Could it be that my usage of the residual twilight true qi during my battle with the demon wolf has accelerated my breakthrough in speed? Su Taiping pondered inwardly. In the Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping was in the courtyard. Just as he was about to contemplate this matter in depth, a familiar voice echoed from outside. White-headed eagle. Bai Hong, little one, your items have arrived. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Su Taiping beheld the spirit bird Bai Hong squatting at his gate. In front of it lay a large wooden box marked with a seal. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude with genuine delight, quickly approaching the box. Little one, earning merits is no easy feat at the year's end. We must pay the usual fees to the West Wind Pavilion. It's wise to save where we can. Bai Hong kindly reminded Su Taiping. Rest assured, Uncle Bai, Taiping knows the measure of things. This box contains a few self-defense weapons and martial techniques. Bai Hong's goodwill filled Su Taiping with warmth. As long as you are prudent, Bai Hong nodded in agreement. After the incident of purchasing demon wolf bones and flesh yesterday, Bai Hong's fondness for Su Taiping had grown significantly. He no longer regarded him as merely a stranger among outer sect disciples. I observe that your true qi has become considerably more refined since yesterday. Could it be that you have made a breakthrough? Bai Hong suddenly scrutinized Su Taiping earnestly. Indeed. Uncle Bai, my residual twilight true qi has already reached the frost transformation stage. Once I surpass this stage and enter the ice formation phase, I will be able to attempt a breakthrough to the open door realm. Su Taiping did not conceal this from Bai Hong. Very well. Bai Hong acknowledged with a nod of approval. Su Taiping's diligence was evident to him, thus it came as no surprise. Continue your cultivation with peace of mind. Even upon reaching the ice phase, it merely grants you the qualification to break through the threshold. Do not succumb to complacency. He then offered Su Taiping another piece of advice. Taiping earnestly acknowledged Uncle Bai's teachings, bowing respectfully. Return to your cultivation, having delivered this for you today. I must accompany Elder Si Feng on an expedition outside the mountain, and I may not return for several months. Bai Hong stated before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky, accompanying Elder Si Feng outside. Could it be to vanquish demons and monsters in the mundane world? As he watched Bai Hong's figure fade into the distance, Su Taiping felt a surge of excitement. According to the teachings contained within the Jade Slip, disciples and elders of the Seven Peaks received numerous tasks from external sects each month. Upon completion, these tasks bestowed considerable merit rewards. It was known that even a casual task from an external sect could yield rewards exceeding 1,000 merits, which filled Su Taiping with envy. Su Taiping, do not be overly ambitious, he reminded himself upon sensing a shift in his mindset. He then proceeded to carry the wooden box into the courtyard. 5 days later, in the back courtyard of Qingzhou residence. Boom. Surrounded by a faint aura of frost, Su Taiping, having gathered his strength for some time, struck a towering boulder before him with a powerful punch. At the moment of impact, alongside the sound of the wind breaking, one could almost discern the roar of a bull. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The colossal boulder before him was unexpectedly punctured by Su Taiping's petite fist. Yet, Su Taiping did not withdraw his fist. Instead, after delivering that formidable blow, he promptly steadied himself, adjusted his breath, and followed up with a series of alternating punches. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping's fist struck the boulder with relentless ferocity, akin to a herd of rampaging bulls. With a final, thunderous impact, the towering rock was reduced to mere rubble beneath his fists. However, following the shattering of the stone, Su Taiping found his vital energy utterly depleted, and the translucent, spherical shield of icy energy surrounding him dissipated entirely. Gasping for breath, Su Taiping leaned on his knees, inhaling deeply. The technique he had just executed was the Qingyo Fist, acquired from the arsenal of the West Wind Pavilion. Specifically the two ultimate forms, Bullhorn Mountain Smash and Bull Charge Formation. It appeared that, given the current depth of his vital energy, he could only perform Bullhorn Mountain Smash once and Bull Charge Formation once more. Panting heavily, Su Taiping reflected, due to the brute force nature of this technique. He had made considerable progress over the past few days of practice, yet these two ultimate forms still posed a challenge, as they consumed an excessive amount of vital energy. Even though the recovery rate of his residual energy was remarkably swift, he could only train 2 or 3 times a day. Any further exertion would impede his recovery. Today, I shall conclude my practice here. Later, once the sun has waned, I must tend to the weeds surrounding the dewy white perilla. Su Taiping picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. With 2 additional martial techniques to cultivate, his time had become exceedingly scarce. He wished he could split an hour into 2 for his use. However, following his breakthrough into the frost transformation stage, his vitality surged exponentially, allowing him to endure several days without sleep without feeling excessively fatigued. Consequently, the time available for his training had significantly increased. Just as he contemplated whether to procure some sustenance, a sudden wolf howl pierced the air, seemingly emanating from the direction of Sheep Deer Mountain. Could it be that a wolf demon had reappeared there? With this thought in mind, he swiftly dashed out of the backyard, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and leaped onto the rooftop. Chapter 20. A Call for Help. The initial power of the arrow revealed indeed, it was a demon wolf. Standing atop the roof and gazing towards Sheep Deer Mountain, Su Taiping beheld a colossal demon wolf racing through the forest. Initially, he was not overly astonished. The introductory jade slip had long warned that beyond the boundaries marked by the sect, the possibility of encountering demonic beasts was ever present in these mountains. Yet, as time passed, he began to sense something awry. Soon enough, he spotted a second and then a third demon wolf, all descending the mountain in pursuit. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Just as Su Taiping pondered what these 3 demon wolves were chasing, a woman's cry for help suddenly resonated through the mountains. Upon hearing that sound, Su Taiping's earlobes quivered slightly, and he swiftly directed his vital energy to his eyes, focusing intently towards the source of the sound. This was precisely the method taught in the martial art Chuanyang arrow to enhance one's vision. As this spell was enacted, the scenery of Yanglu Mountain, located a mile or 2 away, became vividly clear to Su Taiping. He soon discovered a fragile young woman sprinting through the forest, desperately fleeing from 3 ferocious wolf demons. Where did the sister come from? I do not recall any cultivators near Chiju residence, pondered Su Taiping in confusion. Is anyone there? Help me. At that moment, the woman burst forth from the woods, racing down the mountain path towards Qingzhou residence. The 3 wolf demons continued their relentless pursuit, drawing perilously close to her. Is there anyone in the courtyard ahead? I am injured. Please help me. The woman cried out, clutching her bleeding shoulder as she ran, evidently aware of Qingzhou residence's presence. Never mind. There is no time to dwell on such thoughts. Saving a life is paramount. Su Taiping shook his head, retrieved his bow and arrows from his back, and began to knock an arrow, channeling the residual true energy from his dantian into the arrow with the technique of Chuanyang arrow. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped the arrow. With a resounding twang, just as the nearest wolf demon was a mere 500 meters away from Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping released the fully drawn bowstring along with the arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air. A projectile infused with the essence of remnant twilight struck the demon wolf squarely on its forehead, piercing it through. Having mastered the use of remnant twilight S-energy, Su Taiping's arrows now exhibited a power that far surpassed his previous attempts. The demon wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. The 2 other demon wolves, witnessing this scene, were so frightened that they fled back into the forest, unwilling to continue their pursuit. The young woman, initially startled, was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the 2 demon wolves retreat and noticing Su Taiping standing on the rooftop. Thank you for saving my life, young hero, she exclaimed, nearly tumbling in her eagerness to reach the courtyard of Qingzhou residence. Her anxious glances over her shoulder revealed that she remained haunted by the encounter with the demon wolves. They have already fled. There is no need for concern, Su Taiping reassured her, turning his gaze towards the young woman at the entrance. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, petite in stature, and possessed a striking beauty reminiscent of the affluent young ladies from Su Taiping's hometown. How fortunate it is that you were here. Otherwise, I would have become a meal for those 2 demon wolves, the girl exclaimed, her heart still racing from fear as she patted her chest. With a grateful expression, she inquired, May I ask your name, young hero? I am Su Taiping. You may simply call me Taiping, he replied, still standing on the rooftop, bow and arrow in hand, his gaze toward her tinged with caution. The young hero, Taiping, encountered a maiden who introduced herself as Lu Qingmei, a registered disciple of the Qingxian sect. She recounted her recent misadventure while foraging for medicinal herbs in the nearby mountains, during which she lost her way and her cherished Chuanyan flute. As she was beset by a pack of ferocious wolves, she could only flee, ultimately finding herself in this very spot. As she spoke, she retrieved a copper mirror from her bosom. The sight of this mirror considerably eased Taiping's wariness. The Xianling mirror was a possession exclusive to outer disciples, thus confirming her identity. May I, Qingmei, humbly request a place to rest for the night? The sun is set, and I bear injuries that render travel exceedingly arduous, she implored Taiping. Just as Taiping was about to acquiesce. Having verified her identity, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her footwear. She wore a pair of embroidered shoes with a layered sole, which appeared to be ordinary cloth shoes at first glance. However, upon reflecting on her earlier words, Taiping sensed an incongruity. The shoes were remarkably clean. Setting aside the appropriateness of such shoes for herb gathering, the fact that they remained unscathed after a day of being chased by wolves was clear evidence of her deceit. Inwardly, Taiping mused, Sister Qingmei, my humble abode may not suit your accustomed standards. With that, he gracefully leaped atop the gate, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The young hero chuckled, Sister Qingmei, given my current predicament, how could I still afford to be choosy? Although my family was relatively well off during my childhood. By the age of 10, we had fallen into decline. After arriving at Yunlu Mountain, I became accustomed to a life of hardship. As long as I have a place to rest, I cannot afford to be particular. Lu Qingmei spoke with a bittersweet smile. The sincerity in her words was palpable. Had Su Taiping not discerned her deception, he might have genuinely felt sympathy for her. Chapter 21. The Wandering Spirit. Qingmei pleads for mercy. It turned out that Sister Qingmei, like myself, was also a person of misfortune. Sister, since you do not disdain my presence, why not stay in my courtyard tonight? Su Taiping feigned sympathy, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmei's face instantly brightened with joy, her eyes flashing with a fleeting glimmer of excitement. Thank you, young hero Taiping. Once my wounds have healed, I promise to bring a substantial gift to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Qingmei expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Sister Qingmei, the demonic wolf may still be lurking nearby. If I recklessly open the courtyard door, it might seize the opportunity to enter. It would be wiser for you to turn around and keep watch while I open the door. Once I do, you can swiftly enter. This will be much safer. Su Taiping said, his expression vigilant. Lu Qingmei paused momentarily upon hearing this, then nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right, Taiping. I will keep watch for you. Just let me know when you open the door. With that, Lu Qingmei promptly turned away. In the fleeting moment of turning her head, the gentle expression on Lu Qingmei's face vanished as if it had been a mere illusion, replaced by a fierce countenance. Her lips curled into a smirk as she murmured, almost inaudibly, what appears to be caution is, in truth, sheer folly, facing death yet utterly oblivious, how laughable. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than her ears twitched, catching the sharp, resonant twang of a bowstring. You dare. Swish. Just as Lu Qingmei contemplated fleeing, the resounding whoosh of an arrow sliced through the air behind her, a frost-laden projectile piercing straight through her chest. You seek death. Swish. Gazing at the arrow embedded in her breast, Lu Qingmei let out a furious roar. But before the sound could fully escape her, another razor-sharp arrow hurtled forth, impaling her throat entirely. At this moment, having turned around, Lu Qingmei's gaze locked with that of the youth standing at the courtyard gate, her expression one of incredulity as she asked, How did you notice? Swish. Su Taiping raised his hand and released another arrow, which struck directly through Lu Qingmei's forehead, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Sister, next time you venture out to gather herbs, remember to wear appropriate footwear. As Lu Qingmei glared at him with fury, Su Taiping calmly continued to knock another arrow, his demeanor unruffled. Overcome by a sense of profound humiliation, Lu Qingmei suddenly erupted in rage, disregarding her injuries, and leapt fiercely towards Su Taiping. Her claws, suddenly swollen with power, slicing toward him from her position atop the gate. Bang! Before Su Taiping could take action, a beam of azure light erupted from the courtyard's barrier, striking Lu Qingmei like a resounding slap and sending her flying, despite having survived 3 arrows. Lu Qingmei, now sprawling on the ground, let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke escaped from her mouth, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness that stirred up a cloud of dust in front of the courtyard. Youngster, unless you remain confined to this courtyard henceforth, you will inevitably fall into my grasp. At that time, I shall make you wish for life yet find none. A voice, sharp and menacing, echoed from within the swirling darkness. I believe I have not wronged you. Why do you seek my demise? Su Taiping, encountering such a monstrous entity for the first time, struggled to maintain his composure, questioning the creature while drawing back the bowstring once more. You shall soon find out, accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter. The black vortex howled away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Could this be the spirit-like creature mentioned in the jade slip? Su Taiping murmured to himself, gazing at the direction in which the black vortex had dissipated. According to the jade slip, within the forest where the outer disciples resided, aside from the beasts lurking in the deep mountains, there were also spirit entities and phantoms roaming about. These entities often liked to inhabit the bodies of wild beasts or the deceased, luring the living to drain their blood and vitality for their own cultivation. Being mere spirits without a physical form, they could only be eradicated through specific arcane methods. There exists a peculiar creature lurking in the shadows, ambushing unsuspecting prey, which complicates the prospect of hunting in the vicinity henceforth. Most crucially, I find myself entirely ignorant of its nature. Su Taiping cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Under ordinary circumstances, such a situation would warrant a report to the sect. However, through his observations over time, he has come to realize that even if he were to inform the sect, no one would come to investigate. In his eyes, the outer disciples, like himself, are deemed expendable, unworthy of significant attention or resources. Just as Su Taiping grappled with how to guard against this malevolent spirit, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the entrance of the courtyard. The sky had completely darkened, and the gust imparted an unsettling feeling. Could it be that the spirit had arrived so swiftly? Su Taiping immediately assumed a defensive stance, drawing his bow and scanning his surroundings intently. Young man, I am here. A voice called out from the shadows. As Su Taiping found himself with no leads, a flurry of green fireflies unexpectedly emerged from the corpse before him, coalescing into a nearly transparent female apparition. This ethereal figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased woman lying on the ground. You dare to reveal yourself? Su Taiping exclaimed, aiming his arrow at the spectral figure. Although the arrows in his possession could not vanquish the spirit's soul prior to the freezing period, those imbued with residual true energy could inflict some measure of harm, a fact previously imparted by the esteemed Zhang, true monarch. Spare me, young man, spare me. The apparition pleaded. I am but a victim, coerced by the vengeful spirit to lure you outside. The female spirit repeatedly pleaded for mercy. A spirit of the dead? Su Taiping, perceiving the sincerity in her tone, realized she had revealed the identity of the ghostly entity that had tormented her. He cautiously shifted his bow and arrow aside. Indeed, it was a spirit of the dead, and the young woman had suffered greatly at its hands, reduced to its spectral servant, enduring daily humiliation. As she spoke, her teeth clenched and her eyes brimmed with regret and resentment, clearly harboring a profound loathing for the spirit. However, having learned from her previous deception, Su Taiping was not easily swayed by her words and certainly would not venture outside to meet her. You need not fear that the young lady will bring you harm. Her soul is already profoundly fragmented, and after suffering the 3 arrows propelled by your true energy, she will soon be utterly dissipated. The female spirit seemed to discern Su Taiping's thoughts and hastily offered an explanation, though her voice grew increasingly mournful as she concluded. Chapter 22. In Search of Fragrance. A victim of betrayal, sister. Have you manifested to convey a request? Su Taiping surmised the ghost's intentions correctly. Indeed, she nodded in affirmation. I have a younger sister named Lu Zijing, who ascended the mountain with me 3 years ago. However, her exceptional talent led her to be directly accepted as a disciple by the 5th peak. We had originally agreed that after the selection at the 5 peaks next year, I would join her in training at the 5th peak. It was around this time last year when a disciple from the 5th peak unexpectedly arrived at my residence. He claimed to be the 3rd senior brother of my younger sister, and while descending the mountain, he had taken it upon himself to deliver a letter from Zijing and to inquire about my well-being. Upon hearing that he was Zijing's senior brother, my young lady naturally felt compelled to treat him with utmost hospitality, offering fine wine and delectable dishes for an extended period. However, after a few rounds of drinking, this man grew intoxicated and brazenly sullied my reputation, subsequently threatening my young lady to keep the incident a secret, with the intention of imprisoning her as a mere plaything for his own gratification. My young lady contemplated ending her own life, but he used Zijing as leverage against her, declaring that if she did not comply, he would frame Zijing and have her expelled from the 5th peak. With no other choice, she succumbed to his demands, biding her time until Zijing had established herself firmly at the 5th peak, hoping to find a way to reveal the truth to her. Yet, just a few months prior, while this scoundrel was inebriated, my young lady inadvertently overheard his nefarious plan to use her as a pawn to further ensnare Zijing, aiming to degrade her into a mere object of his amusement. If it were merely her own dishonor, she might have endured it. But the thought of him targeting Zijing ignited a fierce resolve within her to thwart his malicious intentions. Thus, seizing the opportunity during his drunken stupor, she retrieved the concealed weapon she had long hidden within her abode, preparing to take the life of that shameless wretch. Yet, she ultimately underestimated the prowess of the disciples from the mountain. As soon as she revealed her murderous intent, he swiftly overpowered her. The shameless scoundrel, in a fit of rage, humiliated the young girl before mercilessly taking her life and disposing of her body in the depths of the nearby mountains. Not long after, he was captured by the vengeful spirit and became a ghostly servant. Upon hearing the lengthy tale recounted by the female ghost, Su Taiping was consumed by indignation. He had not anticipated that such vile individuals and heinous deeds could exist upon this celestial mountain. Compared to the third disciple of Wufeng, even the vengeful spirit seemed virtuous. Of course, this presupposition relied on the truth of the ghost's words. How can you prove that what you say is true? Su Taiping calmly inquired after regaining his composure. To expose this shameless villain, the young girl had utilized the only piece of incense she possessed, the seeking dust incense. As the ghost spoke, she gestured toward the sleeve of the corpse below and continued. This seeking dust incense consists of a mother and 3 offspring, totaling 4 stalks. Lighting the mother incense allows all that transpired within the room before the incense is consumed to be preserved in its essence. When one wishes to view the past, they need only ignite one of the offspring incenses, and all former events will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping nodded in understanding. He had previously encountered this remarkable item within a copper mirror. So, do you intend for me to hand over the remaining incense to your sister, Zijing? He directly questioned, without waiting for Lu Qingmei to speak. Precisely. Lu Qingmei affirmed with a vigorous nod, her tone tinged with despair as she continued. That third disciple of Wufeng, Lu Chun, is said to be the nephew of one of the elders at Wufeng. The Qingxian sect would never punish him for the actions of a mere outer disciple such as myself. Thus, I do not seek vindication for the injustice suffered. I only desire for my sister Zijing to no longer fall prey to the deceit of that shameless wretch. As her words escaped her lips, a chill breeze swept through the entrance of the small courtyard, and her form began to fade gradually. Young man, should you have the opportunity to ascend the 5 peaks, please deliver that seeking dust incense to my sister. As she sensed her soul on the brink of dispersal, Lu Qingmei's tone grew urgent. Her gaze fixed eagerly on Su Taiping, awaiting his response. If what you say is true, I shall ensure that the seeking dust incense reaches Sister Zijing. Su Taiping replied without hesitation, his eyes brimming with determination. Thank you, young man. Upon receiving Su Taiping's assurance, the female ghost Lu Qingmei immediately knelt down, her forehead striking the ground heavily. Young man, the wraith will not rest until it achieves its goal today, although it is exceedingly difficult to contend with. It is not without its vulnerabilities. During my time in its clutches, I inadvertently learned that this wraith met its demise while inebriated. Thus, liquor acts upon its spirit like poison. Perhaps you might devise a way to force it from its host, and use alcohol to combat it. Lu Qingmei suddenly raised her head, revealing the wraith's weakness to Su Taiping. The wraith's weakness is indeed alcohol? Thank you for the warning, sister, Su Taiping exclaimed, delight evident in his voice. Though he had yet to ignite the seeking dust incense, his trust in Lu Qingmei had deepened. You must deliver the seeking dust incense to my sister, the female ghost implored once more, her expression filled with earnestness. Rest assured, Sister Qingmei, if I am able to ascend the mountain, I will find a way to deliver the seeking dust incense to Sister Zijing. Su Taiping nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, the female ghost Lu Qingmei finally revealed a hint of a smile on her bitter face. Indeed, young man, there is a tiger spirit lurking behind that wraith, possessing formidable abilities. If possible, it is best not to engage it. Just as the apparition's form began to dissipate, she urgently cautioned Su Taiping. A tiger demon? Gazing at the scattering green flames above Lu Qingmei's lifeless body, Su Taiping murmured in astonishment. The tale of the tiger's accomplice was, indeed, a reality. Upon learning that the wraith had the backing of a tiger spirit, Su Taiping, though shocked, suddenly recalled the fable of the tiger's accomplice. Although he had discerned the wraith's weakness, according to the venerable Zhang Jinjuan, encountering such ghostly entities without caution prior to breaking through the threshold could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was prudent to report the matter to the sect and allow them to send someone to handle it. Contemplating this, Su Taiping leaped down from above the courtyard gate. In any case, he would first report the incident to the sect. Later, he could retrieve the corpse of the wolf demon from the mountain, for they surely could not turn a blind eye to it. While muttering to himself, he extracted a small wooden box from the cuff of Lu Qingmei's garment. Upon opening it, he discovered that it contained 3 incense sticks. As for the matter concerning the seeking dust incense and Sister Qingmei, I shall ignite a stick today to ascertain its authenticity. And tomorrow I shall observe the attitude of the sect's representatives towards dealing with that ghostly figure. If they are willing to address the situation, I will then inform them of Lu Qingmei's plight and subsequently hand over these 3 sticks of incense to them. Su Taiping rose and carefully stowed away the wooden box containing the seeking dust incense. Chapter 23. The Gale Hall. 2 disciples speak boldly according to Lu Qingmei's account. Lu Chun is the nephew of an elder from the 5th peak and will undoubtedly receive the sect's protection. Thus, he would not be foolish enough to directly surrender the seeking dust incense along with Lu Qingmei's remains. Should Sister Qingmei's words prove true, given Lu Chun's malicious nature, he might very well devise a means to track down the informant and subsequently eliminate me to silence my testimony. As Su Taiping dragged Lu Qingmei's body back to the courtyard, he pondered these thoughts. Bang! That night, a tremendous explosion reverberated through Su Taiping's chamber in Qingzhou residence, followed by the sound of his youthful voice erupting in anger. Beast. After properly placing Lu Qingmei's body, he ignited a stick of seeking dust incense and witnessed through the swirling smoke the torment that Lu Qin inflicted upon Lu Qingmei. The scenes he beheld were beyond mere words to describe. His exclamation of beast was simply due to his limited repertoire of profanities. For Lu Qin's actions were indeed more despicable than those of any beast. Sister Qingmei, I shall certainly deliver this seeking dust incense to Sister Zijin. Your grievances and Lu Qin's crimes will be brought to light. Su Taiping tucked away the last 2 pieces of incense, his fist clenched tightly, and gazed in a daze at the shattered remnants of the table beneath him. He did not consider himself a person of noble character. In fact, he believed that a degree of selfishness was necessary for survival. However, if even the likes of Lu Chun could escape retribution, it would lead him to question the very essence of his humanity. His grandfather often said that ignorance is bliss, yet even if he were to close his eyes now, he could not forget the sight of Sister Qingmei pleading for mercy from that beast. Su Taiping stared at the pile of splintered wood, his tone unusually cold. The following day, at noon, did you report the incident? 2 men clad in the robes of the Qingxian sect arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard. Yes, it was I who reported it, Su Taiping replied politely. You, an outer disciple, dare to call us senior brothers? The man on the left, with a hawk-like nose, cast a fierce glance at Su Taiping. These 2 disciples belonged to the Lifa Hall of the West Wind Pavilion, tasked with addressing incidents of disciples being assaulted by demonic creatures. Though they resided at the foot of the mountain, they were genuine inner disciples, their status only slightly below that of the 7 Peaks disciples. Let us get to the point. Don't try to be familiar. The other disciple, whose face was pockmarked, waved his hand dismissively. Thus, Su Taiping refrained from further pleasantries and recounted his encounter with the ghost and the subsequent attack by the creature it had summoned, deliberately omitting any details related to Lu Qingmei. This matter is quite troublesome. I must first report to our Li Feng Hall Master, who will then inform the Hall Master of the West Wind Pavilion, and subsequently, the Hall Master will relay it to Elder Black Dragon for resolution. The disciple with the pockmarked face stroked his chin, a perplexed expression adorning his features. How long will this take? Su Taiping inquired hastily. At the quickest, 3 months. At the slowest, a year and a half, replied the man with the hawk-like nose, arms crossed, a sly grin playing on his lips as he cast a furtive glance at Su Taiping. Must it take so long? Can it not be expedited? That wraith has already set its sights on me. Su Taiping's brow furrowed in concern. Do you think our Li Feng Hall exists solely for your convenience? You cannot dictate when matters are resolved. The man with the hawk-like nose glared menacingly at Su Taiping. Old Zhua, let us maintain civility in our discourse. Why be so harsh with our young brother? The pockmarked-faced disciple interjected, attempting to mediate. Truth be told, if you wish to hasten the expulsion of that wraith, there is a way. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. What method might that be? Su Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued. That depends on how much merit money you can offer. The pockmarked man extended his hand towards Su Taiping, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Oh, so you intend to extort us outer disciples under the pretense of exorcising demons. No wonder Sister Qingmei has been reluctant to report this, he mused inwardly, understanding why Lu Qingmei had delayed in filing a complaint. Esteemed brothers of Li Feng Hall, I have only recently arrived at Qingzhou residence and possess scant merit money. Although Su Taiping had already seen through the true nature of these individuals, he refrained from exposing them on the spot, curious to witness the depths of their shamelessness. The absence of merit coins is inconsequential. Simply wear this bracelet and enter into a contract with us, pledging to surrender 70% of this year's harvest to my brother and me. In return, we shall ensure your peace of mind. At this moment, the man with the hawk-like nose produced a copper bracelet from his pocket. 70%? Su Taiping inhaled sharply, taken aback. He had anticipated that these people would demand a hefty sum, but he was astonished to find them asking for a staggering 70% right from the outset. Should he acquiesce to such a demand, he feared that he would be unable to meet the dues to the Qingxian sect the following year, which could result in his expulsion. 70% is not an unreasonable amount. You must understand, you are being targeted by vengeful spirits. A single misstep could cost you your life. The man with the pockmarked face threatened Su Taiping. The countenance of these two men only intensified Su Taiping's disgust, reinforcing his realization that Sister Ling Long was indeed correct. One could only rely on oneself beneath this mountain. The last vestige of his hope that the sect would intervene against the vengeful spirits extinguished. Yet, in order to avoid confrontation, he did not outright refuse. Instead, he feigned hesitation, saying, "Gentlemen, 70% is truly excessive. Allow me to ponder this matter further." "You, very well, take your time to consider. This message talisman is a gift from me to you. Should you encounter a vengeful spirit again, simply tear it apart, and we shall arrive promptly." Just as the man with the hawk-like nose was about to erupt in anger, he was restrained by the pockmarked face, who then handed Su Taiping a talisman. "However, we must take this demon wolf. It is a piece of evidence that must be brought back to the Gale Hall." The hawk-nosed man grasped one of the wolf's legs and shot a menacing glare at Su Taiping once more. Such are the individuals managing the outer sect. It is no wonder that few disciples can endure more than 3 years. As Su Taiping watched the two figures dragging away the corpse of the demon wolf, he murmured to himself, "Brother, are we just leaving like this?" Behind this lad's courtyard lies a medicinal garden, which could yield significant merits throughout the year. With just a signed contract and a bracelet donned, he would be obliged to serve us day in and day out. Why rush? Vengeful spirits harbor grudges. In due time, he will certainly come to seek us. Brother, your wisdom astounds. Lower your voice. Rest assured, that lad lacks even the foundational stage and cannot hear our words. Just as Su Taiping was about to enter his abode, he suddenly overheard the hushed whispers of the pockmarked face and the hawk-nosed man. He was taken aback by their malicious intent and glanced at the communication talisman given to him by the pockmarked man, coldly scoffing to himself, "Rest assured, that day will never come." Chapter 24. Battling the Vengeful Spirit, He. Haraha. Shortly after the departure of the two from the Gale Hall, a vengeful spirit, possessing a decaying corpse and draped in a cloak, rode a demon wolf to the entrance of Su Taiping's courtyard. "Do you think those useless fools would dare to capture me?" the spirit taunted, addressing Su Taiping, who stood atop the roof. "As long as I shut my door. What can you do to me?" Su Taiping retorted to the ghost, and then he relaxed his fingers, sending an arrow enveloped in the residual aura of twilight hurtling through the air with a swift whoosh. Bang! However, to Su Taiping's astonishment, the specter clad in black robes suddenly drew a long sword from within its garment, cleaving his arrow with pinpoint accuracy. "If it weren't for your ambush yesterday, how could a mere child with no mastery of the door-opening realm possibly harm me?" The ghost sneered, its sword's edge pointed directly at Su Taiping, who stood atop the roof. Upon witnessing this, Su Taiping's expression turned grave. From the ghost's previous strike, he could discern that its prowess far surpassed his own. The only reason he had managed to force it from Lu Qingmei's vessel was due to the element of surprise. Such an opportunity for ambush was singular. Henceforth, the ghost would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution. To compel it to vacate its vessel again and then eliminate it with poison would undoubtedly prove exceedingly difficult. Su Taiping simultaneously knocked another arrow and contemplated within. "Little one, do not presume that your retreat to the courtyard renders you invulnerable. In no more than 10 days, I shall unearth the concealed channel leading to your backyard's medicinal garden. Once I seal it, your garden shall be devoid of water, and all the precious herbs within will wither into desiccated husks." At that moment, the ghost, with a cunning smile, threatened Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. Indeed, the water source for his backyard's medicinal garden was a deeply buried conduit, which typically provided a continuous flow of water through the garden's ditches, making irrigation exceedingly convenient. If that wraith could truly sever the hidden canal, he would indeed have no choice but to venture out for water. Otherwise, it would not be long before the freshly planted perilla in the medicinal garden withered entirely. Should I stockpile water in advance, I could endure at least 4 or 5 days after the water supply is cut off in 10 days, which means I have merely 15 days left to prepare. Young Su Taiping's mind whirled rapidly. "The reason I share this with you, little one, is because I perceive a flicker of cleverness in you. I wish to offer you a path to survival. Surrender and become my ghostly servant, or else I shall ensure that your soul, like that of Lu Qingmei, serves as a wick, allowing you to experience the true meaning of suffering worse than death." After a series of threats, the wraith finally revealed his true purpose for being here today. Following yesterday's events, he had taken a liking to Su Taiping's cleverness and intended to claim his corporeal form as an offering to the Tiger King. subsequently taking his soul as his own servant. In this era, even spirits find themselves lacking in followers. I am a righteous cultivator of the Qingshan sect. How could I stoop to being your lackey? Su Taiping scoffed, then loosened his fingers, swiftly releasing another arrow. Whoosh! Without a hint of surprise. His arrow was once again cleaved down by the wraith's blade. Righteous cultivator? After slicing through Su Taiping's arrow, the wraith erupted into laughter as if hearing the most amusing joke. The Taoists say, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, and 3 gives rise to all things, which ultimately return to 1. Thus, the laws of the world are but different paths leading to the same destination. There is no true distinction between righteousness and wickedness or good and evil. If you choose to follow me, I shall impart to you the path of the spectral cultivator. Given the passage of time, you too shall attain fruition. When coercion fails, the wraith adapts its tactics, resorting to temptation. While the way may not discriminate between virtue and vice, humanity is undeniably marked by such distinctions. As the sage of literature once proclaimed, being born as a human, you must cultivate yourself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, dwelling within the abyss yet performing acts of goodness. At this juncture, Su Taiping once more nocked an arrow, standing proud with his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the wraith, continuing, you, born as a human, not only fail to engage in benevolent deeds but instead act as a minion to the tiger, wreaking havoc upon your kin and oppressing the weak. This is the utmost malevolence and warrants your demise. In that moment, although Su Taiping stood less than 5 feet tall, his words imbued him with a stature that seemed to surpass the 8-foot wraith significantly. Since you have chosen your own demise, I shall grant you that wish. Infuriated and humiliated, the wraith scoffed, as it commanded the demon wolf beneath it to turn around, then glared menacingly at Su Taiping, declaring, do you think that severing the water vein will only wither the spiritual herbs within your garden? I shall not fear revealing this to you. The channels in this garden are the source of the spiritual energy for your abode's barrier. Once the water vein is severed, the barrier surrounding your courtyard shall collapse without a fight. Perhaps due to its rage or an underestimation of Su Taiping, the wraith inadvertently disclosed such critical information. Wait and see. Within half a month, I shall surely claim your life. With that, the wraith mounted its demon wolf and vanished into the nearby forest in the blink of an eye. Half a month, that is more than sufficient. Su Taiping cast a final glance at the spot where the wraith had disappeared, then clenched his fist with determination. The arrows he loosed were not mere shots of chance. Rather, they were deliberate attempts to gauge the strength of the specter. With each of the 3 arrows, the apparition chose to intercept them, thus confirming that the vessel it inhabited would suffer harm alongside its ethereal form when injured. Furthermore, the force behind each arrow varied, and it became evident that the specter appeared increasingly sluggish when deflecting the latter 2. This observation led to the conclusion that, should my cultivation ascend further, it might struggle to fend off my next arrow with the same ease. If I could induce a sense of overconfidence in it, there existed a possibility of inflicting harm. With this thought in mind, Su Taiping leapt down from the rooftop and surveyed the small courtyard, murmuring, in terms of true cultivation, I can only contend with it if I break through to the door-opening realm. Within half a month, even if I elevate the Zhangxia technique to the ice formation stage, the only way to vanquish the specter would be to set a trap, catching it off guard. The opportunity will be singular. I must prepare thoroughly. Su Taiping could choose to flee, perhaps dousing himself in spirits to deter the specter from approaching. Yet, the reality was that the surrounding wilderness stretched for hundreds of miles. How long could he evade capture? Rather than contemplating escape, it would be wiser to fight with his back against the wall. He turned swiftly and made his way towards his bedroom, acutely aware of the preciousness of time, knowing he could not afford a moment's delay. Unbeknownst to him, however, the scene of his standoff with the specter was being observed from a distance by a figure hidden within the forest. There lay an elderly man, his silver hair and tattered garments contrasting with the serene treetops. A bronze longsword hung from his waist, while a gourd of wine rested in his hand. Chapter 25. The barrier damaged, the fragments of dusk dispersed the icy veil. After pouring a generous mouthful of wine down his throat with a resounding gulp, he suddenly broke into a grin, exclaiming, to be born as a human, one must cultivate oneself, assist others, and embody the essence of water. Dwelling in the abyss yet performing good deeds. Such profound wisdom. After indulging in his own musings, he took another swig of wine, then wiped his mouth with his ragged sleeve, continuing to murmur, who would have thought that years later, I would hear such words from an anonymous outer disciple? Truly absurd. Utterly laughable. Upon finishing this thought, he turned his body, propping his head on his hand, and yawned. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Chiju residence, and his tone suddenly turned icy. Dwelling in the abyss, yet performing good deeds. If this is indeed your resolve, then show me your means of safeguarding your path. I, Jianjiu, detest those who boast without merit. On an evening 9 days later, at Yanglu Mountain, amidst the purple bamboo growth. Bang! Su Taiping unleashed a fierce assault akin to a celestial bovine charging a mountain, sending a wolf demon that lunged at him sprawling backward. However, soon two more wolf demons surged toward him from behind. His vital energy was nearly depleted, and it was evident that he must retreat. Su Taiping cast a reluctant glance deep into the bamboo forest, where he beheld a decaying corpse demon wielding a massive axe, relentlessly striking a stone upon the ground. Beneath this rock lies the spring that feeds the waters of Qingzhou residence. If one were to cleave open the massive stone that obstructs the spring and subsequently seal it, the flow of water to Qingzhou would be severed. At that point, not only would the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden wither, but the very barrier of Qingzhou residence might also falter. Bang! At this moment, the corpse demon struck the rock with a heavy axe, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy ripples and scattering countless fragments of stone. With this blow, another fissure appeared in the rune-engraved stone. Little creature, it is not too late to reconsider. The corpse demon grinned menacingly as it turned to face Su Taiping. Undoubtedly, this demon was the new vessel of the spirit that had possessed it. The outcome remained uncertain. As Su Taiping spoke, he summoned the true energy within him and executed a charging technique reminiscent of a bull's roar, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Several sudden punches struck the two approaching demon wolves, sending them flying, howling in anguish. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity while the wolves were momentarily repelled, Su Taiping deftly grasped a purple bamboo and, utilizing its elasticity, leapt gracefully out of the encirclement of the wolves. If I cannot even handle a few demon wolves, do they truly believe they can thwart my efforts to sever the water vein? Hide now, continue to hide. In a few days, I shall see where you can flee. Observing Su Taiping's direction of escape, the spirit's face contorted into a rigid smile. Ever since discovering that the spring was nestled within the purple bamboo forest, Su Taiping had returned multiple times over the past 9 days to thwart the spirit's plans, each time meeting with utter defeat, which only fueled the spirit's arrogance. Back to Qingzhou residence. With a resounding splash, Su Taiping poured a basin of cold water over himself, washing away the sweat and grime that clung to him. After completing this refreshing act, he quickly dried himself and donned a clean set of clothing before entering his bedroom, where he seated himself at a simple desk of his own making. His fifth attempt to ambush the wraith had ended in failure, employing approximately 60% of his strength, a reduction of 10% from the previous attempt, yet the specter remained oblivious to any anomaly. He had also discerned the weaknesses of the 3 demon wolves. The one with a scar near its eye bore an injury on its hind leg, making it susceptible to an attack from behind. The smallest wolf, with a wound in its eye, was slightly slower in response than its companions. Su Taiping meticulously noted down the insights gained from this latest ambush. Throughout these 5 attempts, particularly the last 2, he had indeed possessed the opportunity to slay the trio of demon wolves. However, in order to deceive the wraith and to avoid sustaining injuries before the decisive confrontation with it, he had intentionally held back. Having conducted 5 probing attempts, the wraith must now be convinced that this was the extent of his capabilities. Henceforth, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength, ideally elevating his Zanhua skill to the freezing stage in one fell swoop. Setting down his pen, Su Taiping sat in contemplation for a moment before moving to sit at the edge of his bed. Upon achieving the freezing stage in Zanhua, not only would the protective power of the Zanhua's defensive energy be significantly augmented, but it would also enable the condensation of true energy into ice. Should he break through to the freezing stage, he could encase the several jars of liquor he had purchased within blocks of ice, ensuring that the wraith would remain oblivious to their presence. He cast a glance at the jars of fine spirits placed upon his bedside. Although the inhabitants of the West Wind Pavilion feign ignorance towards the specters, whenever Su Taiping wishes to procure items, they still dispatch spirit birds to his aid. Regrettably, the spirit birds sent on these occasions are not the ethereal Biong, and each is imbued with a distinct coldness. Otherwise, Su Taiping might have sought their assistance. One should not always rely on others, for did not Sister Linglong say that beneath this mountain, among the unnamed outer disciples, the only true support lies within oneself? Su Taiping shook his head, resolutely refocusing his spirit. He then cast a yellow bean spirit crystal into his mouth, preparing to elevate the residual Xianxia true energy within to the freezing phase. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Su Taiping had devoted himself to the cultivation of the Xianxia technique without consuming food or drink, unwavering even as the water source in the garden ran dry. Seemingly immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness, little creature, come forth and meet your demise. On this particular afternoon, the specter, accompanied by 3 demonic wolves, once again approached the threshold of Qingzhou residence. Despite being delayed by Su Taiping for several days, the specter ultimately succeeded today in completely blocking the spring located within the Zizhu forest of Yanglu Mountain. With a resounding thud, upon receiving no response from within the house, The specter leaped from atop one of the demonic wolves and, with a blade charged with ominous energy, struck fiercely at the door of Qingzhou residence. Boom. Although the barrier surrounding Qingzhou residence had not entirely dissipated, its potency had diminished significantly, no longer capable of inflicting harm upon the specter as it once did. The specter revealed a sinister grin. "Little fellow, I shall remain here tonight. When the barrier completely dissipates, it will mark your demise. At that moment, you shall truly understand the meaning of being unable to live or die." He stood at the entrance of the Qingzhou residence, laughing heartily. Just then, Su Taiping, who had been cultivating in his chamber for several days, opened his eyes. The instant his eyes fluttered open, the grayish-white mist swirling around him suddenly solidified into ice, freezing a significant portion of the bed beneath him, condensing energy into ice. "I have broken through the ice phase." Su Taiping gazed at the ice crystals dancing around him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Having surpassed the ice phase of the Zhangxia technique, he was now qualified to challenge the door-opening realm. More importantly, with this layer of icy protection, his chances of overcoming that wraith had undoubtedly increased. Chapter 26, Setting Traps, Charging the Bull, Battling the Wraith. Do not rush. There is but one final step. After calming himself, Su Taiping's gaze fell upon several jars of strong liquor beside his bed. Ignoring the wraith's incessant taunts from outside, he carried the jars to the front courtyard, positioning himself by the trap he had previously dug in the center of the yard. "As long as I can force your soul from your body, these jars will serve as your executioner's wine." Su Taiping glanced at the courtyard gate before suspending the jars above the trap. In the dead of night, a resounding bang echoed as the wraith, sensing the barrier weakening further, commanded 3 monstrous wolves to repeatedly batter against the gate of the Qingzhou residence. At this moment, Su Taiping had already firmly established himself in the center of the courtyard. He drew the bowstring taut like a full moon. The arrow, enveloped in the ethereal essence of the setting sun, transformed into a chilling ice arrow, continuously emanating an aura of coldness. Bang! At that moment, under the relentless assault of the 3 demon wolves, the residual spiritual energy of the Qingzhou residence's barrier was utterly depleted, and the courtyard door was shattered by the force of one demon wolf's impact. Roar! The demon wolves, having long caught the scent of Su Taiping within the courtyard, unleashed a chorus of ferocious howls and charged towards him like 3 gusts of wind, closely pursued by the cautious wraith. Whoosh! Su Taiping released his fingers, and the arrow, prepared in advance, soared through the air with a piercing sound, piercing the neck of the foremost demon wolf. The essence of the setting sun enveloping the arrow instantaneously transformed into ice crystals, completely encasing the demon wolf in a frozen prison. The wraith, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, for in their previous encounters, he had never seen Su Taiping employ such a technique. Clap! In the brief moment the wraith was caught off guard, Su Taiping discarded his bow and arrow, rolling forward with precision, as if he had calculated the movement perfectly, narrowly evading the lunge of the second wolf demon. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, as he sprang to his feet, Su Taiping unsheathed the steel long knife at his waist, channeling the essence of the setting sun, and delivered a downward strike. Lacking formal training in swordsmanship, his swing was clumsy, yet, the demon wolf, which could have easily evaded with a mere turn, was hampered by an injury to its hind leg and failed to escape, resulting in a severed limb. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 demon wolves lay defeated, leaving only the one beneath the wraith. Thud, thud, thud. After vanquishing the 2 demon wolves, Su Taiping did not pause for even a moment, his diminutive form darting like the wind towards the specter perched upon one of the beasts. "You seek death." The specter, both startled and enraged, unleashed a sword strike from afar, aiming directly at Su Taiping as he sat astride the demon wolf. The distance between them a mere couple of yards. Boom! Even before the blade could reach him, the sword energy surged forth. A jet of black sword energy, stretching over 10 feet, resembled an enormous, razor-sharp scythe, sweeping menacingly towards Su Taiping. However, instead of evading the specter's lethal strike, Su Taiping leapt forward to meet the oncoming force, as if disregarding his own life, and swung his fist toward the specter. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Su Taiping's protective aura shattered against the sword energy, transforming into a flurry of icy shards. Yet, he remained unscathed, still soaring high as he directed his fist at the specter on the demon wolf. How was this possible? How could he withstand my strike? The specter had anticipated that. Even if he could not slay Su Taiping with that blow, it would at least incapacitate him or impede his advance. He had never fathomed that Su Taiping's protective aura could endure such a fierce assault. Boom! Just as confusion enveloped the specter, Su Taiping's fist came crashing down. With no time to wield his sword again, the specter could only channel his ghostly energy into his arm, using it as a shield. Bang! The specter was once again struck with terror, The force behind Su Taiping's punch exceeded all expectations, sending him tumbling off the back of the demon wolf. Could this boy be concealing hidden strength? Damn it! Had I known, I should have unleashed my full strength with that last strike. In the instant my form collapsed to the ground, the wraith abruptly awakened. Yet, Xtiping, having landed a successful blow, evidently had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. The horned bull smash. As if to rally himself, Xtiping let out a fierce roar, his still somewhat juvenile figure emanating a blast of frigid air. This icy aura swiftly coalesced into a massive bull's head, which, in conjunction with Xtiping's descending fist, struck the wraith with tremendous force. Bang! With another resounding crash, the dense, dark aura enveloping the wraith was shattered by Xtiping's horned bull smash, causing the ghastly body to crash heavily to the ground. The galloping bull breaker. Before the wraith could rise, Xtiping's fist, now encased in ice crystals, descended upon it. Bang, bang, bang. The distinctive feature of the galloping bull breaker lies in the fact that, as long as the practitioner possesses sufficient true energy, the momentum of the punches will not cease, and the force will continually accumulate. Unless one possesses overwhelming prowess, it is nearly impossible to halt the onslaught. Furthermore, as Xtiping executed this technique using the residual haze true energy, each punch not only struck the opponent, but also coated them in a layer of ice crystals. After just 4 or 5 punches, the wraith's ghastly form had transformed into a massive block of ice. Of course, this technique has its obvious drawbacks once the punches cease. A considerable amount of time is required to recover true energy, during which one will be left exceedingly vulnerable. Youngster, no matter how fierce your punches may be, there will inevitably come a time when your true energy is exhausted. Withdraw your fists now, and I might still consider granting you a swift end. Clearly, the wraith discerned the flaw in Su Taiping's strike, thus enduring the excruciating pain to begin verbally threatening him. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping did not even spare him a glance, relentlessly alternating his fists, even as his hands became bloodied and torn, his eyelids remaining unflinching. However, after delivering over 20 punches, his fists noticeably grew heavier, the speed of his strikes beginning to wane. Come on, continue to strike. The moment you show even the slightest hesitation, I will slay you with a single sword. Observing Su Taiping's diminishing strength, the wraith immediately erupted in a sinister laugh. Bang! At that moment, after Su Taiping's right fist landed a heavy blow, his left hand remained stubbornly lowered. Ah, you have indeed exhausted your true energy. Upon witnessing this, the wraith burst into wild laughter, preparing to depart from his corporeal form, but his laughter was abruptly silenced. Bang! With a resounding crash, the ground beneath the wraith suddenly caved in, akin to a figure sculpted from ice, plummeting into the pit Su Taiping had long since prepared. Indeed, Su Taiping had exerted considerable effort to enact the bull's charge formation, intending to force the wraith into this pit, which was nearly 10 feet deep. Chapter 27. Slaying the Wraith, the tiger demon rebukes Su Taiping. You think such a pit can ensnare me? Upon confirming that this was merely a pitfall, the ghostly laughter echoed once more, laced with mockery directed at Su Taiping. What if you can restrain this body? I am a specter, capable of detaching my soul. Amidst the ghost's derisive taunts, Su Taiping silently drew the long blade from his waist, standing resolutely beside a tautly pulled rope, seemingly awaiting something. Boom. At that moment, a gust of chilling wind erupted from the depths of the pit. With decisive swiftness, Su Taiping swung the long knife towards the rope. Crack! Several jars of potent liquor, suspended by the rope, plummeted into the abyss below, shattering upon impact, and an intoxicating aroma instantly wafted through the air. To crush me with stones. Wait. Alcohol. This is alcohol. Ah. The specter, already separated from its corporeal form, suddenly noticed the heavy objects descending and initially thought Su Taiping sought to bury him within the trap. However, as the scent of liquor began to permeate the pit, it was too late to escape. Who told you that my lifeblood is alcohol? Ah. Could it be? Could it be that wretched person? Ah. That wretched person. The anguished wails and curses reverberated within the pit. The ghostly essence, now tainted by the aroma of liquor, reacted as if it had encountered an incurable poison, transforming into wisps of dark mist that frantically darted about the chasm. Watching the scene unfold from the edge of the pit, Su Taiping exhaled deeply. Had it not been for the knowledge that the ghost's weakness lay in alcohol, the chances of victory would have been utterly bleak. Reflecting on the recent events filled Su Taiping with trepidation. Had he not refrained from reckless actions that might have lulled the ghost into complacency, had he not dedicated himself to arduous training to break through the freezing period, and had he not procured those several jars of potent liquor, his journey of cultivation might very well have reached an impasse. Hero, save me. Allow me to possess your body. I can reveal to you the locations of the treasures. I have amassed over the years. At that moment, a ghostly visage, formed from the essence of malevolence, struggled to emerge from the trap. Pleading with Su Taiping with great difficulty. I pose a query to you. Su Taiping disregarded the ghost's entreaty. Who else, apart from you, knows the whereabouts of the Qingzhou residence's water vein spring? Pull me out, and I shall divulge. The ghost sought to strike a bargain with Su Taiping. Will you speak? Su Taiping shook the jar of liquor in his hand. Do not. Upon seeing the jar, the ghost let out a piercing wail, its ethereal hands flailing in desperation. No one else knows but me. I only learned of it by chance after slaying the previous master of the Qingzhou residence. The ghost hastily explained. You are not being truthful. No, all I speak is the truth. I implore you, please set aside that jar. Su Taiping probed the ghost once more and discerned that it seemed to be speaking honestly. Nonetheless, he did not relinquish the jar. Instead, he removed the clay seal atop it. Young man, what are you doing? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The ghost, believing Su Taiping was about to douse himself with wine again, exclaimed in tremorous tones. Let me pose another question. Su Taiping leaned closer to the wine jar, inhaling its essence before raising his gaze to the spectral figure. Regarding the tiger demon you refer to as the king, what is its strength? And does it possess any weaknesses? This. Upon hearing Su Taiping's inquiry about the tiger demon, the ghost immediately adopted a cautious demeanor, stammering and hesitant to respond. If I divulge matters concerning the king, it would mean certain death. The ghost's tone was laced with desperation as it looked at Su Taiping. Should you remain silent, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. Su Taiping dipped his hand into the wine jar, acquiring a bit of liquid, and flashed an innocent smile at the ghost before flinging the wine onto its form. Ah! The ghost's wailing echoed through the desolate mountains. Yet, in this wilderness, no matter how loudly it cried, it seemed unlikely anyone would hear. Have you made your decision? Once the cries subsided, Su Taiping again moistened his hand with wine, once more presenting his cherubic smile to the ghost. The king is the sovereign of all beasts. A spiritual tiger with no weaknesses unlike us wandering souls. However, a fortnight prior, it was ambushed and gravely wounded by several disciples of the Seven Peaks. It will require at least 3 months to recover, which is why we, the ghosts, were dispatched to seek out blood offerings for it. At this juncture, the wraith paused momentarily, casting a glance at Su Taiping that was tinged with a hint of disdain. With all due respect, even in your grievously injured state, it would be a trivial endeavor for my lord to extinguish your life. It will take 3 months for my wounds to heal. A time frame that coincides with the deadline for my own breakthrough into the open door realm. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The expression he wore, however, appeared to the wraith as one of fear towards the tiger demon. A flicker of delight surged within the wraith's heart, suppressing the searing agony of its spectral form. It warned Su Taiping in a tone laden with menace, thus, I advise you to release me, for should my soul disperse, my lord will undoubtedly be informed. Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping raised his gaze, scrutinizing the wraith intently. Suddenly, he lofted a wine jar high into the air and, channeling his vital energy, struck it with an open palm from a distance. Bang! The wine jar shattered under the force of Su Taiping's attack, sending a cascade of wine pouring down like rain. All of it cascading into the trap below. Ah, scoundrel! Just wait, my lord will come for vengeance. The wretched screams reverberated across the wilderness. Su Taiping, however, remained unperturbed, tossing in a torch he had prepared earlier. His grandfather had once imparted wisdom, to combat evil with evil, and to repay good with good. One must never conspire with malevolent forces. Listening to the wraith's anguished cries from within the trap, Su Taiping murmured to himself with an impassive demeanor. Boom! The torch ignited the dry kindling that lay beneath the trap, which, fueled by the alcohol, blazed forth with fervor, flames soaring over 10 feet high. Roar! At the very moment the flames surged upward, a fierce roar of a tiger suddenly erupted from within the blaze, swiftly transforming into a colossal tiger's head. How dare you slay my wraith? The tiger bellowed at Su Taiping. I have heard whispers that you were grievously injured by several disciples of the Seven Peaks, requiring 3 to 5 months for recovery. But what is the truth? Due to the earlier words of the wraith, Su Taiping was not overly astonished by the appearance of this spectral tiger. Instead, he wore a smile as he inquired of the tiger demon. Nonsense! My injuries will heal within 3 months at most. The Tiger King almost blurted out. However, as soon as the words escaped its lips, it sensed something amiss and immediately erupted in fury. Dare you attempt to extract my words? Chapter 28. A Meal Invitation. Su Taiping's first encounter with Old Jiu. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping said nothing, merely offering a grin. The tiger demon, caught off guard by this response, found it to corroborate the earlier claims of the wraith, which eased its mind considerably. Little creature, in 3 months, I shall surely skin you alive, extract your tendons, and use your soul as a wick. enduring the torment of your essence's burning day and night. The Tiger King had never been so trifled with. Its enraged roars causing the very walls of Chiju residence to tremble violently, even though it was merely a spectral apparition. Su Taiping, standing directly opposite, felt the force shake his very being, threatening to overwhelm him. Were it not for the protective aura of the residual sunset chi surrounding him, he feared he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, after that resounding roar, the Tiger King's phantom dissipated abruptly, as if it had exhausted the power concealed within the wraith. This is merely the strength displayed after sustaining severe injuries. One can only imagine how formidable the Tiger King would be without such afflictions. Su Taiping felt a profound shock, gaining a fresh perspective on the power of the Tiger King as recounted by Chi Mei and the Phantom. However, despite his astonishment, fear did not breed cowardice within him. Instead, a fierce spirit of determination surged forth. This sentiment was likely rooted in the solitary environment he had faced since childhood, where confronting adversities was the only option. Unlike those children who had parents to lean on and could choose to flee. As the flames flickered out, a sudden clattering of coins echoed from within the trap. Su Taiping cautiously peered inside, illuminated by the moonlight overhead. He discerned a pile of merit coins and two indistinct objects resting in the center of the ashes. Could these be items concealed by the Phantom through some arcane method? Su Taiping pondered. During his previous readings of the introductory scroll, he had encountered tales of spirits and creatures possessing unique means of hiding their treasures, such as tigers concealing items within their bellies or fox spirits within their nostrils. To guard against potential deception, it would be prudent to leave a few night's offerings inside, returning to investigate once I have restored the great formation of Chiju residence. Regardless of whether the contents proved to be treasures, Su Taiping resolved not to descend just yet for the sake of safety. On the hillside of Yanglu Mountain, behind Chiju residence, an elderly man with white hair leaned against a sturdy tree branch, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he nodded approvingly. Seemingly impressed by Su Taiping's performance that night. The path of cultivation is indeed a long and arduous journey. Temporary courage and fleeting wisdom are mere trivialities. Ultimately, one must rely on innate talent. Should you manage to break through to the threshold of enlightenment in 3 years and demonstrate your prowess amidst the 7 Peaks sword trials, I might consider making an exception and accepting you as my disciple. The elder gently stroked his beard, then tilted his head back to drain the contents of his gourd in one gulp. Those slothful and avaricious individuals at the West Wind Pavilion not only extort money and goods from the outer disciples, but have also audaciously excavated the water veins and springs of the cultivation grounds, with no one bothering to investigate. Such lawlessness is utterly intolerable. As he spoke, the elder's expression abruptly turned cold, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his small eyes. How absurd it is that such trivial matters should require the intervention of a master like me. With that, the elder staggered to his feet, secured the wine gourd at his waist, and took a bold step forward, summoning a bronze longsword that soared to his feet, propelling him through the air with a thunderous roar. Boom! At last, it is done. On the Sheep Deer Mountain, within the purple bamboo forest, Su Taiping spent 4 or 5 days painstakingly unblocking the sealed spring and reactivating the mechanisms and formations nearby, effectively concealing it once more. Fortune smiled upon him today. For not only had he restored the spring, but he had also hunted a yellow goat. Glancing at the yellow goat, now encased in eyes from his residual aura, a faint smile crept upon Su Taiping's lips. Having resolved the issue with the specters and advanced his cultivation of the residual aura to the freezing stage, everything was progressing smoothly. Taiping, you have finally returned. Uncle Bai? As Su Taiping dragged the yellow goat back to Chiju residence, the long unseen spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, suddenly appeared at the entrance. Beside the eagle stood an elderly man with grizzled hair and a wine gourd dangling from his waist. Uncle Bai, when did you return? Su Taiping inquired, setting down the goat. Although his question was directed at Bai Hong, his gaze scrutinized the elderly man. I just arrived. This is an acquaintance I met on my journey. Everyone calls him Old Gio. We happened to pass by Qingzhou residence and thought to drop in for a meal. Bai Hong, usually authoritative in his speech, stuttered today, which surprised Su Taiping. Young friend Taiping, I have traveled 1,000 miles with Bai Hong and am quite famished. Might you kindle a fire to prepare a meal for us? Old Gio inquired, rubbing his hands with a smile. Uncle Bai is my friend. I would welcome him to dine here any day. However, as for you, elder, payment is required. Su Taiping replied, displaying a generosity towards friends and a frugality towards strangers, much like his grandfather. Taiping you. Haha. Young friend Taiping is absolutely correct. One must pay for meals. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly eager to explain something to Su Taiping, but was interrupted by Old Gio's hearty laughter. With a flourish, Old Gio tossed a pouch of coins in front of Su Taiping. Young friend, there are 300 merit coins within. Will that suffice for a meal? He asked with a grin. Su Taiping did not respond immediately. Instead, he counted out 7 merit coins from his purse and then tossed the bag back to the old man, saying, "I do not possess any delicacies at home. For this meal, 7 merit coins shall suffice." Upon receiving the coins, Su Taiping glanced at the old man, and a smile graced his face. The old man, known as Lao Jiao, erupted into hearty laughter and gave Su Taiping a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Fair enough." Beside them, Bai Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief as he remarked, "Little Taiping, do you realize who stands before you?" Thankfully, he is not angry. However, prior to this encounter, Lao Jiao had already informed me, so I could only keep my thoughts to myself. "Old man, do keep your temper in check, please. Uncle Bai, kindly peel a few cloves of garlic and chop some scallions." In the kitchen of King's Wuju, Lao Jiao tended to the fire, Bai Hong sliced the vegetables, and Su Taiping skillfully prepared the dishes, all bustling with activity. "Brother Taiping, since I have lit the fire for you, might you consider reducing the meal cost?" Lao Jiao playfully tossed his hair back and smiled at Su Taiping. "Old man, how can you still haggle? If you do not help me with the fire, this meal will cost 8 merit coins." Su Taiping wiped the sweat from his forehead and shot a glare at Lao Jiao. "Fair point, fair point." Lao Jiao chuckled in response. Bai Hong, who was busy chopping vegetables, was startled by the exchange and nearly cut himself. Chapter 29, A Visitor. Uncle Jiao hosts Lu Song's on a moment later. At last, the final dish, stir-fried yellow lamb, is ready. Su Taiping ladles the exquisitely cooked lamb from the pot and carries the plate into the dining room. At this moment, the table is adorned with a splendid array of dishes. Although the majority of the ingredients consist of yellow lamb, they are prepared in a myriad of distinct ways. The soups alone include lamb heart soup, lamb kidney soup, and lamb bone soup, while the meat dishes feature stir-fried yellow lamb, steamed lamb head, roasted yellow leg of lamb, baked lamb, and wine-braised lamb. These culinary delights are reminiscent of the meals Su Taiping's grandfather savored during his travels in his youth. Su Taiping had often listened to his grandfather reminisce, his appetite whetted, and had sought his guidance on the recipes, vowing to recreate them when he could afford meat. To his surprise, today he has indeed put them to use. Ah, how delightful! Those 7 coins of merit were truly well spent. Old Jiu tilted his head to inhale the fragrant aroma, his expression shifting as he could not help but pound the table in excitement. "Had I known you possessed such culinary skills, Taiping, I would have taken every opportunity to join you for meals." Bai Hong gazed at the bountiful spread and felt her appetite stir. "Uncle Bai, if you enjoy it, you are welcome to come and dine frequently," Su Taiping replied earnestly. "Haha, I was merely jesting. How could I frequently intrude upon your cultivation?" Bai Hong chuckled, shaking her head. Meanwhile, old Jiao, overhearing Su Taiping's invitation, felt a pang of envy. After discreetly snatching a morsel of meat and savoring its flavor, he cautiously inquired, "Young friend Taiping, after this meal, shall we consider ourselves friends?" "Of course not," Su Taiping replied with an earnest demeanor. "Dear friend Taiping, one must not show favoritism. Observe how I tend the fire and wipe the table. Surely we have forged a friendship." Upon hearing this, old Jiao's face fell in disappointment. Meanwhile, Bai Hong, while quietly sweating for Su Taiping, felt a flicker of pride, secretly thinking, "Who would have thought that I, Bai Hong, could outshine my esteemed master for once?" Suddenly, as the three were relishing their meal, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Bai Hong, you summoned me here for what purpose?" came the voice of an elder from outside. "Taiping, aside from old Jiao, I have invited a few friends. Could you prepare an additional set of chopsticks?" Bai Hong did not respond to the outside voice, but instead set down his utensils and smiled at Su Taiping, seeking his approval. "Since he is also a friend of Uncle Bai, let him in." Su Taiping nodded in agreement. "Do not forget to have him pay. I have already forked out 7 merit coins." Old Jiao cast a jealous glance at Bai Hong. "That is, indeed the case." Bai Hong nodded vigorously and rose to open the door. "Bai Hong, what exactly do you wish for me to do here? I have no time for reminiscing." Before long, Su Taiping, gnawing on a lamb rib, along with old Jiao, beheld Bai Hong entering the hall with an elegantly dressed elder, his hair meticulously styled. "Lu, I mean no offense, it has been a while since Jiao and I have gathered with you, and I merely wish to share a meal." Upon entering the hall, Bai Hong gestured towards the elder who was savoring the lamb rib. "Jiao? Which Jiao are you referring to?" The elder, addressed as Brother Lu by Bai Hong, cast an impatient glance toward the table, his gaze meeting that of the 9th elder. "You, why are you so verbose? Sit down and eat." At that moment of eye contact with the 9th elder, a flicker of astonishment briefly illuminated the expression of the elder surnamed Lu, though it was quickly replaced by a stern glare. "Why yes." The elder surnamed Lu hastily took a seat. "Oh, aren't you the head of the West Wind Pavilion, Lu Songzan?" At this juncture, Su Taiping also recognized the elder who had just entered. If memory served him correctly, This elder was indeed Lu Songshan, the head of the West Wind Pavilion, whom his senior sister Ling Long had introduced him to upon his arrival at the mountain. When I am conversing with my two senior brothers, what right do you have to interject? Upon hearing Su Taiping's interruption, the pavilion master Lu's face contorted with displeasure as he shot a fierce glare in his direction. Lu Songzhan, your cultivation may not be impressive, but your arrogance is quite pronounced. Before Su Taiping could respond, the ninth elder suddenly set down his chopsticks and let out a derisive chuckle at Lu Songzhan. Yes, sir. Uncle G. Brother Lu, let us speak civilly. Uncle G is merely advising you to be more courteous. The feast we are enjoying today was all prepared by our young brother Taiping. Upon hearing this, Lu Songshan's complexion drained of color and his body trembled violently, as if he might slide off his chair. Fortunately, Bai Hong was there to support him just in time. Indeed, our gathering today is thanks to our young brother Taiping. You, my friend, have the audacity to bark orders right upon your arrival. Such discourtesy. Old Jiu stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, his tone softening slightly. Yes. Indeed. Upon hearing old Jiu's mellow tone, Lu Songzhan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Lu brother, do savor the culinary skills of young Taiping. Old Jiu has been singing his praises. At this moment, Bai Hong presented a set of chopsticks and a bowl before Lu Songzhan. Given old Jiu's glowing commendations, the flavor must surely be exquisite. Lu Songzhan accepted the utensils with a cheerful grin, his smile brimming with flattery towards the elder. However, just as Lu Songzhan was about to pick up some food, old Jiu suddenly clamped down on his chopsticks, shooting him a glare and declaring, "Pay up." Meanwhile, Su Taiping, who had been observing the scene, swiftly reacted, extending his hand towards Lu Songzhan. Lu Pavilion Master, like old Jiu, this meal costs 7 merit coins. He had discerned the extraordinary status of old Jiu and recognized that the three individuals were not merely here for a simple meal. Nevertheless, he had no intention of foregoing the merit coins that were readily available. And as for the potential intrigues of these eminent figures, he preferred to remain uninvolved and simply enjoy the spectacle. Su Taiping mused within himself. Meanwhile, old Jiu, satisfied with Su Taiping's meticulous collection of payments, nodded approvingly. In between mouthfuls of rice, he casually inquired of Lu Songzhan, who currently holds the position of leader in the Fierce Wind Hall. The leader of the Fierce Wind Hall is now Su Yoji, a disciple of the Qing generation from the Second Peak. Lu Songzhan hastily set down his chopsticks and replied with utmost seriousness. Su Yoji, your master once brought you to meet me. We have shared a fleeting acquaintance. Why not invite him to join us for a meal? Uncle Jiu savored a bowl of soup, relishing it in small sips, without casting a glance at Lu Songzhan. Uncle Jiu, this seems inappropriate. The Li Feng Hall is rather far from here, Lu Songzhan said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 30. To squeeze or not to squeeze? Su Taiping watched the performance. Is that so? Uncle Jiu set down his bowl of soup, regarding Lu Songzhan with a knowing smile. I shall send him a message at once. Lu Songzhan promptly rose, retrieving a talisman from his robe. Su Taiping, would you mind if I borrowed another pair of chopsticks? Uncle Jiu, grinning, turned his gaze towards Su Taiping. Is there a fee? Su Taiping hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Absolutely. Uncle Jiu replied with unwavering certainty. Then that settles it, Su Taiping nodded. He had little interest in the machinations of these prominent figures. Today, he was merely a cook, a collector of payments, and a spectator. By the way, it seems we have run out of chopsticks at home, Su Taiping suddenly recalled. No matter, let him bring his own. Uncle Jiu waved his hand dismissively. But Uncle Jiu, my message talisman has already burned out. Lu Songzhan immediately explained to Uncle Jiu. If it has burned out, simply light another. Stop being so verbose. We have greater matters at hand. Uncle Jiu shot Lu Songzhan an exasperated glance. Yes. Upon witnessing the transformation of the enigmatic ninth uncle, Lu Songzhan, without uttering a single word, swiftly retrieved a communication talisman from his bosom. Simultaneously, he lamented inwardly about the expense. This little master uncle is truly a handful. A single talisman could easily purchase 1,000 pairs of chopsticks. As for the actions of the others, Su Taiping refrained from offering any commentary, merely reflecting to himself how splendid it is to possess wealth. A short while later, another individual joined the dining table in the modest courtyard of Chizhu residence. He was a robust man with a square face. His substantial physique made him appear as though he were seated on the ground rather than on a small stool. Shall we relocate to the courtyard for our meal? It seems rather cramped here, Su Taiping suggested, observing the perspiring Su Yoji squatting uncomfortably. To Su Taiping's surprise, the first to protest was not the eccentric ninth uncle, but the drenched leader of the Li Feng Hall, Su Yoji. No, there's no need for such trouble. I am quite comfortable here. as I prefer this spot. He cheerfully waved the pair of chopsticks he had brought from home, offering an explanation to Su Taiping. Very well. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, these individuals must be somewhat eccentric. I should keep Uncle Bai at a distance from them in the future. Ah, little one, aren't you meddling a bit too much? It is priceless to enjoy what I like, just as he does. We must not deprive others of their pleasures, ninth uncle chuckled, winking at Su Taiping as he reached over to claim the last piece of lamb rib from the bowl. By the way, Yoji, which two brothers from the Linfeng Hall are responsible for the Qingzhou residence? Ninth uncle casually inquired while gnawing on a rib. In response, Tsuyoshi instinctively attempted to rise but was met with a sharp glance from ninth uncle that compelled him to sit back down. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he remarked, ninth uncle, the two disciples overseeing the Qingzhou residence for the Linfeng Hall are named Zhuoju and Zhougu, both of whom have attained remarkable mastery in their cultivation. Since they took charge of this area, incidents involving malevolent creatures have become exceedingly rare. As these two were his subordinates, he did not hesitate to extol their virtues. Although merely passing through, our gathering here owes much to the young friend Taiping. Concerning our cultivation, the sect imposes certain restrictions that prevent us from offering assistance. However, I trust that you from the Linfeng Hall will keep a vigilant watch over the Qingzhou residence during your patrols. Ninth uncle casually advised Tsuyoshi. Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi exchanged glances with Lu Songzhan, both feeling a sense of relief as they realized. So, the little master uncle summoned us to ensure the safety of the Qingzhou residence. Rest assured, ninth uncle, we will see to it that Zhuoju and Zhougu maintain strict vigilance over the Qingzhou residence, Tsuyoshi assured, thumping his chest. Ninth uncle, such a trivial matter could have been relayed to me by Bai Hong. There was no need for you to host a banquet personally, Lu Songzhan added. His expression one of profound relief. However, Su Taiping, who had been observing the drama unfold, found himself utterly perplexed after overhearing several conversations. He pondered, what connection does this Uncle Gio have with me, prompting Master Lu and Master Su to suddenly take an interest in my well-being? Is it merely due to this meal? Such a trivial matter cannot justify their concern. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he shifted his gaze towards Uncle Gio. At that moment, Uncle Gio was gnawing on a leg of lamb. Noticing Su Taiping's scrutiny, he grinned widely and winked at him. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, thinking, this old man appears to be a cunning fellow. He surely harbors ulterior motives. He then turned his attention to Bai Hong, who, upon recognizing Su Taiping's gaze, responded with a smile. Indeed, Uncle Bai had intentionally brought Uncle Gio to Qingzhou residence to provide me with some assistance. Su Taiping realized this with clarity. Upon this realization, he slightly nodded towards Bai Hong, casting him a grateful glance. Observing this exchange, Uncle Gio frowned and thought, you little rascal, I am the one aiding you. Why express gratitude to someone else? This will not do. I must make him see more clearly and not let him develop a favorable impression solely towards Bai Hong. Thus, he set down the leg of lamb and turned his gaze towards the trembling Lu Songzhan and Tsuyoshi, saying, since both of you are present today, why not summon Zhuoju and Zhougu to join us for a meal? Remember to have them bring their own chopsticks. Lu Songzhan and Zhougu exchanged glances, bewildered. Uncle Gio, I have run out of message talismans. Lu Songzhan wore an expression of difficulty. Uncle Gio, I arrived in haste and did not bring any, he admitted. Tsuyoshi echoed his sentiment. Such communication talismans capable of transmitting messages over vast distances were exceedingly costly, and it was rather opulent of Lu Songzhan to possess two. Little fellow, do you have one? Uncle Gio inquired as he turned to Su Taiping. Surprisingly, Su Taiping did indeed possess one, a gift from Zhuoju during their last encounter. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, Su Taiping resolved not to relinquish the talisman, as he did not wish to be embroiled in the conflicts of these individuals. I could offer double the price to purchase it. Su Taiping was about to decline when Uncle Gio abruptly interrupted him. I have one. Su Taiping promptly produced the communication talisman from his bosom without hesitation. Now, that's more like it, Uncle Gio said with a smile as he accepted the talisman from Su Taiping's hand. Isn't this the communication talisman from our Gale Hall? Tsuyoshi immediately recognized the talisman in Uncle Gio's grasp. Indeed, it was a gift from the patrolling officer named Zhua from Gale Hall, Su Taiping confirmed with a nod. In the interest of gaining merit points, he felt compelled to divulge this information. Yet he chose to withhold the details of the threats made by the two men that day. My grandfather once said, leave a line for others, and you shall meet again in the future. Su Taiping thought to himself, feeling rather magnanimous. This is merely an ordinary communication talisman, devoid of any auditory transmission capabilities. Lu Songzhan took the talisman and cast a glance at it, his complexion swiftly paling once more, as if a thunderclap had erupted within his mind. Having served as the master of the Western Wind Pavilion for so many years, he was acutely aware of the underhanded schemes his subordinates often devised. Such talismans, which could only convey messages without sound, were predominantly utilized by his underlings to extort those disciples from the outer sect. Why are you still dawdling? Pay up. Uncle Joe's icy gaze swept over Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji. Yes, indeed. Lu Songzhan ceased his idle chatter and promptly produced a pouch of merit coins, placing it upon the table, while casting a fierce glare at Su Yoji beside him. At that moment, Su Yoji stood motionless. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his forehead like raindrops, entrapped in a state of stupor. Do not linger, coincidentally. This talisman was given by Zhuju, and it is precisely what is needed to alert him. Uncle Jio remarked coldly. Both Zhuju and Zhougu, being kind-hearted individuals, had gifted me this communication talisman out of concern for my safety against potential monsters. Su Taiping resolved to fully embrace his role as a good Samaritan and took the opportunity to praise Zhuju and Zhougu. Little did he know that the individuals present were seasoned veterans, having already surmised the intentions behind Zhuju and Zhougu's actions on that day. Little brother Taiping. Now that you mention it, we ought to invite these two for a meal together. Come now, Lu Songzhan, stop hesitating and summon them forth. Uncle Jio urged, growing somewhat impatient. Very well, I shall summon them forth, Lu Songzhan uttered, his heart heavy with despair as he stepped outside to activate the communication talisman. Moments later, he mused. Ah, the little fellow has finally come to his senses, has he? After more than half a month of silence, I presume he has endured considerable hardships. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Seated around a table indulging in fragrant perilla leaf-wrapped roasted lamb, Uncle Jio, Su Taiping, and the timid Su Yoji all discerned the clamorous voices emanating from outside the courtyard. Could it be them? Uncle Jio, mouthful of meat, mumbled, gesturing with his chopsticks towards the door. I shall open the door, exclaimed Lu Songzhan, drenched in sweat, alongside Su Yoji, both rising in unison. We cannot allow those two ruffians to continue their raucous shouting. Outside the courtyard, the voices grew increasingly impatient. Where is everyone? Open the door. Hurry. Bang, bang, bang. The delay in response had transformed the tone of Zhuju and Zhougu into one of irritation, the latter even resorting to kicking the door. Brothers Hua, do you think this fellow is toying with us? Zhougu queried, casting a wary glance at Zhuju. He dares. Zhuju retorted with a disdainful snort. This territory belongs to us brothers. Even Su Hall Master and Lu Hall Master must show us due respect. Just as Zhuju's words left his lips, the courtyard gate was forcefully swung open. You have shown some sense at last. Lu. Master Lu. Su Hall Master. Zhougu's speech faltered abruptly, caught off guard. Only then did Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji stand side by side, their faces ashen as they glared at Zhougu and Zhuju, the flames of fury threatening to erupt from their eyes. You too. How could you be here? Zhuju, recovering from his stupor, inquired with a quiver in his voice. What are you all lingering at the door for? Come in quickly. The food is getting cold. Before Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji could respond, an irritable voice from inside interrupted, belonging to Jiao Shu. We're coming, Jiao Shu. Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji's expressions transformed from winter to spring in an instant, their faces adorned with smiles as they turned towards the courtyard. However, when they redirected their gaze towards Zhuju and Zhougu, their faces reverted to a wintry demeanor once more. Get in here. Lu Songzhan glared at the two, then admonished them in a terse, urgent tone. Yes. At that moment, Zhuju and Zhougu were utterly flustered, their wits scattered. Even they, however dim-witted, could discern that within this small courtyard was a presence so formidable that even Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji had to curry favor with a smile. Upon entering the room, Master, the moment they laid eyes on Jiao Shu, Zhuju and Zhougu's legs turned to jelly, stammering and sweating profusely at the doorway. Address him as Master. Su Yoji delivered a sharp kick to Zhuju and Zhougu. Oh, Master. We greet you, Master. The two, jolted awake by Su Yoji's kick, hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects to Jiao Shu. Stop standing there. Come sit down and eat. Uncle Jio did not even glance at the two individuals. He merely gestured towards the seats occupied by Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji, indicating that they should take their places. Lu Songzhan and Su Yoji were already seated closely together, and with the addition of Zhuju and Zhougu, they could only press against one another. Uncle Jio, perhaps we should wait aside? Zhuju stammered, glancing at the perspiring Lu Songzhan, who was nearly overwhelmed by the crowd. Oh, come now, just squeeze in. There is ample space for everyone. Uncle Jio's tone shifted to one of impatience. What nonsense are you babbling, boy? Sit down promptly. Is this vast expanse not enough for you? Lu Songzhan shot a fierce glare at Zhuju. Yes. Zhuju immediately complied like a docile lamb, silently pressing against Lu Songzhan his garments soon drenched with sweat. What had these individuals done to offend Uncle Gio? To frighten the revered Lu Pavilion master like this? Uncle Gio's status must be quite remarkable, perhaps even on par with that of the Black Dragon Elder. Observing the four tightly huddled together, Su Taiping found the scene amusing yet was also filled with curiosity. Never mind, I, as a humble outer sect cultivator, should not involve myself in the disputes of these prominent figures. None present are individuals I could afford to offend. Unable to decipher the situation, Su Taiping continued to focus on his meal, which persisted until dusk when the dining experience finally concluded. One must admit that the appetite of the ninth uncle is truly remarkable. Midway through the meal, Su Taiping added several more dishes, which barely allowed him to satiate his hunger. Fortunately, they had received payment. Otherwise, this meal would have incurred a significant loss. Gazing at the chaotic scene on the table, Su Taiping inwardly expressed his relief. However, for Master Lu and his three companions, this meal was sheer torment. The four of them were crammed together, and at times, they would tremble in fear at a mere glance or word from the ninth uncle, resembling little lambs that had unwittingly wandered into a wolf's den. Thank you, young friend Taiping, for the hospitality today. My friends and I have thoroughly enjoyed this meal, the ninth uncle remarked, casually picking his teeth while patting Su Taiping on the shoulder. Are you, really, satisfied? Su Taiping inquired, glancing at Master Lu and his companions, who were still huddled together. Indeed, we are quite satisfied. Young friend Taiping's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Indeed, this roasted lamb is a feast for the senses. A rare delicacy. The four praised Su Taiping's culinary artistry, their words imbued with genuine emotion that was truly touching. As long as you are satisfied. That is all that matters, Su Taiping replied with an awkward smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At the entrance of the courtyard, Taiping, we have overstayed our welcome today. It is time for us to take our leave, Bai Hong said with a smile as he bid farewell to Su Taiping. No trouble at all, Uncle Bai. If you have time, do come by often, Su Taiping replied with a grin. And what of me? Suddenly, the ninth uncle, still engaged in the act of toothpicking, leaned in closer. Master Gio, should you choose to visit, it would be preferable to do so once every 2 or 3 months, for this is a place of cultivation, not a dining establishment. Furthermore, your appetite exceeds that of an ordinary person by 4 or 5 times, which would necessitate an increase in the cost of meals. Enough, enough. I have no interest in your hospitality. Master Gio interrupted Su Taiping, who was speaking earnestly. Afterward, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Songshan and his companions, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Get lost. I never wish to see your faces again." Yes, yes. The group hastily retreated. Bai Hong, we have matters to attend to. After dismissing those individuals, Master Gio, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the camaraderie between Su Taiping and Bai Hong, called Bai Hong over. Very well, Master Gio. Bai Hong first nodded at Master Gio, then turned to Su Taiping, saying, Taiping, we shall take our leave. You remain here to focus on your cultivation. No one shall disturb you again. In a few months, should I find the time, I will return to visit you. Thank you, Uncle Bai, for bringing Master Gio to my humble abode. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude with a sincere bow. In his eyes, were it not for Bai Hong, a person of Master Gio's stature would hardly deign to dine in his modest dwelling. Thus, he regarded Master Gio merely as a guest, with Uncle Bai being the one truly deserving of thanks. Taiping, you likely. Bai Hong. Just as Bai Hong was about to clarify, he was abruptly interrupted by Master Gio from behind. Stop dawdling. We must depart. Master Gio shot a glare at Bai Hong, then leapt onto his flying sword, soaring through the air. The gust generated by the sword cleaved the clouds above in two. Wait for me, Ninth Uncle. Bai Hong took flight, pursuing him. Why did Ninth Uncle not reveal the truth to Taiping? He should be the one feeling grateful. After catching up to Ninth Uncle, Bai Hong, perplexed, tilted his head to inquire. Do I, Jian Gio, require the gratitude of a mere child? Ninth Uncle scoffed. Naturally, you do not need it. Bai Hong discerned the insincerity in Ninth Uncle's words but chose not to confront it. However, if this young lad were to incessantly flatter and ingratiate himself with me today, it would instead displease me. His demeanor today is quite to my liking. He recognizes my esteemed status yet remains neither servile nor arrogant. Such temperament greatly surpasses that of his peers, and is indeed rare even among the inner disciples of the Seven Peaks. Ninth Uncle expressed his approval. Having known Ninth Uncle for many years, Bai Hong was astonished to witness such a commendation directed towards a junior. Could it be that Ninth Uncle is contemplating taking on an apprentice? Bai Hong ventured to ask. In the heavenly pool of the greedy wolf kingdom in the Northern Territory, a demonic lotus has emerged. If left unchecked, it may give rise to another demonic kingdom in the land. I intend to eradicate it before its emergence. A journey that will take at least 2 years. Should that young lad manage to successfully break through to the opening door realm during this time, Even if his innate talent is merely that of a skeleton, I, El Jianjiu, would gladly accept him as my personal disciple and impart my swordsmanship to him. Ninth Uncle's expression turned unusually grave. Beside him, Bai Hong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiao Shu would genuinely contemplate taking on disciples. And even more astonishing was his willingness to impart his profound swordsmanship. It is worth noting that disciples of the Seven Peaks of the Qingxian sect had beseeched the sect leader for the opportunity to learn his techniques. Yet even when approached by the leader, Jiao Shu remained reluctant to share. Xiao Bai, the journey to the kingdom of the greedy wolf is fraught with peril. Should you feel afraid, now is the time to turn back. Jiao Shu suddenly cast a glance at Bai Hong. Undeterred, Bai Hong expressed his unwavering resolve to follow Jiao Shu, vowing to sever the roots of the greedy wolf's malevolence. His expression shifted, and his gaze became resolute as he spoke with unyielding determination. Meanwhile, in a grove of trees several dozen miles away from Qingzhuchu, a commotion ensued. Slap. Bang. Su Yoji, the leader of the fierce wind hall, utilized both hands and feet to deliver a stinging slap to Zhuju and a swift kick to Zhougu. You two imbeciles, he berated, pointing at the two men kneeling on the ground. This time, it was our esteemed senior uncle who graciously chose not to hold you accountable. Had it been in the past, you would have surely met your doom. Master Lu glared menacingly at the two as well. Master Lu, Hall Master Su. We swear we shall never transgress again. They pleaded, trembling and beseeching for mercy. Indeed, how could we have known that the lad had the support of our esteemed senior uncle? They lamented. Master Lu, do you truly believe that our senior uncle will not pursue this matter further? Su Yoji inquired anxiously of Master Lu, implying that if their esteemed senior uncle were to take further action, these two men could not be spared. The old man had previously observed with great care that Su Taiping did not seem to be acquainted with his granduncle. Yet he appeared to be quite close to Bai Hong. I surmise that Bai Hong is leveraging the authority of my granduncle to intimidate us. Lu Songshan pondered with a furrowed brow. Indeed, it is this scoundrel causing mischief. Su Yoji exclaimed fiercely, stamping his foot and shattering a stone into dust. Let us spare these two for now. My granduncle hardly cares about the fate of an ordinary outer disciple. It is merely a fleeting whim, Lu Songshan ultimately resolved. Are we truly allowing Bai Hong to escape unscathed? Su Yoji queried further. I have heard that Bai Hong will soon accompany my granduncle to the northern realm of the Wolf Kingdom, and it may take him 3 years or more to return. If he returns at all, Lu Songshan murmured. This Bai Hong, relying on his ability to command the spiritual birds of the western mountains, has consistently opposed our West Wind Pavilion. Should he perish in the Wolf Kingdom, it would indeed be a rare stroke of fortune for us, Su Yoji remarked, his gaze tinged with avarice. After Bai Hong's departure, his wife, Yi Kei, is expected to lead the spiritual birds of the western mountains in his stead. However, her cultivation is far inferior to that of Bai Hong. Perhaps we can devise a plan to bring her down, and when the time comes, the entire western mountain will fall under the management of our West Wind Pavilion. Even if Bai Hong returns alive, it will be too late for him to intervene. Lu Songshan said, narrowing his eyes with a cunning glint as he looked towards Su Yoji. Brother Lu's words are indeed wise. Su Yoji responded, a smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 33. Acquiring the magical artifact. Please call me Sister Linghua. In front of the gate of the bamboo house. Indeed, Master Jiao is a person of great stature, capable of performing the legendary art of sword flight. I wonder if, in my lifetime, I might also soar through the skies as he does. Gazing at Master Jiao's ethereal figure as he ascends on his sword, Su Taiping could not help but murmur to himself, Little Taiping, why envy this old fellow? At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in his ear. Turning his head, he beheld the almost translucent figure of Fairy Lingwei standing gracefully in the center of the courtyard. Taiping, it is time for you to break through to the door-opening realm, Fairy Lingwei said, her gaze firm and her smile radiant as she looked at Su Taiping. That night, Su Taiping recounted all that had transpired during the days of her slumber. He shared the details of how he had devised a plan to capture the wraith, as well as the items that had fallen from it after its defeat. He then placed a small wooden box on the table, intending to test the little one's adaptability by seeing whether it would cower in the Qingtian residence or seek help from the cultivators of Shifeng Pavilion. To his surprise, the little one had single-handedly vanquished the wraith. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the small wooden box on the table, reflected on Su Taiping's earlier narration, and when she turned to look at him, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Sister Fairy, it is I. Have I done something wrong? Seeing the ethereal Linghua fairy remain silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him, Su Taiping wore a look of bewilderment. No, the fairy smiled gently, shaking her head. You have performed exceptionally well, beyond all expectations. Is that so? I suppose. It was merely good fortune that I encountered the ghost of Sister Qingmei, which allowed me to discern the weaknesses of that wretched spirit. Su Taiping scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed by the praise. However, fairy sister, there is also a tiger demon lurking behind that spirit, currently recuperating. Once it heals, it may seek revenge. Could you assist me in discovering a suitable method to confront that tiger demon? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the formidable creature. Do not fret, young Taiping. In this period of slumber, I have stabilized this remnant soul. Although I cannot intervene directly, I possess numerous strategies to deal with a mere tiger demon. The essence of a 500-year-old tiger's gallbladder is most suitable for infusing in liquor or concocting remedies, Lingyue Fairy remarked, a sly smile gracing her lips. This smile sent a shiver down Su Taiping's spine, as he began to perceive that this enchanting fairy might be even more daunting than the tiger demon itself. Oh, and henceforth, refrain from calling me fairy sister, address me as Sister Lingyue. We are now comrades on the same vessel, and such formalities are unnecessary, she added, gesturing towards Su Taiping. All right, Lingyue. Sister Lingyue. Su Taiping nearly misstepped again, promptly correcting himself. Lingyue Fairy nodded in satisfaction at his response. Now, open that wooden box. I wish to ascertain what the spirit has concealed within. She pointed towards the wooden box resting on the table. Su Taiping nodded and subsequently opened the wooden chest. The 300 merit coins within were likely seized from the deceased cultivator, while the short sword had not been employed during our combat. As for the small bronze furnace, its purpose eludes me. He directly extracted the short sword and the palm-sized bronze furnace from the chest. This short sword is presumably a magical artifact, which explains its absence in our confrontation. As low-level ghost cultivators are unable to wield such artifacts without risking backlash from the inherent magical energy contained within. Fairy Lingyue delicately stroked her chin, scrutinizing the items for a moment before introducing them to Su Taiping. Sister Lingyue, what exactly is a magical artifact, and how does it differ from a treasured artifact? Su Taiping naturally seized the opportunity to inquire from Fairy Lingyue. Magical artifacts are primarily utilized by lower-tier cultivators, while treasured artifacts can only be refined and employed by higher-tier cultivators. The distinction between the two generally lies in their varying degrees of potency. In terms of power, even a superior magical artifact may not surpass an inferior treasured artifact. Furthermore, most magical artifacts are designed to store the power of spells, often with a limited number of uses. Some may even be single-use only, whereas treasured artifacts are employed by cultivators to cast spells and typically do not have usage limitations. Fairy Lingyue provided a thorough explanation, leaving Su Taiping with a look of enlightenment, as his confusion diminished. You may attempt to infuse a strand of your vital energy into this short sword, Fairy Lingyue suggested, gesturing toward the blade. Very well. Su Taiping nodded, promptly drawing forth a surge of spiritual energy from his dantian. Employing the guiding technique learned from the Qingyo fist, he infused this energy into the short sword in his hand. With a resonant clang, the moment the energy permeated the blade, the sword emitted a piercing cry and swiftly soared from its sheath, spiraling around the room. Was it truly a flying sword? Su Taiping's expression was one of astonishment. This flying sword artifact, only marginally swifter than a typical arrow, hardly deserved the title of a flying sword. Lingyue, the celestial maiden, disdainfully pouted. Sister Lingyue, I have discovered that this sword seems to move according to my will. At this moment, Su Taiping's attention was utterly captivated by the flying sword artifact, a rare childlike wonder gracing his face. Observing this, Lingyue felt an inexplicable pang of tenderness, her heart brimming with affection. After all, he was merely a lad of barely over a decade, still in the age where one would indulge in playful whims with their parents. With this thought, her gaze softened considerably. She gently nodded, guiding Su Taiping. Such is the nature of artifacts. Once infused with spiritual energy, they resonate with your intentions, allowing you to intuit their usage and the number of times they can be employed. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, declaring, Sister Lingyue is absolutely correct. This flying sword artifact can now only be wielded twice. Having said this, he skillfully commanded the spinning short sword within the room, which returned to its sheath with a resonant clang. Moreover, Sister Lingyue, I have just discovered that merely allowing him to spin around a few times has already consumed a significant amount of the residual true energy within my dantian. Su Taiping sheathed his short sword and, with a look of curiosity, informed Fairy Lingyue. Indeed, the lower the grade of the magical tool, the greater the consumption of true energy and spiritual power, which is one of the primary drawbacks of such instruments. Consequently, higher-tier cultivators often refrain from expending effort to refine magical artifacts. Fairy Lingyue reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Su Taiping's forehead, but only then realized that she could not physically touch him. It's all right, Sister Lingyue. I can manage myself. Su Taiping picked up a towel nearby and vigorously wiped his face, feeling immense joy at having acquired such a magical tool that night. Chapter 34. Acquiring the Alchemy Furnace. Preparing to refine the gathering chi pill, Sister Lingwa. Could you please assist me in understanding what this copper furnace is used for? Su Taiping inquired, lifting the copper furnace with curiosity and presenting it to Fairy Lingwa. Little Taiping, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Fairy Lingwa smiled but did not provide a direct answer, gazing at Su Taiping with a twinkle in her eye. Why do you say that, sister? Su Taiping sensed that there was more to her words. This item is an alchemy furnace, a tool employed by cultivators for pill refinement. It is perfectly suited for your upcoming endeavor to concoct the gathering chi pill necessary for your breakthrough, Fairy Lingwa elucidated to Su Taiping. Refining the gathering chi pill? However, I recall that the esteemed Zhang Zhenjuan once expounded that to transcend the threshold of the opening realm, it suffices to cultivate the Zhangxia technique to the icebound stage, thereby accumulating the vital energy within one's dantian and subsequently breaking through all the acupoints in a single stroke. Su Taiping found himself somewhat perplexed. Little Taiping, as a mortal, you naturally face more obstacles on the path of cultivation than other practitioners, sighed the gentle Lingwa fairy with a hint of sympathy. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was initially taken aback, a glimmer of discontent flashing in his eyes, yet he soon regained his composure and resolutely replied, Sister Lingwa, please teach me how to concoct the gathering chi pill. Over 2 months had passed. At Yunlu Mountain, where spring reigned eternal, the scenery remained unchanged. Su Taiping's life was similarly routine. Each day, at the hours of Zi, Wu, and Yu, he diligently practiced the Zhangxia technique, interspersed with training in martial arts, archery, chopping wood, watering plants, hunting, and learning alchemy, leading to a fulfilling existence. The only source of regret was that ever since that meal, Uncle Bai had not returned, and the spirit bird that used to transport goods was replaced by a rather irritable white-headed eagle. Additionally, the 9-leafed white perilla in the medicinal garden had ripened for another season, and he had finally gathered enough materials to procure the gathering chi pill. After deducting the expenses for the herbs and his expenditures over the past couple of months, he still had 96 merit coins remaining. Although he remained far from acquiring the true fire talisman, at least he need not worry about lacking merit coins to present to the sect. That evening, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence, gazing at the herbs arranged in the nearby bamboo basket, Su Taiping was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Su Taiping still faced a formidable crisis. In half a month, if he could not break through to the opening door realm, his name would be erased from the spirit bone tablet, and he would confront the dire threat of expulsion from the Qingxian sect, or even worse, punishment. The moon hung high in the sky. It was time to summon Sister Lingwa to concoct the chi gathering pill together. Su Taiping glanced at the full moon above and murmured softly to himself. According to the agreement with the Fairy Lingwa, the day of the full moon in 2 months would be their appointed time for pill making. During these 2 months, he had secretly attempted to break through using the techniques imparted by the true monarch Xiang, but despite his earnest efforts, he had ultimately failed. Thus, the only path left for Su Taiping was to successfully refine the chi gathering pill. Sister Lingwa, the time has come, Su Taiping called out lightly towards the herb garden. Not long after, a languid voice drifted from the direction of the garden. Ah, that nap was truly refreshing. Moments later, the Fairy Lingwa appeared before Su Taiping, still bearing traces of sleepiness in her eyes, stretching and yawning. Sister Lingwa, did you not sleep well when you were outside the mountain? Su Taiping inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The spiritual energy outside the mountain is sparse. Sleep for my residual soul was akin to torment. Here, however, the abundant spiritual energy makes sleep not only harmless but beneficial, nourishing the spirit, Lingwei replied with a smile. With Su Taiping's question, the drowsiness on her face noticeably diminished. Have all the medicinal herbs been gathered? The Fairy Lingwei asked Su Taiping. Before succumbing to slumber, she had already made arrangements with Su Taiping to ensure that he would gather all the necessary materials for the gathering chi pill during this period. Su Taiping nodded and pointed to a small bamboo basket nearby, where packages of medicinal herbs were neatly categorized. These were all common herbs, and the merit coins I have saved are just enough to purchase a set, he added. The materials required for the gathering chi pill, much like the bone cleansing and marrow washing decoction, are not particularly precious. What truly matters is the method of refinement. Lingwei Fairy glanced at the herbs on the ground and then, with a serious expression, raised her gaze to Su Taiping. However, after reaching the open door realm, the herbs and elixirs used to assist in cultivation become quite expensive. Taiping, you must be prepared for that. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded vigorously. No matter the cost, I will certainly gather these herbs. Then let us commence. Lingwei Fairy nodded in satisfaction. Su Taiping retrieved a small copper furnace from his bosom and placed it on the ground. He then placed his other hand upon it, beginning to infuse it with true energy and spiritual power. Boom! With a resounding explosion, The copper furnace, originally the size of a fist, suddenly rose to the height of a cooking stove. Su Taiping remained remarkably composed, having witnessed this process numerous times before. You are likely already familiar with the methods of manipulating the alchemical furnace. You may now begin to add charcoal to it, Lingwei Fairy instructed Su Taiping. This alchemical furnace, though seemingly ordinary, possesses a unique essence. Upon the successful completion of a batch of elixirs, its spiritual energy dissipates, leaving it as a mere vessel. Therefore, Taiping, it is imperative that you heed my instructions meticulously, mastering the control of the furnace's flames in the precise moment for introducing the medicinal herbs. As Su Taiping added charcoal to the furnace, Fairy Lingwei continued to impart her guidance, her expression betraying an unusual gravity. Rest assured, Sister Lingwei. Over the past 2 months, I have rehearsed this numerous times and will not falter, he declared with unwavering determination, as he stood tall, fixing his gaze upon Fairy Lingwei. The subsequent process of alchemy unfolded precisely as Su Taiping had assured her, devoid of any errors from beginning to end. The young lad demonstrated an astonishing proficiency in the intricate timing of herb infusion and the regulation of flame intensity, rivaling that of practitioners who had spent years mastering the art of alchemy. How much effort must he have invested in this endeavor? Observing Su Taiping as he placed his hand upon the furnace, channeling his true energy to regulate the fire's temperature, Fairy Lingwei's gaze grew increasingly fervent. For her, the art of alchemy was her greatest forte, and witnessing such innate talent in this young boy ignited a spark of envy within her heart. Little Taiping, become my disciple, she nearly exclaimed, yet as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she restrained herself. In my current state, I am hardly capable of being a competent master. Moreover, should anyone discern the lineage of the cultivation technique he practices and realize he is my disciple, it would surely invite a multitude of life-threatening calamities upon him. Alas, the expression of Fairy Lingwei darkened. Chapter 35, The Cost of the Qi-Gathering Pill. Sister Lingwei. All the medicinal materials have been placed into the cauldron. At this moment, Su Taiping turned to Fairy Lingwei with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Well done. Now, we must maintain the cauldron's temperature. After half an hour, the elixir will be complete. Fairy Lingwei immediately refocused her mind, nodding with a smile at Su Taiping. Though I cannot take on a disciple, having a well-behaved younger brother is also quite pleasant. Observing Su Taiping diligently tending to the cauldron as per her instructions, a gentle smile graced Fairy Lingwei's lips. Half an hour later, boom. Su Taiping rose on his toes, lifting the lid of the cauldron, and a wave of heat billowed forth, transforming into a mist that enveloped the backyard. Sister Lingwei, we have produced 2 pills. Under the moonlight, Su Taiping was filled with astonishment as he discovered, nestled among several clumps of black residue, 2 jade-like crimson pills lying quietly. 2 pills, truly? Fairy Lingwei's face mirrored his surprise. Although she seldom crafted such low-grade elixirs, based on her experience, given the quality of the materials Su Taiping had procured, producing even 1 pill would have been commendable. It appears that the young lad possesses a remarkable talent for alchemy. Although the secret techniques within the sect cannot be imparted to him at this moment, sharing some medicinal formulas is certainly permissible. Moreover, should I wish to restore my cultivation, I will require the assistance of an alchemist. She resolutely decided in her heart to nurture Su Taiping towards the path of alchemy. Sister Lingwei, what troubles you? Noticing that the Fairy Lingwei was lost in thought, Su Taiping gently called out to her. Oh, I was contemplating that you could retain this remaining Qi-gathering pill to deal with that tiger demon. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the 2 Qi-gathering pills in Su Taiping's hand. Can the Qi-gathering pill truly be used against the tiger demon? Su Taiping asked, slightly astonished. The Qi-gathering pill can provide you with a vast amount of spiritual power in a short span of time. When it transforms into true energy, it is akin to having an additional dantian, enabling you to execute techniques that exceed your current realm. For instance, Lingwei raised her gaze to the moon, striving to recall, before turning her attention back to Su Taiping and adding, it could allow you to employ the ice breath technique, typically only attainable by those at the pinnacle of the open door realm, in conjunction with your remaining xia skill. This ice breath technique, which turns breath into ice, can, even with your present cultivation, freeze all entities within a Tinjiang square area in a single breath, provided you use it alongside the Qi-gathering pill. Does this include the tiger demon? Su Taiping inquired with a hint of excitement. While the ice breath technique may not be classified as an esoteric secret, within your cultivation community, it can indeed catch an opponent of a higher realm off guard, especially if they are unprepared. Fairy Lingwei nodded with firm conviction. Sister Lingwei, once I break through to the door-opening realm, you must impart the ice breath technique to me, Su Taiping exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he implored the Fairy Lingwei. Of course, I would be delighted to teach you, provided you are willing to learn. Let us not forget. We are partners now, Lingyue replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Su Taiping's hair. The ice breath technique was, in her original realm of cultivation, merely a rudimentary skill, primarily favored by wandering cultivators, while most disciples of established sects had superior alternatives. Moreover, considering the sect she belonged to, there was little risk of exposing her true identity. After a brief moment, Su Taiping returned to his chamber, resolute in his intention to break through to the door-opening realm. At this juncture, Lingyue's remnant soul was also present in the room. Little Taiping, relax a bit. With 2 qi gathering pills in your possession, there is no doubt you can achieve the breakthrough, Lingyue encouraged, noticing the tension etched across Su Taiping's face. Indeed, Su Taiping replied, nodding earnestly before closing his eyes and exhaling a long, deep breath to dispel the lingering anxiety within him. Sister Lingyue, I am fully prepared. Upon opening his eyes to glance at Lingyue, she urged, then consume the qi-gathering pill and proceed with your breakthrough. Lingyue nodded, observing that Su Taiping's demeanor had visibly relaxed, which brought her great comfort. Without further hesitation, Su Taiping swiftly placed the qi-gathering pill in his mouth and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving him no time to savor its flavor. Instead, he felt a delicate fragrance spreading throughout his being, rising and escaping through his nostrils. Buzzing. As Su Taiping commenced the operation of the residual twilight technique, a resonant hum echoed within his ears, and the medicinal potency of the qi-gathering pill surged into effect. Waves of overwhelming spiritual energy, guided by the residual twilight technique, swiftly transformed into true essence akin to a torrential river, flooding through the meridians of his body and violently impacting the various acupoints. The acupoints that previously required immense effort to open were now breached in mere moments. The first step to breaking through to the opening door realm involves unblocking all acupoints throughout the body, while the second step entails utilizing the residual twilight technique to channel the heavenly spiritual energy into the body through these acupoints, ultimately converging in the dantian, thereby expanding it into a vast sea of qi. As Su Taiping exerted himself to the fullest in operating the residual twilight technique, he silently recalled the teachings imparted by Ziyang True Monarch regarding the essence of breaking through to the opening door realm, particularly the transformation of the small dantian, akin to a fish pond, into a boundless sea of qi. Failing to achieve this step would confine him to a life of mediocrity, relegated to the status of a mere brawler relying solely on brute strength. Boom. With this thought in mind, Su Taiping resolutely summoned the true qi channeled from his acupoints to launch his initial assault on the small dantian. The protective true qi of residual twilight erupted unexpectedly from his body. However, what followed was an excruciating pain that pierced to the core. Su Taiping felt as though his scalp was being peeled away, far exceeding the torment he had endured during the immersion in the marrow-extracting broth. Even someone as resolute as he ultimately succumbed to this agonizing sensation, causing the vast true qi he had painstakingly gathered to dissipate into wisps of vapor. Su Taiping. This is the price of cultivating a mortal body. If you cannot endure such trivial suffering, I suggest you abandon this endeavor at once. The fairy Lingyue deliberately provoked Su Taiping. How could she be unaware of the torment he faced in this moment? Yet, she understood all too well the cruelty of the heavenly Tao towards those of mortal flesh. Even if one embarks on the path of cultivation, a mere hint of slackness or fear could lead to a suffering 100-fold greater than what he faced today. Thus, in her eyes, Su Taiping must never succumb to this pain, even if he were to fail in his breakthrough. However, her concern was evidently unwarranted. After his initial failure to break through, Su Taiping immediately commenced a second attempt. He bore the lingering agony that had yet to dissipate, deftly channeling his true energy through various acupoints, calm and skilled. To Fairy Lingyue, the Su Taiping before her bore no resemblance to a mere child of his teenage years. Chapter 36, The Descent of the Celestial Demon. A spell of annihilating inferno yet. Some matters cannot be resolved merely by enduring pain or exerting efforts far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The heavenly Tao favors those of extraordinary talent, just as it is with Su Taiping at this moment. He attempted 6 times, and despite enduring the pain, he still could not achieve his breakthrough. Even Fairy Lingyue began to doubt whether mortals could truly cultivate within this realm of cultivation. In her original world of cultivation, mortals indeed had the means to cultivate through elixirs, but in this current realm, not only was the spiritual energy scarce, but the laws of the heavenly Tao were also far more formidable than those of her previous cultivation domain. The impending rain loomed ominously. Glancing at Su Taiping, drenched in perspiration upon his bed, and then at the flickering lightning outside the window, Lingyue's countenance grew grave. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret for having instilled hope in Su Taiping, lamenting that she had not encountered this young lad during her prime. In stark contrast, Su Taiping remained unperturbed, undaunted by repeated failures, for he had navigated life in this manner since childhood, searching for food when hungry, rising after a fall, and foraging for herbs atop the mountain when unwell. The potency of the gathering chi pill seemed significantly diminished, yet he resolved to try once more. With a numbing ache coursing through him, Su Taiping silently urged himself before resolutely opening all his acupoints, channeling the full force of his residual energy into the Zhangxia technique. As he once again summoned all his true energy to strike at his small dantian, the intense pain compelled a groan of agony to escape his lips. Just as his consciousness began to waver, two resonant voices erupted within the depths of his heart. The waters of the pond, no matter how clear, yield only fish and turtles. Only the vast seas can nurture dragons. Thus, the first realm of cultivation, the opening door realm, is also known as entering the sea. In your cultivation, do you aspire to be mere fish and turtles in the pond, or do you wish to become the dragons of the ocean? Taiping, take a breath and strive for the essence of the world. These two voices echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating within Su Taiping's heart, harmonizing with the tempestuous sounds of thunder outside. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, Su Taiping, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in deep contemplation, abruptly opened his eyes wide and let out a roar. His expression contorted like a lion fiercely defending its territory. The celestial maiden Lingwei was taken aback by Su Taiping's sudden outburst. She initially thought that something had gone awry with his vital energy, that he had fallen into a state of madness. However, her expression quickly shifted from apprehension to astonishment. Su Taiping, with eyes wide open and head tilted as if gazing into the distance, was enveloped by swirling remnants of radiant energy, which began to spin violently around him. It was as if a great vortex had formed, drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth and infusing it into his being. Lingwei could sense that the spiritual energy within several miles of the surrounding mountains and forests was being devoured by Su Taiping with the remnants of his radiant technique. To connect with the spiritual energy of the universe using one's mind. This ability should only be attainable after comprehending the second level of the radiant technique. Shouldn't it? But this young lad, he hasn't even qualified to practice the second level of the radiant technique. How has he managed to grasp this? Ling Yue's face was a canvas of shock. Although she was not well versed in the radiant technique, she was aware that the second level of most inner cultivation methods taught the secrets of connecting with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Just as Su Taiping was doing now. To acquire such knowledge without a teacher, could it be that he relies on instinct? The instinct of cultivation? Could he truly possess the legendary clarity of mind? A startling thought surged through Ling Yue's mind. In her original realm of cultivation, talented individuals with the potential for spiritual advancement were as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, a practitioner possessing a clear and enlightened heart might only emerge once every several millennia. To endow a mere mortal with such a profound heart, O heavenly Tao, how cruel, how insidious, how laughable you are. The fairy Lingwei could not help but voice her outrage within. While it is true that a clear and enlightened heart is an extraordinarily enviable gift, considered the source of countless legendary Taoist principles, it also renders one susceptible to the malevolent forces from beyond the realm, particularly at the moment of breakthrough. Typically, an ordinary practitioner would not attract these external fiends until they reached a higher level of cultivation. However, a practitioner endowed with a clear heart might very well draw their attention upon attempting to transcend the first realm. A single misstep could invite these dark entities into one's being, leading to an irrevocable descent into the demonic path. If Su Taiping had at least possessed commendable spiritual roots, it would have been bearable. Yet, he was but a mere mortal. And the path of cultivation was already fraught with peril. Now, compounded by the backlash of a clear heart, the future of his cultivation journey could be described as a near impossible endeavor. If given the choice, Fairy Lingwei would prefer Su Taiping to be dull-witted in his spiritual talents rather than bear the burden of a clear heart. At that moment, a powerful surge of residual aura suddenly retracted into Su Taiping's body, followed by a ripple of pure spiritual energy emanating from him. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Observing this scene, Fairy Lingwei furrowed her brow. Had she seen this earlier, she would have rejoiced at his impending advancement. But now, upon realizing that he was likely to possess a clear heart, concern weighed heavily upon her. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy rippled through Su Taiping's body once more. Above his head, three distinct spheres of energy, lead, gray, and white, began to converge. This was unmistakably a sign that the cultivator was on the brink of a breakthrough. There was no choice left if it truly was an extraterrestrial demon. I would have to resort to this final spell of annihilating karmic fire borrowed from the Buddhist sect, even if it meant slumbering for several more decades. At that moment, Fairy Lingwei silently positioned herself before Su Taiping. With her delicate hands, she swiftly formed an unusual hand seal, her eyes shimmering with an intimidating brilliance as she gazed intently out into the tempest beyond the window. Coldly, she declared, "Whoever seeks to harm the One-Eye, Chu Lingwei, wish to protect, shall find that even the demon lord cannot lay a finger on him." Boom. Just then, the thunder outside resonated in tandem with the surging spiritual energy within Su Taiping. In an instant, the entire realm descended into an eerie silence, with the sounds of thunder, wind, and rain vanishing simultaneously. It was evident that Su Taiping's mere breakthrough to the opening door stage could not provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon. Only an extraterrestrial demon could invoke such an event. Not even the barrier of a first-rate sect like Chu Lingyue's original cultivation domain could entirely prevent the descent of such otherworldly fiends. Indeed, it has come. A smile curved upon Chu Lingyue's lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. A chilling gust of wind suddenly burst through the window of the small courtyard, and a colossal, inky black hand gradually extended inward. The hand appeared as though it were forged from thick ink, and as it entered through the window, it began to devour the light emitted by the flickering candles within the room, extinguishing it bit by bit. Before the foreign celestial demon, the barrier of the Qingzhou residence appeared utterly futile. Chapter 37. Repelling the celestial demon, the roar of the Qingfeng Gorge. Humph. At this moment, Chu Lingwei let out a cold laugh. With that single sound, the dark hand that was about to intrude suddenly froze. Subsequently, Chu Lingwei, with her hand forming a seal, coldly pointed towards the enormous black hand and declared, "All that is received and continues, perishes. This is known as the Shadowless. This is known as the Annihilation." Upon her utterance, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, reminiscent of a putrid stench of decay, crashing towards the black hand like a tidal wave with Chu Lingwei's proud gesture. Boom. A soundless explosion reverberated, causing the colossal black hand, shrouded in swirling dark mist, to retract abruptly, sparks igniting at its fingertips. Whether it be annihilation or retreat back to the demon realm, choose one. Chu Lingwei's voice was as frigid as ice. The black hand hesitated, gradually curling into a fist. At that moment, the previously silent world erupted with a dragon's roar, followed by an ancient voice bellowing in fury. "Who dares to trespass upon my Qingxian?" With this declaration, the black hand, transformed from the foreign celestial demon, ceased its hesitation and abruptly retreated through the window, vanishing as if it had never existed. The sounds of thunder, wind, and rain suddenly returned to this realm. It seems the little black dragon guarding the Qingxian sect could sense this foreign celestial demon. I had underestimated it. Yet it appeared to have merely sensed its presence without truly discovering it. The silhouette of Chu Lingwei became increasingly translucent as she cast a glance towards the direction of the Qingxian sect's gate, a faint smile gracing her lips. Turning her gaze back to Su Taiping, who was ensnared in a state of oblivion, she murmured softly, "Yet today, I owe much to it. Without that single call, I might have been compelled to invoke the extinguishing inferno curse. In such a case, it would have been at least 30 years before I could reunite with the little one." Although 30 years was but a fleeting moment to her, she had developed a genuine fondness for the young one during their time together. Initially, she had envisioned joining forces with him to confront the tiger demon, but it now seemed a futile endeavor. If she did not return to her slumber within the earth fruit, it was likely that this fragment of her soul would encounter troubles. Thus, she resolved to leave a note for the little one, informing him of the ice breath technique. With the ice breath technique and his innate talent for comprehension, he would surely be capable of dealing with that tiger demon. As Chu Lingyue whispered these thoughts to herself, she deftly maneuvered a brush with her spiritual consciousness, beginning to inscribe her words upon a sheet of white paper. This brush was one of the few objects her current remnant soul could still wield. "Sister will sleep for at least a month, perhaps even half a year. Little Taiping, take care of yourself. Should you encounter anything intriguing, be sure to remember it, for when sister awakens, you must share it with me." Upon completing the final line, Chu Lingyue felt her strength utterly depleted, dissipating into a wisp of smoke that floated out of the room and ultimately melded into the withered branches of the earth fruit buried within the medicinal garden. Meanwhile, Su Taiping finally broke through the invisible barriers surrounding his dantian with the residual brilliance of true energy, successfully attaining the threshold of the opening door realm. Is this the Qi? In the fleeting moment of transcending to the open door realm, Su Taiping acquired the ability of introspection. With but a thought, he beheld the Qi that lay beyond the barrier of his dantian. Immersed in this ethereal expanse, he felt as though he were adrift in a vast, gray firmament, occasionally catching glimpses of swirling orbs coalesced from true Qi. Yet, even this rudimentary observation allowed him to perceive the stark contrast between the Qi and the dantian. It is no wonder that Taoist Xiang spoke thus. nor that the jade slip of transmission stated that only upon reaching the open door realm could one practice the Taoist arts. For the diminutive dantian is utterly insufficient to contain the true qi required for such endeavors. Su Taiping, filled with astonishment, silently reflected on this revelation. Ah, I must hasten to share this good news with Sister Lingwei. Suddenly, he recalled the ethereal figure of Lingwei, who had been vigilantly guarding his bedside. He promptly gathered his thoughts and reopened his eyes. To his bewilderment, Lingwei was absent from the chamber, and the window stood ajar, allowing an unsettling aura to permeate the room, as if some perilous presence had recently intruded. Sister Lingwei? The growing unease compelled Su Taiping to rise from his bed and call out towards the door. Yet, silence met his query. As he pondered whether to investigate the medicinal garden, a flicker of movement caught his eye, the letter pinned beneath a weight on the table. He hastened to retrieve it. And upon inspection, he read, "Little Taiping, by the time you discover this letter, your sister has already returned to slumber in the withered branches of the earth. Leaving this note to inform you of several matters." What caught Su Taiping's eye was a line of exceptionally graceful and free-spirited handwriting. The characters reflected the essence of their author, unmistakably pinned by the ethereal fairy Lingwei. However, as Su Taiping continued to read, the joy that had surged within him upon his recent breakthrough evaporated in an instant. At the moment of your breakthrough, you attracted the attention of the outer celestial demons, which is likely related to your spiritual aptitude. Outer celestial demons? Su Taiping had never conceived that such entities, which he had only encountered in the legends of the Qinshan sect's texts, could manifest in his presence. After a moment, Su Taiping finally completed the reading of the letter. Although there were many aspects he did not fully comprehend, such as the concept of the clear heart and the outer celestial demons, he grasped the gravity of Fairy Lingwei's sudden return to slumber. Just when he believed he had achieved a successful breakthrough, Fairy Lingwei risked her very existence to repel that outer celestial demon on his behalf. With this thought, he carefully folded the letter, and the expressions of joy and astonishment in his eyes receded like the tide. He closed the window and solemnly placed the letter into the wooden box his grandfather had given him, then silently returned to his bed to sit cross-legged and meditate. The events of this night allowed the young Su Taiping to catch a glimpse of the perilous path of cultivation. If it were not for Sister Lingwei, even if I were to break through to the opening door realm tonight, I would likely have been devoured by the celestial demons, my soul consumed. The path ahead is long and arduous. I cannot always rely on Sister Lingwei. Now that I possess the qualifications for cultivation, I must toil 100 times harder than other cultivators, striving ceaselessly, so that this mortal frame may also tread the path to ascendancy. If a demon tiger obstructs my way, I shall slay that demon tiger. If a celestial demon stands in my path, I shall strike down that celestial demon. Su Taiping silently resolved within his heart. Perhaps even the Fairy Lingwei could not perceive that Su Taiping's greatest reliance on the path of cultivation was not some enlightened heart, but rather the steadfast will forged under his grandfather's guidance since childhood. On the same night, within the lair of the tiger demon at Qifeng Gorge, a fierce roar erupted from the peak of the canyon. The power of the roar sent ripples through the air, causing the ferocious beasts in the mountains to cower in fear. At last, my wounds have nearly healed. In another month, I shall be fully restored. The tiger demon sneered, then traced the long scar on its face with a claw, its eyes glinting with malice as it gazed towards the grove of red maples outside the cave. Imogen of the fifth peak, do you dare to wish for me to be your steed? You are not worthy. Once I am healed, should you dare to return to Qingfeng Gorge, I shall make you taste the essence of the Shuafeng tiger clan's secret treasure, the devouring cloud pearl. As it spoke, it suddenly produced a silver-white pearl from its mouth. Boom! At the very moment the devouring cloud pearl appeared, a fierce gale suddenly swept through the red maple forest outside the cave, mercilessly severing numerous maple trees that were as thick as a person's embrace. Observing the tumultuous scene beyond the cave, the tiger demon contentedly swallowed the devouring cloud pearl, reining in its smile as its gaze shifted coldly towards the direction of the green bamboo abode. In a frigid tone, it declared, "And you, little wretch of the green bamboo abode, should you dare to harm my specter, I shall transform you into a specter, subjecting you to my torment for eternity." Chapter 38. A month later, Lu Chen arrives to knock on the door a month later, at the green bamboo abode, with a rip. Su Taiping tore off a page from the calendar on the wall, revealing a new page marked July 9th, a day suitable for receiving guests and ill-fated for travel. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Sister Lingwei fell into her slumber. He stretched languidly and murmured to himself. The injuries of that tiger demon must have healed by now. Contemplating the beast that had been eyeing him with predatory intent, Su Taiping's expression sharpened instantly. Having broken through the threshold of the door realm, the youthful innocence on his face had entirely vanished, replaced by the keen aura of a cultivator. If not for his deliberate restraint, even the slightest of his movements could instill an indescribable sense of pressure upon ordinary people. I am not afraid, even if it comes. Su Taiping clenched his fist, his gaze resolutely fixed on the window. Though only a month had elapsed, he had tirelessly devoted himself to cultivation, almost without rest. Having transcended the threshold of initiation, he has managed to practice fasting for a fortnight without inflicting any harm upon his body, and he can substitute meditation for sleep. Consequently, the time he dedicates to his cultivation has effectively doubled. Those practitioners who can only manage 3 or 4 hours of training a day are undoubtedly unable to be compared to him. During this arduous period of cultivation, Su Taiping has nearly mastered the ice breath technique imparted by the fairy of the spiritual moon. His previously learned martial art, the Azure Ox Fist, has also seen remarkable advancement. For instance, he can now execute the complete sequence of 108 strikes in the bull charge formation, a significant increase from the mere 10 strikes he could manage before, showcasing considerable power. Additionally, during this time, he has acquired a 7 killing blade to compensate for his inadequacies in mid-range offensive capabilities, and he is now close to mastering it as well. Coupled with the flying sword obtained from a specter and the remaining Qi gathering pill, Su Taiping now possesses a sufficient means of self-defense against the demon tiger. Suddenly, as he prepared to rinse himself with water, a knock resounded upon the door of the Qingzhou residence. A melodious voice announced from outside, "The disciples of the fifth peak of the Qingxian sect seek an audience." The mention of the fifth peak stirred Su Taiping's thoughts. He recalled that Lu Qingmei's sister and the one who caused her demise, Lu Chun, were also disciples of that very peak. "May I inquire if the Taoists of the Qizhou residence are present?" the girl asked again. Bang. At this moment, Su Taiping was nearing the front courtyard, just about to respond, when suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. The enchantment of Qingzhou residence only wards off demonic entities, not humans. An outer sect rogue cultivator hardly needed to be courteous. After the door burst open, a tall and handsome young man swaggered in, cursing under his breath. "Oh, aren't you in the courtyard?" Upon spotting Su Taiping standing in the center, the young man raised his chin slightly, casting a haughty glare at him. Su Taiping remained silent, merely observing the young man. He was not intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from the youth. Rather, he recognized the face before him. Indeed, this person was Lu Qin, the disciple from the fifth peak who had caused Lu Qingmei's demise. "Speak quickly. Why have you been silent for so long? Are you up to some nefarious scheme?" Seeing Su Taiping's reticence, Lu Qin sneered, turning the tables to accuse Su Taiping instead. According to the regulations of the Qingxian sect, intruding upon another's dwelling would result in immediate expulsion for outer sect disciples, while inner sect disciples would receive a reprimand and be confined for 3 months. A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Taiping's gaze, but he soon regained his composure and met Lu Qin's eyes calmly. "Do you dare to threaten me? You, a mere nameless outer sect disciple, dare to intimidate me, Lu Qin?" Lu Qin scoffed, his eyes gleaming with malice. "If you do not leave my courtyard at once, I shall report you immediately." Su Taiping produced a communication talisman, which had been specially sent by the fierce wind hall after a meal to curry favor with Uncle Jiu. "You dare." Although Lu Chun remained obstinately defiant, the flicker in his eyes revealed a palpable apprehension towards the stringent regulations of the Qingxian sect. The reason Su Taiping felt unperturbed by Lu Qin was his awareness of the sect's harsh rules, especially concerning inner disciples. Repeated transgressions inevitably led to expulsion from the 5 peaks. "Senior brother Lu." At that moment, a young girl beside him gently tugged at Lu Qin. Her face suffused with regret as she addressed Su Taiping. "Esteemed young friend, please do not take offense. Senior brother Lu merely possesses a rather impatient disposition, devoid of malice." Su Taiping cast a glance at the icy visage of Lu Qin and then at the exquisitely beautiful girl, silently retracting the communication talisman. Noticing Su Taiping's demeanor soften, the girl's face brightened with a flicker of hope, and she continued, "I shall compensate for the damages to this courtyard door in full. However, prior to that, may I pose a question to you, esteemed young friend? What would you like to inquire?" Su Taiping replied, his expression tranquil as he regarded the girl. "I wish to ask if, during the past 6 months, you have encountered a woman in this vicinity who bears a resemblance to me. She is slightly taller and has longer hair." As she spoke, the girl endeavored to gesture, striving to depict the appearance of the woman she sought. "She roughly resembles this. Esteemed young friend, have you seen her?" Upon concluding her description, her eyes brimmed with urgency as she gazed intently at Su Taiping. Beside him, Lu Qin remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on Su Taiping, seemingly more concerned about Su Taiping's response than the young woman herself. "Over the past 6 months, I indeed encountered a woman." As Su Taiping spoke, his eyes inadvertently flickered toward Lu Chun, who, upon hearing this, revealed a glint of murderous intent, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. Chapter 39. The Emergence of Malevolence. The young lady named Lu Zijin, is that true? The young woman exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Su Taiping paused momentarily, then with a look of regret, addressed her. However, the woman I encountered was at least in her 40s. At this revelation, the young woman's expression shifted from delight to disappointment, while a fleeting look of relief passed across Lu Chen's face. Su Taiping observed the subtle changes in their expressions. You dare to jest with my junior sister? Just wait and see. Senior brother. Lu Chen was about to reprimand Su Taiping once more, but was halted by the young woman's intervention. Thank you, young friend, for the information. Here are 30 merit coins. Please accept them as a token for your assistance. The young woman, slightly disheartened, produced a small pouch and tossed it to Su Taiping. 30 merit coins should be more than sufficient to mend your dilapidated door, so take your joy in secret. Lu Chen glared at Su Taiping menacingly. Let us go? Senior brother, do not press this young friend any further. The young woman gently urged Lu Chen, her expression still tinged with disappointment. Since you have spoken, my junior sister, I shall spare this young man. Do not be disheartened. If we cannot find what we seek here, we shall venture to Qingfeng Gorge. Lu Chen said with a beaming smile directed at the young woman. Well, it seems we have no other choice, the young woman replied, nodding as she turned to leave. Wait. Su Taiping suddenly called out to her. What does the young friend desire? The young woman turned back, a hint of confusion in her gaze directed at Su Taiping. What is your name, sister? Su Taiping inquired. How dare you ask for my junior sister's name? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with menace. Should I encounter the lady you speak of next time, I shall inform her that you came looking for her. Su Taiping responded earnestly. My surname is Lu, and my given name is Zijing. If you truly meet my sister, please convey to her that Zijing has been searching for her, regardless of the trouble she faces. Zijing shall be there for her. She need not fear. Upon hearing this, the young woman's face lit up with joy, and she quickly implored Su Taiping, please. Very well. Su Taiping nodded. If I encounter her, I shall relay your message verbatim. Thank you. Lu Zijing clasped her hands in gratitude, bowing earnestly to Su Taiping. Let us be off. Junior sister, our senior brother, and several other disciples from the Six Peaks are waiting for us near Qifeng Gorge. If we delay, our senior brother may scold us, Lu Chen remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Su Taiping before urging Lu Zijing. Yes, let us go, senior brother, Lu Zijing agreed, nodding as she departed with Lu Chen from Qizhu residence. With a long sigh, Su Taiping exhaled deeply as the two departed, though he appeared calm and composed. His heart was still tinged with anxiety. After gauging Lu Chen's reaction, he became certain that any hint of familiarity with Lu Qimei or an intention to divulge information to Lu Ziqin would provoke Lu Chen's ire. While he was uncertain of Lu Chen's precise cultivation level, he could distinctly sense the powerful fluctuations of true energy emanating from him since his breakthrough into the ocean realm. If they were to engage in direct combat, what would be my chances of victory? 40%? No, perhaps even less than 20%, Su Taiping contemplated silently. The pressure Lu Chen exerted was exponentially greater than that of a mere ghost. He doubted he would have any opportunity to strike back in a confrontation. Thus, in such circumstances, it would be imprudent to entrust the Xuanchen incense to Lu Ziqin. However, by observing the reactions of Lu Chen and Lu Ziqin, Su Taiping was finally able to corroborate a truth spoken by Sister Qingmei, that the visions contained within the Xuanchen incense were indeed real. She had been harmed by Lu Chen. He stepped towards the entrance of the courtyard. A plan must be devised to deliver the Xuanchen incense to Sister Ziqin in Lu Chen's absence, allowing her to discern his true nature. Yet, the relationship between the two did not appear particularly close, suggesting that Sister Ziqin had not been swayed by Lu Chen's honeyed words. Gazing in the direction where Lu Ziqin and Lu Chen had departed, Su Taiping murmured to himself. They had just mentioned their intention to go to Qifeng Gorge. Could it be that they were investigating the tiger demon? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the conversation between Lu Chen and Lu Zijing, and a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. The most ferocious creature in this region was undoubtedly the tiger demon, and it was only natural for Lu Zijing to attribute her sister's disappearance to that beast. Had he arrived at Qifeng Gorge sooner, he might have had the opportunity to connect with Sister Zijing. However, this would entail the peril of potentially encountering the tiger demon. He began to weigh the risks of venturing to Qifeng Gorge in his mind. Su Taiping had indeed promised Lu Qingmei to deliver the Luchun incense to Lu Zijing, but this was contingent upon ensuring his own safety. At that moment, a gigantic white-headed eagle suddenly descended at the entrance of the small courtyard of Qizhu residence. Su Taiping of Qizhu residence, here is the item you purchased, totaling 20 merit coins, and you still owe me one more. The eagle tilted its head, and the package it carried was tossed high into the air, landing precisely at Su Taiping's feet. Compared to Bai Hong, the voice of this white-headed eagle was noticeably more juvenile, suggesting it was still quite young. Thank you for your trouble. Su Taiping reached out to catch the package, then retrieved a pouch of coins he had prepared earlier, tossing it to the white-headed eagle. Inside the package were the arrows he had purchased, a set of leather armor suitable for traversing mountainous terrain, and some assorted daily necessities. He generally procured these items once every 3 months. Just as Su Taiping was about to return to his abode, he suddenly noticed that the young white-headed eagle, after accepting the merit coin, did not take flight immediately but instead remained stationary, scrutinizing him. "Is there anything else, Brother Eagle?" Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. "I heard from my father that your roasted yellow goat leg is quite delectable. Have you prepared any today?" The white-headed eagle directly asked Su Taiping. "Your father? Is it Uncle Bai Hong?" Su Taiping observed closely and suddenly recognized that the young eagle bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Bai. "Indeed, Bai Hong is my father. My name is Bai Yu. Recently, I have often heard my father speak of you. I mistakenly thought you were his son," Bai Yu replied, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Su Taiping chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. "Brother Bai Yu, I have not been able to hunt yellow goats lately. However, when I do, I will surely invite you to a feast." He extended an invitation to Bai Yu. "Why wait for another day? It is merely a yellow goat. I have nothing to do today, so I shall assist you in hunting one. Just wait here," Bai Yu declared with an air of pride. "Very well, Brother Bai Yu. Please wait a moment." Su Taiping was about to nod in agreement, pleased to prepare a meal for Uncle Bai's child. Yet, just as the words left his mouth, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he recalled something. "What, have you changed your mind?" Bai Yu's tone shifted to one of displeasure. No, not at all." Su Taiping repeatedly waved his hand, then explained to Bai Yu, "Brother Bai, you may not be aware that in order to create the most delectable roasted yellow goat leg, the selection of the finest goat meat is far more crucial than the roasting technique itself. Thus, I would like to request your company, so I may personally choose the meat." Chapter 40. Qifeng Gorge. The brothers ambush the demon tiger. "You make a valid point," Bai Yu conceded, his earlier displeasure dissipating as he nodded thoughtfully. "However, if I am to accompany you, I must ask for 10 merit coins in return. Do not misconstrue this as me being stingy. It is a regulation of the Qingxian sect that when a spiritual bird carries a person, merit coins must be collected, or one faces the consequences of a vow." He then turned to Su Taiping. "No problem, I have merit coins," Su Taiping replied with a smile, raising the bag of merit coins that Lu Zijing had just gifted him. "Let us prepare swiftly. I shall accompany you, and we will hunt several more together." With Su Taiping's readiness, Bai Yu's demeanor shifted from previous arrogance to a much friendlier tone. "Excellent." Su Taiping nodded vigorously. "By the way, where do you intend to hunt the goats?" Just as Su Taiping was about to head back to his room to prepare, Bai Yu suddenly inquired again. "Qifeng Gorge." Su Taiping turned and answered. "Qifeng Gorge? That place is at least 400 miles away. Why venture so far?" Bai Yu tilted his head, his large eyes filled with confusion. "Because the yellow goats there are the most delicious," Su Taiping replied with a grin. Upon hearing these words, the confusion in Bai Yu's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by excitement as he exclaimed, "Then let us proceed to Qingfeng Gorge." At Qingfeng Gorge, Bai Ma Pa, a youth clad in the robes of a disciple from Qingxian sect, cast a cold glare at Lu Qin and Zi Jin, who had just dismounted. This young man possessed a long face, narrow eyes, and a tall, slender frame, exuding an air of icy severity. "I apologize, senior brother, Lu Qin began, but was interrupted. "Senior brother, the little junior sister Zijin's horse has been somewhat unwell, which caused our delay." He deceitfully explained to the youth he referred to as senior brother. This senior brother, Mo Jun, was the foremost disciple of the fifth peak of Qingxian sect, regarded as a paragon among his peers. "Is that truly the case?" Mo Jun's gaze turned frigid as it fell upon Lu Zijin. "Indeed, senior brother," she replied. Though Lu Zijin believed that there was no need to fabricate a lie regarding the search for her sister, she felt it inappropriate to contradict Lu Qin's words. "Junior brother Mo Jun, since both of you have arrived, let us set forth," called out a woman mounted on a spirit steed from a distance. Accompanying her was a young girl in white riding a white spirit horse. Although both were veiled, their enchanting beauty could not be concealed. "Senior brother, who are these two?" Lu Qin asked, nearly entranced. "Those are senior sister Zi Yin from the sixth peak and the newly initiated junior sister Wu Yu. It seems we encountered them just as they were heading to Qifeng Gorge for training," he responded. "The demon tiger may be easily slain, yet capturing it alive to serve as a steed is no simple task. Thus, I have invited her to accompany me." As Mo Jun mounted his horse, he introduced Lu Qin with a frosty demeanor. "With the assistance of Sister Zi Yin, you shall undoubtedly succeed in capturing the demon tiger as your mount, master brother." Lu Qin beamed with flattery. Mo Jun shot him a cold glance before turning his attention to Lu Zijing, saying, "Zijing, once we reach Qifeng Gorge, you and the silent junior sister from Lu Feng may simply observe. There is no need to interfere in the hunt for the tiger demon." Master Brother. Could you possibly, sister, please heed Master Brother's advice? We shall discuss everything once we have captured the tiger demon. Lu Zijing yearned to inquire if the tiger demon had seen her sister, but her words were interrupted by Lu Qin nearby. All right. Lu Zijing ultimately nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed together to Qifeng Gorge. Imo Jun tossed aside a remark, pressing his legs against the horse's flanks, and swiftly took off like the wind. The steeds beneath them were spirit horses, racing through the mountains with the swiftness of the breeze, and in mere moments, they arrived at the eternally sunless Qifeng Gorge. In the red maple forest of Qifeng Gorge, the lair of the tiger demon lies deep within this grove of crimson foliage. Imo Jun instructed Lu Qin with a serious expression, Sister Ziyin and I will conceal ourselves first. Once I send you a signal, you must lure the tiger demon to the ambush position that Sister Ziyin and I will occupy. What about me, Master Brother? Lu Zijing asked urgently. She yearned to visit the tiger demon cave, hoping to ascertain whether her sister had been ensnared by the beast. Zijing, you and the silent sister must remain here and not wander off. When we lure the tiger demon out, you two may come forward to assist as needed. Imo Jun spoke with a grave expression as he turned his gaze towards Lu Zijing. Sister Zijing, I implore you to look after our silent sister. She has only been in training for half a year, and this is her first formal encounter with a demon. Just as Lu Zijing was about to voice her objections, Senior Sister Ziyin suddenly brought the silent sister before her and earnestly entrusted her care to Lu Zijing. The silent sister, with an indifferent demeanor, acknowledged Lu Zijing with a bow. Rest assured, Senior Sister Ziyin, I shall take good care of the silent sister. Lu Zijing ultimately set aside her intention to join Lu Chun in luring the tiger demon, grasping the silent sister's hand and standing side by side with her. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting the silent sister's veil and revealing her nearly flawless visage. Not only Lu Chun, but even Lu Zijing beside him was momentarily taken aback. The silent sister seemed accustomed to the attention, quietly raising her head to gaze through the gaps in the foliage at a massive eagle soaring above in the sky, high above Qifeng Gorge. Su Taiping was currently flying in the air, clutching Bai Yu's neck, and peering down at the forest below. There are only a few disciples of the Qinxian sect down there. There are no yellow goats to be found, Bai Yu remarked with a hint of displeasure, also surveying the scene beneath them. Brother Bai Yu, can you discern what is happening in the forest below? Su Taiping withdrew his gaze, looking at Bai Yu with astonishment. He had just peered down for quite some time, managing to catch only a faint glimpse of a few figures. And this was after his vision had notably improved upon breaking through to the sea realm. Indeed, Bai Yu felt a surge of pride upon hearing Su Taiping's incredulous tone. The sight of the Bai Tu Jiao clan was remarkably formidable. Su Taiping's voice brimmed with surprise and admiration. Our Bai Tu Jiao clan possesses exceptional vision among spiritual beasts. It is not merely a few towering figures that we can discern, even a handful of ants would be visible with utmost clarity. Upon receiving Su Taiping's commendation, Bai Yu quickly cast aside the matter of searching for the yellow goat. Brother Bai Yu, could you assist me in discerning if among those disciples below there is a young woman clad in a verdant dress? Su Taiping inquired earnestly. There is indeed a girl in green attire. Bai Yu, elated by Su Taiping's praise, promptly glanced downward. However, it seemed that another young lady beside her was even more exquisite. He added with a hint of envy. Chapter 41, The Red Maple Forest. Su Taiping observes from afar. Just keep an eye on the girl in green for me, Su Taiping remarked, somewhat amused. Very well, Bai Yu nodded. The girl in green was currently standing alongside a girl in white, while the others had dispersed into the depths of the red maple forest, presumably preparing to hunt some monstrous beast. In a bid to showcase his extraordinary vision before Su Taiping, Bai Yu deliberately provided a detailed account of the situation below, which was precisely the information Su Taiping sought. To his astonishment, Sister Zijing actually arrived at Qifeng Gorge. Presumably, the demon beast they were set to hunt was the tiger demon. Su Taiping mused silently to himself. Oh, Su Taiping, how did you know there was a woman dressed in green in the forest below? Bai Yu suddenly reacted. Well, she is an older sister I met outside the mountain. She mentioned she would be hunting in Qifeng Gorge soon. Su Taiping, caught in a slip of the tongue, remained remarkably composed, crafting a reason on the spot. Oh, so your search for the yellow sheep was merely a ruse, and the real intention was to meet that lady in green? Surprisingly, Bai Yu did not display anger at being deceived, but instead expressed keen interest in Su Taiping's revelation. Brother Bai Yu, to be honest, my quest for the yellow sheep is genuine, but so is my desire to meet this sister. Su Taiping resolved to no longer conceal the truth. Could it be that you harbor feelings for the woman in green? Bai Yu suddenly chuckled mischievously. What? Su Taiping was caught off guard by Bai Yu's abrupt leap in logic. How far have you two progressed? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Or perhaps you have he before Su Taiping could gather his thoughts to respond. Bai Yu bombarded him with questions that left him blushing. Be brother Bai Yu, I assure you. I am merely friends with Sister Zijing. Su Taiping stammered in reply. Friends? You humans, when men like women, is it not to hold hands and share kisses? Bai Yu was quite taken aback, while Su Taiping was left in a state of embarrassment. Who could possibly have taught him such things? Uncle Bai? That seemed implausible. He silently scoffed at the thought. Just as Su Taiping pondered how to respond to Bai Yu's inquiry, a sudden roar echoed through the forested mountains below. Despite the considerable distance, the sound sent a chill down Su Taiping's spine. Oh? The creature they wished to hunt was that old tiger known for nurturing ghostly minions. Rather than being startled by the roar, Bai Yu began to jest about the Tiger King. Brother Bai, you are familiar with this demon tiger? Su Taiping inquired with genuine curiosity. I heard my grandfather mention it before. At that time, the Shuafeng tiger had yet to establish its dominance. The West Wind Pavilion chose to ignore it, and now they lack the capacity to intervene. They can only request disciples from the mountain to descend and hunt it. However, this creature is particularly cunning and has 5 or 6 ghostly minions under its command, allowing it to roam freely in these mountains until now. Bai Yu initially responded with indifference, but soon turned to Su Taiping with a vigilant expression, asking, You're not implying that you want me to assist your little lover, are you? Who said she is my little lover? Su Taiping trembled at Bai Yu's unexpected proclamation, nearly tumbling off his back. Let me clarify. The spiritual birds on Yunlu Mountain have all established soul contracts with the Qingxian sect. Unless their safety is threatened or they have obtained permission from the sect, they cannot interfere in the battles within the mountains, even to assist disciples of the Qingxian sect. Bai Yu continued, lost in his own thoughts. Brother Bai Yu, I do not request your assistance in battle. Rather, I am somewhat concerned about Sister Zijing and wish to ask you to observe the situation below. Su Taiping replied earnestly. This is indeed feasible. However, I cannot provide my help without compensation. Bai Yu mused for a moment before nodding. I can offer you 10 merit coins, Su Taiping stated generously. I have no need for merit coins, Bai Yu replied, shaking his head, a glint of mischief appearing in his eyes. But after you share a kiss with that girl in green, you must inform me of the experience, whether it is sweet or fragrant. In the midst of the crimson maple forest, a resounding roar echoed, accompanied by a tempest that swept through the entire grove, sending maple leaves swirling into the air. Sister Wuyu, we should take cover, Lu Zijing urged as she grasped Lin Wuyu's arm, stepping on a carpet of fallen leaves. She gracefully leapt atop a towering maple tree. Their figures became nearly indistinguishable amidst the foliage. From their elevated vantage point, Lu Zijing and Lin Wuyu finally spotted the scene deep within the red maple forest, where the demon tiger engaged in combat with 2 wraiths alongside Lu Qin. Tasked primarily with luring the enemy, Lu Qin often fought while retreating, rarely confronting the demon tiger and wraiths directly. Instead, he skillfully evaded and harried them using agile movements. Clang. Just as Lu Qin lured the wraiths and the demon tiger to the predetermined location, he suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, spinning in midair, and struck at the 2 wraiths with a decisive blow. With a resounding clang, the long sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of condensed sword energy that resonated with a metallic tremor, slicing through the 2 wraiths like swirling rings. In an instant, deep, bone-visible wounds marred their forms, and the tremendous force of the sword's energy sent their bodies hurtling backward. More critically, unlike ordinary blade wounds, these injuries, imbued with pure sword energy, not only traversed their meridians to damage their internal organs but also inflicted harm upon their spectral souls. In a moment of agony, the 2 wraiths writhed on the ground. It was no wonder that my senior sister proclaimed that sword cultivators are capable of severing all. Lin Buyu, who had remained silent, suddenly murmured with an expressionless face, acknowledging his junior sister's words. The prowess of sword cultivators in battle is unparalleled, yet their training is extraordinarily demanding. One must carve open the Qi mansion and condense their true energy into a single strand of sword Qi. Rarely does one possess the talent of someone like senior brother Lu. Lu Zijing nodded in agreement. Lin Buyu did not respond further, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the unfolding scene. Little did Lu Zijing know that within Lin Buyu's sleeve, a strand of sword energy coiled around his wrist like a serpentine creature. At that moment, the enormous form of the demon tiger leaped forth, its weight crushing a swath of maple trees as it unleashed a claw, accompanied by 3 sharp claw shadows, aimed directly at Lu Qin. Chapter 42. The Shattering Wind Pearl. The tiger demoness scheme to trap the crowd. In a moment of dire urgency, Lu Qin activated the flying sword in his grasp, merging his form with the ethereal blade, transforming into a streak of radiant light that narrowly evaded the tiger demon's claw. The impact of the claw against the ground created 3 deep gashes, each stretching 100 meters, causing a multitude of surrounding maple trees to topple once more. The unity of man and sword represents the most formidable and swiftest technique for a sword cultivator who has yet to master true sword control. Boom. As Lu Qin's feet touched the ground, the tiger demon's lengthy tail swept towards him like a scythe. However, this time Lu Qin did not flinch. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he allowed the tail to approach. With a flash, just as the tiger's tail threatened to cleave him in two, a beam of sword light erupted from 100 paces away in the western maple grove, piercing through to pin the robust tail to the earth. Roar. Enraged, the tiger demon unleashed a furious roar towards the direction of the flying sword, a swirling gale akin to a cannonball erupting from its maw. With a resounding crash, the western side of the maple forest was torn open by the gust unleashed from the demon's mouth, revealing a figure encased in a swirling protective sword aura, charging towards the tiger demon. Indeed, it is you, Mo Jun. The tiger demon, its tail impaled, let out a furious roar upon recognizing the figure rushing from the west, only to expel another cannonball-like gust from its mouth. Bang! The razor-sharp whirlwind struck Mo Jun with tremendous force, momentarily staggering him and forcing him to halt in order to withstand the onslaught. Demonic fiend, receive this sword from your grandfather. At this moment, Lu Qin, who had remained stationary until now, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, merging with the essence of his sword, transforming into a brilliant streak of sword light. This radiant force, accompanied by over 100 sword shadows resembling a torrential downpour, surged toward the demonic tiger with tremendous ferocity. To Lu Ziqin's astonishment, her third senior brother had actually mastered the rainstorm form of the heavenly sword technique. Roar. Just as this revelation struck, the demonic tiger abruptly opened its mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. Immediately, its demonic energy surged, coalescing into fierce gales that gathered within its maw, culminating in a thunderous explosion aimed at the cascading sword rain. Boom. In the midst of the tumultuous sound, Lu Ziqin was left in utter disbelief as she witnessed Lu Qin's sword rain being thoroughly swept away by the tiger's ferocious winds. Even Lu Qin himself was sent hurtling backward by the force. The strength of this demonic tiger was indeed on par with that of her third senior brother. Lu Ziqin could hardly fathom it. Beside her, Lin Buyu furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes betraying a rare hint of wariness. Yet, just as quickly, her expression softened, and she raised her gaze toward the eastern sky. There, unnoticed by all, a figure descended like a leaf, silently drifting downwards. This figure was none other than the elusive fairy Xian, who had been lurking in the shadows. Die. At this moment, the demonic tiger remained oblivious, leaping forward with the intent to devour Lu Qin whole. Boom. As the distance between the demon tiger and Lu Qin dwindled to a mere 10 feet, the previously undetectable aura of the enchanting fairy, Xian, suddenly erupted into a blaze reminiscent of raging flames. Burning gold finger. With a fierce cry, Xian concentrated her vital energy into a fiery manifestation that coalesced at her fingertip, directed towards the demon tiger. In an instant, her finger transformed, glowing as red as a branding iron, radiating powerful ripples of spirit energy that spread outward. You despicable wretches! The demon tiger, acutely aware of the impending threat overhead, could only emit a furious roar, unable to take any further action. With a resounding crash, as the tiger's roar echoed, Xian's finger, glowing like a searing iron, struck heavily upon its forehead. Boom. At the moment of contact between Xian's finger and the demon tiger's brow, pure streams of fire erupted forth, resembling molten lava cascading from a volcano, enveloping the demon tiger entirely before violently exploding outward. Roar. As the demon tiger plummeted to the ground, its form engulfed by the surging flames, it let out a series of anguished howls. Mo Jun beheaded. Even at this critical juncture, Xian remained vigilant, recuperating her magical power while calling out to Mo Jun, who was soaring towards her. Woofing. Upon hearing her command, Mo Jun swiftly gestured towards the sword embedded in the tiger's tail. With a resonant metallic sound, the sword named Woofing flew autonomously into Mo Jun's grasp. Mountain-splitting strike. Holding a blade without an edge, Mo Jun stepped upon a fallen maple leaf, unleashing a formidable force as he severed the head of the tiger demon with a single stroke. Boom. In an instant, the sword energy surged through the maple forest. Mo Jun and the blade became one, transforming into a shadow of a sword exceeding 10 zhang in length, fiercely descending upon the tiger demon's head. Ha ha. You have fallen into my trap. Yet at that moment, the tiger demon, which had been wailing in agony, suddenly raised its head and erupted into maniacal laughter. As its voice echoed, a crystal-like orb was expelled from the demon's maw. Boom. In an instant, the raging flames surrounding the demon were drawn into the orb, swirling like fire winds that fiercely charged towards Mo Jun and the fairy Xian. Bang! With a deafening crash, Mo Jun's sword energy shattered, and he was left with numerous wounds from the fierce fire winds emanating from the demon's orb, rendering even his protective robes ineffective. Boom! Ziyin reacted without hesitation, transforming her fingers into a palm and striking the orb with immense force, halting its advance. The north wind began to rise. Almost simultaneously, the tiger demon roared again, and the orb unleashed a more violent gust. Thunderous roars echoed. In but a moment, Mo Jun and Ziyin were engulfed by a colossal tornado, uprooting vast swathes of trees and boulders within the maple grove. Had Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu not been at a distance, they would surely have been swept away as well. Buyu, you and junior sister Zijing return to the sect and seek assistance. This orb cannot harm me, but it can confine me. As the two individuals simultaneously prepared to rescue the enchanting Ziyin fairy and the enigmatic Mo Jun, a voice suddenly resonated within the minds of Lin Buyu and Lu Zijing. It was evidently a telepathic communication. Go. Lu Zijing hesitated momentarily. Yet Lin Buyu had already made up his mind, grasping Lu Zijing's hand and preparing to leap from the tree. Junior sister, save me. At that instant, a cry for help emerged from behind them. Turning around, they beheld Lu Chun, battered and pursued by a ferocious tiger demon, approaching their direction. How did he attract the tiger demon? Lin Buyu furrowed his brow. Chapter 43. Perilous Situations, Buyu and Zijing in a desperate predicament. Third senior brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zijing pivoted and leaped towards Lu Chun, ready to thrust her sword at the demon tiger. Unfamiliar with Lu Chun's true nature, she would not abandon her senior brother. With a swift and forceful stroke, Lu Zijing's sword intercepted the tiger demon's descending paw aimed at Lu Chun. Senior brother, let us return to the sect and seek. Junior sister, you stall the tiger demon for a moment. I will go find assistance. Just as Lu Zijing intended to pull Lu Chun along to escape and summon help from the sect, she was unexpectedly shoved forcefully from behind by Lu Chun. Lu senior brother, staring incredulously at Lu Chun, who had propelled himself forward, leaving Lu Zijing on the ground in disbelief. Boom. Before Lu Zijing could rise, the tiger demon had already closed in, its claw descending towards her. Swish. In a moment of peril, Lu Zijing cast a golden bell talisman she carried and invoked her magical powers. At that instant, just as the tiger's claw was about to tear into her flesh, a luminous dome shaped like a grand bell erupted from within her, enveloping her entirely. With a resounding clang, it absorbed the fierce blow from the tiger demon. Without delay, Lu Zijing hurriedly recited the incantation for her movement technique and swiftly darted towards the exit of the forest, her steps swift as the wind. Did that mere golden bell talisman presume to hinder me? The tiger demon cackled maniacally, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a thunderous roar, spewing forth a torrent of energy towards Lu Zijing. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of razor-like gale struck violently against the protective barrier of the golden bell, forcing Lu Zijing to halt her flight and brace against the onslaught of wind blades. However, within the blink of an eye, she noticed fissures beginning to form in the shimmering shield conjured by the talisman. At that moment, Lu Zijing found herself trapped in a dire predicament. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the forest. Lu Zijing looked up to behold a talisman radiating with a resplendent purple-gold light hovering above the treetops, from which the thunderous sound emanated. A 5-thunder talisman? The tiger demon also noticed the talisman brimming with the power of lightning. It paused momentarily, then leapt into the air in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike of thunder. Boom. Yet its reaction was a fraction too slow. Its already injured tail was struck by a bolt of lightning descending from above and charred to a crisp, leaving its body momentarily paralyzed and immobile. Even when it summoned all its demonic power, it could not move. Roar. The demon tiger, both pained and enraged, directed a furious roar towards a figure perched on a branch above, proclaiming, "Neither of you shall escape. Today, you will both become my blood feast." It had spotted the individual who had cast the 5-thunder talisman at it. Indeed, that person was Lin Buyu, who had yet to descend from the tree. Let us go. Lin Buyu leaped down from the branch, swiftly grasping Lu Zijing by the arm, and began to run with great speed. Thank you, junior sister. Lu Zijing expressed her gratitude while keeping pace with Lin Buyu, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Boom. However, the two had underestimated the strength of the demon tiger. Before they could escape the maple grove, they were intercepted by the beast. I shall see where you two intend to flee. The demon tiger sneered at them. Do you harm disciples of the Qingxian sect? Do you not fear the consequences of being hunted by my sect? Lu Zijing brandished her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Buyu. At this point, do you believe I have any means of retreat left? Rather than waiting to be besieged, it would be more prudent to devour you both to enhance my power. At this juncture, the demon tiger suddenly grinned wickedly, revealing, I will tell you the truth. I am but one step away from breaking through to the rank of Demon King, becoming a bona fide royal-grade demon beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing's brow furrowed even deeper. Royal-grade demon beasts possess cultivation and magical prowess closely akin to that of the Wanyu realm practitioners, coupled with the unique abilities inherent to royal-grade demon beasts. Even a practitioner at the minor completion stage of the Wanyu realm might find it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a foe. Indeed, the fragrance emanating from both of you is quite delightful, especially from the young lady behind you. The demon tiger suddenly inhaled deeply, its gaze greedily fixating on Lin Buyu, who was shielded by Lu Zijing. A disciple capable of wielding the 5 Thunder Talismans must undoubtedly be of paramount importance to the sect, possessing exceptional innate qualities. Perhaps even that exceedingly rare golden spirit bone. Should I consume you, I would not only ascend to the throne, but might also awaken a deeper lineage power. As it spoke, it prowled slowly before them, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Buyu, I will hold it off. You need not concern yourself with me. Find a way to escape. Lu Zijing communicated silently, channeling her inner energy while sending a message to Lin Buyu beside her. Disciples like Lin Buyu, endowed with the golden spirit bone, must have been granted means of escape by the sect, which is why Lu Zijing urged her so. Lin Buyu remained silent, neither affirming nor opposing. At that moment, the demon tiger inhaled once more and then forcefully exhaled towards Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu. Almost simultaneously, Lu Zijing drew her sword, gathering streams of sword energy around her arm, and with a swift stroke, she unleashed a torrent of sword aura towards the tiger demon. With a resounding crash, the tiger demon expelled a fierce wind, which Lu Zijing cleaved through with her sword. However, what Lu Zijing did not anticipate was that at the very instant she severed that gale, the demon tiger's severed tail stealthily swept toward her from the side. As she began to succumb to despair, a somewhat slender figure appeared at her side, clutching a golden talisman. Who else could it be but Lin Buyu? With a metallic resonance, the talisman in Lin Buyu's hand suddenly transformed into a golden flying sword, which he wielded to strike at the tiger's tail. With a swish, the sound of slicing air echoed as the tiger's tail fell, followed by the golden sword darting towards the tiger demon's head. However, at that moment, a strikingly beautiful crystal orb materialized in front of the tiger demon, whose lips curled into a smirk, revealing a triumphant scheme. A resounding crash ensued as the golden sword, born of the talisman, was shattered by the fierce winds that erupted from the crystal orb. Before Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu could react, they found themselves ensnared within a circular barrier of ferocious wind alongside the tiger demon. From above, the trio appeared to be encircled by a whirlwind of gales. Who would have thought? I can still unleash the power of my swathing orb. The tiger demon swallowed the crystal orb and approached the two with a face full of pride. The reason the tiger demon did not immediately utilize the swathing orb was not out of disdain for the two, but rather to ascertain whether they had any further tricks up their sleeves. Lu Zijing struck the wind barrier with her sword, but even with her true energy, the blow was deflected, leaving her hands trembling from the impact. Useless. The wind barrier created by this frost wind pearl is impenetrable, even against the full strength of a cultivator from the mystic realm. No one can save you. The tiger demon cast a scornful glance at Lu Zijing, perceiving the two as mere prey now. I am sorry, senior sister Buyu, it is my fault for dragging you into this. Lu Zijing expressed her guilt as she raised her long sword, seemingly prepared to confront the demon tiger in a fight to the death. Lin Buyu, whose face had always been calm, now revealed a hint of panic. In the face of mortality, no one can truly remain unperturbed. Roar. At this moment, the tiger demon, having lost its patience, let out a roar and lunged at the two. Songlong. Boom. Within this confined wind wall, the two had no means to evade and could only face the threat head-on. One wielded a sword while the other struck with a palm, both launching an assault against the tiger demon. Bang. However, confronted with the tiger demon's full-force strike, they exchanged blows for only a few rounds before being sent flying. The tiger demon held a dual advantage in both cultivation and physique. Engaging it directly offered no chance of victory. Hiss. The tiger demon suddenly lifted its head and inhaled sharply, a tremendous suction force emanating from its mouth, drawing Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu towards it. Whoosh. Despite their desperate resistance, they could not withstand the force and were lifted high into the air, on the verge of being swallowed whole by the tiger demon. Boom. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air erupted in the maple forest. Through the corner of her eye, Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu beheld a slender figure, clad in ordinary leather armor and shrouded in mystery, descending amidst the swirling maple leaves, aiming directly at the head of the tiger demon. With a resounding thud, Lin Buyu, his eyes wide with astonishment, witnessed a masked youth vigorously striking the demon's head with relentless punches. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists landing upon the tiger demon's skull resonated like the fervent beats of drums on a battlefield, intense, hurried, and powerful, as if it would never cease. rendering the demon incapable of lifting its head. This seemed to be the signature move of the Qingyo fist, the charging bull formation, having fallen back to the ground. Lu Zijing gazed in bewilderment at the youth straddling the tiger's back, delivering blow after blow upon the demon's head. She recognized the boy's martial technique, which only amplified her astonishment. For in her memory, the Qingyo fist was merely a common martial art, lacking such formidable power in the hands of ordinary practitioners. Is it truly the Qingyo fist? As she felt the tremors emanating from the ground and the ethereal silhouette of the charging bull formed by Su Taiping's vital energy, she could not help but murmur to herself again. Thud! At that moment, after the boy's already battered fist came crashing down once more, he did not lift it as swiftly as before. This is bad. The charging bull formation consists of only 108 punches. A sudden alarm surged through Lu Zijing's heart, prompting her to shout, "Young man, the tiger demon is about to retaliate." As she spoke, she began to channel her vital energy, preparing to assist. Roar! Almost simultaneously with Lu Zijing's exclamation, the tiger demon let out a furious roar and suddenly flipped over, launching the young boy high into the air. Bang! At that moment, Lin Buyu's figure appeared before the tiger demon, with both palms extended. She called out in a voice that, though somewhat youthful, carried an air of authority, palm like thunder. Immediately, a dozen arcs of electric energy manifested as shadows of her palms, striking forcefully against the chest of the tiger demon. Bang! The tiger demon staggered backward, its body momentarily paralyzed by Lin Buyu's palm strike. Damn it! The enraged tiger demon roared with all its might, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that sent a violent shockwave crashing into Lin Buyu, propelling her backward. Thank you, miss. At that moment, the boy's voice suddenly rang out. Although Lin Buyu's strike did not pose a substantial threat to the tiger demon, it had afforded the boy a crucial moment to regroup. Zing! The boy then leaped onto a branch, lightly tapping the short sword at his waist, and a sharp sound of the sword echoed forth. Whoosh! The short sword darted forth like a streak of light, aiming directly at the tiger demon's head. The tiger demon, instinctively alert, halted its movement and swiftly turned its head. With a whoosh, the sword light grazed past the demon's shoulder, leaving a deep gash that spilled forth a torrent of blood. Coupled with its bloodied head, the tiger demon appeared particularly disheveled. Bang! Before the tiger demon could turn around, the young man had already leaped down from the tree once more, delivering a powerful strike to the demon's head with a technique reminiscent of a bull's charge, causing it to tumble and leave a deep crater in the ground. Roaring in fury, the enraged tiger demon shook its body violently, shaking the young man off, and then turned to unleash a fierce whirlwind of energy towards him. Should this cyclone strike, the young man would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Fortunately, the young man had anticipated the attack, channeling all his remaining essence to shield himself, successfully withstanding the blow. Simultaneously, he activated the short sword at his waist, sending it once again to pierce the tiger demon's skull. Is this sword your most formidable weapon? The tiger demon scoffed as it confronted the approaching flying sword, releasing a frostwind pearl from its mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the pearl emitted swirling winds that magnetically ensnared the sword, rendering it immobile. You may not yet realize that my frostwind pearl possesses the power to subdue your sword. The tiger demon cackled maliciously before unleashing another cyclone of energy at the young man. Reacting swiftly, the young man enveloped his feet in essence, leaping just in time to evade the demon's attack. However, the confined space within the wind barrier was exceedingly limited, having narrowly escaped one strike. The tiger demon lunged at him. This time, he found himself without the space to dodge again. Nearby, Lin Buyu and Lu Zijing, who had been pursuing the scene, had finally caught up, but both were already gravely injured and could not intervene in time. The blood-soaked feast delivered to my doorstep. Today, I shall surely shatter the boundaries of the Demon King. With a thunderous roar, the tiger demon lunged forward, aiming to devour the young lad before it. However, just as it was about to engulf the boy, its peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a chilling aura emanating from him, accompanied by the boy's breathtaking gesture. The instinct of the beast sensed the looming specter of death approaching. Yet, it was too late to retreat. Chapter 45. Defeating the Tiger Monarch, surpassing Su Taiping. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a wave of frigid air erupted from the boy's mouth, enveloping the gigantic form of the tiger demon entirely. In an instant, the once warm maple forest transformed into a scene of bitter winter. A vast space, including the tiger demon, became frozen solid, rendering the creature as motionless as a statue. The ability to freeze even a demon beast body is truly an impressive spell. Not far away, Lu Zijing stood in stunned silence. The boy, however, did not cease his assault. He leapt once more onto the back of the tiger demon, drawing forth a long knife from his waist. As he infused his entire being with energy, he struck down toward the demon's head. Crash! The tiger demon's nape was cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound nearly half a foot deep, with blood seeping forth rapidly. Despite the agony evident in its eyes, the creature remained immobilized, unable to resist the boy's relentless strikes. One must acknowledge the tiger demon's body was indeed as tough as iron, even after several blows. The boy failed to sever its head completely. Boom! As the young lad was about to sever the cervical spine of the demonic tiger, a sudden jet of blood erupted from the creature's maw, accompanied by waves of heat and a mist of blood that surged forth from its body. The boy, already sensing the anomaly, leaped into the air, swiftly descending from the back of the tiger. With a roar, the previously frozen demonic beast abruptly writhed, unleashing a tempest of blood-laden wind from its mouth. Damn it, you shall all perish. You have compelled me to expend my life essence. The tiger demon bellowed in fury. Yet, rather than continuing its assault on the young man, it unleashed a torrent of curses while retreating with its nearly shattered head, sprinting into the depths of the forest. Boy, I now know who you are. Await my return. I shall seek vengeance upon you, making your existence a torment from which there is no escape. Amidst its roars, the tiger's form vanished into the woodland, leaving behind the precious Frostwind Pearl. Can you reveal your name to me? The boy, having retrieved the Frostwind Pearl from the ground, was about to pursue the fleeing tiger when he suddenly heard the voice of Lu Zijing. Upon hearing her, he seemed to recall something, halting in his tracks to gaze at her. My identity is of little consequence. This object you. Zijing, my junior sister, I have come to rescue you. Just as the boy was about to retrieve something from his sleeve, he was interrupted by the voice of Lu Chen emanating from the nearby thicket. Beware of your senior brother Lu Chen. He is not a virtuous man. The young man glanced at the forest behind Lu Zijing and then at the direction in which the tiger demon had fled. Ultimately, after casting aside these words, he turned and dashed off towards the path of the retreating demon. Be careful, brother Lu. Lu Zijing stood there, momentarily transfixed, perplexed by the sudden utterance from the young man, and yet there was a lingering familiarity in his voice. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu, upon clearly hearing the young man's words and witnessing the exquisite eyes peering from beneath the cloth that veiled half of his face, found the visage of Su Taiping surfacing vividly in her mind. Although 6 months had elapsed, she had not forgotten the resolute youth who had ascended the mountain with her, unwavering even after being tested for his spiritual bone. It seemed he too had encountered his own fortuitous opportunities. As she observed the young man's figure gradually fading from view, a faint smile unexpectedly graced Lin Buyu's typically icy countenance. Junior sister Buyu, can you discern the origins of this young man? Lu Zijing inquired, somewhat desperately seeking Lin Buyu's insight. I do not know, she replied softly, her expression reverting to its customary indifference. Junior sisters Zijing and Buyu, are you both unharmed? At that moment, Lu Chen, accompanied by a contingent from the Gale Hall, arrived hastily before Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu. We are fine. A stranger unexpectedly appeared and rescued us, Lu Zijing said, taking a few cautious steps back, her gaze warily fixed on Lu Chen. Clearly, Su Taiping's parting words had indeed borne significance. Undoubtedly, the primary source of her disdain was Lu Chen's abrupt abandonment of her and his hasty flight. What about you? Junior sister Buyu? Lu Chen, sensing the distance established by Lu Zijing, turned his gaze to Lin Buyu with a smile. You fled the scene, forsaking your comrades. I shall report your actions to our senior brothers and masters without hesitation. Lin Buyu shot him a cold glance, devoid of compassion. Upon hearing her words, a murderous intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, recalling that the young woman before him was highly regarded by their sect. Buyu. At that moment, 2 figures darted through the maple forest like lightning. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that they were the previously trapped Fairy Xian and senior brother Mo Jun, ensnared by the demon tiger's Shuafeng Pearl. Senior brother, Fairy Xian. Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu both rushed forward to greet them. Buyu, are you unharmed? Xian approached Lin Buyu with evident concern. Lin Buyu, possessing the rare thunder spirit bone, was invaluable. Any harm that befell her would not merely be a loss for the 6 Peaks, but for the entire Qingxian sect. I'm fine, Lin Buyu replied with a shake of her head. Upon hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. What of the demon tiger? Its ability to summon demonic winds likely stems from the legendary Shuafeng Pearl. Otherwise, it could not have ensnared both me and Fairy Xian. Mo Jun's face was etched with anger. Lu Zijing hastily recounted the incident in which Su Taiping descended from the heavens to repel the demon tiger and rescue them. We owe a great debt of gratitude to that young hero. Xian grasped Lin Buyu's hand, still shaken by the ordeal. It remains a mystery regarding the origins of that young hero. Although Lu Zijing refrained from disclosing the final words entrusted to her by Su Taiping, a sense of unease lingered within her. Perhaps he was a disciple from 7 Peaks, descending for training. For now, that matter could be set aside. The immediate priority was to devise a strategy to slay the demon tiger. Imo-jun shook his head and turned his gaze towards Xian, suggesting, Sister Xian, shall we pursue that tiger demon together? It cannot be done now. I must escort my junior sister home, Xian replied, shaking her head. Her foremost duty was to ensure Lin Buyu's safety. Brother, as the saying goes, one should not pursue a desperate foe without absolute certainty. Should that demon tiger suddenly become frenzied and retaliate fiercely, we would merely be sacrificing our lives in vain. At this juncture, Luchin subtly expressed his dissent. He had no desire to take such a significant risk in chasing a nearly berserk beast, especially since this area was predominantly the domain of outer disciples, with inner disciples rarely venturing here. Very well, let us report this matter to the sect first. Imo-jun ultimately decided to abandon the pursuit. Lin Buyu, who had been silently observing, cast a discreet glance at Imo-jun and Lu Chun. Reflecting on Su Taiping's unhesitating charge after the tiger demon, she softly murmured to herself, none can compare to Su Taiping. Chapter 46, Slaying the Tiger Demon. The final blow for 7 days and nights. Su Taiping relentlessly pursued the demon tiger. In these 7 days, he has not consumed a single drop of water nor a grain of rice. During this time, he has engaged in fierce combat with the dying tiger demon on several occasions, ultimately cornering it in this desolate valley with no escape. His leather armor is now tattered beyond recognition. His boots are lost, and his bare feet are raw and bloodied. His fists, too, are similarly mangled, beyond his exterior wounds. His internal organs have also suffered from the impact of the battles, causing the blood and energy within him to surge uncontrollably through his meridians. Yet, despite his battered appearance, his gaze remains fiercely fixed on the tiger demon's eyes, radiating with a resolute spark that betrays no hint of fatigue or fear. Young one, do you truly intend to fight me to the death? The tiger demon leans against a large stone, its eyes, each the size of a fist, intently locked on Su Taiping. If I do not perish, you shall not rest. If you do not perish, I shall not relent. We both understand this unspoken truth. As Su Taiping speaks, he tears a strip of cloth from his attire to wrap around his wounded hand, his gaze unwavering upon the demon. He is acutely aware that the opportunity to slay this beast is now or never. Should it regain its vitality, he would surely meet his demise. I have encountered many gifted cultivators, those whose resolve is as unyielding as rock. It has been many years since I have faced one such as you. To fall by your hand would not be deemed disgraceful, the tiger demon states, shifting away from the stone and adopting a predatory stance. Should you be the one to perish, I would not torment you further. I would simply consume you and transform you into a wraith, destined to serve as my eternal servant. As it speaks, it crouches low, preparing to pounce. Su Taiping responded to the tiger demon with a vigorous leap, followed by a powerful and resounding strike akin to a bull's horn crashing into a mountain. Bang! Faced with Su Taiping's punch, the tiger demon did not evade. Instead, it turned sideways to absorb the blow, then swiped a claw towards Su Taiping's waist, intending to exchange injury for injury. Snap! However, what the tiger demon did not anticipate was that at the moment Su Taiping's fist was about to connect with its shoulder, it abruptly transformed into a claw, gripping the demon's fur with great force, allowing Su Taiping to leverage the momentum and flip onto its back. This maneuver caused the tiger demon's strike to completely miss its mark. During these 7 days, Su Taiping had not been mindlessly pursuing the tiger demon. Rather, he had meticulously etched each encounter's gains and losses into his memory. Thus, he instantly discerned the demon's intentions. After the tiger demon's claw missed, Su Taiping, seated upon its back, delivered another thunderous punch. Bang! The sound reverberated through the forest. Following this, Su Taiping seized the tiger's skin with one hand while raising his fist with the other, unleashing a barrage of punches, the rhythmic sounds of impact echoing throughout the valley. From a distance, Su Taiping, surrounded by swirling remnants of true energy, resembled a charging bull, relentlessly trampling and colliding with the fierce tiger beneath him. Bang! Accompanied by a crash reminiscent of a resounding drum, Su Taiping delivered his final blow, driving the demon's body deep into the ground. But at that moment, the seemingly exhausted tiger demon suddenly twisted its head and lunged towards Su Taiping with a fierce bite. Just as Su Taiping had accurately gauged the intentions of the tiger demon too had discerned the vulnerabilities of the Qingniu fist. With great fortitude, it endured until the completion of all 108 strikes before launching a sudden assault on Su Taiping. Faced with the tiger's unexpected aggression, Su Taiping displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he broke into a smile and, with reckless abandon, collided his head forcefully against that of the tiger demon. This was the final blow. Bang! The already gravely injured head of the tiger demon was struck again, causing the wounds on its neck to rupture, and its head tilted to one side. Clang! Su Taiping had no intention of granting the tiger demon a moment's reprieve. He swiftly drew his steel blade from his waist, channeling the last remnants of his true essence into the weapon, and then swung it down towards the tiger's head. Whoosh! The blade, imbued with a chilling aura, swept through the air, severing the tiger demon's enormous head with a resounding thud. Clattering. As the tiger's head was decapitated, it expelled a plethora of gold, silver, jewels, and various weapons, clearly plundered from the victims it had slain. However, Su Taiping had no inclination to attend to these treasures at that moment. His dantian was empty. His blood energy was depleted, and his entire body was exhausted to the utmost. Exhaling deeply, Su Taiping let his arm, still gripping the blade, drop down, releasing a long sigh as he slid off the back of the tiger, leaning against the demon's headless body while striving to circulate his residual energy. Just as Su Taiping's vital force began to regain some semblance of strength, a white-headed eagle descended onto a branch before him. "You, truly, have slain this demon tiger." The voice of the white-headed eagle was filled with astonishment. By now, it was nearly evening. The crimson glow of the twilight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a warm light upon Su Taiping, the slender, blood-soaked youth, imbuing him with an aura of sacred majesty. Particularly in contrast to the massive form of the demon tiger, this created an extraordinarily strong visual impact, which explained the white feather's momentary loss of composure. "You have arrived." Su Taiping lifted his gaze to meet that of the white feather, a weary smile gracing his features. He was unsurprised by the appearance of the white feather, for it was a prearranged agreement between them. "The tiger's head and what it has consumed belong to me. The entirety of its body is yours, and you shall escort me back to the bamboo cottage." Su Taiping gestured towards the tiger's head, and then to its colossal body behind him. Although he appeared quite weak, the white feather no longer dared to regard him with any semblance of disdain, as if standing before a figure akin to his own father. The being, possessing the bloodline of a spirit bird, found itself inexplicably gripped by a sense of trepidation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the white feather, with a solemn expression, finally nodded in agreement. "No wonder Father urged me to grow closer to him." As it soared into the clouds, carrying Su Taiping upon its back, the white feather finally comprehended why its father had instructed it to bond with a mere boy of bones. A few nights later, Su Taiping exclaimed, "Sister Linghua, look, I have slain the tiger demon." "Sister, you cannot fathom the perilous situation that unfolded at that moment." Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt from a height of over 100 zhong, utilizing the momentum of my descent to deliver a powerful strike that caught the tiger demon off guard. As the ethereal Linghua fairy stirred from her slumber, Su Taiping guided her to the woodshed in the back courtyard. Lifting the burlap cloth that covered the head of the tiger demon, and with a hint of youthful bravado, he recounted the events of that day. In Chapter 47, Acquiring Treasures, the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom, the creature attempted to flee, and I pursued it relentlessly for 7 days and nights, exhausting it to the brink of collapse. Cornering it in a secluded valley, it found itself unable to escape any further. Listening intently to Su Taiping's narration, the Linghua fairy maintained a tranquil demeanor. Yet the impact of his tale resonated within her heart, rivaling the astonishment she felt upon witnessing her master slay a dragon single-handedly. His extraordinary tenacity, akin to that of a seasoned demon hunter, was astonishing for one who had only just turned 11. In her original plan, after Su Taiping mastered the ice-breathing technique she imparted, he would have been well-equipped to confront the tiger demon, with the support of the protective barrier of the Qingzhou residents sustaining them for a time. By then, she would have fully awakened, perfectly positioned to assist him in vanquishing the beast. She never anticipated that Su Taiping would single-handedly slay the tiger demon. While a portion of the credit belonged to the disciples, it is crucial to recognize that this beast was not merely a demon lord. It was a formidable creature bearing the bloodline of the ferocious Shuo-Feng tiger, wielding the Shuo-Feng demon pearl. To her astonishment, the gaze of the moon's spirit gradually settled upon the numerous wounds adorning Su Taiping's body. Though Su Taiping had reached the open-door realm and possessed a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary individuals, the sight of his myriad wounds, each crusted with dried blood, remained profoundly shocking. An inexplicable sense of sorrow welled up within the moon spirit, causing her nose to tingle. "Little Taiping, have you endured much hardship?" she gently inquired, her hand brushing against the wounds on his face, infused with a sense of nostalgia. "No, not at all." Su Taiping resolutely shook his head. "Very well, you have done exceptionally, even surpassing my expectations. I did not misjudge you," the moon spirit affirmed with unwavering conviction. Nodding in agreement, just as Su Taiping's determination in his cultivation resembled an unyielding rock, the moon spirit, in that moment, had firmly resolved in her heart to join forces with this young boy and reclaim their place in the realm of cultivation. "Sister, look, This is the Frostwind Pearl. Su Taiping exclaimed joyfully, presenting the mystical orb before the moon spirit. Although he had yet to examine the treasures held within the tiger demon's possession, he was certain that this Frostwind Pearl represented his greatest gain following the defeat of the tiger. This Frostwind Pearl is actually a condensed demon orb formed within the ferocious Frostwind tiger, imbued with an overwhelming aura of malevolence that renders it unsuitable for human cultivators. Prolonged proximity to it is detrimental rather than beneficial. The moon spirit hesitated briefly before ultimately revealing the truth to Su Taiping. I see, Su Taiping replied, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice upon hearing her words. However, there is no need for you to be overly despondent, although it may seem useless at present. If we regard this Frostwind Pearl as a nutrient for the earth fruit, it may indeed yield a remarkable weapon. The moonlit fairy comforted Su Taiping with a smile. This Frostwind Pearl can serve as nourishment for the earth fruit? Su Taiping expressed his surprise. The earth fruit undergoes 12 transformations, and each time we burn the seed, a change occurs. After the second transformation, it can absorb the essence of demon beasts as well as the demonic energy contained within their cores to nurture the fruit. The moonlit fairy affirmed with a nod. Burning the seed, right? Upon mentioning burning the seed, Su Taiping suddenly recalled something. He immediately turned and approached the tiger head, lifting it with one hand and pouring out a pile of merit coins and treasures such as gold and silver. This tiger demon possesses at least 3,000 merit coins, which is more than sufficient for us to purchase a true fire talisman. Su Taiping exclaimed excitedly as he held up a handful of merit coins and looked at the moonlit fairy with elation. Among the treasures stored within the tiger demon's mouth, the majority consisted of gold and silver, while the merit coins were relatively few. In addition, Su Taiping also discovered some martial arts manuals and talismans. With the true fire talisman, we will be able to burn the seed and enable the second transformation of the earth fruit. The moonlit fairy's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. There was one thing she had not disclosed to Su Taiping. After the second transformation of the earth fruit, she would be able to harness its power to elevate her soul further, reaching a stage where she could employ the abilities of others through their bodies. At that time, should she encounter a demon like the tiger again, she would be more than capable of overpowering it. The reason she refrained from sharing this with Su Taiping was her concern that he might become overly reliant on her, potentially hindering his future cultivation. Taiping, prior to exchanging the true fire talismans, let us first take stock of the treasures hoarded by this tiger demon. Perhaps we may uncover items beneficial for your cultivation. The ethereal apparition of Fairy Lingwei wafted gracefully to the heap of treasures, her excitement palpable as she gestured towards them. In the dead of night, the tally revealed 600 taels of gold, 1,300 taels of silver, 2,300 merit coins, 3 jade slips for imparting knowledge, 6 magical artifacts, 8 talismans, 1 piece of armor crafted from the hide of a fire rhinoceros, and 2 demon orbs aside from the Frostwind Pearl. Upon surveying the meticulously organized items as recounted by the tiger demon, a veil of disappointment clouded Lingwei's eyes. To her, the most valuable possessions among them were merely a handful of demon cores and a map denoting the location of 300-year-old fire spirit mushrooms. Su Taiping extended a beast hide map toward Fairy Lingwei. Unlike the seasoned cultivator who had traversed grand realms, Su Taiping had never beheld such a wealth of gold and silver, let alone over 10 artifacts and talismans, each valued at more than 1,000 merit coins. This fire spirit mushroom was likely left behind by the tiger demon for its own breakthrough. Lingwei glanced at the beast hide map, which was sketched in a remarkably simplistic manner, outlining only a few terrains and the approximate location of the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom, most likely drafted by the tiger demon itself. This location appeared to be the very valley where I once pursued it. Could it be that it fled in search of this fire spirit mushroom? A shiver of apprehension coursed through Su Taiping. Had he not pursued at that moment, or had he arrived just a step too late? Allowing the demon tiger to seize the fire spirit mushroom, the outcome would likely have been quite different. Is this fire spirit mushroom of any use to me? Su Taiping inquired, his large eyes filled with curiosity. For you, the potency of the medicine is excessively strong. Its consumption would not only be futile but could also be detrimental. However, the Fairy Lingwei initially shook her head, then furrowed her brow, as if contemplating whether to divulge more. However, it can serve as nourishment for the earthly fruit. With a stroke of luck, it may even give rise to a treasure that could expedite your cultivation. Observing the glimmer of curiosity in Su Taiping's eyes, the Fairy Lingwei ultimately resolved to speak candidly. Yet the caveat is that a fire python typically guards fire spirit mushrooms that are over 300 years old. Attempting to harvest them without knowledge of how to evade the fire python would be perilous. Before Su Taiping could express his excitement, the Fairy Lingwei added. Chapter 48. True Fire Talismans, the Second Transformation of Earthly Fruits. I see. This statement instantly tempered Su Taiping's enthusiasm. Despite his slow cultivation pace due to his skeletal constitution, which necessitated an urgent enhancement of his progress, the inherent danger rendered the pursuit of the fire spirit mushroom unnecessary. There was no haste regarding the fire spirit mushroom. The immediate priority was to incinerate the seeds for the second transformation of the earthly fruit. The fairy Lingwei gazed at Su Taiping with utmost seriousness. I understand. Tomorrow, I shall use these merit coins to procure true fire talismans. Su Taiping nodded vigorously in agreement. Through this period of cultivation, he profoundly realized the sluggishness of his innate bone quality in terms of progress. Thus, the earthly fruit became the pivotal key to his breakthrough. A few days later, in the evening, Su Taiping, your items have arrived. Baiyu descended gracefully before the Qingzhou residence, clutching a delicate leather pouch. I'm here, echoed Su Taiping's voice from within the courtyard. Just as the sound resonated, Su Taiping darted out from Qingzhou residence like a gust of wind. Well, when did you learn this wind shadow step? Baiyu inquired, astonished. Yesterday, Su Taiping replied with a sense of ease. He had discovered this technique among the treasures hoarded by the tiger demon, and since he was in need of a movement skill, he promptly assimilated it. I find that hard to believe, Baiyu shot him a skeptical glance. It's merely two simple forms, Su Taiping replied, somewhat helplessly as he approached. The wind shadow step is regarded as a commendable technique within the Qingxian sect, accessible to both outer and inner disciples. Though outer disciples are limited to practicing only the first 2 steps of the wind shadow 7 steps. This technique was derived from an outer disciple who perished at the hands of the tiger demon. Here, Baiyu remarked with a smirk, tossing the exquisite leather pouch to Su Taiping. Thank you, Su Taiping said as he caught it. Little Taiping, it seems you scavenged quite a bounty from that tiger demon. Daring to purchase items at the Tianbao Pavilion now, Baiyu teased him with a smile. Tianbao Pavilion serves as the marketplace for the Qingxian sect, where magical artifacts and treasures are sold, albeit at exorbitant prices. The selection available to outer disciples is rather limited, resulting in infrequent purchases from those members. Indeed, some profit was made. Su Taiping chuckled, scratching his head. Observing Su Taiping's candid demeanor, Baiyu lost interest in jesting further and promptly flapped his wings, saying, Little Taiping, I have more gifts to bestow, so I shall not disturb you any longer. I shall visit your home for roasted lamb another day. Certainly, when you find the time. You may send a feather as a token to inform me in advance, Su Taiping replied with a nod. Good. Baiyu responded affirmatively. Then with a powerful beat of his wings, he soared into the air. Senior Sister Lingwei, the true fire talisman has arrived. Once Baiyu departed, Su Taiping swiftly returned to his courtyard, secured the gate, and called out for Fairy Lingwei as he made his way to the rear garden. The talisman he purchased from Tianbao Pavilion was specifically for igniting the earth fruit seeds. Although it was the weakest variety of true fire, its potency paled in comparison to the more formidable threefold true fire, yet its price was anything but modest, costing him a full 2,100 merit coins. Were it not for the treasures acquired from the tiger demon, he suspected he would only be able to amass such a sum after ascending the 7 peaks. The audacity of selling such a low-grade true fire talisman for 2,100 merit coins suggests that Tianbao Pavilion is intentionally reluctant to cater to outer disciples. Fairy Lingwei merely glanced at the true fire talisman in Su Taiping's hand and quickly grasped its strength. Can it be used to ignite the seeds? Su Taiping inquired with a hint of concern. With great effort, it can be used for the initial incineration of the seeds. The Fairy Lingwei nodded in agreement. That's good. Su Taiping sighed with relief. Unlike the Fairy Lingwei, he had grown accustomed to such inequities throughout his life, and therefore was not particularly fazed by it. Before we proceed with the incineration, we must gather some materials. Please follow me, the Fairy Lingwei advised Su Taiping. Understood, Su Taiping replied, nodding as he followed her. In the deep of night, within the medicinal garden of Qizhou residence, a sudden explosion echoed. Su Taiping once again activated the magical artifact, the Danding, which he had acquired from the ghostly figure, and proceeded to place the earth fruit's vine, unearthed from below, into it. Next, he would invoke the true fire talisman and introduce it into the furnace. The Fairy Lingwei gestured affirmatively towards Su Taiping. Without hesitation, he retrieved the true fire talisman, for which he had exchanged 2,000 merit coins, and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy before casting it into the alchemical furnace. Boom! The elemental force within the true fire talisman erupted violently, transforming into a blazing crimson flame that surged forth from the furnace. Even at a distance of 10 feet, Su Taiping could still feel the immense heat emanating from the scarlet flames, which scorched his face painfully despite the protective aura of the residual true energy surrounding him. While the singular true fire was far less potent than the threefold or sixfold true fire, it was nonetheless a bane to spectral creatures. Even the demon tiger could not linger in such flames for long, as the true fire ignited the earth fruit's vine within the furnace. The fairy Lingwei took the opportunity to impart her knowledge of true fire to Su Taiping. As I progress in my cultivation, will I be able to forge a true flame? Su Taiping gazed eagerly at the flames soaring from the alchemical furnace. Once you cultivate the residual twilight technique to the third level, achieving the great completion of the opening door realm, you should be able to do so, nodded Fairy Lingwei. The third level of the residual twilight technique is, in fact, one of the markers of reaching the great completion of the opening door realm. By that time, Su Taiping will be able to adeptly wield the true essence of residual twilight. The third level, Su Taiping murmured to himself. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged for the second level of the residual twilight technique from the copper mirror, and he had yet to fully master it. His previous unintentional manifestation of spiritual energy during his breakthrough into the opening door realm had merely been a fluke. More importantly, the third level of the residual twilight technique could only be exchanged by inner disciples. Therefore, to advance further, he must pass the selection of the 7 peaks in 2 years. I wonder if Sister Linglong and Brother Qin Xiao still remember me. He suddenly recalled Zhao Linglong and Qi Xiao, who had brought him to the mountain, buzzing. At that moment, the alchemical furnace emitted a faint tremor, and Su Taiping observed as the originally crimson flames transformed into a pure azure hue. Do not worry. This is the earth-concealing fruit undergoing metamorphosis. Wait for the azure flames to extinguish, and the seeds of the fruit will be ripened, Fairy Lingwei reminded Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately relaxed. Indeed, before long, the azure flames extinguished. However, just as Su Taiping prepared to retrieve the earth-concealing fruit from the furnace, it suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, splitting into 2 halves. The furnace is merely a low-grade alchemical tool, incapable of withstanding the searing heat of true flames. In the future, my sister will assist you in finding a superior furnace. Noticing the look of regret in Su Taiping's eyes, Fairy Lingwei immediately offered him a comforting smile. Indeed, we shall surely find a better one. Su Taiping nodded vigorously in agreement. He proceeded to clear away the fragments of the furnace and meticulously search through the remnants, ultimately discovering a seed amidst the ashes. This resembles the gourd seeds I planted in my childhood, he remarked, astonished as he held the unassuming seed. Precisely. After the second transformation of the earthly Bodhi fruit's burnt seed, it becomes the gourd fruit, Fairy Lingwei affirmed with a smile. Chapter 49. Gourd Fruit. Fire Spirit Mushroom from Bamboo Stream Valley Little Taiping. The matters that follow are of great significance. Please listen carefully. She turned to Su Taiping with a serious expression. Understood. Su Taiping carefully stored the seed, his demeanor equally solemn. The seed from the earthly Bodhi fruit after its second transformation can yield 3 gourd fruits, each one nurtured by the essence of this land's spiritual energy, with the least being a spiritual treasure. As for the treasures contained within the 3 gourd fruits, that depends on the type of nourishment you provide. Fairy Lingwei meticulously explained to Su Taiping. For instance, the Shuafeng pearl we obtained earlier? Su Taiping immediately thought of the Shuafeng pearl snatched from the tiger demon. Exactly. The moon spirit nodded and continued. The Frostwind pearl inherently possesses offensive magical power. Therefore, once the earth absorbs it, it will give rise to a treasure imbued with aggression. Additionally, if one were to use gold and silver jewels as nourishment, the gourd of the earth would cultivate a spirit artifact akin to a spiritual crystal, yet exponentially more potent. This is precisely what I currently require. Hence I shall reserve this gourd fruit for you. No problem, Su Taiping replied without hesitation. Now, only 1 gourd remains. The moon spirit smiled and then looked earnestly at Su Taiping again. According to your sister Lingwei, if I were to use weapons or similar artifacts as nourishment, would they not also yield treasures of that nature? Su Taiping inquired. Indeed, the moon spirit acknowledged with delight, pleased with Su Taiping's understanding. However, you presently do not possess any weapon suitable as nourishment for the earth. Recklessly using ordinary weapons as nourishment would merely squander a gourd fruit. She then reminded Su Taiping once more. I understand. Su Taiping nodded slightly. What I urgently need now is a treasure that can accelerate my cultivation speed. If I were to use the fire spirit mushroom from the map of the tiger demon as nourishment, would the earth not produce a similar treasure? He continued to ask the moon spirit. While weapons are undoubtedly significant, his foremost priority is to enhance his cultivation speed. The constraints of his mortal bones render his progress even slower than that of some white spirit bones. You are indeed correct. If one wishes to cultivate a treasure that accelerates the pace of one's spiritual practice, utilizing a 300-year-old fire Lingji as sustenance is undoubtedly a commendable choice. The Fairy Lingwei initially concurred with Su Taiping's assertion, but then furrowed her brow and remarked, The dilemma lies in the peril of encountering a fire python while attempting to harvest that fire Lingji. Sister Linghua, do you believe that this fire Lingji is worth the risk I must undertake? Su Taiping asked, grasping the essence of Linghua's concern. With a 300-year-old fire Lingji as nourishment, the treasure that emerges could potentially elevate you to the qi refining stage before the 7-peak selection, which you refer to as the great accomplishment of the opening door realm. There exists a possibility that it may even enable you to transcend into the foundation establishment stage. The fairy Linghua elucidated. The so-called foundation establishment stage corresponds to what is known as the Wanhua realm, a term specific to the cultivation world in which fairy Linghua resides. A distinction Su Taiping had already comprehended. Given this, I am willing to take the risk, Su Taiping replied earnestly after deliberation. Over the past year of cultivation, he had gained considerable insight into the growth rate of the white spirit bone. Achieving the great accomplishment of the opening door realm or breaking through to the Wanhua realm within 5 years could be considered a brief span. However, the 7-peak selection occurs once every 3 years, and if he does not make significant progress in his cultivation, he may very well fail to pass, necessitating a further wait of 3 or even 6 years. Therefore, once you procure the fire Lingji, we shall proceed to plant this gourd seed of earth fruit, Linghua said. Seeing Su Taiping's resolute determination, she ceased her objections. In truth, she admired Su Taiping's audacity in seizing opportunities despite the inherent risks. In the realm of cultivation, the so-called opportunities are predominantly seized by the practitioners themselves, with only a select few benefiting from fortune and familial rewards. In December, on the first day of the month, it is auspicious for excursions and hunting, while disputes should be avoided. At the entrance of the Bamboo Creek Valley in the western Ridge Mountains, the air was filled with a gentle rustling. Amidst a thicket, Su Taiping drained the last drop from his water pouch and cast his gaze once more into the valley. Before him lay the Bamboo Creek Valley, lush with fragrant grass and vibrant flowers, occasionally wafting a subtle scent on the breeze. However, the most striking presence within the valley was the fiery patterned python coiled by the stream. This colossal serpent, with scales as red as flame and a girth akin to that of a water barrel, stirred the air with each breath, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Moreover, at the heart of this fiery patterned guardian lay the exceptionally alluring fire spirit mushroom. Taiping, how many days has it been? The voice of the spirit of Linghua suddenly resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Enshrined within the earth song fruit, she could communicate with him as long as he carried it with him. The 5th day, Su Taiping replied softly. Ah, the 5th day indeed. The fiery patterned python should soon awaken to feed, and it will be your opportunity to obtain the fire spirit mushroom, the spirit of Linghua remarked quietly. Su Taiping nodded inwardly. Prior to this venture, he had learned that demonic beasts, unlike human cultivators, could not sustain their forms without nourishment, which constituted a significant vulnerability for most of these creatures. Suddenly, a sound of rustling branches echoed from deep within the Bamboo Creek Valley. Su Taiping concentrated his vital energy and focused his gaze, only to discover that the once motionless fire-patterned python had suddenly lifted its head, cautiously surveying its surroundings while beginning to slither along the ground. It was about to exit the valley. The fairy Linghua spoke with evident delight, alerting Su Taiping. Yes, I see it as well. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement, pulling up the hood of his cloak and tightening the cloth around his face, preparing to take action. His current attire was entirely assembled from the treasures belonging to the tiger demon, and this particular cloak possessed a modest ability to conceal his form. A fortuitous asset for this moment. Do not rush. I will assist you in masking your presence, so there is no fear of it detecting your aura. Wait until it has fully exited the valley before you make your move. The voice of fairy Linghua resonated once more. The reason she agreed to Su Taiping's audacious plan this time was due to her previous seclusion, which had granted her the ability to use her spirit to help Su Taiping obscure his presence. Otherwise, how could they possibly remain hidden within the territory of a beast of such caliber for 5 days? Understood, Su Taiping responded, his eagerness tempered by patience. After lying in the same position for 5 days, he was slightly concerned about his body becoming sluggish, prompting him to stretch his legs momentarily. Just then, the fire-patterned python ceased its vigilant scanning of the surroundings, swiftly emerging from the valley and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Now we can proceed. The hunting duration of the fire-patterned python is quite brief. The voice of the celestial maiden Linghua echoed once more in Su Taiping's mind. Chapter 50, Encountering Adversity. The battle between the mountain-moving ape and the fire-patterned python. Just as Linghua's words resounded, Su Taiping swiftly executed the wind shadow step he had learned days prior, his form darting through the thicket like a gust of wind. Although he had only mastered 2 steps of this technique, his agility had improved to the point where his speed rivaled that of ordinary demon beasts. Within mere moments, he had arrived at the bamboo stream valley. Was it that? Upon entering the valley, he instantly spotted the fire's spiritual herb, which appeared like a flickering bonfire growing by the stream. Indeed, it is imperative to cover it with the demon tiger's hide, lest you suffer its burns. Despite having been forewarned, Lingyue could not help but offer another reminder. Understood. As Su Taiping responded, he unfurled the demon tiger's pelt in his hands, enveloping the fire spiritual herb within. With a swift motion, he drew his steel-long knife from his waist, slicing cleanly at the root of the herb with precision, sheathing the blade and cradling the fire's spiritual herb. His movements flowed seamlessly, indicative of countless rehearsals in his mind. This child truly inspires confidence in his endeavors. Observing Su Taiping's efficient and decisive actions, Lingyue felt her previous concerns to be unwarranted, although she had taken on the task of concealing their presence. Any deviation from the meticulously crafted plan would render the acquisition of the fire spiritual herb perilous. What seemed simple in theory proved challenging in practice. And even adults might not execute it as adeptly as this young lad. She murmured to herself in her heart, "Wait, this aura, something is amiss." Just as Su Taiping was about to dash out of the Bamboo Creek Valley, the ethereal spirit of the fairy Lingyue suddenly sensed two powerful waves of spiritual energy approaching swiftly. What is happening? Su Taiping, carrying the fire spirit mushroom on his back, quickly halted, clenched one fist while firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, adopting a combat stance. It must be that fire-pattern python engaged in a fierce battle with something formidable. It is too late to exit the valley now. Quickly find a place to hide within the valley, and I shall assist you in concealing your presence, the fairy Lingyue urged anxiously. The fire-pattern python is not a foe Su Taiping can contend with at this moment. Understood. Su Taiping glanced around, and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a deep pool near the cliff of the Bamboo Creek Valley. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed the wind shadow step and leaped into the crystal-clear water, then leaned against the stone wall of the pool, quietly observing the situation above. Thanks to the turtle breathing technique from the Residual Twilight Sutra, he had no concerns about breathing underwater. Bang! Before the ripples on the water's surface could settle, Su Taiping heard a tremendous noise emanating from the valley's entrance. Could it be a giant ape? Through the transparent surface of the water, Su Taiping glimpsed a colossal ape, towering several meters high, fiercely battling an equally massive fire-pattern python. Clamped in the python's jaws was a half-eaten monkey. Though this colossal ape was not as large as the one below, it still stood at least 10 feet tall. Clearly, the monkey clutched in the jaws of the fiery-patterned python was its quarry, while the giant ape had come in pursuit of its prey. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the giant ape lifted a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it down towards the python's tail. However, the fiery-patterned python, despite holding its prey, remained exceedingly agile. Before the boulder could strike, it deftly withdrew its tail and retaliated with a swift lash that struck the giant ape in the abdomen, sending it crashing backward. Its flesh torn. This was a mountain-relocating ape, adorned with golden-purple irises, perhaps a descendant of a demon sage. Yet, this particular specimen had clearly experienced a degradation of lineage, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary monkey. Otherwise, a genuine mountain-relocating ape would measure 100 feet and could easily crush the fiery-patterned python underfoot. The voice of Fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. 100 feet? Su Taiping found it difficult to fathom that such colossal beasts still roamed the earth. Ah! The monkey has been devoured. Just as Su Taiping was lost in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by the sight of the fiery-patterned python swallowing the giant ape whole. He had not anticipated that the python could consume such a massive creature in one gulp. Roar! As the fiery-patterned python swallowed the great ape, the other giant ape, struck by its tail, let out a furious roar, and a crimson aura of demonic energy enveloped it as it recklessly charged towards the fiery-patterned python. The creature recently consumed by the fiery serpent was likely the spouse of the mountain-moving ape lying on the ground. The mountain-moving ape is known for its profound emotional connections, having but one mate throughout its lifetime. It now seems poised to unleash its fury upon the fiery serpent in a desperate attempt to avenge its beloved. With a sigh, Fairy Lingyue observed the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, the mountain-moving ape stomped down upon the serpent's tail, wielding a massive boulder with ferocity, which it brought crashing down upon the serpent's head. The resounding impact echoed through the air as the serpent's skull met the enhanced strength of the enraged ape, forcing it to retreat into the bamboo valley. Roaring with unrelenting determination, the mountain-moving ape seized the opportunity to leap forward, pinning the serpent's head to the ground while ensnaring its sinuous body with its legs. It then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the serpent's skull. In its frenzied state, the mountain-moving ape finally possessed the strength to confront the fiery serpent directly. However, this state of frenzy consumed its primal beastly blood, suggesting that even if the ape emerged victorious, it would likely meet a grim fate. Fairy Lingue's tone grew increasingly melancholic. Just as the fiery serpent appeared on the brink of collapse, it summoned its remaining strength to open its jaws wide, unleashing a plume of blood mist that immediately ignited into flames upon exit, enveloping the mountain-moving ape entirely. The anguished cry of the ape pierced the air as it was engulfed in searing fire. Yet, even in its fiery plight, the ape relentlessly pursued the serpent. Seizing the moment when the ape faltered, the serpent swiftly escaped into the bamboo valley, heading straight for the location of the fire spirit herb. Was it in search of the fire spirit herb? Su Taiping, filled with concern, communicated telepathically with the fairy Lingua. It likely intends to harness the fire spirit mushroom to swiftly augment its strength, thereby confronting the mountain-moving ape. The fairy Lingua acknowledged Su Taiping's inference. If it discovers that the fire spirit mushroom is gone, will it not descend into madness? Su Taiping, while attentively observing the unfolding situation, murmured to himself. There is indeed that possibility. At such a moment, you must remember to remain silent. The fairy Lingua cautioned him once more. Understood, Su Taiping silently nodded, responding inwardly. Roar. As Su Taiping had anticipated, the fire-patterned python erupted in fury upon discovering the theft of the fire spirit mushroom, unleashing a wrathful roar. Boom. At that precise moment, the flame-ensconced mountain-moving ape leapt from its position, directing a powerful punch towards the source of the sound. Chapter 51. The Death of the Demon Python. The mountain-moving ape's last wish bang. The mountain-moving ape's punch struck the fire-patterned python with tremendous force, sending it reeling backward, crashing heavily against the cliff wall. Boom. However, as the mountain-moving ape stepped once more on the tail of the fire-patterned python, a sudden explosion of blood mist erupted from the python's body, which soon transformed into lightning flames that enveloped it. Crack. The fire-patterned python, now engulfed in searing flames, ensnared the mountain-moving ape, the immense constriction causing its bones to crack and splinter under the pressure. In addition to the constricting force of the fire-patterned python, the mountain-moving ape must also endure the searing flames. Despite its rugged and thick hide, it cannot withstand the dual force of the python's assault. Certain vulnerable areas have either been charred or cracked, and its endurance is waning. With a roar, seemingly aware of its impending demise, the mountain-moving ape suddenly embraced the fire-patterned python, sinking its sharp teeth into its neck. The pained python let out a shriek, and thus began a fierce struggle on the ground. In an instant, the Bamboo Creek Valley was filled with tremors, flying debris, and toppled trees. Witnessing the brutal clash between the beasts, Su Taiping was profoundly shaken. However, he soon sensed an approaching peril. Realizing that the fire-patterned python seemed intent on dragging the mountain-moving ape into the pool of water, though frenzied, it retained enough wit to understand that it would have the upper hand in the water. Thus, Su Taiping would need to devise a means of escape from the pool. The fairy Lingwei cautioned Su Taiping. I have an idea, Su Taiping suddenly declared to the fairy Lingwei after pondering seriously. What idea? She inquired with curiosity. Su Taiping then conveyed his thoughts to the fairy Lingwei. Well, we cannot linger in this pool, and given that the fire-patterned python has already suffered considerable loss of strength, it is indeed worth a try. However, should it fail, you must flee into the mountains without hesitation. After hearing Su Taiping's suggestion, the fairy Lingwei found it plausible. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded vigorously, holding a vial of elixir he had previously acquired from the tiger demon in the palm of his hand. He then fixed his gaze intently on the fierce struggle between the fire-patterned python and the mountain-moving ape above him. Suddenly, with a splash, Su Taiping observed the fire-patterned python plunge into the water, its tail still tightly coiled around the mountain-moving ape, striving to pull it beneath the surface. Sister Lingua. As he witnessed the mountain-moving ape teetering on the brink of falling into the water, Su Taiping called out to the celestial being in his heart. All right. Understanding his plea, Lingwei promptly lifted the veil concealing Su Taiping's aura, which naturally included the mystical fire spirit herb. Almost instantly, as the suppression on Su Taiping's presence was lifted, the previously frenzied fire-patterned python regained its composure and swiftly locked onto Su Taiping beneath the water's surface. With a fierce growl, it abandoned the mountain-moving ape and lunged towards him. With a splash, Su Taiping, who had been poised for escape, sprang upwards, breaking the surface with a decisive leap, and swiftly stuffed the elixir into his mouth. Simultaneously, the head of the fire-patterned python emerged from the water, its gaping maw aimed directly at Su Taiping. Rather than evading the oncoming threat, Su Taiping activated the ice breath technique, opening his mouth wide to unleash a torrent of icy mist towards the python. Following a period of diligent cultivation, even without the aid of a chi-gathering pill, Su Taiping was able to expel a blast of icy breath with the help of an ordinary recovery pill. While its potency was not as formidable as when enhanced by a chi-gathering pill, within the confines of the tranquil pond, the circumstances were decidedly different. Roar. Crack. The icy breath of Su Taiping did not freeze the fiery patterned python like a frozen tiger demon. Instead, it encased the lower half of the python along with the entire pool in a solid grip of ice, rendering it immobile. With the assistance of water, the potency of the ice breath technique increased by at least 30%. The ethereal figure of the spirit moon fairy nodded in satisfaction. Su Taiping, who was grasping a rock on the cliff face, wore a look of delight. The outcome before him far exceeded his expectations. Roar. Just as Su Taiping prepared to leap from the cliff and exit the valley, the mountain-moving ape, which had been languishing by the pool, suddenly let out a furious roar and sprang into the air, exerting all its strength to strike the fiery patterned python's head. The python, rendered immobile, could only watch helplessly as the massive paw of the ape descended upon it. Bang! The head of the fiery patterned python was smashed to pieces by the ape's blow, and a cloud of blood mist filled the air. Thud! The mountain-moving ape, having expended all its energy in that strike, crashed heavily onto the ice surface. Unable to rise again, Su Taiping gazed at the scene before him, speechless for a long while. His intention in using the ice breath technique to confine the fiery patterned python was not to assist the mountain-moving ape, but merely an act of self-preservation. Yet, unexpectedly, he ended up aiding the ape after all. Do not think that cultivators in the cultivation realm are any different from the beasts of these mountains. The spirit moon fairy reminded Su Taiping at an opportune moment. Most of them, like these beasts, will not hesitate to turn against their companions or even siblings in the pursuit of survival and the advancement of their cultivation. Yes, I understand, Su Taiping replied. Su Taiping nodded emphatically. My grandfather once said, harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. He continued to murmur, let us proceed, with the fire Ganoderma in hand. We can plant the earth fruit. The fairy Lingwei replied with a nod. You. Just as Su Taiping was about to employ the wind shadow step to depart from the Bamboo Creek Valley, the mountain-moving ape, which had been lying on the icy surface, suddenly struggled to lift its head and gazed at Su Taiping, uttering a very stilted human language. Can this mountain-moving ape speak human words? Su Taiping felt a twinge of surprise. In the western forest, my child, is there. I wish to see my child once more. I can offer you a gift, a token. Although the ape's tone was clumsy, its eyes and expression were filled with a desperate plea, yet it was too weak. By the end, its head drooped once more in exhaustion. Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping turned to the spirit of fairy Lingwei, seeking her counsel. Let us investigate, she replied with a smile. The fire-patterned python is dead, and there are no formidable beasts in this vicinity. Despite her persistent emphasis on the cruel nature of the cultivation world, she could not bring herself to impede such a gesture of kindness. If one were to lack even this modicum of compassion, they might as well descend into the path of darkness. Watching Su Taiping dash towards the western forest, fairy Lingwei murmured to herself. Moments later, Su Taiping reappeared in the Bamboo Creek Valley, cradling a docile little snow monkey in his arms. Chapter 52, The Soul Contract and the Acquisition of the Little Spirit Monkey Chirping. Upon encountering the mountain-moving ape on the icy surface, the little monkey's eyes were instantly filled with terror, struggling to climb down from Su Taiping's body. Do not fret, I shall take you over. Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head, then infused his feet with spiritual energy, his form swiftly gliding through the air, reaching the mountain-moving ape in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the mountain-moving ape bore numerous burn marks, its life force waning, yet it persisted, yearning to see the little monkey once more. Chirping. The little monkey then leapt from Su Taiping's grasp and rushed to the mountain-moving ape, wrapping its tiny hands around its face. Su Taiping observed as the two monkeys, one large and one small, began to communicate in a flurry of chirps. The elder monkey seemed to impart final words to the young one, though the specifics of their dialogue remained a mystery. Fairy Lingwei appeared to comprehend fragments of their monkey language. Su Taiping was not particularly concerned with the details of their conversation, however. The scene before him evoked memories of his grandfather. After all, it was on that stormy night that his grandfather had similarly conveyed his final wishes to him. At that moment, the mountain ape seemed to have finished imparting his instructions to the little monkey. He gently tapped the monkey's head with his finger and then turned to Su Taiping, saying, Could you take care of my child? I can forge a soul bond between it and you, allowing it to serve you for a century. Su Taiping was already acquainted with the concept of forming a soul bond with a spirit beast. However, he never anticipated that such an opportunity would present itself so serendipitously. The fairy Lingwei remained silent, merely observing from the sidelines, evidently allowing Su Taiping to make his own decision. What about you? Are you willing? Su Taiping did not give an immediate affirmation or denial, but instead looked toward the little monkey. Upon hearing this, the mountain ape leaned in to whisper a few words to the little monkey, seemingly conveying Su Taiping's sentiments. After listening to the mountain ape, the little monkey turned and embraced its head affectionately. However, under the mountain ape's persuasion, it soon turned back to face Su Taiping and nodded. "Then you shall accompany me from now on," Su Taiping said, nodding in agreement. Seeing the little monkey's pitiable state, he felt a pang of sympathy and could not bear to leave it behind in the mountains. The process of forming the soul bond was exceedingly straightforward. The mountain ape extracted a drop of primal demon blood from the little monkey and let it fall into Su Taiping's palm, after which the monkey swore an oath. Once the soul bond was established, Su Taiping distinctly sensed that he could issue commands to the little monkey with his thoughts, although he had no intention of doing so. His decision to take the little monkey in was largely driven by compassion rather than a necessity for a spirit beast. The reason for forging a soul contract lies in the regulations of the Qingxian sect, which stipulate that without a soul-bound spirit beast, one cannot enter the territory of the sect. Surely, the mountain ape is aware of this. At that moment, the mountain ape suddenly reached into its mouth and produced a transparent crystal ore. With a gentle flick of its hand, it tossed the hefty stone, weighing over 100 pounds, before Su Taiping. "This belongs to you," the mountain ape indicated, pointing at the mineral that rolled to Su Taiping's feet. "What is this?" Su Taiping was taken aback. "The Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone?" At the same time, the fairy Lingwei gasped in astonishment. The Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone is a rare material for forging spirit weapons, highly coveted even in my original realm of cultivation. She proceeded to elucidate to Su Taiping. "Spirit weapons?" Su Taiping's expression mirrored his surprise. According to his current understanding of magical artifacts, weapons in the cultivation realm are classified into 4 categories: magical tools, treasures, spirit treasures, and the legendary immortal treasures. Spirit weapons are a subset of spirit treasures, specifically denoting weapons with formidable offensive power. It is worth noting that he had yet to encounter even a single magical treasure, let alone spirit treasures or spirit weapons. Quickly secure it. Once we reach the 3rd transformation of the earth fruit, using this Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone as nourishment and selecting a spirit mountain for planting, we might cultivate a superior spirit weapon endowed with extraordinary abilities, the fairy Lingwei said, her excitement palpable. In her original world, a piece of Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone would not have elicited such excitement from her. However, in this realm, the rarity of the Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone is comparable to that of the Ice Soul Fairy Stone from her own world. As Su Taiping lifted the Ice Soul Moon Spirit Stone, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from the ice surface ahead. Looking up, he saw that the mountain-moving ape had closed its eyes. It had breathed its last. The tone of the Spirit Moon Fairy was somewhat melancholic. Subsequently, Su Taiping found a way to bury the mountain-moving ape's remains in the forest and retrieve the python skin and the demon gall from the fire-patterned python before returning with the little monkey to the bamboo cottage. Inside the bedroom, he placed the little monkey on the table and wrote the words "Ping" on paper with a brush. The little monkey nodded at the paper, seemingly understanding Su Taiping's intent. Following this, Su Taiping offered the little monkey some food. Perhaps exhausted, the little creature devoured a plate of lamb and then collapsed onto Su Taiping's bed, falling into a deep slumber. "Taiping, it is time to plant the earth fruit." The ethereal form of the Spirit Moon Fairy appeared beside Su Taiping. "Indeed," he replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In the dead of night, Su Taiping announced, "Sister Lingwei, the holes have been dug." In the medicinal herb garden, he had excavated 1 large pit and 3 smaller ones in the pre-designated area. The eastern pit, dedicated to the wood element, housed the fire spirit mushroom, a treasure capable of enhancing cultivation speed. The northern region embodies the essence of water, fostering harmony, placing gold, silver, and silk within a small pit can yield precious treasures that mend and heal. Conversely, the western domain signifies the force of metal associated with conflict. Depositing items such as the frost pearl, tiger head, tiger gall, snake head, and snake gall into another small pit can cultivate formidable weapons of warfare. Under the guidance of the ethereal Lingwei fairy, Su Taiping diligently poured the pre-prepared items into the 3 small pits, aligning with their respective directions. Ultimately, he placed the earth Bodhi fruit into the main pit, awaiting a span of 3 months. After sealing the 3 small pits, Su Taiping gingerly retrieved the earth Bodhi fruit and placed it into the principal pit. "Little Taiping, we shall meet in 3 months, he mused. The spectral form of Lingwei fairy hovered above the main pit, playfully winking at Su Taiping. "Indeed, Sister Lingwei, we shall meet in 3 months, he affirmed with a nod. The earth Bodhi fruit requires a 3-month maturation period following its second transformation, a detail that Linghua Fairy had previously communicated to Su Taiping. Speaking of which, it was time to procure seeds for the medicinal garden. Although last year's yield of 9-leaf perilla was commendable, relying solely on the merits earned from selling, it would only yield a modest 100 merit coins. After planting the earth Bodhi fruit, Su Taiping gazed at the now barren medicinal garden, which had remained so since the sale of the 9-leaf perilla, and began to reflect. Coupled with the merit coins acquired from the wraiths and tiger demons, he currently possessed around 500 merit coins. While this was sufficient for future expenditures, it would not suffice for the purchase of medicinal herbs and cultivation methods. It appeared imperative to cultivate more valuable herbs this year. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he returned to his chamber. He has come to a profound realization. Cultivation requires not only talent and perseverance, but also substantial wealth and abundance of wealth. In the Qingxian sect, this wealth is represented by merit coins. 3 months, shouldn't that be a fleeting moment? Su Taiping murmured softly before closing the door behind him. Chapter 53. 3 months later. The gourd bears fruit, and the moon awakens. Time in the mountains is ephemeral. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. Throughout these 3 months, Su Taiping led a remarkably leisurely life. Aside from his daily, fixed schedule of practicing the Tsangxia technique and several martial arts and spells, he spent the remaining time tending to the medicinal herb garden, watering the plants, catching pests, and fertilizing the soil, or teaching the little monkey, Pinyin, to speak and read. Due to his innate spiritual bone aptitude, the progress of the Tsangxia technique has been, as he anticipated, exceedingly slow. The qi within his dantian has yet to take shape, remaining shrouded in a hazy mist. However, Su Taiping is not anxious, after all. The current circumstances are beyond his control, and he can only await the ripening of the earth-hidden fruit to explore potential solutions. Moreover, in the medicinal herb garden, he primarily cultivated the snow root of Hishowu this year. This particular Hishowu boasts roots as white as snow and serves as an excellent remedy for injuries inflicted by sword and blade energies in the secular world. It would indeed be considered a precious medicine. The snow root Hishowu yields a harvest once a year, with 1 pound capable of being exchanged for 10 merit coins. Yet, ultimately, only 1/3 of the plants will produce snow roots. Thus, from 3 acres of the herb garden, he can expect to harvest around 50 pounds, translating to 500 merit coins. After deducting the 200 merit coins for seeds, the profit amounts to 300. However, due to the gathering spirit formation set up by the Fairy of Spirit Moon, based on last year's experience with the 9-leaf perilla, Su Taiping feels confident that a yield of approximately 160 pounds this year is well within reach. In this way, he could at least earn 1,400 merit coins, in addition to the snow root and the Romania. Su Taiping had also cultivated a considerable amount of medicinal herbs required for the qi gathering pill, which would mature within a year, providing him with sufficient materials to concoct at least 10 pills. The most expensive herbs available to external disciples were precisely the snow root and Romania. Thus, if the outer sect disciples refrained from seizing them, they could only accumulate at most 200 to 300 merit coins over 3 years. It appears that all of this has been meticulously calculated by the Qingxian sect. After practicing the Nexi skill for 2 hours, Su Taiping rose from his bed, contemplating the profits of the year. Su Taiping, I watered the plants, swept the courtyard, and washed the vegetables today. Could you possibly accompany me for a game of chess? At that moment, the little monkey Pinyin suddenly poked its head through the doorframe, its round eyes blinking curiously at Su Taiping. All right, after dinner, I shall join you. Su Taiping replied with a smile as he stood up. Over a year had passed, and he was no longer the frail youth who had first ascended the mountain. He had grown to a height of 6 feet, his physique becoming remarkably proportionate and robust, and his once youthful face now bore some angularity, exuding a blend of handsomeness and youthful exuberance. Yea, upon hearing that Su Taiping would play chess with it, the little monkey Pinyin joyfully leaped onto a nearby stool. Though only 3 months had elapsed, this monkey, possessing the bloodline of a spirit beast, was extraordinarily clever. It had not only learned to speak, but had also developed a fondness for playing chess with Su Taiping. Moreover, its docility often led Su Taiping to forget that it was, in fact, a magical creature. Every day, in accordance with Su Taiping's requests, I diligently practice reading and calligraphy. I also assist him in tending to the medicinal garden and performing household chores. Recently, I have even learned to kindle a fire and prepare meals. By the way, Su Taiping, that individual has returned, and he has asked me to convey to you that he intends to come again. As the little monkey spoke, he leaped onto Su Taiping's shoulder. When he comes again, you should tell him that I wish to focus solely on my cultivation and have no interest in joining the Cloud Tower Society, Su Taiping replied, gently patting the little monkey's head. The so-called Cloud Tower Society is, in fact, an organization for the wandering cultivators outside the gates of Yunlu Mountain. By joining, the disciples are afforded the society's protection, For instance, should they encounter a monstrous beast as Su Taiping did previously, they could seek assistance from the society. Initially, he contemplated joining this organization as it would provide additional security. However, after inquiring with Baiyu about the Cloud Tower Society, he reconsidered his decision. Firstly, upon joining the society, one must surrender a portion of the gains from their medicinal garden or celestial fields to the Qingxian sect, and then relinquish one-third of the remaining profits to the Cloud Tower Society. Secondly, members are obligated to heed the society's orders and accompany their cultivators in hunting down monsters. Although there is compensation for slaying these creatures, a significant portion must still be surrendered to the society. In addition to these stipulations, it was Baiyu's warning that ultimately extinguished Su Taiping's desire to join. He revealed that most cultivators affiliated with the Cloud Tower Society, upon becoming disciples of the Seven Peaks, are coerced into providing intelligence about their sect and are compelled to remit substantial amounts of merit currency. It is for these reasons that Su Taiping resolved to disregard their overtures. According to Baiyu, as long as one remains out of sight, those who harass will eventually depart after a period of time, and there is no need for concern. Peacefully, one should refrain from stepping outside the courtyard while conversing with that individual. Su Taiping then advised the little monkey once more. All right, Su Taiping, the little monkey nodded earnestly. Let us go to the backyard and check on the gourd vine. If all goes well, Sister Lingwei should awaken tonight. Su Taiping gently lifted the little monkey from his shoulder and cradled him in his arms as they made their way to the medicinal garden in the backyard. In the garden, the once desolate landscape from 3 months prior had transformed into a verdant paradise, where the air was occasionally infused with the subtle fragrance of rare herbs. Amidst the swaying medicinal plants, a gourd vine with lush green leaves stood out, adorned with 3 gourds of varying hues. These 3 gourds were, in fact, the fruits of the second transformation of the Earth Store fruit. Su Taiping, this gourd smells delightful, the little monkey remarked, sniffing the air and licking his lips in anticipation. Little monkey, do you dare to consume it? Are you not afraid it might burrow into your belly and wreak havoc upon your digestive system? Just as Su Taiping began to jest with the little monkey, one of the green gourds suddenly emitted a melodious sound, a sweet voice that resonated like that of a lovely woman. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's lips curled into a smile as he turned to the gourd, exclaiming, Sister Lingwei, you have finally awakened. Chapter 54, The Cloud Tower Assembly, a failed invitation to seize the spirit monkey. The green gourd swayed gently before continuing. However, we must wait another day or two until these 3 gourds are fully ripe. This had been previously conveyed by the enchanting Lingwei to Su Taiping. Following her awakening, her lingering soul shall reside within this green gourd, nurturing itself gradually, no longer reliant on the earthly fruit. Little Taiping. Although I am unaware of the specific treasures within the other 2 gourds, the aura they emit is undeniably potent. Perhaps this time, we shall encounter a delightful surprise. Lingwei stated, her voice tinged with excitement. Su Taiping nodded in agreement, sharing her anticipation regarding the treasure's birth from the earthly fruit's second fruition. After discussing some of his cultivation dilemmas with Lingwei over the past few months, Su Taiping returned to his abode and played a few rounds of chess with the little monkey before heading back to his chamber to resume his evening practice. At this juncture, he was determined not to squander a single moment. Meanwhile, as Su Taiping began his cultivation, the little monkey Pinyin exhibited commendable behavior, entertaining itself in the courtyard, mimicking Su Taiping's stances while throwing punches and climbing up and down the ancient banyan tree, thoroughly enjoying itself. As dusk approached, a rumble emanated from Pingin's belly. The mountain monkey possessed a substantial appetite. Even after consuming an entire roasted leg of lamb at noon, it still felt an insatiable hunger at this hour. Even when famished and utterly exhausted, the little monkey refrained from disturbing Su Taiping. Instead, it hung from a tree with its tail, swaying back and forth, reciting the 3-character classic taught by Su Taiping. In the beginning, monkeys are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits diverge. Mutton from yellow sheep, a large chicken leg, roasted bear paw. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard just as the little monkey, unable to resist the urge, was about to grab a handful of leaves to stuff into its mouth. With a flick of its tail, it swung down onto a branch and shielded its eyes from the glaring twilight as it peered outside. There, it spotted a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe standing at the entrance. May I inquire if Su Taiping is at home? The man inquired, chittering excitedly. The monkey leaped down from the tree, bouncing and hopping to the top of the courtyard gate, gesturing animatedly at the middle-aged man. Little monkey, is your master within the courtyard? The man smiled at the monkey. Upon hearing this, the monkey suddenly remembered that it could speak human language. It promptly shook its head and replied, not here, you may leave. Su Taiping has no interest. Regarding the Cloud Tower meeting, no interest. Having just learned to speak, it could only manage short phrases. I see. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. He then looked back at the little monkey and said, "Little monkey, I have 2 spirit peaches here. Would you care for some?" With that, he produced 2 plump, juicy peaches from the wide sleeves of his robe. A unique fragrance of spiritual fruit wafted through the air the moment the 2 ethereal peaches were unveiled. The little monkey, upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, found it increasingly difficult to restrain itself and began fidgeting in place. "Little monkey, if you wish to partake, come forward and take it yourself," said the middle-aged man, as he picked up one of the peaches and savored it with great delight, tempted by the man's indulgence. The monkey, named Ping'an, contemplated leaping down several times. Yet, recalling the warning from Su Taiping, it ultimately restrained itself, muttering and gesturing indignantly at the man before retreating back to the banyan tree in the courtyard. "Very well, I shall no longer tease you. The peach is yours. Come and take it," the man chuckled, placing the peach on the ground before turning away and departing without a backward glance. Once the middle-aged man had left, the little monkey swiftly hung from a branch and swung like a pendulum to the edge of the roof. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that the man had indeed vanished, the monkey felt a wave of relief wash over it. It dropped to the ground and hurriedly snatched up the spiritual fruit. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man seemingly appeared out of thin air beside the little monkey. Before Ping'an could utter a cry, the man seized it and struck a blow that rendered it unconscious. "Little fellow, if you refuse my invitation, then you shall be compelled to face the consequences." The middle-aged man cast a glance at the signboard of Chiju residence above the courtyard gate, then flicked his wrist, sending a dart soaring from his sleeve, striking the sign with precision. Affixed to the dart was a letter. Following this, the man vanished into thin air once more. "Dear Taiping, should you wish to reclaim your spiritual pet, join me at Taiyuan Ridge within 3 days. Yours, Jian Yuan of Yunlu Society." When Su Taiping came across this letter, an incense stick had already burned down. He had been engrossed in his training, reaching a critical juncture, and was oblivious to the happenings outside. "I am but a mere practitioner at the opening door stage, and I have no enmity with the Yunlu Society. Why would they act in such a manner?" Su Taiping pondered, walking towards the medicinal garden while reading the letter. "What troubles you, Taiping?" At that moment, Su Taiping stood amidst the medicinal garden, next to the gourd vine. "A loose alliance known as the Yunlu Society has abducted the little monkey, demanding my presence at their abode within 3 days. He recounted the day's events, including the incessant invitations from the Yunlu Society to the fairy Lingwei. "They likely covet the herbs cultivated in your garden," remarked fairy Lingwei, demonstrating her seasoned insight. "Indeed, all that I have planted this year consists of rare medicinal herbs." Su Taiping acknowledged with a nod. "Do not be overly concerned, Taiping, since their aim is the herbs in your garden. They will not harm your pet before your meeting." This evening, the 3 gourds had fully ripened. "You should first take the treasure to secure an additional layer of protection. I shall accompany you to the Peach Orchard Ridge afterwards," suggested fairy Lingwei. "Indeed, there is no other way," Su Taiping nodded in agreement. This was also the reason why he had refrained from rushing out earlier and instead came to the medicinal garden on this deep night as the moon reached its zenith. With a soft thud, the gourd inhabited by fairy Lingwei was the first to drop from the vine. Su Taiping then observed the glowing gourd floating directly towards him. "Little Taiping, you must help me safeguard my dwelling from now on." A playful voice emerged from the gourd, followed by the opening of its mouth, from which a somewhat translucent figure drifted out. Who else could it be but fairy Lingwei? Chapter 55. The gourd falls, concealing the true dragon among the green mountains. Upon seeing fairy Lingwei again, Su Taiping could distinctly sense that her human aura had grown significantly stronger. The icy detachment reminiscent of her initial ghostly presence had vanished. "Sister Lingwei, it seems your soul has healed considerably." Su Taiping expressed his joy for the fairy. Although the spiritual energy of this land remained insufficient, the inherent power within the earth store fruit had notably aided in the restoration of her spirit, allowing it to reach the status of a semi-complete soul. Fairy Lingwei smiled and nodded, evidently pleased with her gains. "By the way, little Taiping, this gourd not only serves as my sanctuary, but also contains a universe within. You can store your portable artifacts and similar items within it." She then pointed to the green gourd in Su Taiping's hand and inquired, "How much can it hold?" Su Taiping, filled with surprise, asked, "What should I do?" "Grasp the gourd firmly and channel a breath of true energy into it," the fairy Lingwei suggested, refraining from providing a direct answer and encouraging him to experiment. "All right," Su Taiping nodded, following her instructions as he infused the gourd with his true energy. Immediately, a misty space materialized in his mind, measuring approximately 10 feet on each side, roughly the size of his kitchen. "Is it really that spacious?" Su Taiping withdrew his focus, gazing at the fairy Lingwei with astonishment. Clearly, this area represented the space she had mentioned, a realm containing the universe within. It's not particularly large. Fairy Lingwei replied with a gentle shake of her head. This gourd is the first spiritual treasure born from the earth store fruit. Unlike ordinary treasures, its capacity will increase in accordance with the strength of its master. Thus, as my power continues to recover, the space within the gourd will expand, potentially growing large enough to create its own world. She elaborated with a grand air, a world of its own. Su Taiping felt a stir of emotion. He realized that even this small expanse was beyond his imagination. Sister Lingwei, could I store the yellow sheep I hunted in the mountains, or the fire-patterned python from before? Within this gourd? He sought confirmation from the fairy Lingwei. Indeed, she affirmed with a nod, from talismans to the bodies of monstrous beasts. As long as they fit within the gourd, you may store them all. Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping felt a surge of joy within him. The last time, he had been unable to retrieve the valuable remains of the fire-patterned python, having only skinned it due to his inability to carry more. Not only living creatures, but once my strength is restored further, even some spiritual beasts and monsters can be captured. This azure gourd possesses the same abilities as the demon refining cauldron. At this moment, the fairy Lingwei added with a hint of enthusiasm. Hearing this, Su Taiping was astonished, yet could not suppress his anticipation for fairy Lingwei's further restoration of power. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as the second gourd fell from the vine. This time, it was a crimson-skinned gourd, adorned with exquisite flame-like patterns that danced across its surface. After tumbling down, it floated gently into Su Taiping's embrace, as if still in a state of slumber, remaining motionless as though it had drifted back into dreams. This fiery gourd had absorbed the essence of the fire spirit mushroom and transformed from treasures akin to it within this mountainous terrain, Fairy Lingwei explained to Su Taiping. Having previously discussed the Earth Store Fruit's ability to extract treasures buried deep within this land, Su Taiping was not overly surprised. Come, let us see what kind of treasure lies within this gourd, Fairy Lingwei urged, her voice tinged with excitement. Bang! Su Taiping gently tapped the opening of the gourd, and the top of the fiery patterned gourd automatically split apart. Following this, a surge of intense and rich spiritual energy burst forth, accompanied by a low, rumbling roar reminiscent of a dragon's chant. Is there truly a dragon hidden within this mountain? Exclaimed Fairy Lingwei. Although she had yet to glimpse the treasure contained within the gourd, the mere sound of the dragon's roar was enough for her to ascertain that the treasure was indeed connected to dragons. The existence of such a treasure could only imply one possibility, that beneath their feet lay a landscape that, a millennium or even 10,000 years ago, had once been graced by a dragon, an authentic dragon, not a mere flood dragon like the elder of the black dragons. Dragons? They truly exist in this world. Su Taiping had encountered references to such beings more than once in the ancient texts he had perused. However, most of the tomes he had examined indicated that since the calamity of the Dragon Han era 10,000 years ago, true dragons had ceased to exist. Only serpents and similar impostors remained. Indeed, dragons once roamed the earth, in ages past and even now, yet they had all ascended to the upper realms. Long ago, the spiritual energy of the lower realms had dwindled, rendering the emergence of true dragons nearly impossible. Even the few that remained in their corner of the cosmos had not been seen for nearly a millennium. Their fates, whether alive or deceased, remained a mystery. Fairy Lingwei, filled with a sense of nostalgia, responded with a hint of longing before eagerly gesturing towards Su Taiping's gourd, urging, quickly, let us see what treasures lie within. Very well. Su Taiping finally remembered that there were indeed treasures contained within the gourd. He turned the gourd upside down, and to his astonishment, a bead the size of a chicken egg rolled out, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. In an instant, the entire medicinal garden was enveloped in an intense warmth. Could this be the dragon's gallstone refined from the true essence of a dragon? The fairy Lingwei exclaimed in surprise once more. What exactly is a dragon's gallstone? Although merely gazing into the fervent eyes of Fairy Lingwei led Su Taiping to surmise that this bead was extraordinary, his curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Please secure it. With an expression of vigilance, Fairy Lingwei signaled Su Taiping to safely stow the gallstone. Once he had placed the gallstone back into the gourd and sealed it, she finally exhaled in relief and remarked, though the dragon's gallstone refined from the true essence of a dragon does not possess any particularly mystical abilities. When used to brew wine, a single sip can significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Furthermore, dragon gallstone wine nourishes the spirit, making it a coveted treasure for high-level cultivators. However, due to the rarity of true dragons and the difficulty in refining the gallstone, this treasure has become exceedingly scarce. At this point, a look of helplessness crossed Fairy Lingwei's face, and with a wry smile, she continued, in my search across 10 provinces, I never encountered even a single piece. I never expected to discover one today in this barren land of spiritual energy. Chapter 56. The Tsangwan ring 3 fingers can split the clouds and part the seas. Therefore, if I drink wine brewed with this gallstone, I will be able to enhance my cultivation speed. Su Taiping's eyes brightened at her words. Indeed, the fairy Ling Yue smiled and nodded, then continued. However, the dragon gall liquor is not an inexhaustible resource. A single dragon gallstone can brew a maximum of 3,000 gourds of liquor. Given your current physical condition, it would be quite challenging for you to withstand even a cup, let alone a whole flask. You must prepare yourself mentally. Is it similar to the bone cleansing and marrow washing soup from that time? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately recalled the scene of immersing himself in the bone cleansing soup. The suffering he had to endure was akin. Yet the potency of the dragon gall liquor is far more intense. Once consumed, the true dragon's essence within the liquor will relentlessly surge through your limbs and bones. And should you fail to exert control, it could result in your demise. Fairy Ling Yue shook her head. However, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as you manage the quantity carefully, such a fate can be avoided. Noticing the grave expression on Su Taiping's face, she added, well, I shall first attempt half a cup. Su Taiping did not retreat in the face of the potential side effects mentioned by Fairy Ling Yue. In truth, aside from accelerating the cultivation speed, utilizing the dragon gall liquor to nourish spiritual herbs can promote their rapid growth. An ordinary herb can gain the equivalent of 10 years of age from just a cup. Fairy Ling Yue glanced at the medicinal garden and smiled. Such miraculous effects indeed. Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. However, unless one encounters precious herbs, it is advisable not to use it. A single dragon gall stone can only brew 3,000 gourds, and once a flask is used, it is one less. Fairy Ling Yue nodded and cautioned Su Taiping once more. This I understand. Su Taiping affirmed with a nod. In summary, acquiring the Jinshin stone from your last adventure was indeed worthwhile, remarked Fairy Ling Yue with great relief. It is important to note that had Su Taiping not insisted on retrieving the fire Lingji, the earth fruit would never have been able to draw forth this ancient Jinshin, buried beneath the earth for millennia. At that moment, as the two conversed, a third gourd plummeted from the gourd vine. Come, let us see what the earth fruit has bestowed upon us this time. Fairy Ling Yue, having been pleasantly surprised by the treasures from the previous gourds, was increasingly eager about this third one. Much like before, the gourd, dark as forged iron, landed softly and then instinctively floated into Su Taiping's embrace, as if it inherently recognized him as its master. With practiced ease, Su Taiping uncorked the gourd. Suddenly, a silver beam resembling a soaring bird shot forth from within, soaring around the courtyard before abruptly darting straight towards Su Taiping. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, but the luminous entity transformed into strands of golden silk, wrapping themselves around his index finger. In the blink of an eye, a silver ring adorned his finger, intricately carved with the image of a lifelike bird in flight. Just as Su Taiping pondered the nature of this treasure, a torrent of knowledge regarding its name and purpose surged into his mind. This must be a spiritual treasure born from the earth fruit, guided by the frostwind pearl and nourished by the essence of this mountainous landscape. Once adorned, one's spirit would instinctively grasp its function. Upon seeing Su Taiping standing there in a daze, Fairy Ling Yue immediately comprehended the situation and promptly spoke up. Sister Ling Yue, it is called the Tsangwan Ring, a superior spiritual artifact forged from the essence of these mountains and rivers, and infused with a strand of divine essence from the ferocious beast Tsangwan. After fully absorbing the information through his spiritual perception, Su Taiping suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with excitement, and gazed at Fairy Ling Yue. The ferocious beast Tsangwan, is that not a creature that became extinct in ancient times? Fairy Ling Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled. An ancient ferocious beast? Su Taiping was somewhat astonished, as he had not previously heard of the Tsangwan bird and had assumed it was merely an ordinary beast. In the primordial times, when ferocious beasts ravaged the world, the Tsangwan was among the most formidable of them all. It is said that they were eventually annihilated by the Dragon Clan, Fairy Ling Yue affirmed. To have established such a fearsome reputation during such a terrifying era, even a mere strand of divine essence is enough to instill dread. However, I sense that this ring spirit does not seem so fierce. Su Taiping found it difficult to reconcile the image of the little blue bird in his mind with the notorious Tsangwan. Just as he uttered these words, a bright light in the shape of a bird once again burst forth from the ring on his hand, joyfully circling around him before returning to the ring. Indeed, it is rather peculiar, but your spiritual perception must be accurate. That ring spirit must certainly be the Tsangwan. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, a top-tier spiritual weapon imbued with a spirit is considered a rare treasure even in the realm of cultivation from which I hail. It appears that Fairy Ling Yue finds this somewhat peculiar, yet she does not intend to delve deeper into the matter. After all, the entities birthed from the ground concealing fruit are bound to be exceptional. Yes, Su Taiping nodded emphatically in agreement with Fairy Ling Yue's assertion. I can sense that this ring harbors an immensely powerful divine force. He glanced down at the ring in his hand. What kind of divine power is it? Since this is a brand new spiritual treasure born from the ground-concealing fruit, it is now Fairy Ling Yue's turn to inquire of Su Taiping. This divine force manifests in two forms, offense and defense. By bringing the thumb and index finger of the right hand together in a circle, one invokes the defensive aspect. As Su Taiping spoke, he raised his right hand, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger, and, through the resonance of his spirit, he guided his vital energy into the circle. Boom! With the sound of an explosive force, a wall of swirling gale enveloped Su Taiping entirely. Reminiscent of the Frostwind Pearl wielded by the Tiger Demon on that fateful day. Unlike the Frostwind Pearl, however, this wind wall accompanies him without hindering his ability to strike or wield a sword. At this moment, Su Taiping moved about a few steps, executing several stances of the Qingyo fist, and the wind wall remained steadfast by his side, undispersed. Excellent. Fairy Lingwen nodded in approval. With her discerning eye, she could easily perceive that the resilience of the wind wall surrounding Su Taiping was sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from the earlier fire pattern python. It is noteworthy that Su Taiping, at present, is merely at the opening door stage. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to remain perpetually by the side of its wielder, a quality that surpasses even that of the Frostwind Pearl. Allow me to examine the destructive prowess of this ring. She then addressed Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. The Songwan Ring's offensive capabilities are categorized into three distinct gestures. The first, pierce the clouds, the second, shatter the mountains, and the third, split the seas. Su Taiping first raised the index finger adorned with the ring, then formed a snapping gesture with two fingers, and finally, he brought all three fingers together to simulate a downward strike. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, Lingwei Fairy instantly comprehended that these were the methods to harness the three powers of the Songwan Ring. Let us see. Lingwei Fairy remarked with a hint of anticipation in her gaze directed at Su Taiping. Chapter 57. Yuan Ridge, Mysterious Banquet of Fate indeed, even without Lingwei Fairy's urging. Su Taiping was eager to explore the divine capabilities of the ring. He began to channel his true essence into the ring while simultaneously raising a finger towards the heavens. His fingertip pointed straight at a cloud attempting to obscure the moon above. Boom. In the next moment, with a mere thought, his fingertip radiated brilliance. And a spiral wind blade, forged from pure vital energy, surged forth like a spear, piercing through the sky towards the cloud that loomed 100 zhang high. Bang! Moments later, a soft tremor resonated from the heavens, followed by Su Taiping and Lingwei Fairy witnessing the dark cloud that had previously obscured the moon being pierced through by Su Taiping's singular gesture. Through the aperture in the clouds, the two individuals could just discern the luminous moon hanging in the sky. This strike, I fear, would be beyond the capacity of even the patterned python to withstand. Upon witnessing this, Fairy Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a single finger, you can unleash the power to pierce armor. Thus, these two fingers should possess the capability to contend against many. Taiping, do give it a try? She urged Su Taiping with a hint of curiosity. Very well, Su Taiping replied, equally intrigued. However, just as he extended his two fingers, preparing to execute the snapping gesture as guided by his spiritual sense, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It seemed his vital energy had been entirely depleted. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he realized that the vital energy in his dantian had been exhausted the moment he unleashed the power of a single finger. Sister Lingwei, it appears that with my current level of spiritual power, I can only wield the offensive might of the Songwan Ring once. Su Taiping lamented with a sigh of regret. Do not be disheartened, even if it can only be used once. You need not fear the majority of the beasts in this mountain any longer. If you could refine a few more gathering chi pills, you should be able to utilize it several times. Moreover, considering the present circumstances, your cultivation level is not yet sufficient to fully unleash the power of a single finger. Perhaps once you break through to the Wangyu realm, the strength of this finger will be even greater, Fairy Lingwei remarked with a smile, shaking her head. She was thoroughly pleased with the lethality of the Songwan Ring. I, too, share this sentiment, Su Taiping said, his eyes filled with anticipation. This iron gourd should be kept well, for each of the three gourds transformed by the earth fruit possesses its unique utility. The green gourd creates its own realm, while the fire gourd can nurture elixirs even without the dragon gallstone. The iron gourd, on the other hand, can cultivate weapons. Even ordinary weapons placed within it for a year or two will see their quality significantly enhanced, let alone spiritual weapons such as flying swords. The Fairy Lingwei elucidated the functions of these three gourds to Su Taiping. To Su Taiping's astonishment, these gourds themselves are indeed treasures, prompting him to immediately place both the fire gourd and the iron gourd into the green gourd. Could it be that I might venture into the weapon trade in the future? Su Taiping suddenly mused aloud to the Fairy Lingwei. Currently, This iron gourd can only nurture a single weapon at most. It relies on your true essence to gradually enhance its capabilities. Thus allowing for the nurturing of more weapons is still premature, Fairy Lingwei replied, not entirely dismissing Su Taiping's suggestion. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the further one progresses, the more one requires rare materials, and an abundance of wealth is always advantageous. Ah, I understand. For now, it seems I can only use it to nurture the Zhongwan ring, Su Taiping responded, undeterred and even more resolute in his determination to elevate his cultivation. By the way, Sister Lingwei, I intend to visit Peach Blossom Ridge tomorrow. After securing the gourds, Su Taiping raised his head, looking earnestly at Fairy Lingwei. Go ahead, she replied readily. Seeing this as a valuable opportunity for Su Taiping to gain experience, regardless of his ultimate intentions. As for the potential dangers, the celestial maiden Lingwei believed that with the acquisition of the Zhongwan ring, she would not face any life-threatening risks unless confronted by cultivators of the Wangyu realm or higher. And as for those formidable cultivators, what leisure would they have to deal with a mere outer sect rogue? Furthermore, should trouble arise, her elder sister would surely come to her aid, Lingwei mused silently. After her transformation into the second layer of the earth fruit, her spirit could exert a portion of her former powers by possessing others. Of course, Su Taiping remained oblivious to these matters, and she preferred it that way. The following day, at Taoyuan Ridge, though the scenery was quite lovely, the mountain was rife with ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures, which prompted Su Taiping to steer clear while hunting. Thus, this was his first visit to the area. Upon entering a peach grove, he immediately spotted a quaint courtyard nestled at its center. The courtyard was modest, similar in size to his Chizhu residence. Yet everything from the walls to the tiles appeared significantly newer, indicating it was a recently constructed abode. Since young friend Taiping has arrived, why not step inside for a chat? Su Taiping had initially intended to survey the surroundings before entering, but as fate would have it, he was promptly noticed by someone within the courtyard. I apologize for the intrusion, he remarked, not hesitating as he lightly pressed his foot against the ground. Propelling himself gracefully into the air, landing effortlessly at the entrance of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Upon looking up, he saw the words "Look at you" inscribed above the door. Su Taiping cast a casual glance at the plaque and silently murmured to himself, "No one shall remain here today." Just then, the courtyard door creaked open. Two charming young maidens opened the door. "Young Master Su, please. My master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." With graceful smiles, the maidens ushered Su Taiping into the courtyard. Su Taiping nodded, stepping forward into the courtyard. Though one hand concealed within his sleeve clutched a talisman of gold, he still had a few of the charms obtained from the tiger demon. As he neared the small hall within the courtyard, a middle-aged scholar, beaming with a broad smile, emerged from within and gestured for Su Taiping to enter. Su Taiping halted in his tracks, showing no inclination to proceed further. "May I inquire your esteemed surname and given name, esteemed elder?" he asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the man. "I am surnamed Jian, with the given name Yuan, courtesy name Yashan. Those familiar with the Yunlu Society often refer to me as Mr. Yashan," the middle-aged man replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "I see that Mr. Yashan is indeed a person of knowledge and propriety. However, I must ask, why have you taken my monkey without cause?" Su Taiping inquired directly. "Ha ha ha." Mr. Yashan chuckled at the remark, then waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, explaining. "Young friend Taiping has misunderstood. I merely found your monkey exceedingly charming, and as it enjoys the spiritual fruits in my garden, I wish to take it for a brief outing." Such absurd claims were presented with a facade of grandeur. "Since I have come here, I kindly request that Mr. Yashan return my monkey to me," Su Taiping stated, remaining composed and unperturbed by the man's nonsensical excuses, extending a hand toward Mr. Yashan. Chapter 58, The Battle at Yashan. Ambush in Taoyuan Ridge. "Do not rush, my young friend Taiping. Please, enter the house first. After we have enjoyed a hearty meal, we shall discuss this matter further," Mr. Yashan said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "No need," Su Taiping replied, shaking his head, his gaze resolute as he extended a hand and declared, "Bring it forth." At these words, Mr. Yashan's countenance darkened instantly. "Su Taiping, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Our invitation to join the Yunlu Society is a sign of respect towards you," he warned, his hand resting on his abdomen, his tone laced with menace as he regarded Su Taiping. Meanwhile, two charming maidens closed the courtyard door and positioned themselves on either side of Su Taiping, creating an encircling stance. "I have no interest in the Yunlu Society," Su Taiping stated firmly, lowering his hand to rest upon the hilt of his long blade. The true energy within him surged like a torrential river, coursing through his meridians. A formidable aura radiated throughout the small courtyard in an instant. Indeed, Su Taiping's rate of advancement was not swift, yet it was characterized by solidity. Every strand of true energy within him had been refined countless times, and his meridians were nurtured daily by this energy. Now, he resembled a small yet exceptionally resilient stone. Haha. Just then, Mr. Yashan suddenly broke into a hearty laugh and said, "Since my young friend Taiping does not wish to partake in this meal, I shall not insist." With that, he turned towards the interior and continued, "Lao Qian, bring out that little monkey and return it to young friend Taiping." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, regarding Mr. Yashan with a hint of wariness. His intuition told him that matters could not possibly be so simple. However, what surprised Su Taiping was that throughout the entire episode, from the moment the servant named Lao Qian brought out the little monkey Ping into the instant he cradled it in his arms, Mr. Yashan exhibited no signs of abnormality. "Young friend Taiping, since you are unwilling to linger, I shall not see you off." After returning the little monkey to Su Taiping, Mr. Yashan smiled and offered a slight bow, then turned without a backward glance and strode into the courtyard. Chirp. The little monkey pinged and clung nervously to Su Taiping's arm. "It's all right, we're going home." Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey, his expression returning to normal as he stepped toward the courtyard entrance. "Safe travels, young master." Before he could reach the door, two maidens greeted him with charming smiles, bidding him farewell. "Taiping, watch your back." At that moment, the voice of Lingyue Fairy resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Without a second thought, he abruptly infused the golden bell talisman in his hand with true energy, and a luminous golden bell-shaped barrier instantly enveloped his entire being. At that very moment, a sound akin to the tolling of a bell echoed through the air. Having turned around, Su Taiping caught sight of Mr. Yashan, who had mysteriously appeared behind him, brandishing a sharp sword that was thrust directly toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sword, enveloped in a radiant aura, had indeed pierced through the golden barrier, nearly pressing against Su Taiping himself. When had Mr. Yashan appeared, Su Taiping was taken aback, for he had distinctly seen Mr. Yashan enter the house moments ago. Snap! At this moment, he clearly had no time to ponder, as he abruptly propelled himself backward, his toes pressing forcefully against the ground, causing the earth to yield beneath him. In an instant, before his feet could touch the ground, the two women, who had previously worn smiles on their faces, swiftly drew short swords from their sleeves, lunging at Su Taiping from either side. It was evident that this was a premeditated assault. Clang! Su Taiping crushed yet another golden bell talisman. Boom! Thanks to his timely reaction, the talisman successfully thwarted the attack from the two women. However, a chill ran down Su Taiping's spine when he noticed that Yashan, who had been pursuing him moments ago, had inexplicably vanished from his sight. Bang! When Su Taiping caught sight of Yashan again, he found him appearing behind him, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his back. The force of this blow was formidable, with the gathered energy manifesting as a blade of air, resembling a massive sword several feet in length, crashing heavily against the golden bell barrier surrounding Su Taiping. Crack! After only a few breaths, the protective barrier shattered once more. This low-grade golden bell talisman was a one-time use item, proving inadequate for withstanding relentless assaults. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Yashan vanished again, while the two women once more lunged at Su Taiping's vulnerable back, their timing impeccably synchronized. Clang! Su Taiping shattered yet another golden bell talisman, successfully deflecting the lethal strike from the two maidens. This marked the final golden bell symbol for him, yet he felt neither regret nor panic. Instead, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in his gaze, for through the two recent assaults from his opponent, he had deduced that Mr. Yashan's disappearance was not due to exceptional agility, but rather the use of a certain invisibility artifact. Even if one possesses such an artifact, one must inevitably reveal oneself while attempting to take my life, he mused, as he formed a circle with his thumb and index finger within his sleeve. Boom! Just as anticipated, the golden bell barrier managed to fend off the attacks of the two maidservants, and Mr. Yashan reappeared behind Su Taiping, delivering a powerful strike against the already cracked golden bell. Crash! With a resounding explosion, the golden bell shattered. Humph! Observing this, Mr. Yashan let out a cold laugh, as his other hand, concealed behind him, brandished a long sword that glimmered menacingly, thrusting it towards Su Taiping's back. Boom! Yet at the moment his sword was about to pierce, a deafening sonic boom echoed through the forest, and a wall of wind surged outward from Su Taiping's figure. This wind barrier, of course, emanated from Su Taiping's Tsangwan ring. Crack! The wind wall proved immensely resilient, causing the sword in Yashan's hand to shatter upon impact. Swish! In a state of panic, Yashan attempted to vanish and escape, but Su Taiping had already unsheathed his blade, a gleaming steel longsword humming with lethal intent, aiming a powerful slash towards Yashan's neck. However, just as the blade was about to sever Yashan's head, the jade pendant flew from around his neck, transforming at remarkable speed into his shield. Bang! Despite the jade pendant shattering on the spot, Mr. Yashan ultimately seized the opportunity to escape. What are you waiting for? Come on. The man, having narrowly escaped death, rolled and tumbled chaotically, disregarding his dignity while shouting in panic. Suddenly, the sound of unsheathing swords echoed from outside the courtyard. And 4 or 5 shadows, brimming with a palpable aura, surged into the courtyard, all rushing directly towards Su Taiping. Clearly, there were still ambushes hidden within Tianrich. Chapter 59. 2 fingers out. Mr. Yashan presents a treasure without paying heed to these intruders. Su Taiping took another step forward, his form racing towards Mr. Yashan like a fierce gale. Just as Mr. Yashan was about to vanish once more, Su Taiping struck him directly in the chest with a powerful bullhorn-like blow. The sound of bones shattering resonated as Mr. Yashan, who had only just regained his footing, was sent flying straight back, crashing hard against the courtyard wall. However, the reckless force of Su Taiping's punch resulted in several figures from outside the wall encircling him, leaving him with no means of escape. Kill this little thief and let him understand the consequences of offending our Yulu society. Blood trickled from the corner of Mr. Yashan's mouth as he swallowed a few medicinal pills, furiously pointing at Su Taiping and shouting in rage. Even without his words, the individuals surrounding Su Taiping had already begun their assault. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with a chaotic mix of sword and blade energy. If Su Taiping were to truly be overwhelmed by their combined onslaught, he would soon be reduced to nothing more than a mass of mangled flesh. To Mr. Naishan's astonishment, Su Taiping neither fled nor resisted. Instead, he took a deep breath and made a snapping gesture. Snap! Just as Su Taiping was about to be struck by a flurry of blades, a crisp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Initially, Mr. Naishan wore a puzzled expression, but soon, the confusion in his eyes transformed into sheer terror. Boom! With a piercing blast, a fierce gale erupted around Su Taiping, instantly shredding the 4 assailants into a gruesome mass of flesh. In an instant, the air was thick with a mist of blood. What Su Taiping had just employed was the second finger technique of the Zhongwan ring, known as shattering mountains. Impossible. This cannot be. Naishan was in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to escape. By the time he regained his wits, Su Taiping stood before him, brandishing a blood-soaked blade. No. Bang. Before Mr. Naishan could utter another word, Su Taiping's fist collided with his cheek, sending him crashing through the wall. After their brief encounter, Su Taiping had confirmed that Mr. Naishan's cultivation level was at most at the opening door stage, perhaps even lacking in the slightest degree of proficiency. Such a practitioner posed no threat to Su Taiping. The only concern was the artifact that could render him invisible, however, given Naishan's reluctance to use it again. Su Taiping surmised that it must have limitations on usage or duration. Spare me, fellow cultivator. It was my fault from the beginning. I implore you to forgive me. Mr. Yashan has suffered numerous fractures, rendering his treasures unusable, and he has reached a point of utter desperation, left with no choice but to beg for mercy. How did your Yunlu Association come to target me? Su Taiping inquired, stepping before Mr. Yashan. There is no particular reason. Bang. As Mr. Yashan attempted to offer a defense, Su Taiping delivered a swift kick, toppling him to the ground. Speak the truth, or next time I shall wield a blade. Su Taiping advanced a step, brandishing his knife at Mr. Yashan. Please, my friend, do not act impulsively. I will speak. I will speak. Mr. Yashan frantically gestured. Su Taiping shot him a piercing glance. It is as follows. A few days ago, we visited the West Wind Pavilion, and a disciple affiliated with your Yunlu Association revealed to me that an outer disciple at Qingzhou residence has cultivated a considerable quantity of precious medicinal herbs this year, which, upon maturity, could fetch at least 1 or 2,000 merit coins. In a moment of greed, Mr. Yashan's voice dwindled to a whisper. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, pondering. So it was a member of the West Wind Pavilion who divulged the information about the seeds. Could it be those who were reprimanded by Uncle Gio last time? He immediately recalled the individuals who had been chastised by Uncle Gio. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep this matter to himself for the time being and sought to inquire about other information. So, it is your personal initiative to summon me, rather than that of the Yunlu Association? Su Taiping continued. Indeed, it is my own initiative. However, I am the leader of the Yunlu Association in this vicinity, and I still possess the authority to make such decisions regarding trivial matters. When Mr. Yashan proclaimed himself a minor leader of the Cloud Tower Society, he abruptly raised his voice, clearly threatening Su Taiping. What treasure did you use for concealment? Surrender it. Su Taiping inquired. Mr. Yashan seemed reluctant to part with the precious item. With a swift motion, Su Taiping executed a strike through the air. Calm your anger, my friend. This treasure is known as the concealment grass. When held in the palm, It grants invisibility, albeit only 3 times a day, and each instance lasts merely 10 breaths. Mr. Yashan hesitated to relinquish the vibrant green leaf. Su Taiping, recognizing the truth in this revelation, accepted the leaf and nodded. He then casually posed another question. What advantages would I gain should I join the Cloud Tower Society? Upon hearing this, Mr. Yashan's face brightened. For Su Taiping's interest in joining indicated he must have some ulterior motive. My friend, I can assure you that as long as you become a member of the Cloud Tower Society. However, just as Mr. Yashan let his guard down, Su Taiping gathered his energy and delivered a decisive blow. Had you not been a minor leader of the Cloud Tower Society, I might have considered sparing your life. He murmured expressionlessly. Having endured encounters with vengeful spirits and tiger demons, Su Taiping understood that survival in the realm of cultivation required a hard-hearted resolve. One's safety must always take precedence. The tragic fate of Lu Qimei served as a stark reminder. Well handled, indeed. The ethereal visage of Spirit Moon Fairy emerged gracefully from the gourd at that moment. She had remained a mere spectator after her initial outburst, thus finding herself quite content with the current outcome, albeit having squandered a few golden bell talisman. Su Taiping, however, felt a tinge of regret. Believing that had he managed the situation with greater finesse, he might have avoided wasting those talismans altogether. Subsequently, following the guidance of the celestial maiden Lingyue, he meticulously cleared the traces around the courtyard and ensconced all the bodies, including that of Mr. Yashan, within a gourd. He could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence for the Shifeng Pavilion and the Yunlu Society, even if these individuals were aware of his involvement. He must ensure they could not produce any proof. Once the scene was adequately managed, he took stock of the spoils acquired from these individuals, a total of 3 fire arrow talismans, 2 golden bell talismans, and 600 merit coins. This was indeed far more lucrative than cultivating medicinal herbs. Su Taiping jested as he regarded the bag of merit coins that had come into his possession, yet acknowledged that the risks far outweighed the rewards of herbal cultivation. The celestial maiden Lingyue, concerned that Su Taiping might stray onto a perilous path, hastily interjected a warning. Rest assured, Sister Lingyue, I am well aware of the perils. I share your aversion to such matters, Su Taiping replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. Lingyue nodded in affirmation and gestured toward the fire gourd at Su Taiping's waist, stating, From here on, you may devote yourself to your cultivation with peace of mind, until the grand competition in 2 years. The following night, deep within the confines of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping unsealed the fire gourd, cautiously pouring out a small cup of the dragon gall liquor that had steeped throughout the day. Sister Lingyue, shall I drink this? He inquired hesitantly, lifting the cup and casting a doubtful glance towards the celestial maiden before him. This evening, he prepared to test the effects of the dragon gall liquor. Chapter 60. 2 years later, on a stormy night, the white feather falls. Drink, just half a cup, and with my presence, nothing will go awry. The fairy Lingyue smiled and nodded. Su Taiping acknowledged her with a nod and then lifted the cup, draining its contents in one swift motion. This was, in truth, his very first drink in life. Boom. As the dragon gall liquor entered his stomach, Su Taiping's aura erupted uncontrollably, enveloping him in a misty haze. More intense than the external fluctuations, the true energy and vital essence within him surged violently. Focus your energy and regulate your breath. Fairy Lingyue wisely prompted Su Taiping at a crucial moment. He nodded in understanding, swiftly crossing his legs and settling onto the bed, enduring the dizziness brought on by the tumultuous flow of his vital essence while initiating the residual twilight technique. With each passing moment, as the residual twilight technique gradually took effect, the fierce fluctuations within Su Taiping began to stabilize. To his astonishment, he discovered that the previously elusive acupoints and meridians within the residual twilight technique were now within his deft control. Consequently, he could channel the ambient spiritual energy into his body, causing it to multiply exponentially. In that instant, Su Taiping finally comprehended the distinction between the mortal bone, the golden spiritual bone, and the celestial spiritual bone. At this pace, within 2 years at most, I shall transform the energy chamber into an ocean of energy and ultimately step into the realm of the elusive. The speed of his cultivation at this moment instilled an immense confidence within Su Taiping. In the bedroom, after sensing Su Taiping's breath gradually stabilize, Fairy Lingyue finally felt a sense of relief. After all, she had heard tales of those who had perished from drinking dragon gall liquor. Just as she was preparing to return to her gourd to nurture her spirit, the little monkey Pinyin suddenly leapt onto the table and began to lick the cup that Su Taiping had used. However, before Fairy Lingyue could intervene, the monkey tilted its head and with a thud, collapsed onto the table. This scene left Fairy Lingyue both amused and exasperated. Though this little monkey possessed a rather mixed lineage, it undeniably bore a trace of the mountain-moving ape bloodline. Perhaps I should teach it the art of the ape demon? As she gazed at the little monkey, peacefully asleep on the table, an idea struck her. Though the name ape demon might suggest malevolence, it was not truly a dark power. Rather, it was simply a term attributed to its formidable strength. Much like how the green bull fist is also referred to as the bull demon fist in other places. It was still too early for the third transformation of the earth fruit, and since idleness was not appealing, why not allow the little monkey to practice its skills within my gourd? After contemplating this, a playful spirit ignited within Fairy Lingue, and she made her decision. With a wave of her hand, she opened the mouth of the gourd and directly drew the little monkey inside. In the mountains, the passage of time can be both languid and swift. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Boom! By a vast lake in the Yangla Deer Mountain, Su Taiping summoned the ice breath technique and exhaled towards the expansive surface of the lake. In an instant, the entire lake was encased in ice. This was the fruit of his 2 years of diligent cultivation. Having attained the pinnacle of the opening door realm and mastered the second level of the residual twilight technique, as well as achieving great success in the wind shadow steps, the green ox fist, the 7 kills blade, and the ice breath formula. Suddenly, a small snow monkey appeared on the icy surface, joyfully sliding across the ice. Upon reaching the center, it abruptly halted, its body visibly soaring to a height of 9 feet before launching a powerful punch at the ice. With a resounding crash, the entire surface shattered like a spider's web. Sister Lingue, is Pingin's ape demon technique nearing small completion? Su Taiping turned to smile at the ethereal figure of Lingue Fairy beside him. Such poor aptitude. It has taken 2 years just to reach small completion. If it weren't for your dragon gall liquor, it would likely take several more years. Lingue Fairy sighed with a hint of dissatisfaction. But Taiping, are you certain you wish to break through to the Void Gaze realm before the selection? You must understand that a failed breakthrough could severely injure your vitality, she added, her concern evident as she gazed at Su Taiping. Not afraid. Su Taiping resolutely shook his head. The elixirs have been refined, and I have set up the demon-dispelling formation you taught me outside the courtyard. With the Songwan ring, I need not fear the arrival of extraterrestrial demons. Lingue Fairy looked at the young man before her, now towering over 7 feet. With a chiseled face and a demeanor of valor, she couldn't help but reflect, time flies so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. When I first met him, he was just an innocent young lad, and now he has become a man. You've overlooked one thing, she smiled at Su Taiping. Is something missing? Su Taiping felt a twinge of anxiety. To ensure a successful foundation establishment and to break through to the Wangyu realm, he had dedicated an entire year to preparation alongside his cultivation. The materials for the foundation-building elixir had consumed a significant portion of his accumulated merit coins. Hearing that something was still lacking only heightened his unease. Have you forgotten about me, your sister? Lingue Fairy shot Su Taiping a glance filled with reproach. Taken aback by her words, Su Taiping quickly broke into a radiant smile, then solemnly corrected her. Sister Lingue is akin to family for me. How could she possibly be compared to such trivial matters? Lingue Fairy felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. She playfully patted Su Taiping's head from a distance, then confidently declared, do not worry about the breakthrough. Even without those items, I shall shield you from the otherworldly fiends. However, just as Su Taiping was preparing for his breakthrough the night before, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. That night, amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, a loud thud echoed through the air. Just as Su Taiping was about to close the doors and windows to finalize his preparations, a resounding crash resonated from the entrance of his small courtyard. It was the presence of the spirit bird, Baiyu. Lingue Fairy's spirit emerged from the green gourd. How could Baiyu have fallen in front of my courtyard? Su Taiping furrowed his brow and quickly made his way outside. Over the past 2 years, Baiyu had frequently brought him gifts, and their bond had deepened, making them quite good friends. With a creak, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing the colossal figure of Baiyu, battered and lying in the muddy rain. Baiyu, what has happened to you? Su Taiping exclaimed as he stepped outside. Stay back. Before he could take another step, Baiyu suddenly lifted his head and bellowed at Su Taiping, warning him to keep his distance. Do not approach me. If you become tainted by my presence, they will pursue you as well. Baiyu explained weakly. They? Su Taiping retreated cautiously into the courtyard. What exactly transpired? He inquired again. The West Wind Pavilion has allied with the Peacock King to annihilate my clan, the White-Headed Eagles. My mother's fate remains unknown. I am the sole survivor. Baiyu struggled to steady his breath before continuing, typing, I have come to implore you to relay this to my father. The Peacock King seeks to seize our sacred ground, Fenglai Valley, and has conspired with Lu Songzan from the West Wind Pavilion to ambush my mother, subsequently slaughtering my kin. Please urge him. To avenge me, if he still lives. With those words, Bai Yu's head drooped feebly. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's confusion diminished significantly. During the past few days, he had frequently listened to Bai Yu lamenting the enmity between the white-headed eagles and the peacock kings. But he had not anticipated that the West Wind Pavilion would ultimately ally with them. Su Taiping, do not attempt to rescue me, do not interfere. For you are no match for the peacock king. At this moment, Bai Yu, whose head remained buried in the muddy ground, once again mustered the strength to remind Su Taiping. Should he save or not? Su Taiping found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, a sudden chirping of a bird resonated from the horizon, its melody piercing through the torrential downpour that engulfed the mountains and forests. Taiping. You can bring Bai Yu into my green gourd, the celestial spirit Lingwei gently urged Su Taiping. All right. A spark of realization illuminated Su Taiping's expression as he nodded and unfastened the green gourd from his waist. Had it not been for Ling Yue's reminder, he would have overlooked this possibility. After more than 2 years of nurturing, the gourd now contained a space as vast as half a courtyard and possessed the ability to draw in weaker or non-resistant magical beasts. Absorb. Lingwei intoned a spell, and an irresistible force emanated from the gourd, swiftly drawing Bai Yu inside. Rest assured, the green gourd can shield against the natural energies of the world. Bai Yu will be safe within. After uttering these words, Lingwei also slipped into the gourd. The peacock king is approaching. Be cautious in your response. She added from within the gourd. Su Taiping nodded, then rose and returned to the courtyard, securing the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door of Qizhu residence was rapped upon. Undoubtedly, the one awaiting entry outside was none other than the peacock king. Who is it? Su Taiping inquired, refraining from rushing to open the door amidst the downpour. He remained unperturbed, knowing that a spirit bird intruding upon a cultivator's abode was a grave offense, rendering him fearless of the peacock king's intrusion. Within, my esteemed friend, I am the peacock king of Yunling, here to capture a treacherous creature of the demon clan. Might I inquire whether you have encountered a gravely wounded white-headed eagle? The peacock king outside the door inquired with utmost courtesy. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping stepped forward and opened the courtyard door. As the door swung open, he beheld a resplendent green peacock, towering significantly above the entrance. Its icy gaze fixed intently upon him. Yet, it was not merely the chill of its eyes or its imposing stature that struck terror into Su Taiping's heart. It was the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, far more ferocious than the torrential rain outside, that truly left him unsettled. Standing before it felt akin to being crushed beneath a boulder of several thousand pounds, an utterly oppressive sensation. Indeed, a white-headed eagle had plummeted from the sky not long ago. After subtly steadying his breath, Su Taiping calmly gestured towards the indentation left in the ground by the fallen bird, then continued. However, it quickly regained its composure and flew away. His acquaintance with the white-headed eagle was known to no one else, thus he harbored no fear of the green peacock discerning his deception. The green peacock held Su Taiping's gaze for a moment, then scanned the surroundings, sniffing the air as if to confirm the absence of the white-headed eagle's presence in the courtyard. Satisfied, it nodded and said, "My apologies for the disturbance." Having ascertained the lack of the eagle's scent, it seemed reluctant to linger further. With a powerful flutter of its wings, it ascended into the tempestuous sky. As the peacock king took flight, Su Taiping observed closely, realizing that this magnificent creature, much like human cultivators, could repel raindrops using the spiritual energy emanating from its being. Sister Lingwei, what level of cultivation is required for spiritual birds to wield spiritual power like cultivators? He gazed at the silhouette of the peacock king soaring into the sky, silently inquiring of the celestial Lingwei. Such an ability necessitates innate talent. Even demon kings may not achieve this. However, Baiyong, with whom you are on good terms, might be capable of it. Ling Yue's tone was unusually grave. It is advisable not to provoke this peacock unless absolutely necessary, she added. I understand. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Sister Lingwei, how is Bai Yu's injury? He continued to ask. I require a cup of dragon gallbladder wine, Lingwei replied. Certainly, Su Taiping nodded without hesitation. Over the past 2 years, he had consumed very little, averaging only 3 jars per year. According to Lingwei, the true necessity for dragon gallbladder wine arises during the transcendent stage, hence he still had a considerable supply. Nevertheless, he would not hesitate to present even a single jar. For Bai Yu was his only friend atop this mountain. The following day, in the backyard of the Qingzhou residence. Am I truly still alive? Bai Yu inquired curiously, observing Su Taiping practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. Su Taiping, did you do something? It then asked, can you make yourself any smaller? After completing a set of Qingyo fist, Su Taiping retracted his stance and turned to face Bai Yu in the courtyard. Bai Yu nodded, and with a flash of gray light surrounding it, its form shrank to that of a sparrow. Did you bring me back without the peacock king noticing? Bai leaped onto the stone table, continuing to inquire. I possess a gourd capable of housing spirit beasts. Su Taiping patted the azure gourd at his waist. Naturally, he would not divulge the existence of Sister Lingwei to Bai. However, there was no harm in mentioning the gourd, as who among us lacks a few life-preserving treasures? Could it be a demon refining pot? Bai's eyes widened in alarm, and he cautiously retreated a few steps. In truth, what he said held merit. For according to the words of Fairy Lingwei, this azure gourd could indeed accommodate spirit beasts and spirit birds at this stage. Thus the comparison to a demon refining pot was not entirely unfounded. Yet, the distinction lay in their essence. The demon refining pot was used to refine demons, while this azure gourd nurtured them. If it were truly a demon refining pot, you would have long since turned into a puddle of blood within the gourd. Rather than chattering away as you are now, Su Taiping remarked. That is indeed a valid point. Bai nodded, his demeanor relaxing considerably. This is my secret. You must not share it with others. Su Taiping reminded Bai once more. Am I the sort of individual to betray trust? Bai resumed his defiant posture. Just then, the little monkey Pingan emerged from the kitchen, gleefully carrying a large platter of meat and hopping onto the table. Bai, eat. I cooked it. The little monkey picked up a piece of meat, munching happily while pushing the platter toward Bai. Over the past 2 years, they had grown quite familiar with one another, and being fellow spirit beasts, they shared a close bond. Although Bai lacked the appetite, he did not wish to refuse the little monkey's kind gesture and accepted a piece, swallowing it down. Bai, what transpired in Folai Valley last night? At that moment, Su Taiping sat down at the table, curiously inquiring of Bai while reaching for a piece of meat. Although he had rescued Bai, he still needed to comprehend the current situation, otherwise, it would not bode well for him or for Bai. Chapter 62, The Wind Whispering Bell. The West Wind Pavilion proclaims to all cultivators. Last night, Bai had only provided a vague account, leaving Su Taiping in a state of confusion regarding the events that had unfolded. The Fenglai Valley he mentioned was the territory allocated to the White-Headed Eagle clan by the Qingxian sect. The West Wind Pavilion had taken advantage of a defection by a White-Headed Eagle from the Qingxian sect to falsely accuse the White-Headed Eagle clan of colluding with the demonic sect, rallying all forces to besiege Fenglai Valley. Had it only been this, my mother, with her cultivation, could have led the entire clan to safety. However, unbeknownst to us, the Peacock King, our long-standing adversary, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on my mother, resulting in our clan's disarray and my mother being captured, her fate unknown. Bai spoke with a hint of sorrow in his tone. If my father had not gone to the northern borders with Uncle Gio, these ruffians would not have dared to act so recklessly, he added with indignation. What of the sect master and elder Black Dragon? Su Taiping asked in confusion. The sect master? Humph. He has long harbored trepidation towards our White-Headed Eagle clan. It is likely that he personally sanctioned last night's incident. Over the years, he has thrived by sowing discord among the demon clans to weaken and control those below the mountain. As for Elder Black Dragon, he is merely the sect master's lapdog. Bai scoffed. Su Taiping found himself at a loss for words regarding this matter, as he is, after all, a member of the human race. He cannot truly empathize with the perspective of the demon clan. Furthermore, when he previously consulted the sect's records through the bronze mirror, he had come across numerous tragic incidents where sect cultivators perished at the hands of rebellious spirit beasts. Attention, cultivators of the Western Mountain. Attention, cultivators of the Western Mountain. Attention, cultivators of the Western Mountain. At that moment, 3 resonant voices erupted in the air above Chiju residence, reminiscent of the grand sound of a resonant bell. It appeared to be the voice of the leader of the Western Wind Pavilion. Su Taiping immediately recognized that this voice must belong to Lu Songzan, the master of the Western Wind Pavilion. The fact that he had summoned the pavilion's treasured artifact, the Wind Language Great Bell, suggested that the matter he was about to address was likely related to the events of the previous night. Upon hearing the sound, Bai leaped onto Su Taiping's shoulder, his eyes sharpening with vigilance. Su Taiping had also perused the introduction of the Wind Language Great Bell in the jade slip of transmission. It served as both the protective artifact of the Western Wind Pavilion and a means of communication among cultivators across the vast expanse of nearly 10,000 miles. Last night, the White-Headed Eagle clan of Windcoming Valley had rebelled, and the Western Wind Pavilion had cooperated with the Peacock King of Yunling to repel the insurrection. Just as Bai had suspected, Lu Songshan's proclamation through the Great Bell was indeed connected to the rebellion of the previous night. These scoundrels, who had unjustly besieged my Windcoming Valley, now shamelessly accused the White-Headed Eagle clan of insurrection. Bai seethed with rage, nearly revealing his true form to ascend and confront the people of the Western Wind Pavilion for an explanation. Fortunately, Su Taiping restrained him. Do not be hasty in your anger. Let us hear what he has to say next, Su Taiping suggested. Very well, Bai replied, suppressing the impulse within. Bai nodded slightly. Although most of the rebellious demons had already met their fate, there remained numerous elusive ones. Should any of you encounter them in the mountains and succeed in slaying them, a reward of 1,000 merits shall be granted. Those who report such encounters will receive 10 merit tokens. Lu Songshan's voice echoed once more through the mountains. They intend to eradicate my Baitudio clan entirely. Upon hearing these words, Baiyu's anger flared once again, not to mention the 1,000 merit tokens for the slayers. Even the 10 merit tokens for the informants represent a substantial sum for the cultivators outside the mountains. It is easy to foresee that the scattered practitioners within the mountains will undoubtedly embark on a frenzied hunt for the fortunate survivors of the Baitudio. Su Taiping. If you covet those merit tokens as well, you may escort me to the West Wind Pavilion. With my mother gone, my existence holds little meaning. Baiyu spoke with a somewhat despondent tone. If you truly desire to end your life, you may do so on your own. I shall not betray a friend for mere merit tokens, Su Taiping replied, casting an irked glance at Baiyu. He found it difficult to comment on the sect leader's pretext for weakening the demon clan, but since Baiyu was his friend and had not committed any heinous acts, it was only natural for him to stand by Baiyu's side during such a time. Upon hearing this, Baiyu felt a warmth in his heart, and the once dimness in his eyes brightened considerably. Henceforth, the management of Feng Lai Valley and Gui Yun Ridge's Peacock clan will be overseen by the Peacock King in conjunction with the West Wind Pavilion. Perhaps due to the necessity of activating the treasure, there was a slight pause between each of Lu Songshan's words. So it is. One of you has set your sights on my Feng Lai Valley, while the other covets the profits from the goods that traverse the mountains. No wonder you have united so seamlessly. Baiyu sneered repeatedly. Lu Songshan's words undoubtedly revealed the truth hidden beneath the surface. In the end, we shall display the white-headed eagle, the queen mother of the night sparrow, in Feng Lai Valley for 7 days, and after that, she will be publicly executed as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, Baiyu stood frozen in place. Mother is not dead. Initially stunned, joy soon surged within him, and he impulsively soared into the air, declaring, I shall go save my mother. However, he had not flown far when Su Taiping, holding a green gourd, pulled him back. Why do you stop me again, Su Taiping? Baiyu shouted frantically from within the gourd. If you cannot even escape from this gourd, how do you intend to save your mother? Su Taiping remarked, gazing at the flailing Baiyu through the gourd's opening. The gourd's current power was not formidable. Even ordinary beasts could break free, and Baiyu's capture was solely due to his current frailty. Upon hearing this, Baiyu inside the gourd immediately hung his head, slumping down like a deflated balloon. But I cannot just sit idly by and watch them kill my mother, can I? Baiyu suddenly lifted his head, peering through the gourd's opening at Su Taiping. The once defiant creature now appeared utterly helpless. Observing the look in Baiyu's eyes, Su Taiping fell silent. Su Taiping, is there any way for me to see my mother just once? I know that rescuing her is as challenging as ascending to the heavens, so I only wish to see her one last time. Suddenly, Baiyu implored Su Taiping, if you could grant me a chance to meet her, I am willing to forge a soul contract with you, serving you for a century. His eyes brimmed with resolute determination as he added fervently, the prospect of a spirit beast with power equivalent to that of a Wang Yu realm cultivator was indeed alluring. Yet, Taiping was not one to be swayed by immediate gains. What truly began to sway him was Baiyu's unwavering resolve to forsake her freedom for the sake of reuniting with her mother. He could not bear to trample upon such a conviction. I will find a way. Ultimately, Su Taiping nodded in agreement. That night, beneath the flickering candlelight in his chamber, he regarded the celestial figure of Lingyue and mused with a hint of self-mockery. Sister Lingyue, should I be more resolute and unyielding? Taiping, Lingyue replied gently. Possessing a heart of compassion is not a flaw. Otherwise, what distinguishes man from demons? Just remember, when you extend your compassion to others, you must never act against your true nature. If you believe that assisting Baiyu in meeting her mother does not contravene your heart's essence, then proceed with confidence. We, as cultivators, seek life through the path of righteousness, not through deceitful means. This cultivation journey is akin to navigating a vessel through a vast, dark sea. The heart of your true self is the luminous moon and stars above. If you lose it, you will inevitably become lost in the boundless ocean. To forsake your true nature in pursuit of the great way is to relinquish everything. Seated side by side, Lingyue imparted her wisdom, and upon hearing her words, the once bewildered Su Taiping felt his gaze clarify with newfound purpose. To survive rather than merely exist, to forsake one's true self and relinquish everything. He murmured to himself in a daze, Taiping, throughout my life, I have encountered numerous cultivators, some of whom have achieved such power that they can glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Yet, even when faced with the perils ahead, even when death looms near, they refuse to abandon their resolve. Instead, they wield their swords, clench their fists, and confront mountains with determination, slaying demons when necessary. The reason for this is clear. They understand that choosing to forsake their true purpose would bring their cultivation to a standstill. What does it matter if one survives for 1,000 years by mere chance? The heavenly path still regards you as insignificant. Only by embracing death can we find a true path in our arduous journey of cultivation. Suddenly, the fairy of Ling waked up Su Taiping's face and spoke earnestly. I understand now, Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping's gaze regained its resolve. Of course, if you have agreed to avenge by you against the Peacock King, then consider my words as if they were never spoken. The fairy of Lingwei responded with a smile. The challenge of killing the Peacock King is on an entirely different level from helping Bai Yu bid farewell to his mother. Su Taiping replied, Sister Lingwei, I am not foolish enough to choose a path that leads to my own demise. Su Taiping was fully aware of the implications behind the fairy's words. Very well, let us begin preparations to break through to the Wanyu realm. If we cannot succeed tonight, I will not allow you to take any risks. The fairy of Lingyue's expression turned serious once more. Understood. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. The reason he responded to Bai Yu with a contemplative let me think of a solution rather than an immediate agreement was that he was awaiting the outcome of his endeavor to successfully establish a foundation and break through to the Wanyu realm that very night. Should he succeed, he believed that in the context of the enemy being aware of his presence while he remained concealed, he would at least have a chance of escape before the Peacock King. The fairy Ling was shared this sentiment. Xiataping. The kind of longevity achieved by sitting in a cave for a millennium is the most fragile for such individuals. The day of ascension inevitably coincides with the hour of demise. Moreover, this Qing Su-In sect, much like this world, is merely a corner of the vast cultivation realm, and the road ahead is still long. The fairy Lingwei gazed at Su Taiping, who sat in silent meditation, murmuring to herself. Previously, she had been reluctant to let Su Taiping take risks, as he had yet to reach the open door realm. However, now he had become a practitioner on the verge of the Wanyu realm, and it was imperative for him to understand the perils that lay ahead. Boom. Upon consuming the foundation-building elixir, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in swirling currents of azure energy that emanated an invisible might. Subsequently, his spirit sensed that within his dantian, the ethereal mass of true qi, which had floated like clouds and mist, began to coalesce into droplets. Moments later, he beheld a torrential downpour within his dantian as the rain coalesced into streams, which in turn merged into rivers, transforming his once parched dantian into a network of flowing waters. This was precisely what the residual glow technique described, accumulating rain into streams, converging streams into rivers, and gathering rivers into seas, ultimately shaping the ocean of qi. The difficulty of this step lies in the fact that once the ethereal rain above the head is interrupted, the rivers of energy gathered within the dantian will swiftly evaporate, transforming once more into scattered strands of true qi, ultimately leading to a failed foundation-building breakthrough. Time ticks away, and the spiritual energy surrounding Su Taiping becomes increasingly dense, enveloping the entire courtyard in a rich aura of celestial energy. Everything appears to be progressing favorably. However, the expression of the spirit moon fairy remains unwaveringly tense. In her view, with the foundation-building pill in hand and Su Taiping's unwavering resolve, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time. Even if this attempt fails, the next will surely succeed. What truly concerns the spirit moon fairy is the threat of the outer celestial demons. A failure in foundation building can be attempted again. But if one's soul is devoured by these demons, there is nothing left to salvage. Suddenly, a violent explosion of spiritual energy erupted around Su Taiping, shredding his garments to tatters, as foul vapors began to surge forth from his pores, and his skin shimmered with iridescent hues. This was the final step. At this moment, rather than feeling relieved, the spirit moon fairy grew more anxious, for she understood that if the outer celestial demons were to manifest, it would undoubtedly be at this critical juncture. As anticipated, a bone-chilling wind seeped through the cracks of the window, followed by a tempest that battered the panes with a resounding crash. Yet in the next instant, an eerie silence enveloped the world, and an arm, entirely cloaked in darkness and emanating an aura of frost, reached through the window. Wherever the arm passed, whether window or wall, a layer of crystalline ice began to form. At that moment, the celestial maiden Lingyue formed a seal with her hands and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Divine might, shatter the golden armor." The yellow-robed warrior wields the iron whip. Cloaked in crimson and adorned with verdant boots, the winds grant him tiger-like eyes. Bound by the dragon's coil, he is summoned to vanquish malevolence. Swiftly bind those who resist, for I command the blade to cut asunder like dust. Expedite this as per the decree. As her words echoed, the array she had meticulously arranged around her began to illuminate, and a golden-armored warrior materialized before her. With a voice like thunder, the warrior bellowed, one hand gripping the whip and the other wielding a blade, striking fiercely at the arm of the extraterrestrial demon. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, and the demon's form dissipated amidst the chaos. Yet, in the next breath, a shadow, swift as lightning, surged through the window. From this dark figure emerged a massive skeletal hand, which effortlessly tore apart the illusion of the golden-armored warrior. The exorcism array positioned outside was obliterated. And following the destruction of the warrior's apparition, the skeletal hand lunged directly at the celestial maiden Lingwei. It was evident that the demon had sensed her presence and had grown even more formidable than before. With a cold snort, Lingwei remained composed, summoning the strength of her primordial spirit, preparing to repel this extraterrestrial demon as she had done previously. My spirit is no longer as feeble as before, this time. I shall annihilate you utterly. As she uttered these words, she raised a finger, ready to point at the demon. At that moment, a piercing cry of a spirit bird suddenly echoed, followed by a brilliant blue light morphing into a colossal raptor that soared towards the skeletal arm of the otherworldly demon. With a thunderous roar, the raptor effortlessly tore the gigantic skeletal limb apart with a single claw, and then consumed it whole. The scene left Lingwei Xinzi momentarily stunned. After devouring the arm of the otherworldly demon, the majestic raptor transformed in an instant into a petite blue sparrow, circling above Su Taiping's head before returning to the Zhongwan ring in his hand. Could it be that the entity which had just devoured the arm of the otherworldly demon was the divine soul of the ancient beast Zhongwan? A remarkable thought flashed through Lingwei Xinzi's mind as she beheld the unfolding spectacle. Truly, the Dizong fruit was extraordinary, capable of reviving such a terrifying being. With a gaze still filled with astonishment, Lingwei Xinzi murmured to herself as she looked at the Zhongwan ring in Su Taiping's grasp. Although the Dizong fruit belonged to her, she had not had the chance to cultivate it as she had encountered calamity and met her demise before she could do so. Thus she had never truly witnessed the power of the Dizong fruit. It was evident that the fruit had sensed the latent danger surrounding Taiping, which had given rise to the Zhongwan ring. Now, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards this young man. However, upon further reflection, she realized that without Su Taiping's diligent cultivation and his relentless adventures, the Dizong fruit would not have been nourished enough to yield the Zhongwan ring. Therefore, in a certain sense, the Zhongwan ring was a reward from the Dizong fruit for Su Taiping's tireless efforts and daring quests. However, in accordance with the temperament of the foreign demon, having lost an arm this time, it is certain that the next act of vengeance will be even more severe. The Zhongwan ring bestowed by the Earth Store may herald either fortune or misfortune for Taiping, the outcome of which remains uncertain. The Moon Spirit Fairy murmured her concerns softly before she slipped into the Azure Gourd. Meanwhile, Su Taiping, having successfully established his foundation, found himself enveloped in an exceptionally profound state. He could now distinctly perceive the flow of true essence within every meridian of his body, sensing the fortification of his bones and the expansion of his channels, as if he were reborn. Most astonishingly, he discovered the boundless sea of qi within his dantian. With the sea of qi, not only would his true qi transform into pure true essence, but it would also allow for the self-renewal of true essence, eliminating the need for meditative practices to recover from depletion. Of utmost significance was his newfound ability to wield spells without relying on qi-gathering pills, enhancing the potency of techniques like the ice breath technique by at least 30%. 5 days later, in the evening, along the rugged mountain path leading to Fenglai Valley, Su Taiping, clad in night attire and masked, moved swiftly through the forest. I never anticipated you could break through the Wanyu realm in such a short time. Bai Yu, transformed into a sparrow's size, alighted on Su Taiping's shoulder. Had I not achieved this breakthrough, I would not have dared to promise you. Su Taiping replied, leaping over a small ravine. Rest assured, Su Taiping, I shall only meet my mother and will not be a burden to you, Bai Yu assured him. Su Taiping nodded affirmatively. However, deep within his heart, he had resigned himself to the direst of fates, that of confronting the relentless pursuit of the Peacock King. Aside from this path, there existed another secret passage in Windcoming Valley that led directly to Stargazing Cliff. After meeting my mother, we would enter the passage and then destroy its entrance. Even if the Peacock King were to discover our escape, he would be unable to catch us. Bai Yu continued, having calculated every detail, unwilling to let Su Taiping face death in vain. His only concern was that the execution site might be far away. This was Su Taiping's sole worry. It shan't be too distant. The only place in Windcoming Valley suitable for public execution is Danxia Flat. And directly beneath the cliff at Danxia Flat lies the entrance to the secret passage, Bai Yu asserted confidently. Taiping, if it is possible. I wish to speak with my mother for a few more moments, he whispered, making a request to Su Taiping. Rest assured. As long as there is no threat to life, I shall do my utmost to secure you more time, Su Taiping responded with a nod. In truth, He harbored another thought unvoiced. If it were within the realm of possibility, he would strive to rescue Bayu's mother. Yet, he would not promise Bayu anything uncertain. Bayu, you should enter now. Though this path is safe, your presence could still be detected by the Peacock King, Su Taiping cautioned, patting the azure gourd at his waist. Understood, Bayu replied without hesitation, slipping into the gourd. Half an hour later, they arrived at Stargazing Cliff. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Su Taiping gazed down from the precipice, and indeed beheld a majestic bald eagle, bound by thick chains, occupying nearly a third of the Danxia plain below. Without a doubt, this must be the mother of Bayu. How could these scoundrels treat a mother in such a manner? Upon witnessing this, Bayu, who had been peering out from the gourd, felt a surge of rage that caused his entire body to tremble. Calm yourself, Bayu, Su Taiping urged as he closed the lid of the gourd. He then conveyed his thoughts to Bayu within the gourd. Is the secret passage you mentioned located beneath this stargazing cliff? Indeed, when the time comes. You need only leap down from here, and you shall reach the entrance of the secret passage, Bayu replied. Very well, Su Taiping nodded subtly. Then turned his gaze back to the Danxia plain, continuing to communicate with Bayu. Stay safely within the gourd. I will release you once I am by your mother's side. Having said this, he produced the shadowy grass he had seized from Mr. Yashan and infused it with a surge of his true essence. In the blink of an eye, Su Taiping's figure melded seamlessly with the surrounding rocks. He then leapt forward, his form gracefully scaling the protruding stones of the cliff, swiftly descending towards the Danxia plain. Chapter 65, The Heart of a Parent on the Danxia plain. Beneath the sparse stars and the stillness of the night, a vigilant peacock demon guard perked up, glancing cautiously in the direction of the chained bald eagle. Did you just hear footsteps? It inquired. What footsteps? Surely it was merely the sound of the wind, came the dismissive reply. The peacock demon on the other side shook its head dismissively, thinking that perhaps it had misheard. After carefully confirming that there were no outsiders on Danxia plain, the peacock demon that first sensed the footsteps nodded and, together with the other peacock demon, resumed its patrol around the plain. Phew. Witnessing this scene, Su Taiping, who was hidden beneath the wing of the white-headed eagle queen, let out a soft sigh of relief. Young man, who are you? And why do you dare to venture here? A gentle voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Clearly, the speaker was the white-headed eagle that was bound by demon-binding ropes beside him, the mother of Bayu. She had noticed Su Taiping the moment he landed and had swiftly shielded him with her wing when the peacock demons became aware of his presence. Aunt Night Sparrow. I am Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence. Uncle Bai Hong must have mentioned me before, Su Taiping conveyed to Night Sparrow through thought. This method of soul transmission at close quarters was quite simple. The fairy Linghua had taught him this technique long ago. You are the child spoken of by Bai Hong. Night Sparrow's tone was one of astonishment, clearly recognizing Su Taiping. Child, you must leave quickly. The Peacock King will patrol every hour. I am pierced by 9 soul-locking nails. My demonic power is nearly completely sealed, and I am bound by 2 demon-binding ropes. You cannot save me, she urged Su Taiping in an anxious tone. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a warmth in his heart. Realizing that Aunt Night Sparrow was indeed kind-hearted like Uncle Bai Hong, he felt reassured that his decision to come here tonight was not in vain. Aunt Nightingale, I have brought White Feather to meet you. Su Taiping spoke as he opened the gourd lid. White Feather. The voice of Nightingale echoed in Su Taiping's mind, filled with astonishment. Almost immediately, White Feather, transformed into a lark, descended gracefully onto Su Taiping's shoulder. Mother. White Feather's spiritual transmission to Nightingale did not conceal Su Taiping's presence. Child, you are still alive? Nightingale's voice brimmed with joy and disbelief. Mother. It was Taiping who saved me. This time, I implored him to bring me to see you. White Feather conveyed. You foolish child, you could have come alone. Why burden Taiping? Are you not aware that the Peacock King displayed me for 7 days, intending to lure out the remnants of the Bald Eagle clan? Nightingale's tone shifted abruptly from maternal affection to one of reprimand and scolding. But mother, how could I not come to see you? White Feather's voice was laden with grievance. Aunt Nightingale, White Feather and I have already devised an escape plan. Even if discovered, we can retreat unscathed. Su Taiping explained as he tucked White Feather into Nightingale's feathers. I have caused you trouble, Taiping. Nightingale's tone softened once more, filled with maternal warmth. Aunt Nightingale, please take your time to converse with White Feather. I shall remain vigilant for any guards nearby. Su Taiping shook his head and transmitted, It is my pleasure to assist. Nightingale expressed her gratitude, and thereafter, Su Taiping did not eavesdrop on the conversation between Nightingale and White Feather. Instead, he focused his gaze on the patrolling guards ahead, attentively observing the movements of his surroundings. Sister Linghua, is there any way to save Bayu's mother? Su Taiping silently inquired of the celestial being, Linghua. The soul-binding nail could not be extracted. The demon-binding rope could not be undone, and it was impossible to carry her away. Moreover, any significant commotion here would inevitably attract the Peacock King. Lingwei expressed her helplessness. Hearing such a response from Lingwei, Su Taiping was compelled to abandon his desire to rescue Yejue. After a moment, the gentle voice of Yejue resonated once more in Su Taiping's mind. "What is it, Aunt Yejue?" Su Taiping communicated in thought. "It seems that escape is no longer an option, so I wish to transfer all of my primordial demon blood and demon core to Baiyu. This will take at least half a stick of incense. I calculated that I should be able to complete it before the Peacock King arrives for his inspection. Could you wait for us for another half stick of incense?" Yejue asked somewhat hesitantly. "No problem." Su Taiping contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alas! At that moment, Lingwei suddenly let out a long sigh. "What is it, Sister Lingwei?" Su Taiping inquired with confusion. "For the demon race, extracting primordial demon blood and the life demon core is an ordeal more agonizing than death itself," Lingwei explained. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping glanced at Baiyu and indeed noticed her apparent refusal. Nevertheless, Baiyu ultimately could not resist Yejue and was swallowed whole. Following this, Su Taiping observed as Yejue's body trembled incessantly, blood seeping from the pores beneath her feathers. This is a method of bloodline inheritance among the demon race, allowing beasts of the same lineage to enter one's body, to consume one's primordial demon blood and devour one's demon core. Sensing Su Taiping's confusion, Fairy Lingwei offered an explanation. No wonder Baiyu would be reluctant. Upon hearing Fairy Lingyue's words, Su Taiping could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Baiyu, I had anticipated your arrival long ago. Seeking to inherit demon blood? A mere fantasy. You and your son shall become sustenance for my kin." Barely a cup of tea's time had passed when a piercing shriek echoed above Don Xiaoping, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. "Is it the Peacock King?" Su Taiping instantly recognized the aura of the Peacock King and became alert. How infuriating. It was just a fraction away. Upon hearing that voice, the white-headed Eagle King, UK, sighed heavily with pain, then resolutely addressed Su Taiping. "Taiping, take Baiyu and flee. I will shatter my demon core and fight to the death against it for a while." Chapter 66. Battle with the Sparrow King. Chu Lingwei possesses Su Taiping. Although Yi Ke spoke with unwavering determination, Su Taiping could still discern the deep reluctance in her tone, reflecting her failure to pass on the demon blood to Baiyu. Su Taiping felt equally discontent. He yearned to fulfill Yi Ke's wish, yet the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the Peacock King above compelled his reason to triumph over his emotions. "All right, Taiping." Just as Su Taiping was about to agree, Fairy Lingwei suddenly called out to him. "What is it, Sister Lingwei?" Su Taiping pondered in confusion, questioning within himself. "You allow that mother and child to continue. I shall devise a means to hinder the Peacock King for a while. If I could slay it, that would be even better." The Fairy Lingwei responded, her tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but the night sparrow's act of feeding on blood deeply stirred her. "Sister Lingwei, do you truly possess a solution?" Su Taiping sought confirmation from the Fairy Lingwei. He held great trust in her, yet in matters of life and death, it was prudent to exercise caution. Killing the Peacock King may prove challenging, but obstructing it for a brief period is certainly feasible, Fairy Lingwei assured him with confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping hesitated no longer. He promptly communicated with the Night Sparrow. "At Night Sparrow, I have a way to block the Peacock King. You and Baiyu should continue the blood inheritance. But trust me." The Night Sparrow hesitated, yet Su Taiping had already stepped forward, soaring out from beneath its wings. This child observing Su Taiping's reckless charge. The Night Sparrow was left with no choice but to place her faith in him. "Who dares to rescue prisoners? Come forth and meet your doom." A group of Peacock Demon Guards, having noticed Su Taiping, wasted no time waiting for the airborne Peacock King to descend. They flapped their feathers and unsheathed their claws, launching themselves towards Su Taiping in unison. With a swift motion, Su Taiping executed the Wind Shadow Step, evading an attack from one of the Peacock Demons. He then inquired inwardly of Fairy Lingwei, "Sister Lingwei, what do you intend to do?" As he spoke, he drew the long blade from his waist, its edge shimmering with a deadly light, and struck fiercely at a Peacock Demon that lunged towards him. With a resounding crash, the creature was sent sprawling backwards. After breaking through the Wangyijing, such ordinary demons were no match for Su Taiping. "Engage with these Peacock Demons for now. When the Peacock King descends, lend your body to your sister, allowing her to control it in the battle against the king," explained Fairy Lingwei. "Understood." Though Su Taiping harbored doubts about the feasibility of this plan, he nodded resolutely, choosing to trust Fairy Lingwei. As they conversed, he delivered a powerful punch to a Peacock Demon. Cautious not to reveal his identity, he he refrained from employing the specific techniques of the Qingyo fist. Nevertheless, the force of his blow was considerable, causing the demon's head to twist at an odd angle, nearly rendering it unconscious. Suddenly, a peacock demon, its body radiating a greenish glow, flapped its wings violently, transforming its feathers into a barrage of sharp projectiles that rained down upon Su Taiping. Without hesitation, he activated a golden bell talisman to block the onslaught. However, the talisman shattered upon impact, underscoring the tremendous power of the peacock's attack. Just as the golden bell talisman crumbled, Su Taiping had already unslung his bow, launching an arrow enveloped in true essence that struck true, piercing the wing of the peacock demon. With a piercing scream, the peacock demon fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The power of the piercing arrow had been unleashed to its fullest extent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he dashed around the arena, he swiftly released 3 arrows in rapid succession, each striking the peacock demon's head, bringing down 3 more. Just then, other peacock demons took the opportunity to pounce towards him. Clang. Su Taiping remained unperturbed. Instead, seizing the moment, wielding his long blade, he leaped into the air, channeling his inner energy into the sword and delivering a decisive strike to the neck of the nearest peacock demon. Slash! The demon's head was severed in one clean motion. You dare! Observing Su Taiping's relentless slaughter of his kin, the peacock king roared in fury, flapping his wings and soaring down towards Dong Xiaoping with the speed of an arrow. Boom! A pair of claws lunged fiercely at Su Taiping. In response to this onslaught, Su Taiping did not flinch. Rather, he raised 2 fingers and pointed sharply at the peacock king's claws. This was the gesture of the Songwan ring's 2 fingers shatter the mountain. Boom! At the instant his fingers pointed, a deafening sound of piercing air erupted, and a swirling vortex, formed from countless fierce winds, shot forth from the Songwan ring like a sharp spear, aimed directly at the peacock king. Bang! Sensing imminent danger, the peacock king swiftly retracted his claws. His wings, glistening with a greenish metallic sheen, folded tightly around him, successfully blocking the onslaught of the Songwan ring's 2 fingers. Boom! Nevertheless, despite its colossal form, it was still propelled backward by the formidable force of the Songwan's 2 fingers, gliding several dozen feet before coming to a halt. The Peacock King's wings were surprisingly capable of withstanding such an onslaught. Su Taiping was initially taken aback, but as he deftly evaded an attack from a peacock demon using the wind shadow step, he swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow towards another peacock demon that was about to pounce. It seemed he possessed a magical weapon, which explained his audacity in venturing alone to raid the law court. At that moment, the Peacock King shook its wings, halting its glide, and then dove down once more, one wing shielding its body while the other sliced through the air like a massive blade aimed at Su Taiping. Taiping, hold your breath and focus. I shall guide your body, suddenly spoke the silent fairy Lingwei within Su Taiping's mind, aware that he could not possibly contend with the Peacock King. Su Taiping promptly sheathed his bow and arrow, disregarding the impending attack from above, and began to concentrate as instructed by Fairy Lingwei. Boom! Just then, the Peacock King's wing descended from the sky, cleaving the granite surface of Dong Xiaoping, leaving a deep and lengthy gash. However, to the Peacock King's astonishment, what it believed to be a certain hit had been deftly evaded by the individual on Dong Xiaoping. Rumbling. Moreover, not only did he evade, but he also appeared before it with an extraordinarily peculiar movement, as if walking on air, stepping upon the gusts of wind, and delivering a powerful punch with his fist. Bang! Possessed by the ethereal Lingwei fairy, Su Taiping delivered a seemingly ordinary punch that elicited a wretched cry from the Peacock King, whose body tumbled helplessly through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Taiping was filled with astonishment, pondering the extraordinary power of his fist. Chapter 67. A thousandfold force. Lingwei fairy displays her divine powers in an instant. Before Su Taiping could regain his composure, Lingwei fairy seized control of his body once more, abruptly drawing her blade from its sheath. With a swift motion, she struck down towards the Peacock King, who had yet to regain his footing. The impact was tremendous. Compared to the earlier punch, this slash was even more formidable, the blade's aura coalescing into a shadow nearly 10 zhang long. This elongated blade shadow descended directly upon the Peacock King. With a resounding crash, the Peacock King attempted to shield itself with its wings, yet the overwhelming force of the blade sent it plummeting earthward. Ultimately, its massive form crashed heavily onto the Danxiao plain. The same blade, the same body, the same vital essence. Yet merely altering the method of execution resulted in such tremendous power? Su Taiping found himself struggling to comprehend the magnitude of it all. Little Taiping, do not remain dazed. Be mindful of the timing of my strikes and the flow of vital essence. Though this is not a renowned sword technique, it is the insight I have gained after countless battles. The voice of Lingwei fairy echoed once more in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping solemnly responded in his heart, then began to concentrate, deeply perceiving the combat style of the Spirit Moon Fairy. In the midst of this exchange, the Spirit Moon Fairy had already taken control of Su Taiping's body, striking down once more at the Peacock King below. Bang! The Peacock King, barely regaining its footing, quickly raised its wings to defend itself. Although it managed to block the attack, feathers from its wings fell like scattered petals, cascading to the ground. Get away from me! The Peacock King, witnessing this, became frantic and let out a furious roar. It then spun its body violently, causing its feathers to transform into a rain of arrows, piercing through the air with a deafening sound directed at Su Taiping. Boom! In response to this assault, the wind shield conjured by the Zhongwan ring around Su Taiping shattered almost immediately. However, the Spirit Moon Fairy showed no signs of retreating. Her long knife erupted with dazzling brilliance, swiftly slicing through the air to unleash nearly 100 strikes, severing almost all of the incoming feathers. Ultimately, these 100 strikes converged into a single blow, unerringly descending once more upon the Peacock King's wings. Bang! One must admit, the wings of the Peacock King were indeed harder than mysterious iron, for even such a fierce strike could not cleave through them. Nonetheless, the Peacock King was not unscathed. The feathers scattered in the air and the blood seeping from its wings served as undeniable proof of its injury. Crack! The Spirit Moon Fairy was about to swing her knife again, but the finely forged steel blade could not withstand the strain and shattered in her grasp. Seeing this, the Peacock King felt a surge of joy and struggled to rise. As soon as it had barely risen, the celestial maiden Lingyue discarded her broken blade and unleashed a formidable punch, propelled by a fierce gale. Bang! Amidst the resounding tremor, the immense form of the Peacock King quivered violently, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Who are you? The Peacock King had never anticipated that the fist of a mere practitioner from the realm of the void could possess such terrifying power. Bang! In response, Lingyue delivered yet another punch, causing the Peacock King to erupt once more in a burst of blood mist, sending the surrounding peacock demons, who had come to assist, hurtling backward from the shockwave generated by her strike. How could Sister Lingyue's punch, seemingly fueled by such a modest amount of true essence, wield such tremendous force? Observing this spectacle, Su Taiping was profoundly shaken and began to introspectively discern the flow of true essence within himself, as well as the mechanics of Lingyue's body movement during her strikes. This was the thousandfold force. It appeared as a single punch but was, in fact, an amalgamation of hundreds, even thousands of punches, converging at a single point with astonishing speed, and then erupting in a moment of explosive power. Seemingly perceiving Su Taiping's confusion, Lingyue spoke while once again pressing her fingertip against the wing of the Peacock King. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and delivered a resounding blow upon the Peacock King's wing. Bang! Amidst the deafening roar, the Peacock King erupted once more in a cloud of blood mist. Ah! The Peacock King emitted a heart-wrenching cry of pain. The ability to elicit such a wail from a king-level beast attested to the immense might of Lingyue's strike. At that moment, Su Taiping finally witnessed the subtle tremor of his fist, manipulated by the fairy of Lingyue, as it descended upon the wings of the Peacock King. Clearly, this was a deliberate deceleration orchestrated by the fairy to demonstrate her prowess. No matter who you are ultimately but a cultivator of the Wangwu realm. Suddenly, the Peacock King let out a furious roar, its vital energy transforming into a blazing inferno, resembling a phoenix reborn from flames. With a thunderous flap of its wings, it launched a ferocious strike towards Su Taiping. In response to this onslaught, the fairy of Lingyue swiftly raised 2 fingers to form a sealing gesture, exclaiming with authority, "Be still." In an instant, a radiant rune materialized above the Peacock King's head, followed by a semi-transparent golden hand descending from the heavens, forcefully slapping down upon the Peacock King's fiery form. The impact resounded with a resounding crack, pinning its blazing body firmly beneath the palm. This marked the fairy of Lingyue's inaugural use of her magical arts. Yet, in that singular moment, the once abundant essence within Su Taiping's dantian diminished by more than half. It became evident to him that the reason his sister Lingyue had relied solely on blades and fists was that his vital energy could scarcely sustain the techniques she had mastered. A bittersweet realization washed over Su Taiping. Clearly, had his cultivation been higher, the Peacock King would have perished by now. Nevertheless, even with a mere Wangwu realm body, he managed to render a Peacock Demon King utterly powerless, showcasing the formidable strength of the fairy of Lingyue's martial skills. Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. Now it is your turn to give it a try. Suddenly, the Moonlight Fairy relinquished her control over Su Taiping's body. At that moment, she regarded the Peacock King with utter disdain. Very well, Su Taiping readily acquiesced. He then recalled the sensation of his body being manipulated by the Moonlight Fairy to throw punches, and mimicking her, he raised his palm near the Peacock King's wing, ultimately clenching his fist and exerting force. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound of collision, although the Peacock King's wing trembled violently, it suffered no tangible harm. Not bad. The ability to converge 3 punches into one was acquired. The technique of exertion has been learned, the Moonlight Fairy remarked with satisfaction. To converge 1,000 punches into one like you do is indeed exceedingly difficult. Su Taiping shook his head. You have undoubtedly employed some form of dark sorcery to amplify your strength. Now that your power has waned, I wonder how long you can endure. The Peacock King, having sensed the diminished force of the recent punch, suddenly scoffed derisively. Is that so? The Moonlight Fairy replied with a cold laugh, regaining control of Su Taiping's body once more, and launched another punch. Bang! The force of 1,000 strikes crashed against the Peacock King once again, erupting a cloud of blood mist from its body. The Peacock King let out another harrowing scream. Chapter 68. The Teleportation Token, a gift from Lady Bayou. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, the Moonlight Fairy ceased her words and continued to rain down punches upon the Peacock King, leaving it on the brink of collapse. It is not that the Fairy Lingwei possesses sadistic tendencies. Rather, the frail physique of Su Taiping is utterly inadequate, with a mere trickle of true essence that fails to support her in executing higher-level spells. Thus, she must resort to the current method, gradually exhausting the Peacock King with relentless force. Who dares to offend the Qingtian? At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from the horizon, and Su Taiping beheld a colossal dragon wreathed in lightning soaring through the western sky. Could this be the true form of the Elder Black Dragon? Su Taiping thought in astonishment. I've been waiting for you, little mudfish. It seemed that Fairy Lingwei had anticipated the Elder Black Dragon's intervention, as a cold smirk graced her lips. Then, before the distant Elder Black Dragon, she struck the Peacock King with another powerful blow. Impudent! The Elder Black Dragon bellowed, and with a sudden burst, he broke through the clouds, reaching the skies above Dan Xiaoping in the blink of an eye. He then opened his massive jaws and unleashed a breath of black flames upon Su Taiping below. Boom! The fiery pillar of dragon breath shot straight toward the ground. However, at this moment, Fairy Lingwei merely guided Su Taiping's body to raise an arm, extending 3 fingers to fiercely slash toward the Elder Black Dragon, proclaiming, "Split the sea." As her voice fell, a magnificent blade of energy surged forth from the Zhongwan ring, resembling a colossal sword spanning the entirety of Fenglai Valley, striking fiercely against the dragon's breath. Boom! With a resounding crash, the breath of the Black Dragon Elder was vanquished by the 3-fingered strike of the Zhongwan ring, while the Elder himself, upon catching the blow with his formidable claws, was uncontrollably sent sliding backwards through the air for several thousand zhang. The once invulnerable dragon claw was even severed at 1 digit. Is this the true power of the Zhongwan ring? Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback. To fully unleash the power contained within a magical artifact, not only is an ample supply of true essence required, but the strength of one's soul is equally vital. My spiritual essence far surpasses yours, hence the greater potency. At this juncture, Fairy Lingwei, while propelling herself forward with the winds of the void towards the stargazing cliff, elucidated to Su Taiping. Is it merely greater? Su Taiping nodded, a bitter smile forming within his heart. The Zhongwan ring in his possession felt entirely different from that in Fairy Lingwei's grasp. Inquiring about the fate of that mother and child, he realized that the earlier 3-fingered strike could only momentarily halt the Black Dragon Elder. Your true essence is now depleted, leaving you unable to withstand another strike from him. And my time of possession is drawing to a close, Fairy Lingwei informed Su Taiping. Very well, I shall inquire. Su Taiping took back control of his body and descended before the body of the Night Sparrow. However, as his feet touched the ground, the Night Sparrow's head remained bowed, devoid of life, while Bayou stood motionless beside her. Bayou, we must depart, Su Taiping called out. He could surmise what had transpired. Su Taiping. Bayou suddenly turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, I no longer have a mother. Su Taiping's heart trembled at her words. However, his gaze quickly transformed into one of unwavering determination as he grasped Bayou's hand firmly and declared to the Fairy Lingwei, Sister, we must depart. The Fairy Lingwei then took control of Su Taiping's body once more, and in an instant, they vanished from Dan Xiaoping. Seal the mountain. Seal the mountain. Do not let him escape. The roar of Elder Black Dragon reverberated throughout Fenglai Valley. Yet, by that time, Su Taiping had already led Bayou into the secret passage. That night, amidst the raging storm, countless spirit beasts and cultivators were mobilized to search for the fugitive. They inevitably arrived at Qingzhou residence, but Su Taiping had already changed his attire and concealed the green gourd, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Creak. After seeing off yet another group of searching cultivators, Su Taiping closed the courtyard door and returned to his chamber. Su Taiping. My mother entrusted me with something to give you. Bai Yu's voice echoed weakly in his mind from within the green gourd. What is it? Su Taiping opened the gourd and released Bai Yu. My mother said that your skills and the techniques you wield do not resemble those of cultivators from this continent. Perhaps this fragment of a teleportation token from another realm will be of use to you. Bai Yu emerged from the gourd, holding a broken golden token in her mouth. A teleportation token? Su Taiping, somewhat perplexed, took hold of the golden token, discovering that it was inscribed with peculiar characters and runes that certainly did not belong to this continent. Could it be a teleportation token to the Yuyun continent? Just as Su Taiping pondered the significance of this, the voice of the fairy Lingyue suddenly resonated within his mind. What is a teleportation token? Su Taiping inquired inwardly. The teleportation token is a key to activate the ancient teleportation array, allowing you to instantly transport to another cultivation continent, which is exceedingly precious in your realm of cultivation, replied the fairy Lingyue with a hint of excitement. Yuyun continent. What manner of place is that? Su Taiping asked with curiosity. Chapter 69, Reminiscing about Yuyun. Even warriors are not weak cultivators. The Yuyun continent, I once ventured there during my youth for training. Here, the distinctions between the realms of cultivation and the secular world have vanished. The people are fierce, and even those unable to cultivate will practice martial arts. The mountains are rife with malevolent spirits and often give rise to unexplainable apparitions. The spiritual energy that permeates the very earth, even in the most mundane countryside, is over tenfold more abundant than in your continent. In the cultivation community, there is exponentially more powerful. Sects like the Qingxian sect would be considered inconsequential in that realm. Although the Yuyun continent is fraught with peril, it is also replete with celestial materials and treasures. Not to mention numerous relics of ancient immortal sects buried within the mountains and fields, which, if encountered, would signify a significant opportunity. For those practitioners in pursuit of the path to immortality, this indeed serves as an excellent place for cultivation and experience, much like my own journey, which elevated my cultivation to an entirely new realm. The fairy of the spirit moon reminisced with a tinge of nostalgia. In this vast expanse, such places still exist. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping could not help but feel a sense of yearning. However, after examining the half of the teleportation token in his hand, he expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Yet this token is only half. Seeking the other half may prove somewhat challenging. Do not fret over this. The teleportation token itself is a treasure. Even when fragmented into numerous pieces, they can still resonate with one another. I can teach you the method to locate it when the time comes," the fairy of the spirit moon confidently replied. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a surge of joy and promptly expressed his gratitude to the fairy before turning to Bai Yu and stating, "Bai Yu, I shall accept this item. It is indeed of great use to me." Bai Yu nodded solemnly, his gaze dimmed. At that moment, he remained engulfed in the sorrow of losing his mother, unable to contemplate anything else, not even pondering how Su Taiping could contend with the Peacock King. Witnessing this scene, Su Taiping felt a pang of empathy. Having also lost loved ones at an early age, he could deeply resonate with Bai Yu's current emotions. "I apologize for not being able to eliminate the Peacock King today," Su Taiping said with a hint of remorse. Upon hearing the name of the Peacock King, Bai Yu's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed light. "No, fortunately, Taiping, you did not slay it." Bai Yu shook his head, his eyes ablaze with fury as he declared, "Only in this way can I seize the opportunity to avenge my mother and my kin." After uttering these words, his expression softened slightly. He then raised his wings, presenting a drop of primordial demon blood imbued with profound spiritual power before Su Taiping, saying, "Taiping, I owe you a great debt. Not only have I been reunited with my mother, but I have also inherited her primordial demon blood and demon core. You must accept this drop of primordial demon blood." After a moment of contemplation, Su Taiping refrained from accepting the drop intended for their soul contract and solemnly inquired of Bai Yu, "Have you made up your mind?" "I shall not compel you to forge a soul bond with me. I have made my decision. If I cannot uphold this promise, I would feel unworthy of my mother's spirit in the afterlife," Bai Yu replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping hesitated no longer. He nodded and extended his hand to receive the drop of primordial demon blood. "From this day forth, I, Bai Yu, willingly pledge to be Su Taiping's spirit companion for a century. Henceforth, Su Taiping shall be my master," Bai Yu vowed. "Bai Yu, we are not master and servant. There is no need for such titles. This soul contract is merely a promise," Su Taiping countered, shaking his head. Bai Yu gazed deeply at Su Taiping, then nodded emphatically, stating, "From this day forward, you, Su Taiping, shall be my brother, sharing both trials and tribulations." "Brother?" Su Taiping reminisced about his childhood, feeling a twinge of envy for those in the village who had siblings. He smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very well. after placing Bai Yu in the gourd for recuperation. Su Taiping practiced his martial arts in the backyard for a while, then attempted the 1,000-weight technique that Fairy Ling Wei had taught him that very day. This technique can be considered a method of martial arts energy cultivation, which you may later combine with the Green Ox Fist, without the fear of being exposed as an external martial art. Noticing Su Taiping's increasing prowess with the 1,000-weight technique, Fairy Ling Wei expressed her delight and offered him a word of encouragement. Su Taiping nodded, then, filled with curiosity, asked, Sister Ling Wei, I recall that during the last lecture by Zhang Zhenjuan, he mentioned that martial artists stand no chance against cultivators. Yet today, I observed that your 1,000-weight technique was able to suppress the Peacock King, suggesting that martial practitioners are not as powerless as stated. You've made a keen observation. Fairy Ling Wei replied with a gentle smile. Once cultivation and physical conditioning reach a certain level, there is essentially no distinction between the two. However, the spiritual energy in your world is rather sparse, and the rare treasures of heaven and earth are limited, making it nearly impossible to nurture a formidable martial body. In our realm, the indestructible bodies of the demon race's great saints and the adamantine forms of the human race represent some of the most formidable existences in the world. There was once a martial enthusiast from the demon race who, relying solely on his indestructible body, swept through a significant portion of the cultivation world. Even high-ranking cultivators could not withstand his strike. She elaborated as if engaging in casual conversation with Su Taiping. The notion that a martial practitioner could dominate a large part of the cultivation realm seemed quite extraordinary to Su Taiping. This is not surprising, Fairy Ling Wei nodded in affirmation. Do you recall the method of body refinement I taught you 2 years ago, along with the apparatus you adorned yourself with? She suddenly smiled at Su Taiping. Of course. I remember, Su Taiping nodded in affirmation. He patted his abdomen, then his thigh, producing a distinct metallic sound. Before continuing, I have not removed those items except during bathing for the past 2 years, and I have diligently practiced the body refinement method every day. Although the initial stages were excruciating, especially after donning this equipment, which made even ordinary walking quite cumbersome, I have adapted considerably over the years. 2 years ago, after Su Taiping began consuming dragon gallbladder wine, his physique was further enhanced. And it was then that the Fairy Ling Wei imparted to him a rudimentary, yet effective body refinement technique, well suited for novices in the art of fortifying their muscles and bones. Thus, he persisted in his practice for a full 2 years. I honestly did not expect you to endure this, but after 2 years of perseverance, your physique has been sufficiently tempered. Once we ascend the mountain, I shall teach you an ancient body refinement technique passed down from the primordial human emperor. The Fairy Ling Wei spoke with great satisfaction. Chapter 70, The Mist Technique. The day of selection for the 7 peaks approaches. Thank you, Sister Ling Wei. Su Taiping was eagerly anticipating the human emperor's body refinement technique that the Fairy Ling Wei had previously mentioned. By the way, I have heard that upon becoming a disciple of the 7 peaks, one has the opportunity to select techniques at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He continued, Select techniques? This task can certainly be entrusted to my sister. Without further ado, in terms of vision, even your sect leader may not match my own, the confident Ling Wei Fairy declared. Indeed, Su Taiping concurred, increasingly aware of the unfathomable depth of Ling Wei Fairy's past cultivation as their acquaintance deepened. However, before the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, I wish to master an additional technique, just to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, he suddenly produced a bronze mirror and retrieved a catalog of the techniques accessible to outer disciples. He then turned to Ling Wei Fairy and said, Sister Ling Wei, perhaps you could assist me in my selection. During the 7 Peak selection, he certainly could not employ the ice breath technique alongside the Zhongwan ring, for the secrets of the earth fruit would be easily uncovered. Very well, let me take a look, Ling Wei Fairy responded, approaching him and sitting beside him at the stone table. It seems the techniques available to your outer disciples are rather limited, predominantly comprising the weakest forms of the 5 elements, namely wood and water. Nevertheless, that is of little concern. The combined lethality of the Qingyou Fist and the Qianjun power is sufficient for a cultivator at your stage. You merely need to select an auxiliary technique. As Ling Wei Fairy murmured thoughtfully, she began to seriously sift through the options. Which one have you chosen for yourself? After a while, it appeared that Ling Wei Fairy had contemplated her choice, but refrained from voicing it, wishing instead to hear Su Taiping's selection first. If I were to choose for myself, it would undoubtedly be the mist borrowing technique, Su Taiping replied after a moment of consideration. Ling Wei Fairy's lips curled into a subtle smile upon hearing this. What prompts you to select the mist borrowing technique? She inquired playfully. It is evident that he intends to test Su Taiping. According to the descriptions within the bronze mirror regarding the art of fog conjuration, this technique merely requires one to hold a mouthful of clear water, which, when infused with spiritual energy, can be expelled to create a mist, enveloping an area of 10 zhang in mere moments, thereby disorienting the opponent. Though it may appear trivial, this ability can grant me a tactical advantage in combat, aligning perfectly with my current strategy of swift resolution. Moreover, in future confrontations, should I find myself at a disadvantage, I could utilize this technique in conjunction with the ice breath technique to facilitate my escape. Su Taiping elucidated to the fairy Lingwei. Presently, the martial arts he has cultivated, namely the Green Ox Fist and the Seven Killblade, are both offensive techniques. Should he fail to incapacitate his adversary with a single blow, he would easily fall into a passive position upon the opponent's counterattack. The fog conjuration technique serves to mitigate this shortcoming, particularly with the impending 7-peak selection, where he would be unable to employ the ice breath technique or the Zhangwan ring. Excellent. Fairy Lingwei expressed her satisfaction with Su Taiping's explanation. Is it true, Sister Lingwei, that you have also chosen this fog conjuration technique? Su Taiping inquired with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Fairy Lingwei affirmed with a nod, and then continued to explain to Su Taiping. Beyond the 2 points you mentioned, I selected this technique because, although it appears to hold little practical value, it is, in fact, derived from an ancient art of considerable significance. What ancient art? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's interest was piqued. The 5-element stealth technique, Fairy Lingwei replied. The 5-element stealth technique? Su Taiping noted that this name was absent from the catalog of techniques within the Qingxin sect. The 5 elements of escape techniques are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the mist technique is derived from the water element's fog escape. However, the true fog escape is not merely a simple obscuration of vision with mist. It involves completely concealing one's form and aura within the fog, rendering even advanced practitioner souls unable to sense one's presence. Yet, within the mist, one can move freely and strike unseen. The Fairy Lingwei introduced this to Su Taiping. It is astonishing that this technique is rooted in such a powerful art. Su Taiping expressed his surprise. Coincidentally, I also possess this technique. You will first learn the mist technique, and then I shall teach you how to gradually refine it into the true fog escape. Fairy Lingwei spoke with eyes full of anticipation. Currently hindered by her soul's damage, she relished the sight of Su Taiping growing stronger under her guidance. Then I shall choose the mist technique. Su Taiping replied with a sense of joy. With merely a month or 2 remaining until the 7-peak selection, mastering a rudimentary technique poses no issue. I wonder how Sister Linglong and Brother Qishao have fared over these 3 years. Do they still remember me? Gazing at the bright moon in the sky, Su Taiping murmured. He suddenly recalled the moment when Linglong and Qishao brought him to Yunlu Mountain, as well as when Linglong had specially arranged for him to stay at Qingzhou residence. Rest assured, it won't be long before you can all practice together at the 7 peaks. Fairy Lingwei gently patted Su Taiping's shoulder. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded, feeling that it was time to fulfill the promise he made 3 years ago to Linglong and Qishao to win the selection and ascend the 7 peaks. Suddenly, he shook his head and rose to walk towards the backyard, commencing his daily practice. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the dragon gallbladder wine, he could almost achieve sleeplessness, which afforded him more time for cultivation than the average person. However, even with the dragon gallbladder wine, he could not eliminate the fatigue and pain endured during his training. Thus, the duration for which he bore the burden of exhaustion and discomfort was twice, or even thrice, that of an ordinary individual. Yet, despite this, Su Taiping never missed a single day of practice. A diligent heart will not go unrewarded. Observing Su Taiping in the backyard, tirelessly repeating the motions of drawing and wielding his sword, Fairy Lingwei murmured to herself. 2 months later, on the 7th peak of Yunlu Mountain, Senior brother, like a scene from a celestial realm, a girl clad in a red dress soared across the rainbow jade bridge, resembling a wisp of crimson cloud, heading directly towards a floating sword testing platform at the other end of the archway. Linglong, how many times must I tell you? The hour of Qin is when I nurture my sword. Do not come up. On the sword nurturing platform, a strikingly handsome young man in a green robe opened his eyes and stood up. A sword that had been circling above his head transformed into a streak of light and swiftly pierced into his chest. These two were none other than Zhao Linglong and Duga Qingxiao, who had once welcomed Su Taiping into their fold. Senior brother, he is still alive. Linglong exclaimed excitedly, raising a scroll in her hand. Who? Qingxiao was perplexed. Su Taiping. Linglong finally called out the name she had held back for so long. Is he the Su Taiping from Qingyou village? Upon hearing these words, Qingxiao was also taken aback. Chapter 71. The 7th Peak. Linglong Qingxiao contemplates Taiping. Over the past few years, Duga Qingxiao and his companions had inquired about Su Taiping's whereabouts, yet the responses they received were ambiguous at best. There was even an unsettling report indicating that vengeful spirits and demonic wolves had been sighted near Qingzhou residence, and the spring, which served as the focal point for their formations, had been destroyed. Had it not been for Qingxiao's intervention, Zhao Linglong would have nearly disobeyed the sect's orders and descended the mountain. From that moment, both began to suspect that Su Taiping might indeed be in grave danger, for it was quite common for outer disciples to perish within 3 years amidst the rampant monsters below the mountain. Yes, it is him. Brother, look. Zhao Linglong nodded vigorously, then tossed the scroll in her hand before Qi, continuing, Little Taiping is not only alive but is also registered for this year's 7 Peaks selection. Upon unfolding the scroll, Qi indeed found Su Taiping's name among the list. The young lad was proving to be quite resilient. A smile graced Qingxiao's lips, a sense of pride swelling within him. 3 years had passed. By now, Little Taiping must have grown taller than I. Zhao Linglong beamed, gesturing with her hands in excitement. Indeed. It has been 3 years in a blink. Qingxiao tucked the scroll away, nodding with a smile. Brother, for this 7 Peak selection, even if Taiping does not succeed, I wish to ask Father to bring him up the mountain, even if he cannot become a formal disciple. Assisting in managing the medicinal garden and spirit beasts would be beneficial. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong turned to Qi with a serious expression. The youth, whom she personally guided up the mountain and severed his worldly ties, surely deserved her assistance. Qingxiao pondered the matter earnestly before nodding in agreement. Taiping is someone I brought up the mountain with you. I cannot simply disregard him. When the time comes, I shall accompany you to seek our master's approval. In his eyes, Su Taiping had already demonstrated the qualifications to remain in the Qin Xian sect after surviving 3 years in the outer sect. Whether he became a disciple or merely a servant was ultimately inconsequential. That's wonderful. With you by my side, brother, Father will surely consent. Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully. Their intentions were not to belittle Su Taiping. Rather, they were acutely aware that, with Bilingdu's aptitude, he could at most break through to the opening realm within 3 years. Among the outer disciples, many had achieved this breakthrough. And it was worth noting that numerous outer disciples had spent over 10, 20, or even 30 years at the foot of the mountain. In their 7 peaks, there was a disciple who, at the age of 50, successfully passed the selection and ultimately became their junior brother. To stand out among thousands of outer disciples and become one of the final 7 was indeed no trifling feat. Moreover, it was crucial to recognize that some of the formal disciples had previously been expelled from the mountain for violating regulations. This was precisely why the two were presently contemplating a backup plan for Su Taiping. By the way, brother, the 7 Peaks selection competition will still take place at the sword-suppressing platform of the 1st peak, right? Shall we sneak down the mountain to have a look? Zhao Linglong gazed at Qingxiao with hopeful anticipation. It is still quite early, he replied. Qingxiao shook his head and then explained to Zhao Linglong. The 7 Peak selection is divided into 4 regions: South Mountain, West Mountain, East Mountain, and North Mountain. Due to the overwhelming number of participants from each region, 28 individuals will be chosen from hundreds, culminating in what is known as the 4 Mountains Assembly. Following this, the 112 selected will be arranged to participate in the 2nd round of trials at the Dragon Gate Hall, from which another 28 will emerge, constituting the Dragon Gate Assembly. Ultimately, the final 28 will ascend to the sword-settling platform on the main peak, where, under the witness of the sect leader and the masters of the 7 peaks, they will engage in the last round of competition, resulting in the selection of the 7 most formidable disciples for the 7 peaks, also referred to as the 7 Peaks Assembly. Having previously been involved in the 7 peak selection arrangements, Qi is well aware of the entire process, which would take at least a month. Zhao Linglong, who typically showed little interest in such matters, usually attended only to witness the final round, never imagining that the 7 peak selection would be so intricate and time-consuming. She felt a pang of melancholy, eager to see little Taiping. Wait a moment. Does this mean that we can only plead with Father after little Taiping endures until the 7 Peaks Assembly? A sudden wave of concern washed over Zhao Linglong. Not necessary. Qi replied, shaking his head. As long as he can withstand until the Dragon Gate Assembly, even if he were to falter there, I could devise a way to persuade Master to keep him. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong secretly exhaled in relief, and then, with a hint of excitement in her voice, whispered, Xiao Taiping, you must strive to make your mark. If you can emerge victorious at the 4 Mountains Conference, we shall meet again. During this time, be sure not to cause any trouble. If Master confines you, there will be no opportunity to witness your competition. Observing Zhao Linglong's fervor, Qingxiao grew concerned that she might attempt to sneak down the mountain again. But, senior brother, I truly wish to see Xiao Taiping's contest. Can you devise a way? Zhao Linglong implored, tugging at Qingxiao's sleeve. With a sigh, Qingxiao pondered for a moment and replied, I shall see if I can borrow the mountain patrol mirror from Master. It should display the scenes of the competition during the Longmen Conference. As for the Four Mountains Conference, we will have to wait until after the contest to inquire with the senior brother in charge for the battle reports. You are truly wonderful, senior brother, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, embracing Qin Xiao tightly. Do not disturb my sword practice. Qin Xiao responded with a look of disdain, pushing Zhao Linglong away. On the 9th of the first month, at the West Wind Pavilion, the first day of the Four Mountains Conference had arrived. These individuals seemed to be much older than I. Su Taiping mused as he found himself somewhat out of place among the crowd at the martial arts arena of the West Wind Pavilion. The practitioners present were either tall and robust youths, middle-aged men, or venerable elders with an ethereal aura, leaving him as the sole youth among them. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, he announced, approaching the registration table overseen by a steward of the West Wind Pavilion, holding a bronze mirror. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, signed and ready, number 27. The steward cast a glance at Su Taiping's bronze mirror and subsequently handed him a bamboo stick inscribed with the number 27. Locate your number on the notice board ahead, and you shall find the arena for your contest, along with the number of your opponent, he stated, not lifting his gaze as he pointed towards a large notice board at the entrance of the training ground. Thank you, Su Taiping nodded, taking the bamboo stick and making his way towards the notice board. Hey there, young lad, are you here to participate in the Seven Peaks selection as well? Before Su Taiping could reach the notice board, a burly man with a bald head and a thick beard suddenly seized him in a friendly embrace. Hurry, brother Tiger. This little fellow's thighs are no thicker than my arms. Is he not courting death? Perhaps he is merely a child brought along by some noble. Young one, this is not a place for you. You should quickly seek your mother. The group of burly men surrounding the bearded giant began to jest at Su Taiping's expense. Though some among them were not particularly tall, each exuded a formidable presence, their muscular forms indicating a life devoted to martial training. In contrast, while Su Taiping was not short, his slender physique and slightly delicate features rendered him all the more youthful. Brothers, please make way. Su Taiping disregarded their mockery and gestured for them to clear the path. Indeed, you truly are here to compete, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Brother Hu reached up to touch his smooth, bald head, then curiously glanced at the sign held by Su Taiping. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded, then deftly maneuvered around him, striding purposefully towards the notice board. How intriguing, how intriguing. I am eager to see which opponent this young lad will face next. Brother Hu chuckled as he followed Su Taiping's lead towards the announcement board. I, too, wish to witness which fortunate individual encounters this young prodigy. The others soon joined in, clamoring alongside. The opponent for contestant 27 appears to be. Before Su Taiping could search for himself, this group eagerly began to assist him. It is the Xiantir Arena, contestant 23. Someone finally located the sign indicating Su Taiping's opponent. Contestant 23? Isn't that Brother Hu? A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. At this, Su Taiping also turned his gaze curiously towards the bald, bearded man. By heavens, it truly is him. Brother Hu glanced at the sign in his hand and, upon realizing it bore the number 23, burst into hearty laughter, rubbing his shiny head. Su Taiping, however, displayed little reaction. His purpose in approaching the notice board was solely to confirm the venue of his upcoming contest and the opponent's designation. The identity of that opponent was of little concern, as he had diligently prepared for this competition over the past 3 years. Little lad, are you perhaps intimidated? Observing Su Taiping's silence, the crowd resumed their raucous teasing. Dear child, with your slender arms and legs, I fear you could scarcely withstand a single kick from me. I advise you to concede in advance. It would not be shameful. At this moment, Brother Hu, with a jovial demeanor, turned his gaze towards Su Taiping. It was evident that upon discovering Su Taiping as his opponent in the first round, he felt considerably more at ease. We shall meet on the arena, Su Taiping stated earnestly to Brother Hu. Initially taken aback, Brother Hu erupted into hearty laughter, then pointed at Su Taiping, who was already making his way toward the arena, exclaiming, Did you hear that? The young one says we shall meet on the arena. Come, let us go. We are to compete at the Shin stage as well. So let us witness it together. Brother Hu, do not go easy on him. If you do, the rest of us shall be deprived of a good show. The crowd chimed in, erupting into laughter. Most of these individuals were martial artists by nature, possessing good hearts yet having cultivated a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong during their time in the mountains. Upon encountering someone who provided them with amusement, they would not easily let the opportunity slip by. Thus, a throng of people began to gather around Brother Hu, making their way toward the Shin stage. Beside the Shin stage, the examiner from the West Wind Pavilion addressed Su Taiping and Sun Hu, saying, You two, stand by. The next match will be yours. Upon receiving the signboards from Su Taiping and Sun Hu, the examiner swiftly marked them in the ledger and instructed them to wait nearby. Due to the large number of competitors, most of whom were relatively unknown cultivators, the crowd surrounding each stage was sparse, primarily consisting of those who were to participate in the upcoming matches. Little one, wait a moment, fists and feet are blind. If you do not concede now and happen to get hurt, do not blame me, brother Hu remarked, flashing a grin at Su Taiping. Su Taiping, however, paid him no heed, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the arena. At that moment, the contenders on the stage comprised an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a middle-aged man wielding a broadsword. To Su Taiping's surprise, it was none other than Elder Qin and Master Zhao. Both were competitors vying for the opportunity to enter the Dragon Gate, and it was indeed unfortunate that they had to face each other in the very first round. Initially, Sun Hu and a few brothers beside him intended to tease Su Taiping, but upon witnessing the two figures on the stage, their attention was swiftly captivated. Clang! Just then, after a series of probing maneuvers, Master Zhao firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and unleashed a formidable strike towards Elder Qin. In the face of this fierce assault, Elder Qin remained unfazed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes before gracefully retreating. Bang! Master Zhao's long blade struck the granite ground with a thunderous crash, sending sparks flying in all directions. Swish! Undeterred by his initial failure, Master Zhao expertly pivoted the blade and launched another diagonal slash towards Elder Qin. This stroke flowed seamlessly, the speed surpassing that of the previous attempt, rendering it nearly impossible for Elder Qin to evade so effortlessly. Snap! Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as Elder Qin seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two, his body suddenly floated upwards like a feather, with his toes delicately perched upon Master Zhao's long blade. However, at the moment when his toes pressed upon the blade, his body seemed to gain an extraordinary weight, akin to 1,000 pounds, forcefully pinning Zhao's broadsword to the ground. Despite his weapon being immobilized, Zhao did not concede defeat. Instead, he abandoned his sword and launched a fierce punch, roaring like a ferocious tiger, aiming directly at the old man's face. To Su Taiping's astonishment, the elder did not evade this brutal strike. Instead, he advanced, first elevating Zhao's wrist with his forearm, then ensnaring Zhao's forearm with his palm. Utilizing Zhao's own momentum, he yanked backward, causing Zhao to lose his balance. In that instant, the elder's body tensed, and he thrust his shoulder heavily against Zhao's chest. With a thunderous crash, Zhao was propelled backward like a cannonball, landing below the arena. Bravo! Witnessing this spectacle, the group of men, including Sun Hu, erupted in cheers. It seemed evident that the elder would certainly qualify for the Dragon Gate Society, as long as he did not encounter someone from the realm of gazing into the abyss or a practitioner of arcane arts. Perhaps even the Seven Peaks Society awaited him. The previous two encounters had solely involved outer disciples, with scarce individuals skilled in the mystic arts. The crowd buzzed with excitement, marveling at the peculiar martial technique, light and airy in appearance, yet capable of delivering immense force, propelling a person so far with a mere push. Su Taiping, too, wore a look of astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Young lad, this is called transformation strength. Master Qin has practiced this art for no less than 50 years. And now he has achieved remarkable mastery. Woe betides anyone who crosses him." With a sly smile, Sun Hu remarked that he had merely scratched the surface of his abilities. Suddenly, the languid voice of the slumbering fairy Lingwei emerged from within her gourd. "Sister Lingwei, you are also familiar with the art of transformation?" Su Taiping inquired curiously through a spiritual transmission. This is merely a technique among martial arts, a means of redirecting force with finesse. However, this old man has only grasped the basics. Otherwise, dealing with someone wielding a blade would not pose such a challenge, Fairy Lingwei yawned. If you ever encounter him, just remember this. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. She then added with a knowing glance, "Speed is invincible." Su Taiping pondered these words thoughtfully. Su Taiping of Chi-Du residence, Sun Hu of Qian Manor, please ascend the stage for the competition. At that moment, the examiner called out the names of Su Taiping and Sun Hu. "Who is he?" "I, Sun Hu, have arrived," Sun Hu bellowed, leaping vigorously into the air like a fierce tiger, landing on the stage that was at least 10 feet high. His leap was filled with tremendous vigor. "Excellent. Brother Hu, you must set a fine precedent for us," cheered Sun Hu's companions, their voices brimming with excitement. In their eyes, Sun Hu's victory was a foregone conclusion. "Su Taiping, where are you?" the examiner called out once more. "Right here," Su Taiping responded, raising his hand just as he was about to step onto the stage. "How do you ascend over there?" The examiner was momentarily taken aback. "Is it not permissible?" Su Taiping, somewhat perplexed, thought to himself that if it were indeed not allowed, then there would be no need to set up the steps. Go on, go on." The examiner, displaying a hint of impatience, waved his hand. The steps were, of course, passable. It was just that since the beginning of the contest, no one had taken the stairs in a proper manner. Now, confronted with such a straightforward individual, the examiner found himself somewhat out of sorts. Meanwhile, Sun Hu and his companions in the audience erupted in laughter upon witnessing this. Little one, be cautious while ascending the steps, do not trip. Or perhaps we should lend you a hand. The environment in which the outer disciples of the mountain had been raised fostered a character that was both opportunistic and reverent towards the strong. Seeing Su Taiping approach the stage in such an ordinary manner, how could they not mock him? It's merely a stage. Why such pretentiousness? Su Taiping found this utterly bewildering. To him, those who leaped onto the stage were akin to those who insisted on using their feet instead of chopsticks while dining. Little one, are you not weary? Shall we pause for a moment to catch our breath? Upon seeing Su Taiping ascend the platform, Sun Hu crossed his arms and grinned as he inquired. Although his tone did not explicitly convey mockery, the disdain and arrogance evident in his gaze were unmistakable. No need, Su Taiping replied solemnly, shaking his head. He felt no anger at Sun Hu's condescension, nor did he harbor any contempt for him. Before arriving, he had already admonished himself that until he ascended the 7 peaks and became an official disciple, every contest would be a life-or-death struggle, demanding his utmost effort. After uttering these words, Su Taiping, amidst the contemptuous smile of Sun Hu and the laughter echoing from beneath the arena, earnestly assumed the stance of the Qing fist. Oh, is the little fellow serious now? Sun Hu remarked, maintaining a playful demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of seriousness. He was reluctant to admit it. But upon witnessing the boy adopt his stance, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him. Pressure? A mere child can instill pressure upon me? Sun Hu, perhaps you should rename yourself Sun Cat. He soon found the thought amusing, dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination. However, had Sun Hu known that this young man had once defeated a ghostly specter and single-handedly vanquished a demon tiger, he would likely reconsider his notion of mere illusion. Are both sides prepared? At that moment, the examiner on the stage inquired loudly of the two. I am ready, Su Taiping responded promptly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sun Hu ahead. I too am prepared. Sun Hu flexed an arm thicker than Su Taiping's thigh, grinning broadly at the examiner. Then let the contest commence. The examiner, seeing both were ready, struck the bronze gong with a resounding clang. Come, little one, allow your uncle a punch. With a sharp step, Sun Hu advanced forward, firmly establishing himself in the arena, and then beckoned to Su Taiping. Offended, Su Taiping nodded. Boom. In the instant his words left his lips, Su Taiping surged forward, his footwork unfurling with a burst of wind-like energy. Racing across the stage with the force of a tempest, hurtling towards Sun Hu. Whoosh. Before Sun Hu could fully react, Su Taiping's fist was already upon him. Boom. Despite Sun Hu having summoned his protective aura, it was utterly insufficient to withstand Su Taiping's formidable strike. It shattered with a resounding crash. Bang. As the protective barrier crumbled, Su Taiping's punch continued unabated, crashing heavily against Sun Hu's instinctively raised arms. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed as Sun Hu's robust frame was sent hurtling backwards. He flew off the stage, landing heavily over 10 paces away, crashing to the ground with a thud. A profound silence enveloped the arena. No one paid heed to the fallen Sun Hu, whose fate was uncertain, all eyes fixated on the youthful figure atop the stage. With a single punch, he had vanquished the somewhat renowned Sun Hu, leaving the onlookers' faces etched with disbelief. Acknowledging the spectators, the young man remained unperturbed. After offering a respectful gesture towards the direction of the fallen Sun Hu, he walked directly to the examiner at the side. My lord, my opponent has fallen from the stage. I trust this round is mine? Su Taiping inquired politely. Yes, indeed. The examiner was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and announced in a clear voice. In this round, Su Taiping has triumphed over Sun Hu, ascending to the 112th position. As these words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below the stage, and those few cultivators who were close to Sun Hu exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their own eyes. Brother Hu? Has he truly been defeated so easily? Meanwhile, the commotion on the stage caught the attention of the Shifeng Pavilion. What could possibly be causing such uproar on their side? The patrolling guards, Zhuju and Zhougu, exchanged bewildered looks as they gazed towards the Xianzhou stage. Having been reassigned from their lucrative posts at the Lifeng Hall due to an incident involving Uncle Jiu, they had returned to the Shifeng Pavilion as ordinary guards. After much pleading with the pavilion master, they had finally secured positions to oversee the Four Mountains Conference. At that moment, a familiar patroller approached them. A remarkable event just unfolded on the Xianzhou stage, he recounted animatedly. A young boy, no older than 15, delivered a single punch that sent Sun Hu of the Qian manor tumbling off the stage, gravely injured and carried away. Zhuju and Zhougu exchanged astonished glances. Sun Hu, known for his modest fame among the outer disciples, had been a figure they were well aware of. The notion that a mere 15-year-old could incapacitate him with a single blow was difficult for them to fathom. Wasn't Sun Hu supposed to have broken through to the open door realm last year? Zhuoju inquired of Zhou Gu. Indeed, came the affirmative response. Zhou Gu furrowed his brow. Although Sun Hu was merely a practitioner of the white spirit bone technique, his martial prowess was astonishing, having already reached the realm of ironclad skin and bones. The fact that he was defeated by that young man with a single punch left Zhou Gu pondering whether a genius had emerged among the outer disciples of the West Wind Pavilion. Brother Liu, what is that young man's name? Zhuoju hastily inquired of the examiner present. It seems to be Su Taiping. The examiner replied after a moment of contemplation. What did you say his name was? Zhou Gu appeared somewhat incredulous, repeating the question to the examiner. His name is Su Taiping. Why? The examiner regarded Zhou Gu with a hint of confusion. Zhuoju and Zhou Gu exchanged astonished glances. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou, do you happen to know this young man? The examiner asked, curiosity evident in his demeanor. No, not really, just that he was recently in the area we were inspecting. Zhou Gu chuckled, attempting to mask his surprise. Well, that counts as a bit of an acquaintance. Brother Zhou, you and Brothers Wu might consider getting to know this young man better. If he wins in the next round, he is likely to become the youngest cultivator from our West Wind Pavilion to attend the Dragon Gate Conference in a century, and he will undoubtedly be favored thereafter. The examiner remarked with a smile directed at the two men. Brother Liu speaks wisely, Zhou Gu and Zhuoju nodded, their smiles betraying a hint of malice in their eyes. Moments later, in the Qingxin courtyard of the West Wind Pavilion, the area had been temporarily transformed into a resting zone for the outer disciples participating in the competition. It is indeed him, although he has grown considerably taller. It is unmistakably him. Within a secluded corridor, Zhuoju pointed towards the opposite side of the pond and confidently declared. The youth seated in the pavilion, sipping tea, was none other than Su Taiping. Brother, it was he who caused us to lose our lucrative positions in the live Feng Hall during our last encounter, leaving us in this dire predicament. This grievance must not go unaddressed. Zhou Gu expressed his agitation to Zhuoju. Do not act impulsively. Although the Sison assembly is held at the Shifeng Pavilion, it is under the watchful gaze of the mountain patrol mirrors. If we are spotted, we shall have no place in Yunlu Mountain, Zhuoju admonished Zhou Gu with a sharp glance. But brother, if this brat emerges victorious in the Sison assembly, he will undoubtedly secure a place in the Shifeng Pavilion. How shall we then coexist with him? Zhou Gu voiced his concerns. Winning in the Sison assembly is no trivial feat, Zhuoju countered, shaking his head. If he were to attempt any underhanded tactics during the Shifeng selection and were discovered, he would be expelled from the mountain. He lacks the resolve for such actions. This lad managed to defeat Sun Hu. Perhaps he received guidance from Uncle Jiu. With Uncle Jiu's counsel, victory may not be a distant dream, Zhou Gu reminded Zhuoju. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Zhuoju felt a flicker of uncertainty. Brother, I have a plan. Observing the wavering expression on Zhuoju's face, Zhou Gu took a step closer and whispered in his ear, in the next round. We shall determine the opponents by drawing lots. I am acquainted with the lad responsible for the draw. We can subtly manipulate the situation and assign him an opponent he cannot possibly defeat. This way, he will be eliminated this round and be forced to remain at the foot of the mountain for another 3 years. By then, he will be entirely at our mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhuoju's brow arched, clearly intrigued. Who do you think would be a suitable opponent for him? He inquired. Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu replied with a cunning smile. The moment Zhuoju heard that name, a spark of interest ignited in his eyes. Rest assured, my friend. The individuals on the mountain scarcely pay attention to the Dragon Gate Society, let alone a minor faction like the Shifeng Pavilion's Four Mountains Society. Noticing Zhuoju's lingering hesitation, Zhou Gu added, what he says holds truth. The people on the mountain, aside from the final 7 Peaks tournament, rarely concern themselves with earlier matches. The sheer number of participants makes it overwhelming, and the contests are often lackluster, merely a display of brute strength that fails to captivate their interest. If you worry about his connections with Jiushu and Bai Hong, you needn't. The pavilion master has already investigated this matter, and he possesses no significant background. Jiushu's visit to the Qingzhou residence was entirely coincidental. Moreover, both Jiushu and Bai Hong are currently in precarious situations themselves. It remains uncertain whether they can even return from the Northern Territory. Zhou Gu added these final remarks, sealing Zhuoju's resolve. He nodded subtly, concluding, very well. Our fortunes cannot possibly be so dire. In his perspective, amidst the countless competitions of the Four Mountains Conference, it was improbable that anyone atop the mountain would notice such an inconspicuous match. Thus, the likelihood of their underhanded tactics being discovered was minimal. After reaching an agreement, the two departed from the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, setting out to locate the disciple responsible for the assignments. However, they remained blissfully unaware that, despite the small pond separating them from Su Taiping, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by the enchanting Lingwei fairy. She subsequently relayed their dialogue verbatim to Su Taiping. Should we devise a method to expose their scheme? Lingue Fairy pondered curiously about Su Taiping's thoughts at that moment. There's no need, Sister Lingue, Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. He drained his cup of tea and rose to his feet, declaring, my objective is the Seven Peaks Conference. If I cannot triumph over Elder Qin, exposing these two would serve no purpose whatsoever. Moreover, having spent 3 years at the foot of the mountain, Su Taiping was acutely aware that as a cultivator without any backing, even if he were to report to the West Wind Pavilion, he would likely be ignored, or worse, accused of slander. Thus, it would be far more prudent to silence them with his fists in the arena. After a brief interval, the short respite came to an end. The array of advanced cultivators reconvened at the martial arts arena. Among them were those who had confirmed their elimination, as well as many who remained to witness the spectacle. In no time, the arena was once again filled to capacity. Su Taiping's opponent was Elder Qin. The little fellow's luck seemed rather unfortunate, considering the young one's prowess. Had he not encountered Elder Qin, he surely would have advanced to the Dragon Gate Conference. After the dispatch was completed, a sudden clamor of discussions erupted in the arena. Due to Su Taiping's remarkable performance in the previous match, numerous spectators had gathered early by his platform. Upon hearing the examiner announce that Su Taiping's opponent would be the venerable Qin Lao, the crowd erupted in a mix of schadenfreude and regret. It was unexpected that those two individuals had indeed achieved this. Su Taiping himself remained remarkably composed, though a sense of curiosity stirred within him regarding how they had managed to orchestrate this. Chapter 75. Indomitable Skill. Youngster, your fist is too slow. It must have been that they were aware of the matchups in advance, strategizing to ensure you would draw the corresponding number to face Qin Lao. If one prepares ahead of time, executing the plan would not be particularly difficult. The celestial being, Lingwei, conveyed this thought to Su Taiping through their spiritual connection. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Young friend Taiping, please, Qin Yuan, his hair and beard entirely white, approached Su Taiping and gestured for him to ascend the stage. Please, Qin Lao, you go first, Su Taiping humbly insisted. Very well. I shall take my leave and await young friend Taiping. Qin Lao replied with a hearty laugh, lightly pressing his toes against the ground, his form gracefully ascending to the platform like a feather. This maneuver immediately garnered a chorus of applause from the audience, who then turned their gazes towards Su Taiping. Why is everyone reluctant to use the steps? Su Taiping pondered, still perplexed. Taiping, this time, let us not use the steps. We cannot afford to lose momentum. Su Taiping was taken aback by the competitive spirit ignited within Lingwei. Very well, he acquiesced. Su Taiping withdrew his foot that had already stepped onto the platform. While he could disregard the words of others, he deemed it essential to heed Sister Lingyue's counsel. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers witnessed Su Taiping's sleeves swell abruptly, and with a resounding whoosh, he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear upon the stage. This was the manifestation of his mastery of the second step of the wind shadow technique. Such profound true energy. At such a tender age, he possesses such formidable essence. Could it be that this lad has already reached the minor completion of the opening gate realm? Those who had previously harbored doubts regarding Su Taiping's strength, believing that his victory over Sun, who was merely a stroke of luck, now fell into a contemplative silence. Such a young friend possesses such profound true energy. The youth is indeed formidable, truly formidable. On the arena, Qin Yuan smiled warmly and nodded at Su Taiping. However, the keenly observant Su Taiping noticed that although the old man concealed his intentions well, a flicker of hostility occasionally betrayed itself in his gaze. Your praise is unwarranted. Merely a trivial skill, Su Taiping responded to Qin Yuan's commendation with equanimity, unaffected by flattery. Given that someone of such age is still vying for the position of a formal disciple, he must possess a resolute and ruthless disposition. Taiping, do not be deceived by his smiling facade, Sister Lingyue cautioned him. Fear not, Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping reassured her in his heart. If he exerted his utmost against an opponent like Sun Hu, how could he possibly underestimate the elder Qin before him? Gentlemen, are you prepared? The overseer on the stage inquired, as was customary. I am fully prepared. I, the old man, am ready. The two individuals wasted no time, responding in unison as they each assumed their respective stances and preparatory postures. The referee nodded approvingly before striking the gong upon the stage, signaling the commencement of the contest. His voice resounded throughout the arena, inviting the esteemed elder Qin to impart his wisdom. Mr. Su Taiping politely cast a glance at Qin Yuan, who fervently shook his head with a broad smile, insisting, I am unworthy, truly unworthy. Yet, in the very instant his words fell, his figure erupted with a thunderous sound. vanishing from sight and reappearing before Su Taiping as if by magic. With a resounding crash, the fabric of his robes billowed dramatically as he launched a powerful palm strike towards Su Taiping, accompanied by a formidable shadow of his hand. No one could have anticipated that the ethereal Qin Yuan would resort to ambushing a youth, except for the youth himself. From the outset, Su Taiping had been acutely aware of the hostility emanating from Qin Yuan's gaze, further reinforced by the warning from the celestial figure Lingwei. Thus, he was prepared for any treachery. In a swift motion, Su Taiping evaded the fierce gust generated by Qin Yuan's strike, narrowly escaping the assault. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a devastating blow, akin to a bull charging forth, aimed squarely at Qin Yuan. At this critical juncture, Qin Yuan summoned his formidable internal energy, enveloping himself in a dense shield of protective qi that absorbed the full force of Su Taiping's punch. Nevertheless, the impact was so tremendous that Qin Yuan was propelled backward, sliding several yards despite his defensive efforts. As Su Taiping maintained his steady form, he once again executed the wind shadow step, propelling himself forward with a swift rush. Before Qin Yuan could stabilize himself, Su Taiping unleashed another powerful blow, aiming to strike him down. Yet, just as Su Taiping's fist was about to make contact, Qin Yuan suddenly pivoted to the side, narrowly evading the attack. The impact reverberated in the air, although he failed to hit the elder Qin. The ferocious force emanating from Su Taiping's fist surged down towards the arena, stirring a cloud of dust and sending the onlookers retreating in alarm. In that moment, they comprehended why Su Taiping had been able to defeat Sun Hu with a single punch in the previous match. Observing the arena, it became evident that despite missing his target, Su Taiping did not relent. He withdrew his fist and drew his blade, slashing toward the elder Qin. The length of the sword compensated for the shortcomings of his previous fist strike. Whoosh! However, Su Taiping was taken aback to find that Qin Yuan, balanced on one leg, resembled an unyielding weeble, skillfully dodging each of Su Taiping's swift slashes without faltering. Indeed, it was the indomitable skill of the elder Qin. At that moment, an astonished voice erupted from the crowd. To compel the elder Qin to employ his indomitable technique was a testament to this young man's prowess. Yet, it was clear that without the ability to breach the elder Qin's defenses, all efforts would be in vain. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Taiping expressionlessly delivered several more strikes, only to find them all deftly evaded by the elder Qin. As he prepared to execute his final slash, the speed of his movements noticeably diminished. Whoosh! With one foot planted firmly on the ground, the venerable Qin suddenly leaned forward, a hand as delicate as if devoid of bone resting upon Su Taiping's wrist, effortlessly dissipating his strength. Following this, Qin's shoulder collided forcefully against Su Taiping's chest. Bang! Amidst the resounding impact, Su Taiping was thrust backward several steps before regaining his balance. Young lad, your blade is far too slow, and your punches lack force. With such inadequacies, you cannot hope to defeat me, Qin Yuan remarked with a taunting smirk. Chapter 76. Seeking Flaws. Is it truly the Green Ox Fist? Truly, one cannot underestimate the prowess of the venerable Qin. The youthful child, though brimming with raw strength, remains too inexperienced to triumph over Qin. Upon these words, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd below the arena, who saw nothing amiss in Qin's earlier sneak attack or present provocation. After all, in this realm, brawn often outweighs decorum. Thank you for your guidance, Su Taiping replied, rubbing his chest amidst the jeers, before steadying himself once more. Qin Yuan, your current stance is also a form of using internal energy, isn't it? However, rather than relying on your hands, you utilize the intangible energy that envelopes your body. As he sheathed his blade, he spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Although he had suffered a minor setback, it was not without gain. After several attempts, he discerned that it was not Qin Yuan actively evading his strikes. Rather, it was the invisible energy surrounding him that compelled him to sidestep Su Taiping's blade. Thus, regardless of the angle from which he struck, Qin Yuan remained impervious to defeat. Young child, do not overestimate your intellect. My indomitable skill is beyond your comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuan let out a cold snort. The revelation of the secret behind his martial arts techniques displeased him greatly, and his tone was laced with murderous intent. Come, if you possess the ability, then shatter my indestructible skill. After uttering this challenge, he provocatively beckoned Su Taiping with a hand gesture. Little brat, do not fall for his bait. He is deliberately inciting you to break his indestructible skill, waiting for you to exhaust your vital energy before delivering a devastating blow. Indeed, there was no need to rush. It was wise to engage in a war of attrition. As the saying goes, the young fear not the strong. This old man is merely a facade, unable to endure a prolonged confrontation. At that moment, Several of Qin Yuan's adversaries below the stage suddenly called out loud warnings to Su Taiping. They eagerly wished for a confrontation that would leave both Su and Qin wounded. Meanwhile, Su Taiping remained intensely focused, disregarding the cacophony of surrounding voices. He merely flexed his wrist before stepping forward to face Qin Yuan. Indeed. You possess some grit to challenge me directly, Qin Yuan remarked with a renewed, affable smile. If Su Taiping truly intended to engage in a battle of endurance, Qin Yuan believed he still had the advantage, yet he recognized the potential danger as the next round approached. Seeing Su Taiping persist in attempting to break his indestructible skill brought him a sense of delight. Once I deplete your true essence, I shall strike you down. A smirk crept across Qin Yuan's lips as he raised both palms, a flicker of cunning flashing in his eyes. Su Taiping discerned Qin Yuan's inner machinations. Yet at that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the words previously spoken by the fairy Ling Wei. In the realm of martial arts, only speed can conquer. How fast must one be to prevent him from unleashing his full power? Su Taiping pondered this with a mixture of anticipation and resolve as he channeled the true essence within him. Leaning slightly forward, he executed the wind shadow step, taking a swift stride ahead. With a thunderous roar, Su Taiping's figure flickered into existence behind Qin Yuan, his fist crashing down with the force of a bull's bellow. However, with remarkable agility, Qin Yuan evaded the blow, the wind from Su's punch whistling past him. Yet, unlike before, Su Taiping was quick to follow up with another strike, employing the signature technique of the green bull fist, charging bull breakthrough. Alas, much to his dismay, Qin Yuan, akin to an indomitable weeble, managed to dodge once more. The power behind these two punches was astonishing. Even the gusts emanating from the stage left many onlookers among the cultivators below feeling a sense of discomfort in their chests. In that moment, the crowd was filled with both awe and regret, lamenting the boy's misfortune in encountering Qin Yuan so early, as it seemed he could have otherwise participated in the Dragon Gate conference. Among the spectators, Zhou Gu and Zhuoju exchanged glances, smirking in unison. Boy, do you aspire to attend the Dragon Gate conference? To become a disciple on the mountain? Dream on, Zhou Gu muttered through clenched teeth, a hint of disdain in his voice. However, it was not long before the expressions of both the spectators surrounding the arena, including Gu and Zhuoju, began to shift once more. The cacophony that had enveloped the space gradually diminished, leaving only the resounding thuds of Su Taiping's fists, akin to cannon fire, shattering the silence. There stood Su Taiping on the arena, relentlessly swinging his fists, resembling an indefatigable bull charging forward towards Qin Yuan. How could this be? Hadn't he unleashed 16 consecutive strikes? Yet, the force of the young man's punches seemed not only undiminished but rather intensified. At last, amidst the silence, someone voiced the collective confusion that weighed on everyone's minds. Is this truly the Qin Yo fist? A question arose. The Qin Yo fist is merely a commonplace martial technique, one that many present had practiced. Furthermore, Su Taiping's current execution of the bull charge formation was something several could replicate as well. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that the bull charge formation is the ultimate technique of the Qin Yo fist, requiring a profound reservoir of true qi to perform at full capacity. Most practitioners could only manage 4 or 5 punches in succession before reaching their limit, a stark contrast to Su Taiping's tempestuous barrage. Boom, boom, boom. As Su Taiping unleashed yet another flurry of punches, the bewilderment and confusion etched on the faces of the onlookers transformed into sheer astonishment. They realized that Su Taiping's bull charge formation not only resembled a torrential storm, but also exhibited an escalating force, with each punch compounding upon the last. Bang! At that moment, the astonished crowd witnessed an unexpected turn of events. Qin Yuan's body had been grazed by Su Taiping's formidable fist energy. The seemingly invincible Qin Yuan had, astonishingly, failed to wholly defend against Su Taiping's strike. Even when struck by such a blow, a portion of Qin Yuan's shoulder was immediately torn open, vividly demonstrating the immense power behind that punch. More alarmingly, Su Taiping's assault showed no signs of abating. The speed at which he unleashed his punches had reached a level where some onlookers could barely discern their motion. Boom! In an instant, as the spectators struggled to catch sight of Su Taiping's fist, Qin Yuan's body, seemingly drifting with the wind, was struck by an overwhelming force and sent hurtling through the air. Despite the protective barrier of vital energy surrounding him, Su Taiping's punch landed solidly on Qin Yuan, evading his attempts at evasion. At last, Su Taiping's fist outpaced the reaction speed of the vital energy surrounding Qin Yuan. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, many cultivators beneath the stage could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Old Qin's indomitable technique was actually shattered by him. Chapter 77. Rushing Water Technique. Comprehending the true essence of the Green Ox Fist Bang. Although Qin Yuan was struck by Su Taiping's punch, The unique transformative vital energy he had cultivated absorbed much of the force behind it. As he neared the edge of the stage, he executed a swift maneuver akin to a plummeting weight, causing his body to sink abruptly to the ground, anchoring himself firmly. Boom. However, before Qin Yuan's feet could settle, Su Taiping's fist was upon him once more. At this juncture, Su Taiping's momentum was even greater than before. The roaring of cattle, summoned by the force of his punches, made him appear as though he was leading a stampede. Bang! With a flurry of strikes, Qin Yuan's attempts to evade became increasingly frantic as he was struck multiple times. The flow of water converges. Just as everyone believed that Su Taiping's next punch would utterly crush Qin Yuan, a sudden roar erupted from Qin Yuan. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and streams of true energy, resembling flowing water, coiled around him, forming a colossal water sphere that enveloped him entirely. Bang! Su Taiping's fist struck the seemingly liquid true energy. Unlike before, this punch sank directly into the mass, its force diminished significantly in an instant. It merely caused the water-like true energy to cave inward, failing to inflict any harm upon Qin Yuan. To everyone's astonishment, Old Qin still possessed a trump card. Could it be the Ruo Shui true energy? Old Qin practiced the Ruo Shui technique. No one expected the situation could still be reversed at this moment. And the spectators below erupted in astonishment. This was originally intended for the Seven Peaks Conference. How fortuitous for you, lad. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort, then brought his palms together and recited an incantation, causing the streams of water-like true energy to coalesce once more, shielding him like a massive water sphere. Bang! Meanwhile, Su Taiping appeared oblivious to the transformation occurring in Qin Yuan, continuing to throw punches with escalating force. Bang! 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 Amidst the deep yet powerful sounds of collision, both Qin Yuan and the onlookers fell into a profound silence once again. They had initially believed that Su Taiping's previous punch, which had shattered the invulnerable technique, marked the pinnacle of his strength, yet little did they know that was merely the beginning. 69 punches. 70 punches. Could it be that this lad genuinely intended to strike a total of 108 punches? A cultivator, who had been silently counting the number of punches thrown by Su Taiping, shouted in disbelief, "It is impossible. Under such a force, the Qingyo fist cannot possibly unleash 108 strikes." Another voice resolutely countered this claim. However, these objections gradually became feeble against the thunderous sound of Su Taiping's punches, akin to the striking of a mountain. Bang! When Su Taiping delivered his 100th punch of the bull charge formation, the water-like true chi surrounding Qin Yuan erupted with a deafening roar, shattering and peeling away from his body. In the eyes of the onlookers, Su Taiping merely stood before Qin Yuan, his movements entirely imperceptible. Indeed, the essence of martial arts lies in speed. Sister Lingwei, I believe I am beginning to grasp it. It was only after Su Taiping had fully committed to executing 100 punches that he comprehended the profound meaning behind Lingwei's words regarding the essence of martial arts. He also understood why the second ultimate technique of the Qingyo fist was named the bull charge formation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, after hearing a series of explosive sounds akin to thunderclaps, the crowd was suddenly struck with astonishment as they beheld a colossal phantom of a blue bull materializing behind Su Taiping. With a resounding blast, this mighty bull phantom charged towards Qin Yuan, propelled by the force of Su Taiping's final punch. Bang! Another thunderous crash echoed as the water-like true chi, which Qin Yuan had painstakingly gathered, was utterly obliterated by Su Taiping's concluding strike, resulting in a violent explosion of blood mist as he was sent flying off the arena. Did Old Qin truly succumb? The indomitable prowess of Old Qin, along with the Ruo Shui, true chi, was unexpectedly vanquished by the Qingyo fist? Is this truly the Qingyo fist? Amidst the uproar of astonishment, countless gazes filled with disbelief were directed towards Su Taiping on the stage. At this moment, Su Taiping's eyes remained fixed on the figure of Qin Yuan crashing to the ground. A torrent of insight surged within him, reminiscent of the initial doubt that plagued him when he first practiced the Binyo charge. Why were there 108 punches in the Binyo formation? Now, at last, clarity dawned upon him. The preceding 107 punches merely served to build momentum for this final strike, akin to the charge of a herd of cattle before the decisive moment of breaching the enemy ranks. However, to achieve this, one must elevate the speed and power of the preceding 107 punches to their utmost limits. Congratulations, little Taiping. Not only have you triumphed in this contest, but you have also grasped the true essence of the Qingyo fist. The voice of the fairy Lingwei echoed within Su Taiping's mind, imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, for the upcoming matches, it would be prudent for you to follow the method I taught you, keeping your realm suppressed below the great completion of the opening door stage. Although you currently possess the cultivation of the wishing ghost realm, you lack the corresponding martial skills and techniques. At most, this would only augment the power of the Qingyo fist by a few degrees. Relying solely on your cultivation in battle will not lead you far, she added with a note of caution. Su Taiping silently expressed his gratitude to Fairy Lingwei in his heart. As the ethereal moon spirit remarked, the contest with Qin Yuan could have been easily won. For instance, one could simply suppress the opponent using the prowess of the Misty Realm. However, such a tactic would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As numerous challenges lie ahead, and revealing all one's cards would undoubtedly invite targeted attacks. According to the strategy, all prior contests before the Seven Peaks Assembly serve as a whetstone for honing martial skills. I must seize these upcoming bouts to sharpen my blades to their utmost edge before encountering true masters. Su Taiping mused quietly to himself while descending from the stage. Observing from the sidelines, one could hardly believe the outcome. He won? But that is Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu was still incredulous even after the examiner announced Su Taiping's victory. I recall that at last year's Longmen Conference, Qin Yuan's defeat stemmed from being overwhelmed by an opponent's superior cultivation. How could he possibly lose today in martial skill? Zhuo Ju also found it difficult to accept. Brother, rather than ponder how he won, we should consider how to deal with this fellow next. Zhou Gu interrupted Zhuo Ju's contemplation. What else can we do? Qin Yuan is already the strongest among us. Zhuo Ju shot Zhou Gu an exasperated glance. Chapter 78. The Cursed Tongue, you two fools. Zhou Gu protested, still unwilling to concede. But we cannot simply let this fellow go. What do you propose we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? If this lad had remained obscure as before, it would have been a different matter. However, today, having made a remarkable impression, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of those above. To provoke him now would be akin to courting disaster. Zhuo Ju scoffed at Zhou Gu. Had I known, I should have seized the opportunity to eliminate him back then. Zhou Gu, upon hearing this, tugged at his hair in frustration and retorted fiercely. Can you trust the person who helped you change the sign? Zhuo Ju suddenly inquired of Zhou Gu. Of course, I trust him. Zhou Gu assured Zhuo Ju with a pat on his chest. That is good to hear. Today's competition was exceedingly conspicuous. The people on the mountain will certainly take notice. And we must not leave any incriminating evidence. Zhuo Ju furrowed his brow in agreement. Brother, it shouldn't come to that, if they investigate. It would only be to see if that lad used any elixirs to cheat, not to look into the sign-changing matter. We can't possibly be that unfortunate. Zhou Gu chuckled, slapping Zhuo Ju on the shoulder. Close your mouth, you harbinger of doom. Zhuo Ju exclaimed, shaking off Zhou Gu's hand, casting a helpless glare at him. A day later. Senior brother, how did the battles go yesterday at the Little Peace Tournament? Early in the morning, Zhao Linglong rushed to the sword-testing platform at Seven Peaks and immediately inquired of Duga Qinsha about the events of the previous day's Four Mountains Conference. You arrived just in time, Qinsha replied, standing in the center of the platform, smiling as he raised a letter in his hand. I just received this. Let me see. Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her feet gliding across the ethereal silk as she rushed forward to snatch the letter from Qinshao's grasp. Qinsha merely tilted his body slightly to evade the blow, then playfully flicked Zhao Linglong's fair forehead, saying, let us watch together. If we are to watch together, why strike me? Zhao Linglong pouted, covering his forehead in a display of feigned grievance. Unfazed, Qinsha proceeded to open the envelope. Oh, this handwriting seems remarkably familiar. Zhao Linglong exclaimed with sudden astonishment. It's from your senior sister Xian from Six Peaks. Her junior brother has been assigned to oversee the upcoming Four Mountains Conference at the West Wind Pavilion. Qinsha replied while unfolding the letter. What do you mean? My senior sister Xian? She is clearly your junior sister Xian. Zhao Linglong retorted with a cheeky grin. Continue with your jesting, and in a few days. Even if I lend you the mountain patrol mirror, you shall not accompany me to witness the Longmen Conference, Qinsha threatened with a stoic expression. I was wrong. Second senior brother, Zhao Linglong quickly admitted. However, as he spoke, Qinsha seemed utterly absorbed by the letter before him, showing no reaction. Could it be that Xiao Taiping was defeated? Zhao Linglong's heart raced at the thought, prompting him to lean closer to catch a glimpse of the letter. Senior brother Qinsha. The individual you asked me to inquire about, Su Taiping, made quite the impression at yesterday's Four Mountains Conference at the West Wind Pavilion. He first defeated a martial artist at the opening door stage with a single punch, then overcame the venerable master Qin Yuan's indestructible technique and Ruoshui True Qi. Following that, he continued to triumph effortlessly in the matches, securing his qualification for the Longmen Hall. Disregarding the remaining matches, let us speak solely of the encounter with Qin Yuan. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Linglong first withdrew her gaze in astonishment, then leaped up in exuberance, exclaiming, Wonderful! Little Taiping has emerged victorious, and in splendid fashion. However, it is not merely a matter of victory. At this moment, having perused the entire letter, Qinsha suddenly shook his head. What do you mean by that? Second senior brother? Zhao Linglong, her eyes still brimming with excitement, gazed at Qinsha with confusion. According to the description provided by junior sister Xian's disciple, Taiping relied solely on the Qingyou fist to counter Qin Yuan's invulnerable technique. Moreover, when overcoming the flowing water energy, an illusion of a bold demon manifested, leading him to deduce that Taiping must have comprehended the true essence of the Qingyou fist. Qin Shao replied with a grave expression. The essence of the fist? How could someone as young as Taiping possibly grasp the profound meaning of a martial art? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. This is merely conjecture from Xian's disciple, for he was not officiating at Taiping's arena at the time. Auditory impressions can be misleading, and visual confirmation is imperative. To ascertain Taiping's true prowess, we must await the Dragon Gate conference to witness it with our own eyes. Qin Shao shook his head. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Linglong nodded repeatedly, her eagerness to witness the Dragon Gate conference palpable. Yet, is it not rather unfortunate for little Taiping to encounter two formidable opponents in succession? I noted that Sister Xian mentioned in her letter that both individuals possessed the strength to participate in the Dragon Gate conference. She took the letter from Qin Zhao's hand and glanced at it a few more times before casually commenting, fortune? Upon hearing those words, Qi Shao furrowed his brows. Indeed. Such misfortune seemed rather excessive. Perhaps I should pay my respects at the statue of the 5 ancestors atop the peak, beseeching their blessings for little Taiping. Zhao Linglong began to contemplate seriously. This hardly resembled mere fortune. Qin Shao shook his head. It was better that Zhao Linglong had not mentioned it, however. Her words instinctively triggered a reaction in Qin Shao, a seasoned practitioner. Not fortune. Second senior brother, do you suspect that this is the result of someone's deliberate scheming? At this moment, Zhao Linglong also grasped the situation. Although she was generally carefree, her years of experience had instilled in her a modicum of vigilance. Do not worry. Junior sister, I shall take care of this, Qi Shao stated as he took the letter from Zhao Linglong's hands, expressionless as he returned it to its envelope. Though the 7-peak selection could only rely on little Taiping's own efforts, should anyone presume that he was without support and could easily manipulate him, they would be gravely mistaken. Qing Xiao's tone bore a hint of coldness. He possessed a temperament that was outwardly aloof yet inwardly passionate. Having resolved to assist Su Taiping, he would see it through to the end. Certain matters, should those in power wish to investigate, could never be concealed from their gaze. Bang! At the West Wind Pavilion, the master, Lu Songshan, first kicked Zhou Gu, sending him flying, and then delivered a resounding slap to the face of Zhuiju. You two imbeciles, Lu Songshan exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed at Zhou Gu and Zhuiju, berating them fiercely. Do you dare treat such a significant matter as the Four Mountains Conference as a mere jest? To think you would even resort to tampering with the signing. You possess an audacity beyond measure. With a voice nearly raised to a shout, Lu Songshan declared, Master, this matter has been orchestrated solely by me. With no involvement from Brothers Hua, I implore you to intercede on my behalf and expel only me from the mountain. At this moment, Zhou Gu, having risen to his feet, beseeched Lu Songshan for mercy. Chapter 79, The Longmen Assembly. Is Master Jiu Baihong still alive? You suddenly speak of loyalty now. Yet why did you not employ your intellect before taking action? Was that meal at Qingzhou residence offered for free? Did you not notice how Master Jiu regarded that young man with special favor? How dare you plot against him? Lu Songshan scolded him for his lack of discernment. But Master Jiu has already. Zhou Gu attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Lu Songshan. Do not presume to address Master Jiu. He is none other than our revered Uncle Daoxian. Lu Songshan's voice dropped, his eyes filled with trepidation. Why yes. Zhou Gu nodded fervently, clearly frightened. Master, my brother and I are indeed at fault in this matter. We accept whatever punishment you deem necessary. At this moment, Zhuiju, who had remained silent, also knelt beside Zhou Gu. Brother, this matter does not concern you. I shall bear the burden alone. Zhou Gu anxiously turned to Zhuiju. Can you truly shoulder this? Lu Songshan shot Zhou Gu a disdainful glance. There are already individuals from 7 Peaks inquiring into this situation. It would be a considerable stroke of luck if you both are allowed to leave the mountain alive. He then glared at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu immediately felt despondent and ceased his arguments. If those from the mountain were to personally inquire, it would render even Lu Songshan powerless to protect them. Master, considering the years I have loyally stood by your side, could you enlighten me about the true identity of Su Taiping's patron before you depart? Left with no choice, Zhuiju finally voiced his lingering doubts to Lu Songshan. To him, it seemed inconceivable that if Su Taiping lacked support, the people of the mountain would not have investigated the matter. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. Despite the absence of Uncle Jiu and Baihong, there are still those who come to his aid, Wu Gu chimed in. Do you think I'm not eager to know? Lu Songshan shot them both an exasperated glance. Furthermore, who informed you that Uncle Jiu is no longer with us? He lowered his voice and continued, Uncle Jiu and Baihong are still alive. Is it not said that the demon lord of the greedy wolf kingdom has emerged? Both Wu Gu and Zhuju were taken aback in disbelief. Never mind. You two are about to leave the mountain, so revealing this to you is of no consequence. Lu Songshan shook his head, then turned to the two with a serious expression. A confidential report just received from Yun Lu Hui reveals that not only has Uncle Jiu returned alive from the northern realm, but he has also slain the demon lord, severing the roots of the greedy wolf kingdom. Upon hearing this, Wu Gu and Zhuju exchanged glances, as if struggling to trust their ears. Thus, seizing this opportunity to leave the mountain may indeed be fortuitous. You might assist me in managing the affairs of the Seven Swords Manor. If the situation at Fenglai Valley is not handled properly, I too may find myself returning to the Seven Swords Manor one day. At this moment, Lu Songshan crouched down and whispered into their ears. Understood. The two, still shaken, nodded in unison. A few days later, at Qingzhou residence, with a creak, Su Taiping, adorned with a quiver of arrows on his back and a long sword hanging at his waist, secured the gate of Qingzhou residence and added a lock for good measure. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Seven Peaks selection with the first Dragon Gate assembly, and he needed to arrive at Longmen Hall ahead of time. Suddenly, a small monkey named Pingyan emerged from the hood of his cloak. This time, behave yourself. In crowded places, retreat into the gourd, understood? Su Taiping chuckled as he patted the little monkey's head. While spirit pets were not uncommon in Yunlu Mountain, he remained somewhat apprehensive of those with ulterior motives, thus opting to bring the monkey along. Understood. The little monkey nodded obediently. At that moment, a celestial crane descended from the sky, its wings flapping and stirring up a gust of wind at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence. The day of the Dragon Gate assembly is upon us. Hasten to Longmen Hall with me. The crane announced, its tone slightly haughty. Thank you for your assistance. Su Taiping replied with a respectful gesture. Then, with a light spring from his toes, he gracefully landed upon the crane's back. It had been 3 years since he first arrived at Yunlu Mountain, and the very first sacred site he encountered was Longmen Hall. It was there that he was deemed to possess the white spirit bone, disqualifying him from becoming a disciple of the mountain. As he gazed at the sunlit sea of clouds shimmering with golden hues, a wave of emotion surged within him. This time, the opportunity to ascend the mountain would be fought for by none other than myself. He clenched his fist and murmured softly to himself. The following day, Qingshen Sect, 7th Peak, Yuxian Residence. The secluded residence perched on the western side of the 7th Peak is the sacred ground of Zhao Linglong's second senior brother, Dugong Qingxiao. In stark contrast to the humble surroundings of the other disciples, this place is nothing short of a celestial paradise. Second brother. Why is there still nothing in the mountain patrol mirror? The competition among Xiataping and the others is about to begin. In the back courtyard's bamboo grove, Zhao Linglong, clad in a vibrant green skirt, exclaimed while holding a bronze mirror, her delicate face marked by a frown reflecting in its surface. Weren't you supposed to wait for me to arrive before speaking? Qingxiao entered through the courtyard gate, followed by a graceful woman and a stunningly beautiful young girl. Sister Xian. Sister Wuyu. Upon seeing the woman and the girl, Zhao Linglong, who had been previously listless, instantly brightened, setting down the bronze mirror and gliding through the bamboo grove on her ethereal silk. Little Linglong, it has been a year since we last met. How have you been? Xian smiled at Zhao Linglong. How could I possibly be well? After parting from you last year, I was confined by my father in the heart-nourishing pavilion for 6 months, and then due to a trivial matter, I was placed under house arrest for another 6 months. In the blink of an eye, a year of precious time has slipped away, Zhao Linglong lamented, pulling Xian's hand as they walked. Is losing a fire spirit sparrow really considered a trivial matter? Dugong Qishao shot Zhao Linglong a disapproving glance. Sister Xian, please keep my second brother in check. He always scolds me for no reason, Zhao Linglong said, playfully shaking Xian's arm. The matter has already passed, and little Linglong has learned her lesson, so let us not dwell on it any longer. Ziyuan turned her head and smiled gently at Duga Qingxiao, her gaze warm enough to melt anyone's heart. I understand, she said softly. Duga Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned away. Observing this, Ziyuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of cunning satisfaction. I feel somewhat superfluous here with my sister Buyu. Zhao Linglong released Su Ziyuan's hand and instead took Lin Buyu's arm. Qishao shot Zhao Linglong a fierce glare, while Ziyuan stifled a giggle behind her hand, then shifted the conversation towards the ever-silent Lin Buyu, saying, by the way, Buyu, do you still remember Su Taiping, who entered the mountains with you back then? Chapter 80. The Mountain Patrol Mirror. Old friends gather at Yuxian residence upon hearing this. Lin Buyu turned to glance at Ziyuan, then turned away again, expressionless as he shook his head. I do not remember. A slight awkwardness enveloped the group. After all, 3 years had passed. It was quite normal to forget. Ziyuan smiled and attempted to ease the tension. Indeed, it has been 3 years, Forgetting is entirely reasonable. Look. Buyu has grown to my height now. Zhao Linglong laughed as she gestured. Were it not for Su Taiping being her first disciple, she had brought down the mountain. In the shared childhood experiences she had with him, she might have already forgotten that young man. Although Zhao Linglong's father is the master of chiefing peak, she is the offspring of the peak master and a mundane woman, having spent her formative years in the secular world until the age of 7. Her mother, who made a living by washing clothes, fell gravely ill, and at the tender age of 6 or 7, Zhao Linglong learned to wash clothes, cook, and even concoct medicinal soups. Had her mother not passed away and her father not sought her out, she might have perished alongside her mother that winter. By the way, Sister Xian, did you come today to witness the Longmen assembly? Zhao Linglong, dismissing the reminiscences, shifted the conversation and inquired curiously of Su Xian. I learned from the correspondence with Qingxiao yesterday that you borrowed the mountain patrol mirror, so I thought of bringing Buyu along to have a look. Although it is merely a competition among outer disciples, it occurs only once every 3 years, and missing it would mean waiting another 3 years. Xian nodded in agreement. Perfect timing. This year at the Longmen Assembly, Su Taiping, who is accompanying Sister Buyu into the mountains, will also be present, so you can get to know him then. Zhao Linglong teased Lin Buyu with a smile. To Zhao Linglong and Xian's surprise, this time Lin Buyu neither ignored nor rebutted. A moment later, at the stone table in the bamboo grove. Now, what is reflected in the bronze mirror is the martial arena before the Longmen Hall, where today's competition will take place on the 4 stages in the center. After using his magical power to activate the bronze mirror, Qingxiao placed it back on the stone table. Let me take a look. Zhao Linglong propped her arm on the edge of the table, leaning her head closer, and indeed discovered, as Qingxiao had mentioned, that the image of the martial arts arena before the Longmen Hall was vividly displayed within the copper mirror. The most conspicuous feature of the scene was the 4 square platforms arranged in a line at the center of the arena, around which the crowd was densely gathered. Elder brother, do you know on which platform Taiping is? Zhao Linglong suddenly lifted her gaze towards Qingxiao. Little Linglong, the Longmen Association conducts a draw on the spot. So no one knew which match they would participate in before today? Xian interjected with a smile before Qingxiao could respond. I see. Then we shall have to search slowly. Zhao Linglong nodded in understanding. She had never paid attention to the 7 peak selection before, thus was unaware of this detail. I will take the lead in searching. At this moment, Qingxiao directed a stream of spiritual energy to his fingertips, sketching a rune pattern upon the surface of the copper mirror, subsequently enlarging the image within it gradually. Let us begin with the eastern platform. You all should observe as well. As he spoke, he gestured with his finger towards the copper mirror, causing the image within to slowly magnify, presenting the eastern platform. The perspective of the copper mirror resembled a bird soaring through the air, gliding over the heads of the assembled cultivators in the arena. No. This eastern platform is filled with old men. Taiping is not here. Zhao Linglong took a brief glance and waved her hand, urging Qingxiao to search another platform. Due to her unfamiliarity with Su Taiping's current appearance, she could only use age as a reference in her search. Fortunately, most outer disciples capable of participating in the Longmen conference were relatively older, predominantly martial artists, making the search not overly cumbersome. However, wait, there is a young one. Zhao Linglong suddenly called out to Qingxiao. This person is not Su Taiping. Similarly, Xian, who had been attentively observing the image in the bronze mirror, shook her head. As the image rapidly magnified, the youthful visage became clear in the mirror. Though still youthful, it was evident that this individual was not Su Taiping. The differences in facial structure and features were substantial. Xian, how do you know this is not Su Taiping? Upon confirming that the person was not Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong curiously turned her gaze to Xian. This individual is named Lu Yuan, who arrived at Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Although possessing a white spirit bone, his talent for martial arts training is exceptional, particularly adept with the blade, and he has long been an outer disciple under secret observation by the various peaks, Xian explained. Master also instructed me to keep an eye on this person. Qingxiao nodded in response. There are such formidable disciples among the outer sect. Taiping must avoid any encounters with him. Zhao Linglong continued to search for Su Taiping in the bronze mirror, murmuring anxiously. Those who ascend to the Dragon Gate Hall are not ordinary individuals. Even if Taiping does not encounter Lu Yuan, he may run into others. Qingxiao countered Zhao Linglong. Could you perhaps say something more pleasant? Stay still. Before Zhao Linglong could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Buyu, who had been silent until now. What is it? The 3 turned their gaze toward Lin Buyu. That individual bore a slight resemblance to him. Lin Buyu pointed at the copper mirror. As the trio leaned closer, they realized that the young man Lin Buyu indicated indeed shared a striking similarity with Su Taiping, as they remembered him. Second senior brother. Enlarge it further, quickly. Zhao Linglong urged persistently. Do not rush. Qing Xiao shot a glare at Zhao Linglong, then subtly adjusted his fingers in the seal, causing the image in the copper mirror to continuously magnify until only the young man's figure remained. However, due to the mirror's perspective being a downward gaze and the young man being engrossed in writing, the three struggled to discern his features. Just as Zhao Linglong was becoming increasingly anxious, prompting Qin Xiao to devise another method, the young man abruptly halted his writing, as if sensing something, and lifted his gaze towards the sky. Consequently, his visage was perfectly illuminated within the copper mirror. It was a face that, while still somewhat boyish, already bore the contours of maturity, especially highlighted by the slightly furrowed brows that framed his eyes, which displayed a remarkable resolve and sharpness, coupled with a hint of stubbornness uncommon for one so young. It's him, it's little Taiping. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Linglong suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Despite having grown considerably taller and more robust, his eyes and brows remained unchanged. It was unmistakably him. She then excitedly added, "What left the deepest impression on me was that initial encounter when his gaze was filled with a mix of wariness and stubbornness. It must be him. Look at the sign sitting on the table before him." Qing Xiao pointed toward the table in front of Su Taiping within the copper mirror. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gaze in unison, only to discover that the sign bore the 6 characters, Kingswood Su Taiping. Indeed, it was Kingswood, the very place I had personally escorted him to, Zhao Linglong remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She turned to Lin Buyu, who stood nearby, and curiously inquired, "Buyu, did you not claim to have no recollection of Taiping? How is it that you recognized him at a glance?" Lin Buyu met Zhao Linglong's gaze with an expressionless demeanor before averting her eyes, responding nonchalantly, "I guessed." Chapter 81, Battling Tianqi. Does this individual exude such a formidable aura? Before the Dragon Gate Hall, Sister Lingwe, did you observe the points of light above? It feels as though they have been fixated on me, Su Taiping mused, casting his eyes skyward toward the 2 luminous spots while silently inquiring of Fairy Lingwe. At that moment, he had finished drawing his fortune and held his signboard firmly. It must be some artifact akin to a mirage, capable of transmitting the occurrences here to 1,000 miles away, much like the dark mirror in your possession, Fairy Lingwe speculated. This contest is likely under the scrutiny of the cultivators on the mountain, she added. Su Taiping nodded subtly, withdrawing his gaze. He pondered whether Linglong and brother Qin Xiao could see him. Perhaps they had already forgotten him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he approached the arena designated for the Earth character, who is number 11 of the Earth category. Before Su Taiping could reach the edge of the arena, a somewhat impatient shout echoed from below. Number 11 of the Earth category? The name struck Su Taiping as familiar, prompting him to glance down at his sign. Indeed, it was number 11 of the Earth category. "It is I," Su Taiping responded in a calm tone, quickening his pace towards the arena. "Which young brat is this? Dawdling and whining? Do you still wish to compete?" A stout, muscular man clad in green scolded as he pushed through the crowd to gaze at Su Taiping. "Is the time here?" Su Taiping chose not to acknowledge the man, instead turning to the supervisor beside him. "Not yet," the supervisor replied nonchalantly, returning to his tasks. "You and I are the first. Can't you arrive a bit earlier since the time hasn't arrived? You're dragging your feet like a woman." The burly man glared at Su Taiping. Su Taiping ignored him, placing his bundle on a seat, from which he extracted a long strip of white cloth, meticulously wrapping it around his hands. This cloth was woven from silver silk, impervious to blades and swords. Once secured, it provided a degree of protection while ensuring the flexibility of his fists, making it ideal for a practitioner of martial arts, an item Su Taiping had fortuitously discovered in the storeroom of the West Wind Pavilion. Could it be that this lad is the one who recently triumphed over Qin Yuan and Sun Hu? At that moment, a cultivator standing beside the arena suddenly recognized Su Taiping's identity. In the realm of external disciples, Qin Yuan's reputation was quite formidable. Thus, the news of his defeat swiftly circulated among the outer sect practitioners. Some had even acquired an image of Su Taiping. Indeed, it was he, Su Taiping of the Green Bamboo Residence. Upon confirming that it was indeed Su Taiping, the crowd gradually began to converge around him. "I've heard that you shattered the old man Shin's indestructible skill with a mere set of green bull fists," remarked a robust man in green, his tone still laced with a hint of derision despite the fading contempt in his demeanor. "You were merely lucky to have bested him in a single exchange." After binding his fists with strips of cloth, Su Taiping raised his head, meeting the green-clad man's gaze with an air of nonchalance. "You do possess a modicum of self-awareness," he replied coolly. The green-clad man snorted derisively and then pointed his thumb at his own chest, proclaiming, "Since you are familiar with that old fellow Qin Yuan, you must have also heard of my name, the Phantom Kick of Tianqi, right?" At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. Clearly, many present were acquainted with the infamous Tianqi. Isn't he the one who, during the last 7-peak selection, ended a match by kicking a man to death? One voice chimed in. I recall him well. Although he was halted at the Dragon Gate conference, every opponent he triumphed over either perished or was left severely injured. In that 7-peak selection, he claimed 4 lives. Through the murmurs of the onlookers, Su Taiping began to grasp a semblance of understanding regarding the man before him. However, the truth remained. He had never heard of this individual prior to this encounter. Apologies, I have only recently arrived in the mountains and am not well acquainted with these matters. Thus, it is the first time I have heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Tianqi, although I have overheard whispers from those around me. Su Taiping contemplated for a moment and decided to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's countenance darkened abruptly, and a fierce aura, reminiscent of a butcher, enveloped his rugged features. This sudden manifestation of murderous intent startled the surrounding cultivators, who promptly retreated, rendered mute by fear. What could account for such a heavy atmosphere of hostility? Su Taiping furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly, murmuring in perplexity within his mind. However, those familiar with Tianqi's character would not be surprised by the murderous intent he was currently exhibiting. Tianqi was known for his jealousy, short temper, and fragile pride, often belittling and mocking others while being unable to tolerate even the slightest hint of disdain directed at himself. This profoundly distorted personality had directly led to his mercilessness, with numerous cultivators having met their demise at his hands over mere verbal disputes in the past years. Nevertheless, Su Taiping showed no sign of trepidation, maintaining his gaze locked with Tianqi's. No matter how intense Tianqi's murderous aura was, could it truly rival that of the demonic tiger of Qifeng Gorge or the fiery serpent of Zhuxi Valley? Su Taiping of Qizhu residence and Tianqi of Liuye Manor. The time has come. You two shall ascend the stage forthwith. Just as the tension between Su Taiping and Tianqi escalated, the voice of the overseer from below the platform suddenly resonated, interrupting the charged atmosphere. Taiping, this individual harbors a touch of wild ferocity within his murderous intent. He is likely cultivating some nefarious technique that nourishes his energy through violence. Exercise caution. As the enchanting Lingyue fairy took the stage, she conveyed a subtle reminder to Su Taiping through her spiritual connection. Upon hearing her words, Su Taiping nodded discreetly. He had sensed an unusual aura emanating from Tianqi moments before, and Lingyue's affirmation confirmed the accuracy of his intuition. At the 7th peak, in the serene bamboo grove of Yuxian residence, a troubling scene unfolded. What was the matter with these individuals? Were they truly ganging up on the young Taiping, taking advantage of his tender age? And what of that chubby figure clad in green, who harbored such palpable animosity toward Taiping? What grievance could they possibly have against him? It was evident that these ruffians were emboldened by Taiping's solitude, sensing that he had no allies to support him. Observing the lonely silhouette of Su Taiping encircled by the crowd in the copper mirror, Zhao Linglong's indignation surged within her. She felt an overwhelming urge to soar to Longmen Hall and stand up for Taiping. Chapter 82. Confrontation with Tianqi. No wonder he could triumph over Qin Yuan. Su Zian chuckled at Zhao Linglong's impassioned demeanor. Yet, she understood well that Linglong possessed such a spirited nature, often defending the disciples of the 7 peaks. Sister Linglong, do not be too agitated. It seems these individuals have recognized Taiping as the one who recently triumphed over Qin Yuan, thus converging to witness the spectacle. She gently squeezed Linglong's hand in reassurance. Entrusted by the peak master with the duty of selecting disciples, Zian had garnered some knowledge regarding the affairs of these outer sect disciples. The man in the green attire, named Tianqi, arrived at Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Prior to his arrival, he was the leader of a gang, and in a fit of rage, he exterminated over 100 members of a rival faction. Fearing retribution from his enemies, he sought refuge in Yunlu Mountain. At this moment, Duge Qingxiao also spoke up. Like Zian, he possessed some knowledge about these notable disciples from outside the mountain. Why would the Qingxian sect accept such a notorious criminal? Zhao Linglong inquired, puzzled as she looked towards Duge Qingxiao. It is said that he has offered to surrender all his accumulated wealth over the years to the Qingxian sect in exchange for a chance to enter the mountain and evade his foes. Along with his family's superior martial arts technique, the Phantom Shadow Step, it was Zian who responded to Zhao Linglong. This man is not only ruthless in his actions but also possesses such audacity. He seems no easier to deal with than the Lu Yuan you just mentioned. Zhao Linglong's tone became serious. She did not allow her biases to overshadow her assessment of Tianqi's prowess. His greatest asset is undoubtedly the Phantom Shadow Step, which, in terms of lethal capability, rivals any superior martial art. Otherwise, there would not have been so many outer disciples who perished beneath its shadow during the last 7 peak selection, even while on guard. Qi Xiao nodded gravely in agreement. The competition was about to commence. At that moment, Xian, who had been observing the image in the bronze mirror, reminded the others. Subsequently, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao redirected their attention back to the bronze mirror, where Tianqi and Su Taiping ascended the arena, one after the other. Upon taking the stage, the two engaged without exchanging pleasantries. Su Taiping assumed the stance of the green ox fist, while the provocatively poised Tianqi elevated his left foot. Crimson energy swirling around his robust thigh like flames. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers in the bamboo grove held their breath, scarcely daring to blink. On the Longmin Hall's arena, a resounding clang echoed as the referee forcefully struck the nearby gong. Boom. Almost instantaneously with the gong's reverberation, Su Taiping and Tianqi vanished from the platform. When they reappeared, they stood at the center of the arena, exchanging a flurry of punches and kicks with astonishing speed. The swiftness of Tianqi's legs matched the rapidity of Su Taiping's fists. In that moment, the clash of their energies created successive waves of force that rippled outward from the stage, akin to crashing tides. It was astonishing to witness Su Taiping withstand Tianqi's ghostly shadow kick. No wonder he triumphed over Qin Yuan. The spectators below, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, found it hard to fathom that a mere youth could contend evenly with the renowned Tianqi. Solely relying on the green ox fist. With a thunderous impact, Su Taiping's bullhorn mountain technique collided with Tianqi's leg strike, reminiscent of a battle axe. Yet, the outcome remained indecisive, as they stood locked in a stalemate. However, the collision of their energies stirred ripples of force, enveloping the audience below in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thunder rumbled in the air, although the two individuals appeared motionless on the surface. The clash of their vital energies continued unabated. Su Taiping's residual twilight energy grappled with the unknown essence of the ghostly figure, Tianqi. As if engaged in a silent contest, relentlessly pushing against one another. Get down. Suddenly, Tianqi bellowed. In an instant, the muscles of his foot, planted firmly on the ground, swelled dramatically. The sudden surge of power cracked the rocky surface beneath him with a resounding thud. He then leveraged this force, pivoting his body and channeling all his strength into the leg aimed at Su Taiping. Boom. Amidst the explosive sound, the protective twilight energy enveloping Su Taiping shattered abruptly. A tremendous force descended upon him like a mountain, pressing down his arm, causing him to sink, and the rocky ground beneath him began to fissure. You little brat. My foot is not only swift but also heavy. Let us see if I can crush you. Tianqi sneered, his leg muscles swelling again, augmenting his power further. Yet this time, Su Taiping stood resolute. Not only did he remain unyielding against the pressure, but the previously subdued waves of his aura surged back with renewed fervor. Boom. A resonant explosion of energy erupted around Su Taiping, and the force that had been pinned down suddenly surged upward, forcefully pushing aside Tianqi's robust thigh. Had he reached the minor completion of the opening door realm? Su Taiping's aura erupted dramatically, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Most of the outer gate practitioners capable of ascending the Longmen Hall have already transcended to the opening realm. However, those who possess even a slight aura of accomplishment within this realm, like Su Taiping at this moment, are considerably fewer. Unbeknownst to them, even the current fluctuation of his aura is a result of Su Taiping deliberately suppressing his true power to hone his martial skills. Boom. At the very instant Su Taiping lifted his leg, poised to strike, his prepared left fist came crashing down upon Tianqi's groin. Whoosh. Tianqi swiftly retracted his leg, pivoting to evade. Boom. Yet Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated his movements, as his right fist was already en route to the very spot where Tianqi sought refuge. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Tianqi's protective energy was shattered by Su Taiping's blow, landing a solid hit to his waist and forcing him to stagger backward several steps under the weight of the impact. Whoosh! Before Tianqi could regain his footing, Su Taiping appeared before him once more, as if tethered by an invisible thread. Get away from me! Roared the infuriated Tianqi, his voice laced with indignation. He then channeled his energy into his right leg, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Su Taiping's incoming fist. Bang! The collision of fist and foot echoed. Su Taiping merely swayed slightly, while Tianqi was sent reeling several steps backward from the recoil. It was precisely during Tianqi's retreat that Su Taiping discerned an opening, seizing the opportunity to unleash his bull's charge formation. Bang! Just as Tianqi struggled to stabilize himself, Su Taiping's fist landed heavily on his chest, followed by a second punch, a third, and a fourth. He resembled a rampaging bull, relentlessly charging forward with his fists as if they were horns, relentlessly assaulting Tianqi. Chapter 83. Battling Tianqi. Is it truly the bull's charge? Merely a young child, just a mere youth. Under the overwhelming force of Su Taiping's punches, Tianqi experienced a humiliation he had never known before, driving him into a frenzied state. With a flurry of movements, he disregarded the impact of Su Taiping's strength. His sturdy legs whipping out like lashes, striking towards Su Taiping. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators could only witness a chaotic display of fists and legs clashing on the stage. However, it soon became apparent that initially, Tianqi's shadowy kicks could keep pace with Su Taiping's fists, but after over 30 strikes, he gradually resorted to mere defense. In stark contrast, Su Taiping's force continued to swell, each punch more formidable than the last, with the speed of his strikes becoming mere afterimages. Bang! When Su Taiping unleashed his 90th punch, Tianqi's feet finally faltered, allowing Su Taiping's fist to slip past him and land heavily on his abdomen. Boom! The robust figure of Tianqi was propelled off the ground by this blow, flying back several feet before barely regaining his balance. Is this truly the Green Bull Fist? Is this indeed the Bull's Charge? Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the stage erupted in astonishment and bewilderment. However, Tianqi evidently had no intention of conceding defeat. As he steadied himself, his muscles bulged once more, tearing his garments apart, and with a fierce roar, he spun around and unleashed a powerful kick towards Su Taiping. Bang! The force of this kick was indeed formidable. Su Taiping's fist paused momentarily due to the recoil before he swung it again. But that was merely the beginning. For Su Taiping's subsequent punch surged with even greater power. Bang! This blow sent Tianqi staggering backward once again, as the bull charge technique neared its final blows. The momentum of Su Taiping's punches reached its zenith. Bang, bang, bang. Each subsequent strike evoked a tremor in the hearts of the onlookers, while inflicting grievous wounds upon Tianqi's legs. At this moment, no one harbored any doubts about the young man's ability to overcome Qin Yuan. Not only did he possess considerable mastery within the realm of the opening door, but his profound understanding of the true intent of the bull fist was enough to surpass many external disciples. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping's bull charge technique had but one final strike remaining. All the force accumulated from countless punches converged into this last blow. As he delivered this punch towards Tianqi, the spectators were suddenly struck by the illusion that a great mountain was collapsing before them, set to crush Tianqi. Boom. Yet, just then, what appeared to be a defenseless Tianqi was suddenly enveloped in a surge of crimson true energy. His height, originally no more than 5 feet, surged to 10, and his body transformed into a formidable beast, muscles rippling with fierce power. You have forced my hand. You have forced my hand. With a thunderous roar, Tianqi, resembling a monstrous being, suddenly grounded himself on one leg, while the other leg soared upward like a colossal axe, cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh towards Su Taiping. Bang! Their fists and feet collided once more. This time, however, Su Taiping's long-prepared bull charge met Tianqi's leg with an equal force, leaving the spectators in sheer astonishment. This is dark arts. Tianqi has cultivated dark arts. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Die perish. Yet, at that moment, Tianqi seemed utterly mad. Indifferent to the possibility of his sinister techniques being exposed, relentlessly unleashing a flurry of leg strikes towards Su Taiping. The arena trembled with each strike, resonating with thunderous sounds. The crowd surrounding the ring erupted in chaos, while 2 examiners swiftly drew their weapons, ready to intervene. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong and her companions, standing before the bronze mirror, wore expressions of anxiety. Senior brother, Tianqi is clearly violating the sect's rules. Why aren't the examiners stepping in? Zhao Linglong, who had just been cheering for Su Taiping, was taken aback by Tianqi's unexpected use of dark arts at this critical moment. Su Taiping was still choosing to engage rather than retreat from the arena, complicating their ability to intervene. Qing Xiao shook his head. Do not fret. Taiping appears composed, suggesting he still has a strategy in mind. He added reassuringly. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong and the others turned their gazes towards Su Taiping in the bronze mirror. They soon realized that, indeed, as Qing Xiao had stated, Su Taiping exhibited not a trace of fear, remaining as composed as ever, as if he had anticipated his opponent's strike all along. With a thunderous roar, Su Taiping evaded the numerous shadows of Tianqi's legs and suddenly unleashed the wind shadow step. In an instant, he approached Tianqi with the swiftness of the wind. With a resounding crash, he delivered a powerful punch to Tianqi's abdomen. However, at that moment, Tianqi's body was as tough as that of a demon beast. He merely staggered back a step or two, withstanding Su Taiping's blow. Boy, my opponent Tianqi shall never leave the arena alive, he bellowed with a madman's grin, before launching another strike with his thick, pillar-like thigh. With a thunderous impact, Su Taiping did not retreat. Instead, he continued to engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Undeterred by the backlash that would harm his arm, he began to alternate his punches, once more executing the bull's charge formation. Thud, thud, thud. The arena was once again filled with the rhythmic sound of collisions akin to drumbeats. Could he truly unleash a second bull's charge formation? Was his body capable of enduring such strain? The crowd below was left in astonishment. Although the bull's charge formation consumed little true energy, it was extremely taxing on physical stamina and could easily shatter bones. Thus, it was already rare for a typical cultivator to execute a complete set, let alone a second. Yet soon, the onlookers found themselves astonished once more. Su Taiping not only possessed remarkable steadiness in his punches, but astonishingly began to gradually match the speed and power of Tianqi's phantom leg technique. The exchanges of blows between the two resumed with fervor. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Tianqi was employing dark techniques, despite having exerted his utmost effort previously. How could his speed and strength still escalate? Xian gazed at Su Taiping's reflection in the bronze mirror, her face etched with confusion. It was not that Taiping's speed and strength had increased, rather, it was his profound understanding of the Qingyou fist and his mastery over the timing of his punches as well as his opponent's habits. Observe closely, Qi Xiao murmured. His charging bull formation displays no superfluous movements. His strikes are impeccably timed with Tianqi's moments of gathering and releasing power. Upon this revelation, the others also recognized the transformation in Su Taiping, their expression shifting from worry to astonishment. Chapter 84, Defeating Tianqi, the Pinnacle of Qingyou Fist Bang. Just as this conversation unfolded, Su Taiping in the mirror delivered a powerful punch directly to Tianqi's knee, which had been aimed at him. Following that, he swiftly pivoted and struck forcefully beneath Tianqi's hips, causing the latter to furrow his brow. This was the first time such an expression had grazed Tianqi's face since he began employing this dark technique. And this was merely the beginning. Su Taiping's second charging bull formation surged forth with renewed vigor following this strike. Bang, 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 with the resounding roar of the charging bull echoing. Tianqi's phantom leg technique gradually succumbed, forcing him once more into a position solely of defense. Upon witnessing this scene, the several examiners who had initially prepared to intervene gradually relinquished their weapons. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for them to act. Encountering disciples of a nefarious sect was not an uncommon occurrence for them. Such encounters arose several times each year. Thus they remained composed and unperturbed. No, it cannot be. How could I possibly be bested by a mere inexperienced youth? Realizing he was on the brink of defeat once more, Tianqi was seized by both alarm and fury. He recklessly unleashed his malevolent techniques. His crimson aura once again surging forth, causing his physique to swell further. Boom. However, despair gripped him as Su Taiping's bull-like assault intensified, and at a pace that outstripped his own dark powers. The 100th punch. In the midst of this contest, Su Taiping, invigorated by his progress, bellowed with excitement. Following this, his fist, akin to a cannonball, struck once more against Tianqi's robust thigh. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Tianqi stumbled dangerously close to falling. At that moment, Su Taiping's 101st punch had already closed in. Boom. This blow landed heavily upon Tianqi's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Roar. Refusing to concede, Tianqi opened his mouth to unleash a furious cry, his blood-red energy erupting violently, as if attempting to forcibly channel some secret technique. The 103rd. Su Taiping's response came in the form of a punch propelled by the force of a stampede. Boom. As the fist descended, the arena trembled, and Tianqi's surrounding blood energy was forcefully shattered. No. The distorted visage of Tianqi was filled with unwillingness. Bang, bang, bang. He yearned to continue his desperate resistance, yet just as his fervor began to surge, it was relentlessly shattered by Su Taiping's unyielding fists. 108 strikes. At last, the second set of the charging bull formation reached 108 blows. Su Taiping deemed this to be his finest punch since he began practicing the Qingyou fist. But it was not over yet. Aware that he was on the brink of demise, Tianqi suddenly bit off his own tongue, recklessly igniting his blood essence with his sinister technique. With a primal roar that seemed inhuman, Tianqi's flesh grotesquely expanded, transforming him into a monstrous hybrid of man and wolf, lunging ferociously at Su Taiping. In the face of this beast, Su Taiping's fist remained unwithdrawn. At this moment, he possessed unwavering confidence in his strike. Feeling that even if the formidable tiger demon from days of yore stood before him, he could still vanquish it with a single blow. Su Taiping's gaze was resolute as he met the creature's head, delivering a heavy punch. Boom. With a resounding crash, the monster's skull was obliterated. The arena beneath them crumbled entirely under the force of this blow. Boom. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. As the haze dissipated, the copper mirror revealed Su Taiping's face. Though seen from a bird's-eye view, his focused and vigilant eyes, along with his taut physique, exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Was this truly the Su Taiping of 3 years past? Ziyin stared in astonishment at the reflection of Su Taiping in the mirror, her expression one of disbelief. She found it exceedingly difficult to associate the figure of Su Taiping, who had just dispatched an evil cultivator with mere fists, with the boy from 3 years prior, who had been sheltered by Qin Xiao and Zhao Linglong. Indeed, it was him. At this moment, Qin Xiao raised the corners of his mouth. Although his stature had significantly increased and his appearance had undergone some changes, the unwavering and resolute gaze could not be mistaken. He murmured softly, even now. He recalled Su Taiping's determination to train for 3 years after being identified as possessing the white spirit bone. Certainly, it was him. Zhao Linglong, too, exerted a gentle nudge. However, during these 3 years, little Taiping must have endured considerable hardships. Though she appeared carefree, her heart was quite sensitive, and she immediately noticed the myriad scars on Su Taiping's arms, as well as the blood seeping from his wrapped fists. Never fear, once we ascend the mountain, senior sister will protect you. After a moment of sentimentality, Zhao Linglong suddenly regained her optimistic demeanor, placing a hand on Duga Qingxiao's shoulder, pledging with fervor across the air. It is still too early to speak of that. Duga Qingxiao, who had initially relaxed his furrowed brow, now knitted it once more. His gaze fixated intently on the copper mirror before them. Hadn't T Taiping just achieved victory? Zhao Linglong looked at Duga Qingxiao in confusion. Without offering an explanation, Duga Qingxiao simply gestured towards the copper mirror, saying, "Look for yourself." At his words, Zhao Linglong and Ziyin refocused their attention on the mirror. The image within the copper mirror was precisely reflecting a large notice board. As Duga Qingxiao continuously magnified the image, Zhao Linglong and Ziyin immediately spotted 2 familiar names, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan. The next opponent for Taiping was indeed Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong's expression was one of astonishment. The contracts of the Longmen Association were managed by Elder Black Dragon. There was no possibility of tampering this time. It could only be said that Taiping's luck was rather unfortunate. Duga Qingxiao offered a wry smile. "Senior brother, how formidable is Lu Yuan's cultivation?" Zhao Linglong, momentarily taken aback, suddenly inquired of Duga Qingxiao with a hint of concern. Chapter 85, Battling Lu Yuan. I shall wield a blade in this match. Although Qingxiao had previously mentioned to Ziyin that Lu Yuan was a focal point of attention for all 6 peaks, Zhao Linglong remained unconvinced and sought further confirmation. Based on the current observations, if it weren't for the prior match against Tianqi, Taiping might have had a 30 to 40% chance. However, given the present circumstances, it seemed unlikely he possessed even a 20% chance. Duga Qingxiao spoke gravely, a judgment formed from Taiping's previous performance combined with what he knew of Lu Yuan's cultivation. Taiping's luck was indeed quite poor. Ziyin nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. We, the 6 peaks, have observed Lu Yuan for quite some time. Although he possesses a white spirit bone, he has relied on his family's wealth to continuously acquire various spiritual herbs and elixirs since childhood. And his cultivation has now reached the intermediate opening door realm. Moreover, the fierce sun blade he practices is a rare martial arts secret passed down in his family. One must remember that Tianqi's ghost Shadowfoot is merely a superior martial art. She continued to elucidate. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong's expression of concern deepened. Do not ponder too much. Based on Taiping's recent performance, I could persuade Master to admit him to the 7 peaks, Qingxiao reassured Zhao Linglong. Hasn't that young Taiping's hard work over the past 3 years been in vain? Zhao Linglong's gaze shifted to the reflection in the bronze mirror. Focusing on the silhouette of the young man standing before the notice board, her eyes filled with sorrow. Senior brother, did you notice the scars on his arm? Look closely. The new injuries overlap the old ones, undoubtedly the result of years of rigorous training. A mere ordinary Qingyo fist, yet he has cultivated it to such a degree, which must have required immense dedication. All he seeks is to become an official disciple. Yet, simply because he is of humble origins, devoid of any familial background, his 3 years of toil and effort are on the verge of being rendered futile. Is that not exceedingly unfair? As her words trailed off, Zhao Linglong bit her lip and turned to Duga Qingxiao. Had she not witnessed Su Taiping's duel, she might have believed bringing him to the 7 peaks was the best choice. However, at this moment, the thought that the countless efforts of this young man over the past 3 years might amount to nothing filled her with profound resentment. If she felt this way, how much more so must Su Taiping himself? Yet, Zhao Linglong remained unaware that all she perceived in Su Taiping was merely the tip of the iceberg of what he had endured over the past 3 years. I do not believe he will lose. Lin Buyu, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke. The others, upon hearing this, turned to her in astonishment. Why did you suddenly say that? Ziyin looked at Lin Buyu with perplexity. At times, she found it utterly perplexing to discern what her little junior sister was contemplating. Intuition. Lin Buyu maintained a serene expression as she exchanged glances with the 3, before directing her gaze once more towards the copper mirror. She vividly remembered the scene of the young man descending from the crimson maple forest, delivering a powerful blow to the demon tiger. In her eyes, the courageous youth who dared to confront the demon tiger alone could not possibly end his journey here. However, when Xian and the others pressed her with questions, Lin Buyu fell silent once again, refusing to utter a word despite their inquiries. It seemed the competition was about to commence. Eventually, the attention of Qing Xiao and the others was drawn to the image within the copper mirror, where Su Taiping and Lu Yuan were both taking the stage. Wait, is Taiping going to use a blade in this match? He still wields a knife? As they observed Su Taiping unfastening the cloth strips from his hands and resting his hand upon the hilt of the knife at his waist, astonishment washed over their faces, including Lin Buyu's. Before the Dragon Gate Hall on the heavenly stage, a young gentleman clad in white smiled and nodded to Su Taiping, junior brother Su. The previous match was truly an eye-opener. Please forgive me for the jest, senior brother Lu, Su Taiping replied with a smile. I had hoped to acquaint myself with you, brother Taiping, but alas, fate has made us adversaries in this bout. What a pity it would have been to ascend the stage of the Seven Peaks together. Lu Yuan lamented with a hint of regret. Su Taiping could discern that, at least from the expression conveyed in his speech. Lu Yuan's words did not appear to be disingenuous. Naturally, he would not be naive enough to lower his guard solely based on the other's acknowledgement. In his view, once one steps onto the arena, there exists only the adversary, not friends. Should both parties be adequately prepared, the contest could commence. At that moment, the overseer on the stage reminded the two of them. The previous match showcased Su's remarkable Qingyo fist, which left the spectators eager for more. Now, he finally had the opportunity to exchange a few moves. As Lu Yuan spoke, he retreated a couple of steps, adopting a stance as if to draw his sword. I fear I may disappoint you, senior brother Lu. Su Taiping also stepped back a few paces, placing his hand on the hilt of the long knife at his waist, and continued, in this match, I shall wield a blade. You, with a blade? Lu Yuan paused, somewhat incredulous, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, Su Taiping had always carried a sword, yet had seldom employed it. To abandon his most proficient fist technique in favor of a blade was perplexing not only to Lu Yuan, but also to the surrounding cultivators, who were in a state of astonishment, utterly bewildered as to why Su Taiping would forsake his Qingyo fist. After several matches, due to the stunning performance of the Qingyo fist, the audience had nearly come to accept it as Su Taiping's signature skill, with some even speculating that the manual he practiced was distinct from theirs. Moreover, it was important to note that the individual standing before him, Lu Yuan, had mastered the unparalleled martial art, the Liyang sword. Was this not akin to striking a stone with an egg? Many believed Su Taiping was merely posturing. As the competition commenced, it was evident that he would undoubtedly revert to the Green Bull fist. In Chapter 86, titled Battle of Lu Yuan, the lethal strike of 7 kills, the supervising official declared, I am fully prepared. Su Taiping glanced at the official not far away. I am also prepared, Lu Yuan signaled in agreement. At this moment, any trace of confusion had vanished from his face, replaced instead by an expression of curiosity and excitement. He mused to himself, how intriguing. After 7 years at Yunlu Mountain, few dare to wield a blade before me down at the foot of this mountain. With preparations complete, he was ready for the contest to begin. The supervising official proclaimed loudly, followed by a sweeping gesture of his arm, which resounded with the clang of a nearby gong. With the sound of the gong echoing, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan simultaneously drew their long blades. The two arcs of blade energy surged forth like fierce winds, howling from the eastern and western edges of the arena, ultimately colliding with a resounding clash. The impact reverberated with a booming sound as Su Taiping and Lu Yuan's blades met only briefly, both retreating to their original positions. This initial strike was clearly intended to gauge each other's strengths, lacking their full might. Yet, this fleeting exchange ignited a fervor among the observing disciples. This youth truly knows how to wield a blade, they exclaimed. Although it was merely a single strike, it bore a remarkable presence, suggesting he was no novice. Indeed, this was not Su Taiping's first encounter with a blade. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted considerable effort to mastering the 7 kills blade, ensuring he possessed a wealth of strategies for the 7 peak selection. Moreover, with Lingyue offering guidance by his side, the pace of improvement is remarkably impressive. We have indeed underestimated Taiping. Before the bronze mirror, Qing Xiao's lips curled into a smile upon witnessing this, his previously tense expression relaxing instantly. In addition to practicing his fists, the young Taiping has also trained with the sword. In these 3 years, has he ever taken a moment's respite? Zhao Linglong, however, wore a look of astonishment. The situation remains grim. Taiping has only dedicated 3 years to swordsmanship, while Lu Yuan has practiced for at least 2 decades, benefiting from the mentorship of distinguished masters. an advantage far beyond Taiping's capabilities. Ziyan continues to have little faith in Su Taiping. Yet, as if to counter her skepticism, within the bronze mirror, Su Taiping, armed with his sword, faced Lu Yuan in a prolonged standoff. Suddenly, his footwork shifted, and he lunged forward like a tempest towards Lu Yuan, his steel-long sword sweeping upward in a diagonal slice. Lu Yuan, however, was equally prepared. His treasured sword radiated a fierce aura as he brought it down to meet Su Taiping's strike, but the force behind his blow dwarfed that of Taiping's. The golden blade energy extending several feet long, promising either death or injury to those struck. As Zhao Linglong and the others felt their hearts constrict, Su Taiping's blade abruptly pivoted, merging with his very being, transforming into a blinding arc of light. With a thunderous sound, it soared past Lu Yuan, evading the latter's blade, and appeared behind him. From the perspective of the bronze mirror, the shimmering sword energy surrounding Lu Yuan had yet to dissipate, resembling a full moon. In that fleeting moment, as the moonlight painted the air, Su Taiping seized the sword handle with both hands and brought it crashing down from behind Lu Yuan. Bang! Though in a moment of peril, Lu Yuan ultimately reacted, wielding his blade with all his might to counter the strike. Yet, he was still propelled backwards several steps by the immense force of Su Taiping's long knife before regaining his balance. This marked the sixth strike of the seven-kill blade, full moon. Ziyan gasped in astonishment. In just 2 short years, he had mastered the full moon technique? Her expression was one of disbelief. The seven-kill blade, as a prestigious martial art of the Qingxian sect, though powerful, is notoriously difficult to master. Many outer disciples, after 2 or 3 years of effort, often fail to learn even the 3rd or 4th strikes, let alone the full moon, which ranks among the most challenging. Indeed, little Taiping had come prepared. Zhao Linglong, brimming with excitement, repeatedly applauded. The full moon technique encompasses 3 steps: luring the enemy, evading the enemy, and striking the enemy, which must be executed in seamless succession. Such fluidity is unattainable without countless hours of practice. Clearly, little Taiping had devoted considerable effort for this 7-peak selection. Qing Zhao's gaze towards Su Taiping in the bronze mirror suddenly turned grave. However, relying solely on the full moon technique would not suffice to conquer Lu Yuan's radiant sun blade. He added, as if echoing his earlier thoughts. Indeed, after being struck by the full moon technique, Lu Yuan became invigorated and launched his full assault. The roar of battle erupted. Thus, the golden flames of the radiant sun blade began to swirl throughout the arena, forcing Taiping to retreat repeatedly, reduced to merely defending himself. The tides of battle had shifted in an instant. Although the 7-kill blade is indeed considered a superior martial art, it pales in comparison to the blazing sun blade. Unless he can fully master the 7-kill blade and achieve the 2 ultimate killing techniques, his chances of victory are slim, Ziyan remarked, furrowing her brow. Perhaps Xiao Taiping will surprise us once more, Zhao Linglong said excitedly, her gaze fixated on the copper mirror. At that moment, she suddenly felt an immense confidence in Su Taiping. This time, neither Qin Xiao nor Ziyan contradicted her. Both began to share a sense of anticipation. Their eyes glued to the copper mirror before them. Boom. Within the copper mirror, on the Tianzi platform, Su Taiping merged with the blade's radiance. As Lu Yuan's blade swept past, he deftly evaded the strike while circling behind him with the 6-kill full moon technique. Su Shidi. The same move will not work against me, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan suddenly shouted, turning his back to Su Taiping. As his voice echoed, he spun around like a whirlwind. Boom. In an instant, golden blade shadows erupted forth, resembling the dazzling rays of a blazing sun, sweeping outward in a magnificent display. Bang! Su Taiping's full moon was shattered by the oncoming barrage of blade shadows. Whoosh! But at the very moment the full moon was broken, Su Taiping's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. Swish! Following that, 7 afterimages of Su Taiping suddenly surrounded Lu Yuan from all directions, manifesting the lethal power of the 7-kill blade. Witnessing this scene, Ziyan stood up abruptly in front of the copper mirror, her tone tinged with disbelief. Chapter 87. Battling Lu Yuan, a fool's blade technique. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ziyuan's voice fell, Su Taiping's 7 fleeting shadows suddenly transformed into 7 blinding rays of blade light. These dazzling blade lights struck Lu Yuan in succession, severing the surrounding blade energy with each of the 7 strikes. Whoosh! Following that, the 7 shadows converged into one. Su Taiping, gripping his long knife, appeared above Lu Yuan's head. Boom! Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive downward strike. Bang! Despite Lu Yuan exerting all his strength, he could not withstand this lethal blow, and his body was sent flying backward. As he soared through the air, his protective energy was cleaved apart, leaving a gaping wound on his chest. Exhilarating. However, Just as he was about to plummet off the stage, he regained his balance and let out a thunderous roar. Flames erupted around him once more as he grasped the hilt of his treasured sword with both hands, shouting, "Flame slash!" Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the air around him surged with energy, swelling like a tidal wave. Fiery streams of true energy erupted outward, merging entirely into the treasured sword in his grasp. Clang! With a piercing metallic resonance, Lu Yuan, now one with his sword, transformed into a blade shadow over 10 feet long, slicing horizontally towards Su Taiping. Boom! The terrifying blade shadow swept across the arena with ferocity. Whoosh! Yet at that moment, Su Taiping and his long knife morphed into a spiraling silver blade light, akin to a flying dagger piercing through the air, cutting through Lu Yuan's blazing energy, while simultaneously delivering a strike upon his body. Bang! Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was struck squarely in the chest. Crack! The heart-protecting mirror, which he relied upon for survival, shattered in response. A plume of blood mist enveloped him, as the tremendous force from Su Taiping's strike sent him hurtling straight out of the arena. This blow, a technique from the 7 kills knife, was the second absolute move, absolute kill, soul chase. It could traverse dozens of yards in an instant, cleaving towards a fleeing opponent. The overseer and the spectators were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Lu Yuan had lost. Not only had he lost, but he had also been bested in the art of swordsmanship. The youth had triumphed, and he did so using the very martial skill in which his opponent excelled. The second absolute move of the 7 kills knife, claiming life, chasing soul. Before the bronze mirror, Ziyin, after a moment of stunned silence, murmured in disbelief, "Can it be that someone truly mastered these 2 moves within 3 years?" She turned to glance at Qin Shao, who was equally astonished. "Senior brother, is the 7 kills knife truly that difficult?" Following Su Taiping's victory, Zhao Linglong, brimming with joy, also cast a curious look at Qin Shao. Rather than difficult, it could be deemed foolish, Qin Shao pondered before responding. Foolish? Zhao Linglong inquired, perplexed. The techniques of the 7 kills knife, along with its mental cultivation, are not inherently complicated. In fact, they can be grasped even more easily than the Qingniu fist. The challenge lies in achieving an extraordinary level of proficiency in each move and technique. It requires your muscle memory to internalize these forms, transforming them into instinctive reactions rather than mere intellectual understanding. To master the 7-kill blade, one must adhere to a rather tedious method, relentless practice day after day, year after year, without a single interruption until the techniques are perfected. Among these techniques, the deadly moves, chasing the soul and seeking life, can only be pursued after the body has fully internalized all the forms of the 7-kill blade, presenting a challenge akin to the foolish old man moving mountains. Consequently, many assert that this blade technique is suited for those of less intellect. Qin Shao earnestly explained this to Zhao Linglong. This method of training is exceedingly monotonous. Achieving mastery of the deadly moves within 3 years demands immense perseverance. At that moment, Ziyin also nodded in agreement. After listening to their explanations, Zhao Linglong was initially taken aback, then turned her gaze back to the somewhat frail figure reflected in the bronze mirror. Over these past 3 years, what sacrifices had Xiao Taiping made? She suddenly found it difficult to fathom. Just then, a snow-white lark appeared above the bamboo forest. It seemed to be the message bird of the 6 Peaks leader. Qin Shao glanced at the lark and then at Ziyin beside him. "It appears the leader has summoned me," he said. Ziyin nodded in affirmation. As she reached out to the lark and gently retrieved the message from its leg, Zhao Linglong inquired curiously, "Sister Ziyin, what does the leader want with you?" At this point, Su Taiping had already triumphed in the Dragon Gate assembly, and the worry that had lingered in her heart began to dissipate. Ziyin scanned the contents of the letter and smiled as she remarked, "The leader has asked me to inquire about Su Taiping. If possible, they wish for your assistance in facilitating his visit to our 6 Peaks. Evidently, the master of 6 Peaks has already discovered some details regarding Su Taiping's past with the 7 Peaks. Impossible." Zhao Linglong firmly rejected the notion, then grasped Ziyun's hand, saying, "You go and inform that wicked woman that Su Taiping is a disciple of the 7 Peaks, and she should abandon her hopes." Upon hearing Zhao Linglong refer to her own master as a wicked woman, Ziyun couldn't help but chuckle. She then patted Zhao Linglong on the shoulder, saying, "All right. I will convey this matter to the master, however." Suddenly, she turned to Qin Shao, her face lighting up with a smile as she continued. "Based on Taiping's performance today, it seems not only our 6 Peaks, but the other 5 Peaks will likely send representatives to negotiate with him, offering conditions that may surpass those of our 6 Peaks. What do you think he will choose?" Upon hearing this, Qi Shao furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong, upon realizing the implications, thought to herself, "If Taiping truly stands out in this election, he will surely be coveted by all the peaks. Our 7th peak ranks the lowest. Would he genuinely choose us? Rest assured, at least until the final contest of the 7 peaks, typing will not make any decisions, Qi Xiao remarked with a calm smile, glancing at the worried Zhao Linglong. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Linglong shrugged nonchalantly, saying, if by that time typing does not choose the 7th peak, I can understand. After all, my father, that lazy good-for-nothing, has consistently led us to the bottom of the rankings in the annual 7 peaks competition, all while claiming to be indifferent to fame and fortune, which has resulted in our best medicinal gardens and spirit beasts being snatched away by the other 6 peaks. If Master were to overhear your words, I fear you would find yourself confined for half a year. Qi Xiao found himself caught between laughter and tears. Do ensure you do not mention this to him. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Zhao Linglong hastily cautioned Qing Xiao. It is still premature for us to discuss these matters. Qing Xiao shook his head, then retrieved a scroll from his robe and unfurled it upon the table, stating, this roster was acquired from a senior supervising brother this morning. The 7 individuals listed were originally my predictions for those who could ultimately become formal disciples. However, we must now exclude Lu Yuan. He then brushed his hand across Lu Yuan's portrait, erasing it from the scroll, and continued. As for the remaining 6, should Taiping encounter them, the likelihood of victory would be less than 30%. Previously, you all said the same when Taiping faced Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong shot Qing Xiao a reproachful glance. In response, Qing Xiao's lips twitched, and after clearing his throat, he remarked, these 6 are entirely different. None possess the white spirit bone. Among them, 2 have likely already surpassed the Wangu, capable of wielding certain low-tier magical techniques. The other 4 have all achieved mastery in the opening door realm, having also practiced various techniques, and each possessing their own unique martial arts expertise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. With such formidable cultivation and promising roots, why are they still placed in the outer sect? At this moment, Lin Buyu also turned his gaze towards them, evidently intrigued by the discussion. They are either disciples of the mountain who have violated the rules, or individuals with questionable backgrounds. Some have even sought to break through by voluntarily venturing into the outer sect for training. Ziyuan assisted Qin Xiao in responding. Is this not profoundly unjust? Zhao Linglong was taken aback. Unjust? Qin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and remarked. The 7 peaks selection orchestrated by the sect leader was originally intended merely to placate certain outer sect disciples, allowing them to tend to our medicinal and spiritual fields with peace of mind. Linglong, take a moment to reflect. Throughout all the previous 7 peak selections, how many of those who ultimately triumphed were of the white spirit bone lineage? Ziyuan prompted Zhao Linglong. Upon careful reflection, Zhao Linglong indeed discovered that among the disciples who transitioned from the outer sect to the inner sect, few possessed the white spirit bone. The path of cultivation is ruthlessly demanding. One's innate talent surpasses all else. In the realm of refinement, those who cultivate qi surpass mere body cultivators. And even the likes of Taiping, who has mastered the 7 kills blade and the green ox fist to their utmost limits, may find it challenging to withstand a single technique from a true cultivator. Even after witnessing today's competition, Qi Xiao remained somewhat skeptical about Su Taiping becoming an official disciple. Nevertheless, you need not worry about his stay on the mountain, he consoled Zhao Linglong further. For Su Taiping to remain on the mountain is already a commendable outcome. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhao Linglong could not find joy in this. Senior brother, the final 7 peaks should be in half a month's time, correct? Zhao Linglong inquired of Qi Xiao. Indeed. Qi Xiao, who had been conversing with Ziyuan, turned to Zhao Linglong and nodded. Kindly assist me in securing a spot for observation. I wish to retreat in the Yangxin Pavilion for a fortnight, Zhao Linglong stated earnestly. You intend to enter seclusion? Qin Xiao questioned, somewhat incredulous. Half a month of solitude. Undisturbed. A few days later, Su Taiping, having returned to Qingzhou residence, hung a wooden plaque at the entrance. Due to his performance at the Longyan Association, he had been frequently visited by cultivators in recent days. Finding it quite overwhelming, he resorted to displaying this sign. Su Taiping. I just cast a glance at the list of participants for the 7 Peaks Conference on your table. A little sparrow, transformed from Bayou, alighted on Su Taiping's shoulder. Do you recognize anyone? Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. This list was delivered by the West Wind Pavilion the day before yesterday. It provides a brief introduction to the 28 outer disciples participating in the 7 Peaks Conference. There are a few names I have heard my father mention. They were once disciples of the mountain, but were expelled due to their transgressions. Their innate talents and cultivation levels are far beyond those of ordinary outer disciples. Bayou expressed with concern. It is worth noting that I have already reached the Wishing Ghost Realm, Su Taiping remarked as he walked. That is not the same. At the 7 Peaks Conference, you cannot employ the Zhongwan Ring or the Ice Breath technique, while they each possess their own specialized arts, relying solely on martial skills. It would be challenging for you to contend with them, Bayou continued. Regarding Su Taiping's prowess, he had already witnessed it on that day at Dan Xiaoping. However, after this period of interaction, he had come to understand that Su Taiping's ice breath technique and that Songwan ring pertained to certain secrets, which could not possibly be employed at the Seven Peaks Conference. Under such circumstances, he was undoubtedly engaging in combat while shackled. The little fellow was quite observant. Suddenly, the voice of the fairy Lingwei resonated within Su Taiping's mind. Her existence had remained unknown to Baiyu until now. It was precisely for this reason that the intuitively perceptive Baiyu regarded her as some secret belonging to Su Taiping. I had contemplated this 2 years ago. Su Taiping continued walking, conversing. Are you suggesting that you have made some preparations? Baiyu inquired, surprised. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded. Could it be that you have secretly cultivated a technique? Baiyu pondered, though it seemed implausible. As the techniques offered to outer disciples by the Qinxian sect were mostly nominal and of little practical utility, Su Taiping's words only deepened Baiyu's confusion. I have indeed cultivated another technique, but it is not the preparation I undertook for the Seven Peaks selection over the past 2 years. Su Taiping proceeded through the back door towards the herbal garden in the courtyard. What exactly are your preparations? Baiyu's curiosity intensified, and he flew directly in front of Su Taiping, blocking his path. Training my physique, Su Taiping contemplated before responding. He had not intended to keep it concealed. Training your physique? Is that all you have prepared for over 2 years? Baiyu found it rather difficult to believe. In this world, whether it be cultivators or their mystical beasts, the emphasis lies heavily on refining one's qi rather than the physical body. Some cultivators even believe that honing the body may impede the pace of their cultivation, which explains Baiyu's strong reaction. To speak candidly, if you wish to secure your place among the Seven Peaks through martial prowess alone, it is an impossibility, Baiyu remarked with a hint of disappointment. A martial artist refines their physique primarily to enhance their martial skills. Thus, in his eyes, Su Taiping had indeed embarked on a misguided path. Su Taiping initially had no intention of elaborating further to Baiyu. After all, the upcoming Seven Peaks Conference would provide ample opportunity for revelation. However, at that moment, Fairy Lingwei abruptly called out to him, "Little Taiping, you've worn that item for 2 years. It wouldn't hurt to take it off occasionally." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping contemplated briefly before nonchalantly nodding. He, too, wished to ascertain the effects of his rigorous training over the past 2 years, especially since it was a method imparted by Fairy Lingwei. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed through the back courtyard of Qingzhou residence as a heavy object struck the ground, causing even the buildings to tremble slightly. Following this, Baiyu exclaimed in disbelief, "You madman, you've been training with that thing for 2 years just to toughen your body? Aren't you exhausted? Doesn't it hurt?" In response, Su Taiping's calm voice wafted through the mountain breeze. "I have grown accustomed to it." Chapter 89. The Seven Peaks Conference. Old friends and new acquaintances fill the seats. Half a month later, atop the first peak of Qingxian sect, Qianglu Peak, at the Xinjian Plain, a colossal sword, towering several dozen feet high, stood diagonally embedded in the center of the plain, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. Before the colossal sword, the arena stands as the final battleground for this year's Seven Peaks selection. Today, 28 outer disciples shall vie for the 7 coveted positions to ascend the mountain. Surrounding the vast sword suppression plain, rows of cloud pavilions have been erected. These pavilions, nestled against the mountain and shrouded in clouds, primarily serve as a place for the disciples of the first peak to appreciate the clouds and cultivate their minds. However, on this day of the Seven Peaks gathering, they naturally transform into viewing platforms. Although it is still early, disciples from the Seven Peaks have gradually taken their seats on either side. Laughter and discussions occasionally echo from above the cloud pavilions. "Senior brother, it seems we have arrived late." Zhao Linglong sighed dejectedly after searching several cloud pavilions without finding a seat. "It's all your fault. You mentioned a half-month retreat. Yet you ended up sleeping for 15 days straight, and I had to come wake you." Qixia shot her an exasperated glare. "Senior brother, you cannot blame me. The heart-nurturing pavilion is simply too dull. After my father locked me in, what else could I do but sleep?" Zhao Linglong replied with a look of grievance. "Qixia. Linglong, there is a spot available here." A sweet voice called from the front seats. Zhao Linglong looked up to see senior sister Ziyuan from the 6th peak. Lin Buyu was also sitting nearby. "Ah, so you had this arranged all along." Zhao Linglong beamed at Qingxiao. Seeing this, Qingxiao shot her a stern look. "Senior sister Ziyuan." Without a second thought, Zhao Linglong leaped forward, landing directly in Ziyuan's embrace. "Senior brother Qingxiao, I've saved a place for you as well." At that moment, Ziyan called out to Qingxiao. "Thank you, junior sister Ziyan," Qingxiao replied, a rare smile gracing her face. "Why are you still engrossed in the storybook, junior sister?" After taking her seat, the restless Zhao Linglong leaned over to Lin Buyu. Upon noticing Lin Buyu deeply absorbed in a book titled Fantastical Encounters, she was instantly taken aback. Just out of boredom, Lin Buyu glanced up at Zhao Linglong, then lowered her head again, continuing to read with great interest. It's not quite like that. It's because our master believes that Buyu is solely focused on cultivation, lacking any understanding of worldly affairs. Therefore, she provided her with numerous storybooks to help her learn about human interactions while reading, Xian explained, somewhat amused yet exasperated. That troublesome woman only knows how to create chaos all day long, Zhao Linglong scoffed. After saying that, she forcibly leaned closer to Lin Buyu, joining her in the reading. Why does Linglong always refer to my master as a troublesome woman? Xian inquired curiously of Qingxiao nearby. When she was around 7 or 8 years old, your master came to the 7th peak to visit our master. By chance, they crossed paths, and upon seeing how adorable she was, your master insisted on taking her back to the 6th peak to play for a few days. She thought she had encountered a bad person and hid under the rainbow bridge at the 7th peak, too frightened to come out for an entire day. That left quite an impression on her, and she has held a grudge ever since, Qishao explained with a hint of helplessness. At Xian's words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, a cry resembling that of a crane suddenly echoed above the sword-settling platform. As the crowd gazed upwards, they were suddenly met with the sight of a mystical bird soaring through the sky, bearing a disciple upon its back, making its way directly towards the arena on the town's sword-settling plateau. Following this spectacle, the voice of the overseer resounded beside the arena. Beishan, Gong Sunxing, please take your seat. Clearly, this was the overseer introducing the participants of the upcoming 7 Peaks Conference. It is uncertain when this manner of presenting the disciples began during the 7 Peaks selection, but it has now evolved into a ceremonial tradition associated with the event. Gong Sunxing, is he not one of the individuals you mentioned previously, senior brother? Upon hearing that name, Zhao Linglong straightened in her seat, turning to look at Qingxiao with a serious expression. Qingxiao nodded in affirmation. At that moment, several figures descended from the cloud tower, followed by the sound of hearty laughter echoing from the sword-settling plateau below. These individuals appeared to be welcoming Gong Sunxing. Zhao Linglong observed the group approaching Gong Sunxing and remarked, that must be Lu Qin and his fellow disciples from the 5 Peaks. Gong Sunxing was once Lu Qin's senior, but he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain for violating sect regulations. However, possessing the rare Xianling bone and exceptional talent. It has been 7 or 8 years since then, and if all goes well, he may return to the 5 Peaks this year. Xian, being somewhat familiar with the 5 Peaks, quickly recognized Lu Qin and proceeded to introduce him to the others. At the mention of Lu Qin's name, Lin Buyu abruptly raised her head, her tone turning frigid as she uttered, "Traitor." After this statement, she returned to her reading, seemingly unfazed. Upon hearing these words, Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong were momentarily taken aback, and then they both turned their gazes towards Xian. Xian first supported her forehead, and then, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explained, "Last time, we were ambushed by the tiger demon, and Lu Qin abandoned her to seek help with another female disciple. That little girl has harbored resentment ever since." Upon hearing this, the two understood immediately. Indeed, I believe Lu Qin is not a decent person. Every time I encounter him, he always casts furtive glances my way, Zhao Linglong remarked with a cold huff. If he dares to behave like that again, just let me know, and I shall pluck out his eyes. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhao's expression turned icy, and a murderous aura surged around him. "Senior brother, there is no need for that," Zhao Linglong replied with an awkward smile, signaling for Qing Zhao to remain calm. Xian, just as the group was discussing the incoming external disciples, a handsome young man with a hint of mischief in his features suddenly approached their seating area, accompanied by a tall, proud-looking youth. "Jin Shixiao, aren't all the disciples from the 1st peak over at Yun Tower?" Su Ziyan glanced at Yun Tower across from them, her brow slightly furrowed. This individual was none other than Jin Heji, the 2nd disciple of the 1st peak, and the youth behind him was Yi Xian, a newly renowned disciple of the Qingxian sect. Chapter 90, Guansun, are you Su typing? Upon learning that my junior sister was here, I came to take a look, Jin Heji said with a casual smile, a hint of frivolity dancing on his lips. There are no seats available here. I advise you and your little junior brother to go elsewhere. Zhao Linglong cast a glance at Jin Heji. Is that so? Jin Heji smiled faintly. As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of a stranger disciple seated in front of Zhao Linglong, then turned to him with a grin. "Dear junior brother, might I kindly request that you and your companion make some space for me and my little junior brother? Why should I give way?" The disciple, engrossed in the unfolding events on the arena, was suddenly disturbed and wore an expression of displeasure. "I am Jin Heji of the 1st peak." Jin Heji leaned closer to the disciple, his demeanor frosty. Upon hearing this, the disciple shivered slightly and hurriedly pulled his companion aside, saying, "I failed to recognize your stature." "Senior brother Jean, please, take a seat. We shall relocate. Why must we go elsewhere?" The forcibly dragged disciple voiced his confusion. However, before he could finish, he was sent flying by a swift kick from Yi Xian. "Get lost." Yi Xian coldly admonished the two. "You, hurry up and leave." The kick disciple was eager to argue, but his companion swiftly pulled him away. "Are you out of your mind? You dare offend those two devils? What of it? Aren't they disciples of the Qingxian sect? Can they be compared? One is the son of the first Peak's master, and the other is the personal disciple of the Peak master. What do you possess to contend with them?" Their whispered exchange faded into the distance. Jin Haji and Yi Xian remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, and took their seats at the two vacant spots. "Sister Xian, when shall you visit my dojo? The snow tea flowers in my garden have recently bloomed in full splendor. We could enjoy the blossoms while exchanging insights on our cultivation." Jin Haji, holding a folding fan, turned with a smile towards Su Xian. "No need," Su Xian promptly declined. "I must enter seclusion for my training and have no leisure time. Cultivation can be a gradual endeavor, yet once the flowers wither, we must wait a year for their return," Jin Haji persisted. "You really are insistent. Sister Xian has already stated her unavailability. Why continue to pester her?" Zhao Linglong interjected, grasping Xian's hand and casting a glare at Jin Haji. "Little girl, didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt when others are speaking?" Jin Haji shot a frosty look at Zhao Linglong. "Senior brother, Sister Linglong's mother passed away long ago. Your words may cause her distress." At this moment, Yi Xian, with a cold expression, chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. "You." Zhao Linglong was momentarily at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless. "Jin Haji, Yi Xian, have you come here to stir trouble?" Qin Shao rose abruptly, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, enveloping the entire cloud tower and causing Jin Haji and Yi Xian to feel a sudden and fierce reaction within their bodies. The pressure was so intense that blood began to seep from the corners of Yi Xian's eyes, and he appeared on the verge of collapse. "Senior brother Qin Shao." Xian tugged at Qin Zhao's sleeve. She knew that if Jin Haji and Yi Xian were truly harmed, Qin Shao would likely face severe repercussions from the sect's regulations, a scenario she was keen to avoid. As one observes the Seven Peaks Conference, it is essential to do so with decorum, rather than buzzing about like a mere fly. Qin Shao let out a cold snort, then retracted his aura and gradually seated himself. In that moment, Jin Haji and Yi Xian felt as though a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, yet their gazes towards Qin Shao were laden with resentment. "Shishan, Su Taiping, take your seats." At that instant, a name familiar to Zhao Linglong and her companions erupted in resonance above the Xinjiang Plateau. It was the arrival of the young Taiping. Zhao Linglong, brimming with excitement, immediately rose to her feet. Lin Buyu, who had been engrossed in a book, also lifted his head to gaze upwards at the Xinjiang Plateau. There, a celestial crane descended from the heavens, carrying a somewhat slender youth, gracefully spiraling down to the ground. It was indeed that young lad. Jin Haji recognized Su Taiping as well. Although Su Taiping had shone brightly in the recent contest, Jin Haji had scarcely paid attention, being present today solely due to Su Xian. Was he not the one chosen by the spirit bone steel, only to end up as a mere skeleton? Yi Xian remarked coldly, curiosity etched upon his face. After 3 years in the sect, Yi Xian's arrogance had only intensified. "You do not seriously expect this young man to triumph at the Seven Peaks Conference and become an official disciple, do you?" Jin Haji suddenly turned back to Zhao Linglong and her companions, a smirk playing upon his lips. "What of it?" Zhao Linglong shot Jin Haji a glare. Though she was aware of Su Taiping's slim chances, she would never concede such a notion in front of him. Sister Linglong may not be aware, but among the 28 participants this time, several were once disciples expelled from the mountain. With their presence, how could the likes of Su Taiping possibly secure one of the final 7 spots? Jin Haji cast a disdainful glance at Su Taiping on the Xinjiang. Although he had not paid attention to the previous competitions, he was somewhat familiar with the candidates given the opportunity to return to the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. "Senior brother, Sister Ziyuan, let us go and meet little Taiping." Zhao Linglong resolutely disregarded Jin Haji, pulling Ziyuan and Lin Buyu along to seek out Su Taiping on the Xinjiang. At Xinjiang, it was no wonder that so many outer disciples halted at the Seven Peaks Conference each year, observing numerous disciples participating in the conference surrounded by welcoming mountain disciples. Su Taiping suddenly felt a sense of isolation amidst the bustling atmosphere of Xinjiang. "Are you Su Taiping?" At that moment, a tall middle-aged man approached Su Taiping directly. "And you are?" Su Taiping did not recognize this man. "I am Gongsun Sheng, also a disciple partaking in this Seven Peaks Conference." Gongsun Sheng coldly regarded Su Taiping. "What business do you have with me, senior brother Gongsun?" Indeed, Su Taiping had seen Gong Sun Sheng's name on the roster. Yet he was puzzled as to why the latter sought him out. The match roster has been announced. You will face me in the first match. Gong Sun Sheng pointed to the massive notice board beside the arena. Chapter 91. The duel with Gong Sun. As Su Taiping glanced in that direction, he quickly noticed that the list of opponents had already been posted. At that time, I hope for your guidance, senior brother Gong Sun, he said, maintaining an expression of calm as he clasped his hands towards Gong Sun Sheng. He assumed this was merely his adversary greeting him in advance. Guidance. Gong Sun Sheng chuckled, then regarded Su Taiping with a mocking expression. Do you think you deserve it? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend why Gong Sun Sheng harbored such animosity towards him. Are you familiar with Lu Qin from Wufeng? Gong Sun Sheng inquired further. Upon hearing the name Lu Qin, Su Taiping's brow knitted tightly. I have heard of him, but I do not know him, he replied. To be frank, my former junior brother has a strong dislike for you. Therefore, after the list of opponents was announced, he specifically asked me to ensure that you are thoroughly defeated in the upcoming match, Gong Sun Sheng said with a grin. Upon learning that Lu Qin bore ill will towards him, Su Taiping immediately thought of the sisters Lu Qimei and Lu Zijing. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely that Lu Qin could recognize him as the individual from that fateful day in the maple forest. Could it be that he had harbored a grudge simply because Su Taiping had spoken back to him that morning? Su Taiping pondered. If that were the case, Lu Qin's pettiness would truly be unprecedented. Are you suggesting that I withdraw from the competition voluntarily? Su Taiping met Gong Sun Sheng's gaze directly. If you were wise, that would be for the best, Gong Sun Sheng replied with a cold sneer. Ultimately, he revealed his true intentions. The earlier provocation was a ruse, while the threat was genuine. Gong Sun Sheng had witnessed Su Taiping's 2 matches at the Longyan Conference. Though he considered himself unafraid, the opponent's tactics severely drained the opponent's true essence. Not wishing to let Su Taiping affect his subsequent match, he contemplated confronting him with intimidation in advance. Even if the threat failed, it might at least disturb his opponent's state of mind. On the arena, Su Taiping responded with remarkable decisiveness, turning promptly to stride toward the edge of the stage. This took Gong Sun Sheng by surprise. Young man, do not refuse a toast only to incur a penalty. Boom. Just as Gong Sun Sheng intended to intercept Su Taiping, a series of piercing sounds erupted above him, followed by several figures landing in front of Su Taiping. Little Taiping. Among the figures, a girl clad in red hurried towards Su Taiping. He was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened with surprise. Sister Ling Long. Taiping, it has been a long time. At that moment, Qing Xiao and Zian also approached Su Taiping. Brother Qing Xiao, Sister Zian. Su Taiping greeted them with joy. He had thought that Ling Long and the others had forgotten him, yet here they were to welcome him personally. Taiping, do not lose to these worthless foes. At this juncture, Lin Buyu also stepped forward, glancing at Gong Sun Sheng as he spoke. What do you mean? Just as Gong Sun Sheng was about to erupt in anger, he found Duga Qing Xiao had swiftly appeared before him. Gong Sun Sheng, you wretched fool. Have you truly fallen to the depths of relying on threats against an outer disciple to secure victory? Qing Xiao's voice resonated with cold disdain as he fixed his gaze upon Gong Sun Sheng. The oppressive aura emanating from him struck like a fierce blow to Gong Sun Sheng's chest. Humph, Gong Sun Sheng scoffed, casting a menacing glare at Su Taiping as he retorted, we shall meet on the arena. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Senior brother Qin Xiao, it is ill-advised to provoke Gong Sun Sheng at this moment. It could spell trouble for Taiping, Ziyin expressed her concerns. Su Taiping was taken aback by the attention from senior sister Ziyin and her companions, who had come to greet him and showed genuine concern for his upcoming match. This long-forgotten feeling of being cared for warmed his heart unexpectedly. Senior sister Ziyin, there is no need for worry, he replied with a smile, shaking his head. I will not be defeated by that Gong Sun Sheng. Commencing the competition shortly, all unrelated individuals, please depart swiftly. The voice of the supervisor echoed across the Jianjin Ping through the sound transmission talisman. Little Taiping, remember, do not exert yourself too fiercely during the match. Even if you cannot prevail at the Seven Peaks Conference, we will find a way to bring you to the 7th peak. Zhao Linglong hurriedly advised Su Taiping as she noticed the supervisor approaching. This was indeed her primary purpose for coming down to see him. Su Taiping stood momentarily stunned at her words. During this period, individuals from various peaks have approached him through the West Wind Pavilion, extending their overtures. Yet none of their propositions could rival the promise made by Zhao Linglong today. No, Su Taiping suddenly smiled and shook his head at them, much to Zhao Linglong and her companions' astonishment. No? At this, Zhao Linglong and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, Sister Linglong, and win the 7 Peak selection to become an official disciple of the 7th Peak, Su Taiping stated earnestly. gazing intently at Zhao Linglong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and her companion stood there, momentarily speechless. You all, depart swiftly. The competition is about to commence. At this juncture, an examiner approached from behind, sternly admonishing them. I will await you, junior brother, Qi Xiao said, smiling as he patted Su Taiping on the shoulder. Before taking Zhao Linglong and soaring into the sky on their swords. Years ago, I casually mentioned that he should cultivate diligently and participate in the 7 Peaks selection after 3 years. I never expected he would remember it to this day. Zhao Linglong murmured, glancing back at the young man behind her with a sense of reflection. With such determination, even if he does not become a cultivator, he is destined to achieve greatness in the future, Ziyuan remarked solemnly about Su Taiping. Previously, she had not held much regard for Su Taiping, considering him merely a commoner. Her interest primarily stemming from Qin Xiao and Zhao Linglong's connection to him. However, the resolute look in Su Taiping's eyes made her understand why, after 3 years, Qin Xiao and Zhao Linglong still held him in such high esteem. In the inaugural match, Su Taiping faced off against Gong Sunsheng. Moments later, both Su Taiping and Gong Sunsheng ascended the platform, where the referee reiterated their names through a sound transmission talisman. Do not presume that having Duga Qin Xiao as your backing will deter me. You shall regret not withdrawing from this contest beforehand, Gong Sunsheng declared. His icy gaze fixed upon Su Taiping as he flexed his fist and limbered up. The attempted intimidation backfired, leaving Gong Sunsheng feeling humiliated and exceedingly displeased. Chapter 92, Battle with Gong Sun. The Green Ox Fist versus the Golden Bell Shield. My preparations are complete, esteemed referee, Su Taiping proclaimed. To Gong Sunsheng's astonishment, Su Taiping exhibited no trace of fear in response to his threat. Instead, his eyes brimmed with fervent battle intent, as if he were eager to engage in combat. Gong Sunsheng, are you prepared? The referee inquired, nodding slightly at Su Taiping before turning to Gong Sunsheng. I am ready, Gong Sunsheng replied. Donning gloves crafted from the hide of a spiritual beast, narrowing his eyes as he assumed a fighting stance. With both parties prepared, the contest commenced. The referee's voice resonated throughout the entire Giant Pain town via the sound transmission talisman. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with his declaration, 2 intense waves of energy erupted on the arena, generating ripples of power, followed by a resounding lion's roar. Gong Sunsheng unleashed an attack, conjuring an enraged lion's phantom formed from his fist's might, as he hurled a powerful strike towards Su Taiping. This was none other than Gong Sunsheng's ultimate technique, the lion-killing fist. This set of martial arts, necessitating the integration of true energy for execution and the invocation of incantations during training, transcends mere combat skills and has evolved into a form of sorcery. With a thunderous roar, before the fist could reach its target, a spectral lion, embodying fury and forged from true energy, lunged at Su Taiping with its gaping maw. This ethereal manifestation, solidified from true energy, was no mere illusion. Its might was nearly equivalent to a tangible assault. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, this ethereal lion, born of concentrated true energy, was shattered by Su Taiping's powerful strike, known as the Bullhorn Crush. In the blink of an eye, Su Taiping's figure vanished from sight, reappearing with a flurry of fist shadows that enveloped Gong Sunsheng. Merely a diversion, Gong Sunsheng scoffed, disregarding the surrounding shadows as he summoned all his strength to deliver a punch towards Su Taiping's form. Yet, before his fist could make contact, the phantoms transformed into reality, each blow landing with resounding force upon Gong Sunsheng, causing his protective aura to burst and sending him hurtling backward. Bravo! In the stands, Zhao Linglong cheered heartily for Su Taiping, unfazed by the gazes of those around her. Conversely, Jin Heji's expression darkened. This was no mere trick. The multitude of fist shadows was a testament to Su Taiping's astonishing speed, which was beyond the comprehension of ordinary eyes. At that moment, Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, martial arts remains an embodiment of skill, although Gong Sunsheng had been stripped of his advanced sorcery practices upon expulsion. Even low-tier sorcery should not be underestimated by a mere martial artist. At this moment, Jin Heji let out a cold chuckle. His lack of faith in Su Taiping was not solely rooted in prejudice. Just then, amidst their conversation, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, revealing that Gong Sunsheng was enveloped in a golden aura. Had he truly managed to reconstruct the Golden Bell Shield at the foot of the mountain? At this moment, Senior Sister Xian furrowed her brow. The protective power of the Golden Bell Shield is significantly more potent than that of the Golden Bell Talisman, not easily breached. Bang! At that instant, Su Taiping unleashed another powerful strike known as the Horned Ox Crashing Mountain, which landed heavily upon Gong Sunsheng. Remarkably, Gong Sunsheng remained unscathed. While the vital energy that Su Taiping had gathered around his fist was forcefully dispersed, the martial technique, the Azure Ox Fist, proved ineffective against the Golden Bell Shield. Jin Xiao also frowned. If even the golden bell shield could not be shattered, the outcome of this contest seemed predetermined. Jin Heiji snapped open his folding fan with a flourish and began to fan himself with a cheerful smile. Roar. As if to validate Jin Heiji's assessment. The moment Su Taiping's momentum was halted by the golden bell shield, Gong Sunsheng launched a long-prepared killing lion fist, accompanied by a roar akin to a lion's. And the vital energy coalescing into a lion's silhouette, struck fiercely towards Su Taiping's torso. Bang! The punch landed with tremendous force on Su Taiping's abdomen. Crack! Just as Zhao Linglong felt her breath quicken with anxiety, fearing that Su Taiping would be gravely injured by this blow, she suddenly heard the sound of ice shattering emanating from Su Taiping's body. Upon closer inspection, large chunks of ice crystals suddenly cascaded from Su Taiping's body, reminiscent of plaster molds shedding from a sword cast. The Xianbing armor of the Zhangxia technique? Su Zian abruptly rose to her feet. The ability to coalesce ice armor around oneself indicated that he had fully grasped the profound essence of the second level of the Zhangxia technique. At that moment, a flicker of excitement also danced in Qingxiao's eyes. Advancing the Zhangxia technique to its second level is entirely distinct from mastering its true essence. Only by comprehensively understanding the first level can one condense qi into ice, and only by fully comprehending the second level can one manifest the Xianbing armor upon their body. Though the Xianbing armor may not be exceptionally hard, it possesses the capability to shield a cultivator from a single attack in critical moments. Just as Su Taiping had done moments ago. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the Xianbing armor, Su Taiping's fist surged forward. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck Gong Sunsheng with tremendous force. Despite the protective barrier of the golden bell, Gong Sunsheng was still forced several steps back by the overwhelming impact of the Bullhorn Mountain strike. Boom. At the very instant he faltered, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, he vanished from his original position, the spectral figure of a blue bull materializing around him. He then began to unleash a rapid succession of punches, each one landing heavily upon Gong Sunsheng. Bang, bang, bang. From a distance, Su Taiping appeared as a ferocious blue bull, relentlessly charging forward. Gong Sunsheng had no opportunity to retaliate, relying solely on the golden bell for defense. It is indeed my first encounter witnessing someone refine the bull's charge technique to such an extraordinary level. Although Su Taiping still failed to breach Gong Sunsheng's golden bell shield, Su Zian was nonetheless astounded by the ferocity of Su Taiping's punches on the arena of Jinjin Peak. How did he uncover the formidable power of the bull's charge? She turned her gaze towards the nearby Duge Qingxiao. Perhaps it is merely because the bull's charge is the only martial art he could afford. Duge Qingxiao, with unwavering focus, murmured as he fixated on Su Taiping in the arena. Upon hearing this, both Su Zian and Zhao Linglong were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a solitary youth, living in seclusion within the depths of the mountains, relying solely on a few acres of medicinal herbs, how much merit currency could he possibly earn in a year? It is likely that even this bull's charge was procured through his frugal efforts. Little Taiping, you truly deserve all of this. Do not give up. Gazing at Su Taiping, who continued to throw punches with relentless determination, Zhao Linglong whispered softly. Bang! At that moment, Gong Sunsheng suddenly took a decisive step to the side, his feet anchoring to the ground like iron nails, and brought his palms together, bellowing, unmoving as a mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, rendering his form as immovable as a stone statue, impervious to the might of Su Taiping's strikes. This fellow has astonishingly refined the golden bell shield to the state of being immovable as a mountain. The expressions of Zhao Linglong and the others shifted dramatically. Could the bull's charge possibly penetrate Gong Sunsheng's immovable form? A look of concern emerged on Duge Qingxiao's face. Chapter 93, Defeating Gong Sun. Has the bull's charge broken the golden bell shield? Indeed, he is truly a former disciple of Wufeng. Upon witnessing this, the corners of Jin Heji's mouth lifted in a smirk. To have cultivated the golden bell shield to such an immovable state at the foot of the mountain, what does it matter if one has perfected the green ox fist? Ultimately, the might of his fist would only diminish, while Gong Sunsheng remained entirely unscathed. He gently fanned himself with the folding fan in hand. This statement left Zhao Linglong and the others at a loss for words. Boom. However, Su Taiping on the arena seemed to sense the mockery directed at him. After executing a full 100 punches of the running ox fist, his momentum not only persisted but surged even higher. Bang! As the 101st punch struck, Gong Sunsheng, who had remained steadfast, exhibited a slight tremor. The spectators' eyes brightened. They had not anticipated such a rapid shift in the tide of battle. Following the execution of the 101st punch, Su Taiping's aura intensified dramatically, and his punching power began to ascend once more. Boom. The 102nd punch was unleashed. Bang. This strike caused Gong Sunsheng's body to sway noticeably. Before Gong Sunsheng could regain his balance, Su Taiping's force surged yet again. Bang! The 103rd punch landed, causing Gong Sunxing to stumble and retreat several steps. The disciples of the Qin Xian sect on the Cloud Tower erupted in astonishment. No one had foreseen that the Green Ox Fist, which they usually regarded with disdain, could actually breach the immovable state. This was inconceivable. How could a mere Green Ox Fist accelerate the ascent of his punching power so rapidly? At that moment, Jin Heji couldn't help but furrow his brows. In stark contrast, Zhao Linglong and the others relaxed their expressions. How could it be impossible? Wasn't there a living example right before their eyes? After enduring for a long time, Zhao Linglong directly voiced her rebuttal. This time, it was Jin Heji's turn to fall silent. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the uproar and discussions from the crowd, Su Taiping's punches struck with increasing force and urgency, causing Gong Sunxing to stagger backward towards the edge of the arena once more. Do you intend to force me off the stage? Not a chance. Just as Gong Sunxing was about to be pushed off the arena by Su Taiping, he suddenly let out a fierce roar. He then slammed both fists into the ground, embedding his arms into the arena and grinned menacingly. Come on. In his view, other than using sheer brute strength to shove him off the stage, Su Taiping had no other means against his golden bell shield. Bang! However, Su Taiping paid no heed to his words, continuing to strike with a rhythmic cadence. His next punch landed like a colossal hammer, crashing into Gong Sunxing's body. Though, as before, the moment the fist made contact, it was immediately deflected by a layer of golden aura adorned with runic patterns that radiated from Gong Sunxing. What differed this time was that the residual force of the punch penetrated the golden bell shield, impacting Gong Sunxing's body directly. Gong Sunxing, struck by this immense force, felt as though his entire being was subjected to a barrage of heavy blows from countless assailants. Although not gravely injured or fatally harmed, the sensation was sufficient to raise the hairs on his body in alarm. He pondered the nature of this fist, questioning how such power could penetrate his golden bell shield. Little did he know, Su Taiping's fist harnessed a formidable strength that defied the very fabric of this realm. No. It must be that my golden bell shield has yet to reach its full potential, he reassured himself as he exerted every effort to bolster his defense. In his estimation, had it not been for the relentless barrage of Su's strikes, one after another with scarcely a moment's respite, he would have surely counterattacked with all his might after successfully parrying the blow. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping unleashed his 107th punch. The overwhelming force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, caused Gong Sunxing's heart to quiver involuntarily. Yet, he remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his golden bell shield. Just 2 more punches remained. Once your momentum falters, I shall undoubtedly shatter your skull with a single blow. As he gazed at Su Taiping's descending fist, a sinister smile crept across Gong Sunxing's lips, and he began to envision the torment he would inflict upon Su shortly thereafter. Bang! Just as before, Su Taiping's fist struck the crown of Gong Sunxing's head. However, this time, as Gong Sunxing was enveloped once more in a golden aura, Su Taiping's fist quivered visibly just as it made contact. It was this subtle tremor that caused the force of his punch to surge exponentially in an instant. A tremendous force pierced through the golden bell barrier enveloping Gong Sunxing, directly transmitting its might into his body. Boom! With a sudden, explosive sound, Gong Sunxing collapsed to his knees, a horrifying gash appearing on his forehead. The scene that unfolded that night, where the moon spirit struck and sent peacock blood mist flying, bore a striking resemblance to the current moment as Su Taiping's blow shattered Gong Sunxing's flesh beneath the golden bell barrier. Observers outside gasped in astonishment, with discerning cultivators like Qin Xiao and Jin Heji rising simultaneously from their seats. Did the Azure Bullfish truly breach the golden bell barrier? Many stood in disbelief. Unlike earlier when Su Taiping's strength merely forced Gong Sunxing to retreat, this time, his fist had inflicted genuine injury. No, it hasn't been broken. The golden bell barrier still remains. Some quickly dismissed the notion, noticing that despite the impact of Su Taiping's punch, Gong Sunxing's golden bell barrier persisted. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping unleashed his final, 108th punch, aimed squarely at Gong Sunxing's head. No. After a brief moment of shock, Gong Sunxing's eyes widened in terror. Due to the peculiar force of the previous strike, an ominous premonition surged within him. He sensed that even though his golden bell barrier remained intact, Su Taiping's punch could still shatter him. I acknowledge. Bang. Before the word defeat could escape the lips of Gong Sunxing, Su Taiping's fist came crashing down upon his head with tremendous force. The resounding impact shattered the ground beneath Gong Sunxing's knees, unleashing a thick mist of blood that enveloped him. Yet, even in that moment of devastation, the golden radiance emanating from his protective aura did not dissipate immediately. It was not until several breaths later that the golden shield shattered alongside his mangled flesh. Gong Sunxing was slain, mercilessly crushed by Su Taiping's fist, rendering him unrecognizable. A profound silence blanketed the arena, an oppressive stillness hung in the air above the cloud pavilion. Chapter 94, Ji Wuyo, Mastering the Art of Sword Control Through Qi? A mere outer disciple, a youth of modest talent, possessing only the white spirit bone, managed to kill a seasoned practitioner like Gong Sun Xing, a figure well-versed in techniques and endowed with remarkable potential, who had once been an official disciple of the mountain. This extraordinary feat left many of the inner disciples in attendance in a state of disbelief. It was as though a child wielding a mere twig had slain an adult. Brother, how much effort must one invest to deliver such a formidable punch? Zhao Linglong stood frozen, lost in thought, murmuring to herself. It must be tenfold. Perhaps even 100-fold, the effort of an ordinary person, she contemplated, recognizing that the path of a martial artist offered no shortcuts, regardless of innate talent. It demanded relentless day and night practice, each punch honed through perseverance. Indeed, replied Duguqi Xiao, furrowing his brow in response, rather than being astonished by Su Taiping's formidable punch. The two individuals were preoccupied with the dedication and effort that lay behind it. Meanwhile, Jin Heji, seated before them, exhibited a flicker of malevolence in his gaze. In this round, Su Taiping emerged victorious. At that moment, the judge on-site also announced Su Taiping's triumph. Senior brother, Taiping only has one final match left. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong turned to Duguqi Xiao with an expression of excitement. Besides this last match, he must also engage in a sword duel with the Seven Peaks disciples, Qing Xiao clarified. The sword duel with the Seven Peaks is merely a formality, isn't it? At that time, senior brother, you can simply guide Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong optimistically mused. The sword duel is conducted in order of the peaks. Qi Xiao shook his head and added, it is still too early to discuss this. We must first see who Taiping's next opponent will be, Ji Wuyo or Qi Bailey. According to the announcement, Su Taiping's next adversary would be selected from among these individuals. I sincerely hope it is not Ji Wuyo, he thought to himself. Based on his prior investigations, although Ji Wuyo was not the strongest among these contenders, he was undoubtedly the most perilous. On the arena, Su Taiping exhaled deeply. This victory had not come easily. During his confrontation with Gong Sun Sheng, he had sensed that his opponent was holding back. Had it not been for his initial advantage gained through the bull's charge formation, compelling Gong Sun Sheng to endure the brunt of it with the golden bell shield, had he not mastered a portion of the thousand-fold strength, ultimately shattering the golden bell shield and rendering Gong Sun Sheng unable to utilize his techniques, the individual now sprawled on the ground would very likely be him. Following this encounter, it will be exceedingly difficult for Taiping to seize the initiative. Once the competition commences, they will undoubtedly seal off his avenues of attack, preventing him from executing the bull's charge formation. At this moment, the voice of the fairy Lingwei resonated within Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping glanced at the disciples poised to take the stage, each of them casting vigilant gazes in his direction, prompting him to silently nod in acknowledgement. It mirrors the scenarios we have rehearsed prior to our match. After all, they had prepared for this contest for 3 years, and he and Lingyue had long since contemplated the myriad possibilities that might unfold during the competition. Should the situation escalate, you might consider removing the items you possess, Lingyue advised Su Taiping. In the previous round, Su Taiping had nearly maximized the potency of the Qingyou fist, with the exception of invoking the power of the Wangyujing. He had even employed a fraction of the thousand-fold strength. This constituted a substantial portion of his capabilities. I wish to experiment further, to discern where exactly lies the realm of the extreme that you referred to, Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping shook his head, while instructing him in his martial arts practice. The fairy Lingwei had once mentioned the concept of the extreme realm. As the term suggests, the extreme realm is the manifestation of a particular ability to the utmost limit of one's current potential. According to the words of the celestial maiden Lingwei, the mortal bones should fervently pursue the ultimate realm, for even a singular experience would yield boundless benefits for future cultivation. Until this match, my victories largely stemmed from my opponent's underestimation and the unexpectedness of the Qingyou fist and the 7-kill saber, which allowed me to seize the initiative in striking. Therefore, in the next bout, I wish to set aside these advantages and explore whether I can discover a means to outmaneuver my adversary through the contest, while also testing my limits. He earnestly explained to the celestial maiden Lingwei. Very well, she replied, pleased that Su Taiping had not been intoxicated by his victory. This selection at the 7 Peaks indeed presents you with a rare opportunity for tempering. In the days to come, finding an opponent of such equal standing may prove to be quite challenging. She expressed her approval of Su Taiping's proposal. Taiping. Just as Su Taiping was about to descend from the platform, he suddenly caught a faint call near his ear. He turned to follow the sound and saw Zhao Linglong, brimming with excitement, waving at him from the distant cloud tower stand. In response, Su Taiping smiled broadly and energetically waved his arms in her direction. At that moment, a young man clad in white, bearing a sword upon his back, brushed past him. "Little fellow, do you dare to slay someone from the cloud tower? Clean your neck and wait for me below," he remarked coldly, not sparing Su Taiping a glance. With that, the long sword behind him unsheathed with a metallic clang, propelling him onto the arena. Immediately, the voice of the examiner echoed across the arena. In this match, Ji Wuyo faced off against Qi Bailey. As Su Taiping glanced at the arena, he also caught sight of the massive notice board beside him, where he discovered that his next opponent would indeed emerge from the contest between Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey. Ji Wuyo, like the recently mentioned Gong Sunxing, was also a participant in the Yunlu conference. It was no wonder that one could attain the Golden Bell Shield technique while the other wielded a sword. Su Taiping murmured as he observed the sword gracefully spinning around Ji Wuyo. This cannot be classified as sword control. It is merely a rudimentary technique of manipulating the sword with one's qi, straddling the line between martial skill and magical art. And its power is far inferior to that of true sword control, corrected Ling Wei Fairy. Upon her reminder, Su Taiping indeed noticed the swirling strands of true qi surrounding Ji Wuyo. The long sword was continuously spinning around Ji Wuyo, guided by these swirling currents of qi. Nevertheless, even so, one should not underestimate it. Even the manipulation of qi to control the sword possesses a lethal force that surpasses ordinary magical techniques. Ling Wei Fairy reiterated to Su Taiping. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I must observe this match closely." Chapter 95, The Battle of Wuyo. Concern breeds confusion in the Yunlu stands. Zhao Linglong, with a look of concern, turned to Qi Shao and asked, "Senior brother, isn't Ji Wuyo also a former disciple of the mountain?" Once, Ji Wuyo was a disciple of the fourth peak. However, due to a fierce competition over a spiritual herb, he ruthlessly slaughtered his fellow disciples, leading to the significant depletion of his cultivation and his eventual expulsion from the fourth peak. Qing Shao nodded gravely. In truth, he had yet to utter a crucial thought. Ji Wuyo was one of the most scrutinized disciples in this selection among the 7 peaks. Yet, to spare Zhao Linglong from undue anxiety, he refrained from voicing it. Was it not stated that the selection forbade the use of techniques above the Xian rank? Why was Ji Wuyo allowed to wield sword techniques without opposition? Zhao Linglong inquired further. That is not the sword technique. The skill of manipulating a sword with one's qi is vastly different from wielding it with one's spirit. It merely appears as if Ji Wuyo is controlling the sword due to his exceptional talent, responded Xian, who sat beside her. Brother, is this Ji Wuyo not the disciple that our first peak seeks to recruit? At that moment, Yu Xian, who was seated in front, interjected. Upon hearing this, Jin Heji chuckled and nodded, then turned back to Zhao Linglong with a smile, saying, "Sister Linglong, the little fellow you are acquainted with seems to be rather unfortunate." "You said the same during the previous match," Zhao Linglong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Heji. Upon hearing this, Jin Heji's lips twitched slightly, then he coldly snorted. "If you do not believe me, watch closely. In the next match, Su Taiping will face considerable hardship. The competition begins." At that moment, the voice of the supervisor on the stage echoed through the air via the communication talisman, and the aura surrounding Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey erupted with a thunderous force. With a resounding clang, the sword that had been swirling around Ji Wuyo suddenly broke through the air, darting straight towards Qi Bailey. Qi Bailey wielded 2 massive bronze hammers. Upon seeing the approaching sword, he immediately swung one of the hammers down with great force. Perhaps due to the fact that the sword was controlled by qi, its speed was not particularly swift, making it likely that Qi Bailey would successfully strike it. However, just as the hammer was about to collide with the sword, Ji Wuyo's other hand swiftly formed a spell gesture, followed by a commanding shout, "Wind, arise." As the words left his lips, a fierce gust of wind rushed past Qi Bailey, causing him to stagger, and the hammer he wielded lost its aim, crashing into empty air. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, the sword, manipulated by Ji Wuyo, sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, severing Qi Bailey's arm that gripped the hammer. With a pained cry, Qi Bailey screamed in agony. Meanwhile, a smirk curled at the corners of Ji Wuyo's lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he remarked, "I had already warned you to concede. Since you are so obstinate, I shall take another arm." As his words echoed, he pressed down with the fingers of his hand controlling the sword. Once again, a piercing sound of the sword echoed through the air. The sword, hovering above Qi Bailey's head, descended like a streak of light, swiftly severing his other arm with a swift slash. Qi Bailey let out a piercing scream. His face contorted in terror as he fell to his knees and pleaded for mercy. "I concede, I concede." But his cries were abruptly silenced by a swift whoosh. The sword, manipulated by Ji Wuyo, pierced through Qi Bailey's throat. With a thud, Qi Bailey's body collapsed onto the arena floor. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Some murmured about Ji Wuyo's swordsmanship and spellcasting, while others commented on her ruthless methods. After all, with her opponent's hands rendered useless and victory assured, there was no need for such lethal force. Undeterred by the various criticisms, Ji Wuyo calmly approached the edge of the stage and looked down at Su Taiping, declaring, "It is your turn." Not only was she adept at wielding a sword with her qi, but she also possessed an extraordinary talent for spellcasting, executing her moves with lethal precision. Such a person was indeed born for the path of cultivation. In the Cloud Tower, Jin Heji casually waved his folding fan and spoke in a languid tone. Zhao Linglong bit her lip in silence, while Qi Xiao and Xian fell into deep contemplation. You should persuade that young man to retreat while he still can. Preserve the green hills, and you need not fear the absence of firewood. Perhaps he could cultivate for another 3 years before returning, Jin Heji suggested, turning to Zhao Linglong and the others. To be honest, both Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao had entertained this thought, particularly Qing Xiao, who understood Ji Wuyo's past cultivation and strength far better than Zhao Linglong, even if her powers had been stripped and she was starting anew. Her capabilities were beyond what an ordinary outer sect disciple could contend with. Junior sister. Qing Xiao cast a glance at Zhao Linglong, seemingly seeking her counsel. Senior brother. We are merely one match away, another bout of Xiao Taiping, and we shall secure our place as formal disciples. Zhao Linglong felt a pang of frustration for Su Taiping. He would never consent to that. Suddenly, Lin Buyu, who had remained silent throughout, broke his silence. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of several individuals turned towards him, including the ever-proud Yuxian, who also shifted his gaze. Lin Buyu appeared oblivious to the attention he garnered. Closing the book in his hands and lifting his gaze towards the arena below, then spoke to himself. If he truly fears death, he would not be standing here. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos." Had it not been for Lin Buyu's reminder, he might have forgotten that Su Taiping is now a cultivator, and confronting life and death is the first step on the path of cultivation. Yes, Buyu is right. Since Taiping has embarked on the journey of cultivation, every subsequent step should be his to choose. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong clapped her hands forcefully against her cheeks, suppressing her rising anxiety, and once again directed her gaze towards the arena below. The words sounded pleasing, but ultimately, a person's life is singular. Once lost, everything is lost. Jin Heji let out a cold laugh, then turned away, leisurely swaying the folding fan in his hand. Yuxian cast a profound glance at Lin Buyu before turning his attention to Su Taiping on the platform, murmuring softly, "Su Taiping, such an unmelodious name." A fragrant incense stick later, at Xinjiang, the match between Su Taiping and Ji Wuyo commenced. The victor would secure the first spot in the Seven Peaks selection and gain the privilege to be chosen as an official disciple of the Seven Peaks. As the announcer proclaimed the proceedings, Su Taiping and Ji Wuyo ascended the stage from opposite sides. Given that this contest would determine the initial qualification, the disciples of the Seven Peaks seated in the Cloud Pavilion ceased their banter and focused intently on the arena. Meanwhile, atop the grand 9-story Cloud Pavilion to the south of Xinjiang Tower, an overwhelming aura emanated, clearly indicating that the peak masters of the Seven Peaks, along with the head of Qinxian sect and several elders, had taken their seats. Carrying so many blades, are you planning to prepare a feast on stage? Ji Wuyo inquired with a narrowed gaze, eyeing Su Taiping, who had 3 long swords sheathed at his waist. You shall soon find out, Su Taiping replied, tightening the cord that secured his swords. Chapter 96, Battle Without Worry. Trading an arm for a sword, these 6 finely crafted steel swords represented his greatest expenditure for this match. I fear you might not even have the chance to draw your blade, Ji Wuyo teased, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword while maintaining her playful smile. Are both of you prepared? The announcer's voice rang out. I am fully prepared, Su Taiping affirmed. Su Taiping nodded, then placed one hand on the hilt of his dagger at his waist and clenched his fist with the other, adopting a bow stance with his right leg slightly bent forward. I too prepared myself. Ji Wuyo squinted and smiled, nodding in agreement. As he formed a sword gesture with one hand and a seal with the other, his long sword humming ominously within its sheath. Thus, let the contest commence. The supervisor retreated to the sidelines, then proclaimed loudly, clang, whoosh. Almost instantaneously as the words were uttered, the sounds of clashing swords and drawn blades erupted in unison. Following closely, a crescent-shaped blade of light intertwined with a flying sword. Su Taiping evaded Ji Wuyo's initial strike with the crescent, successfully positioning himself behind Ji Wuyo. However, the blade in his hand shattered with a resounding crack due to the force of the collision. Whoosh. Prepared for such an eventuality, Su Taiping unfalteringly channeled his internal energy and drew another long knife from his waist. Boom. The explosive blade energy transformed into a shadow over a yard long, slicing straight towards Ji Wuyo's back. The 7 killing blade, 3rd kill, break steel. From the 6th kill crescent to the broken blade and then to this 3rd kill. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a well-rehearsed performance, leaving the gathered cultivators in awe. Clang. Yet, at the very moment Su Taiping executed his third kill, Ji Wuyo's flying sword, as if guided by a sentient force, traced a graceful arc through the air, fiercely cleaving towards the blade's shadow. Bang! Amidst the thunderous tremors, the blade aura unleashed by Su Taiping's third strike was abruptly shattered by the flying sword, and his long knife shattered with a resounding crack. In contrast, Ji Wuyo's sword was merely knocked back a few feet by the recoil. The disparity in strength was unmistakably evident. With a deafening roar, Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated this very moment. As his long knife splintered, his hidden fist surged forth, propelled by a mighty force, striking fiercely at Ji Wuyo's vulnerable back. In that instant, Ji Wuyo found herself unable to summon her sword for aid. However, just as despair seemed imminent, Ji Wuyo, still facing away from Su Taiping, suddenly chanted an incantation aloud, followed by a commanding shout as she stomped her right foot against the ground. In an instant, the once sturdy earth beneath them crumbled. Su Taiping, caught off guard, staggered precariously, nearly losing his balance. Yet, with remarkable swiftness, Su Taiping executed the wind shadow step, his figure flickering as he leapt from his original position. Before he could regain his footing, the sound of a sword piercing the air echoed. A beam of light aimed at his back. What astounded everyone present, including Ji Wuyo, was that Su Taiping did not evade the incoming strike. Instead, he allowed the sword to pierce his body. Just as the crowd gasped in confusion, an explosion of crimson mist erupted around Su Taiping. In an astonishing turn of events, the blood mist rapidly crystallized into ice, encasing his upper body along with the flying sword. The once flitting swords that filled the arena were, at this moment, sealed within Su Taiping's body. Ji Wuyo's sword was under control. This was madness. Witnessing this spectacle, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment, as no one could have anticipated that someone would use their own body to imprison these swords. Zhao Linglong and Qi Shao were so taken aback that they could scarcely articulate their thoughts. Suddenly, amidst the chorus of shock, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the air. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Su Taiping's movements showed no sign of faltering. With a thunderous roar, the gleaming blade surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, slicing directly towards Ji Wuyo. The 7 kills blade, a lethal weapon, pursued the soul relentlessly. Wind came. After several failed attempts to manipulate the sword with his qi, Ji Wuyo's face turned ashen, and he ultimately resorted to chanting the incantation for the wind. In an instant, a tempest erupted, akin to a colossal hand reaching out to intercept Su Taiping's blade. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's blade cleaved through the raging wind, striking Ji Wuyo with devastating force. Though the wind had diverted the blade's trajectory, it still severed one of Ji Wuyo's arms. A pain scream escaped Ji Wuyo's lips. However, fueled by fury, he swiftly formed a sword finger with his remaining hand and summoned all his true energy, shouting, "Sword, come." With a crack, the dark ice armor that had formed on Su Taiping's chest shattered, and Ji Wuyo's sword was promptly drawn from Su Taiping's back. In this instance, Ji Wuyo was able to draw his sword not only due to the prolonged accumulation of strength but also because Su Taiping was in a relatively weakened state after delivering a strike. With a groan of intense pain, Su Taiping managed to smile through gritted teeth and remarked to Ji Wuyo, "Enduring a blow to exchange for an arm is worth it." As he spoke, he once again utilized the residual energy of the true qi of the dust to seal the wound on his back. This scene sent chills of apprehension through the assembly of cultivators, causing them to break out in cold sweat. From the moment Ji Wuyo was struck to the severing of his arm, and then to the extraction of the flying sword from Su Taiping's back, it all transpired within mere moments. Many cultivators were only just beginning to comprehend the unfolding events. To trade injury for injury, severing Ji Wuyo's arm and significantly diminishing his combat prowess, could it be that this was all part of Taiping's meticulous plan from the outset? Qi Shao thought in astonishment. If this were indeed the case, then this young man's scheming might surpass even our own. Xian, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Su Taiping's long blade swung once more. With a clang, Ji Wuyo, his face contorted with fury, summoned all his strength to counter with the flying sword. However, with one arm lost, Ji Wuyo could no longer wield both the sword and incantation simultaneously, thus the tide of the battle began to shift in Su Taiping's favor. If this momentum continued, should Su Taiping find the opportunity to unleash the bull's charge formation, Ji Wuyo would undoubtedly face defeat. Just then, Ji Wuyo suddenly unleashed another wind incantation. He distanced himself from Su Taiping, then brushed his hand across the blade of the flying sword, smearing Su Taiping's blood onto his palm. He then recited an obscure incantation with a booming voice, ultimately declaring with a sinister grin, "The pain I endure shall be returned to you tenfold." Upon hearing this, Qi Shao sprang to his feet, incredulous. This Ji Wuyo has actually resorted to the two wounds curse. His eyes filled with rage as he coldly snorted. Chapter 97. Defeating Wuyo. What of tenfold pain? With a sharp sound, Ji Wuyo on the stage swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his thigh. The excruciating pain caused him to furrow his brow, yet he soon wore a malevolent smile as he looked at Su Taiping, saying, "Let us see how you endure this pain that surpasses mine tenfold." As he spoke, he viciously twisted the dagger in his thigh. Not far away. Su Taiping initially felt puzzled about why Ji Wuyo would stab himself. However, his pupils suddenly dilated as an indescribable agony surged through his thigh. As he attempted to steady himself, a groan escaped his lips, and he collapsed to one knee. He finally grasped the meaning behind Ji Wuyo's words regarding tenfold pain inflicted upon him. It was not only Su Taiping in that moment. The majority of cultivators present recognized what had transpired. This despicable scoundrel dared to employ such a vile curse in the midst of their contest. Zhao Linglong erupted in furious condemnation. Is there no one to put a stop to his actions? She cast a sidelong glance at Su Zian. Though these two curses were indeed malicious, they were merely low-level spells, and the rules of the competition did not prohibit their use. Su Zian shook her head in resignation. Linglong, have you not yet grasped the situation? The true danger lies not in the spells themselves, but in Ji Wuyo. I have long asserted that he is a madman. A sane individual would never resort to such self-destructive curses. At the front, Jin Heji suddenly waved his folding fan, a smug expression adorning his face. Zhao Linglong found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Just then, Ji Wuyo on the stage slowly rose from the ground. His face contorted in a grotesque grin as he laughed maniacally. Do you feel as if life has become unbearable? He taunted, staggering towards Su Taiping while pressing a hand forcefully against the wound where his arm had been severed. Ugh! Su Taiping, who had just attempted to rise, stumbled once more to the ground. It seems the pain is still insufficient. With a sadistic smile, Ji Wuyo bit into a dagger and made a cut across the back of his hand, then tore the skin away with his teeth. Ugh! Hiss. This act caused even Ji Wuyo to grimace in pain, let alone Su Taiping, who was enduring tenfold agony. Even from a distance, Qin Xiao and the others could distinctly see Su Taiping kneeling on one knee, his body trembling. This competition is utterly unfair. Zhao Linglong exclaimed in fury. When has it ever been stated that this contest would adhere to fairness? Jin Heji retorted with a chuckle. You. Sit down. Zhao Linglong wished to retort, but Qi Xiao restrained her by the shoulder, urging her to take a seat. At that moment, Ji Wuyo was merely a dozen steps away from Su Taiping. This distance was such that his flying sword could swiftly eliminate Su Taiping in a single strike. However, Ji Wuyo had no intention of doing so. To sever my arm. How could I allow you to meet your end so easily? Ji Wuyo cast a venomous glare at Su Taiping. Subsequently, he placed one of his fingers into his mouth. Biting down on the nail with his teeth, and with a forceful twist of his head, he tore it off, ripping the nail straight from his finger. As the adage goes, the fingers are connected to the heart, and at this moment, Su Taiping could no longer contain himself, crying out in agony from the excruciating pain. Onlookers, including Zhao Linglong, turned away in distress, covering their eyes. Ji Wuyo, witnessing this, erupted into a fit of manic laughter, and while gnawing at his now nailless finger, he slowly approached Su Taiping's side. With a twisted smile, he leaned close to Su Taiping's ear and commanded, "Kneel and lick the dust from my boots clean. I might consider granting you a swifter death." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that everyone in the surrounding cloud towers could hear. Those familiar with Ji Wuyo understood that he relished the torment of his adversaries far more than the act of vanquishing them. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping slowly lifted his head, his face ashen and large beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Is that true? He inquired of Ji Wuyo. That will depend on your performance, Ji Wuyo replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he stood up. He placed his dust-covered and blood-stained boot before Su Taiping. Witnessing this sight, the observers in the cloud tower, including Qi Xiao, felt a pang of discomfort and a desire to look away. However, before they could avert their gaze, Su Taiping, who had been crouched, suddenly drew his long knife with a swift motion, slicing upwards towards Ji Wuyo's arm. The attack was so unexpected that Ji Wuyo had no time to summon his flying sword and could only rely on his protective aura for defense. Yet, how could such hastily gathered protective energy withstand the force of Su Taiping's long-anticipated strike? With a whoosh, the sound of slicing through the air echoed as Su Taiping's blade severed both Ji Wuyo's protective energy and his last remaining arm. A piercing scream from Ji Wuyo resonated across the Jianzhanping. Simultaneously, Su Taiping felt a sudden tremor in his body, and a brief dizziness clouded his vision. But that was all. Impossible. You have fallen victim to my twofold injury curse. Inflicting harm upon me should harm you doubly in return. Your pain should be tenfold. Ji Wuyo, retreating painfully to the edge of the arena, gazed at Su Taiping with disbelief. Tenfold. Su Taiping chuckled softly. He longed to express that even if Ji Wuyo were indeed suffering tenfold pain at this moment, it would not compare to the 3 parts of agony he endured while soaking in the bone-cleansing elixir. Not to mention the torment he experienced while mastering the body-forging techniques taught by the immortal Lady Ling Wei. This pain was insufficient. He shook his head and, gripping his knife, stepped closer to Ji Wuyo. You cannot deceive me. You are merely putting on a brave front. Surely you are just pretending to be strong. JWYU's face contorted in anguish as he let out a harrowing scream, forcibly channeling the innate energy within him to lift his flying sword from the ground. With a grim determination, he commanded the sword to slice away the flesh from his own body, resulting in a gruesome scene drenched in blood that was almost unbearable to behold. Nevertheless, XTI did not falter. He continued to advance toward him without hesitation. This unexpected turn of events left not only JWYU but also the onlooking disciples filled with bewilderment. Could it be that the 2-injury curse had not taken effect? It was inconceivable. The caster would surely be aware of whether the spell had succeeded. Whispers filled the air as spectators speculated. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will perish as well, succumbing to your own agony. Amidst the murmurings, JWYU, with a face twisted in rage, bellowed defiantly. Yet, in the face of his threats, XTI remained undeterred. Suddenly, in a moment of despair, JWYU's expression shifted to one of madness as he unleashed all of his true essence, propelling the sword before him with tremendous force, aiming it at XTI. However, perhaps due to his inability to properly execute the sword technique, this strike lacked the potency of his earlier attacks. Before it could reach XTI, he melded into a blade of light, circling behind JWYU like a full moon, before delivering a decisive strike to his nape. You cannot. With a sudden pivot, JWYU faced the oncoming blade's shadow, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he shouted in alarm. Yet, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than the blade's light swept across his throat. Ji Wuyo's voice abruptly ceased, and a head rolled onto the ground. Throughout the encounter, Su Taiping wielded his blade without a trace of hesitation. Then, an indescribable agony surged over him like a relentless tide. Bang! He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, yet instinctively managed to brace himself with the knife. At that moment, the arena fell into complete silence. Any practitioner with even a rudimentary understanding of incantations would easily discern that Su Taiping had indeed fallen victim to Ji Wuyo's dual injury curse. However, it was precisely this realization that left them even more bewildered, even suspecting something sinister. The dual injury curse is incomprehensible to anyone lacking mastery in sorcery. The current situation could only imply one possibility. Taiping had stoically endured tenfold the pain that Ji Wuyo had borne. After a long moment of contemplation, Qing Xiao, his countenance grave, suddenly declared with unwavering certainty. He was not alone. The majority of practitioners present arrived at this seemingly absurd conclusion in their minds. 10 times the agony of Ji Wuyo? Zhao Linglong still could not fathom such endurance. A normal person could not possibly withstand such torment. Ziyan also wore an expression of disbelief. In this contest, Su Taiping triumphed over Ji Wuyo, earning the right to challenge the 7 peaks. At that moment, the voice of the overseer echoed through the entire Zhangjianping via a transmission talisman. This proclamation jolted everyone from their discussions, redirecting their gazes to the bloodied youth, staggering on the stage. No matter the circumstances, Su Taiping was indeed the victor, and his victory was indisputable. Yet, Su Taiping felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He initially intended to gain new insights and perhaps discover the ultimate realm spoken of by the fairy Ling Wei through his duel with Ji Wuyo. However, Ji Wuyo's 2 injury curses thwarted his plans. Sigh. Su Taiping exhaled with a hint of regret. Taiping, do not be anxious. There is still another duel to be had, and should you emerge victorious, that alone should bring you joy. The voice of fairy Ling Wei suddenly resonated within Su Taiping's mind. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He then raised his head and turned to search the surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the cloud tower where Zhao Linglong and the others were located. Upon spotting them, he smiled broadly from a distance. Joyful moments are naturally meant to be shared with loved ones. Under the sunlight, the boy's blood-stained face radiated a remarkably pure and clean smile, reminiscent of their first encounter years ago. Witnessing the smile, the others could not help but display their own smiles. Congratulations, little Taiping, Zhao Linglong said, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her eyes. Congratulations, echoed Qing Xiao, who also wore a look of contentment. Although they had yet to formally ascend the mountain, he had already come to recognize this junior brother in his heart. Do not rush to extend your congratulations. The 7 of us still need to challenge the formal disciples of the 7 peaks. Jin Heji suddenly sneered coldly at this moment. For reasons unknown, he found himself uncomfortable with that young man on the arena. As long as one peak was willing to choose him, the performance in the duel was of little consequence. Qi Xiao countered Jin Heji's remark. The selection of the 7 peaks concludes upon the identification of 7 outer disciples. The so-called sword inquiry serves as a test from the 7 peaks to evaluate these individuals, facilitating the selection of the most suitable disciples among them. Should any candidate perform poorly, there exists the possibility of having no peak willing to choose them, resulting in their return to the base of the mountain. Our 7th peak will certainly select him, Zhao Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. At this point, Su Taiping had effectively passed the selection of the 7 peaks, and she insisted that her father admit Su Taiping into the 7th peak, even resorting to petulance. Your willingness to select him is your own affair. While we of the 1st peak reserve the right to be the first to propose the sword inquiry to him, Jin Heji remarked with a faint smile. Are you truly intent on being so ruthless, Jin Heji? Qing Xiao inquired coldly. Ruthless? Am I being more ruthless than your peak master was when he killed my mother? Jin Heji retorted, turning to glare at Du Gu Qing Xiao, his gaze filled with venomous resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong, who had initially intended to argue with Jin Heji, fell silent. Your mother succumbed to madness. My master had no choice but to act as he did. He did not desire this outcome. Qing Xiao met Jin Heji's gaze without flinching. Madness? Who can prove that my mother fell into madness? Moreover, had it not been for you, how would my mother have encountered that demonic seed? Jin Heji's previously calm demeanor twisted in fury, his voice rising to a near roar. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his expression reverted to tranquility. In summary, anything that may cause discomfort to you, to the 7th peak, I, Jin Heji, am more than willing to undertake. As he spoke, Jin Heji smiled and turned his head away, not concealing his animosity towards the 7th peak and towards Du Gu Qing Xiao. Senior brother, may I be permitted to participate in this sword contest? At that moment, Yi Xian, who stood beside Jin Heji, suddenly rose. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong felt a surge of anxiety. Although Yi Xian had only been initiated for less than 3 years, his possession of the golden spirit bone, particularly the fire variant, had allowed him to break through to the Wanguang realm. Not only did he possess the family's esteemed swordsmanship, but he had also mastered several profound techniques. And it was highly likely that he had grasped the art of sword control. This sword control was unlike Ji Wuyo's method of wielding the sword through qi. It was a true mastery that could sever an enemy's head from a distance of hundreds or even thousands of miles. Such an opponent was far beyond Su Taiping's capability to contend with. Junior brother, do you harbor a dislike for this fellow as well? Jin Heji inquired with a smile directed at Yi Xian. He had intended to have Yi Xian participate, and now that the latter had volunteered, he was naturally pleased. Senior brother, you exaggerate. I merely find his name intolerable. Taiping. Where in this world is there peace? Yu Xian scoffed. During his 3 years at Qingxian sect, his personality had undergone significant transformation. After a year of joining the sect, he received the devastating news of Tianlang Nation's annihilation by Wei Nation, with its royal family entirely slaughtered or captured. Now, senior brother, must we go to such lengths among our fellow disciples? At this juncture, Su Zian could no longer restrain herself and interjected. Sister Su Yin, should you agree to be my Dao partner, I might give it some consideration. Jin Heji smiled slyly at Su Zian. Nonsense. Do not presume that I would hesitate to take action against you. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Qingxiu let out a cold snort, and his long sword unsheathed with a sharp sound, the formidable aura of the blade sweeping across the entire cloud pavilion. You two are being reckless. At that moment, an elder from the Qingxian sect coldly admonished. If you wish to duel, you may go to the Zhigu pavilion. Otherwise, behave and sit quietly. The elder followed up with another warning. Brother Qingxiu, do not fall for his provocations. He aims to force you into action. Su Zian tugged at Du Gu Qingxiu's sleeve. Brother, do not lose your temper. Zhao Linglong, standing nearby, also chimed in with her counsel. Hearing this, Du Gu Qingxiu shot a glare at Jin Heji and then clasped his hands in respect towards the elder patrolling within the pavilion. With a clang, he sheathed his sword and remained silent as he took a seat. Ah, you truly frightened me. Little Xian, you must stand up for your brother. Do not let the disciples of the 7th peak mock us. Observing this, Jin Heji smirked, his expression once again assuming a nonchalant demeanor. Rest assured, brother, I shall give it my all, regardless of the opponent. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at Lin Buyu, seated behind him, only to find that she had not cast a single glance in his direction, which ignited a surge of anger within him. After all, swords are blind. If I were to inadvertently injure or even slay this young brother, I hope the disciples of the 7th peak will pardon me. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong felt a tightening in her chest, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her eyes on Yu Xian. Junior brother Yu Xian, she declared. If you can kill him, then I am equally capable of ending your life. In response, Du Gu Qingxiu placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Linglong's shoulder. his demeanor unyielding as he turned his attention back to the arena below, coldly asserting, "Junior sister, I shall not allow such a fate to befall us." The so-called Seven Peaks Challenge involves selecting a disciple from each of the 7 peaks to engage in combat with a chosen disciple from the base, thus assessing the strength and potential of the latter as a criterion for future selections. According to the sect's regulations, the disciple who ranked highest in the previous 7 peaks competition holds the privilege of the first choice. The previous champion, as fate would have it, hails from the esteemed Kyongla Peak, the foremost among the peaks. In theory, the peak that is interested in you will dispatch a disciple to challenge you in this trial. Therefore, it is likely that the one seeking to engage you in combat is a senior from one of the 7 peaks. At this moment, Su Taiping, having returned to the arena, was conversing with the white feather contained within his gourd through his spiritual essence. Besides Su Taiping stood 6 other outer disciples who had also qualified for this challenge. However, apart from Su Taiping, the expressions of the others were rife with excitement and trepidation. What if another peak sought you out for the challenge and expressed interest in you? One must bear in mind that the 7th peak, true to its name, ranks at the bottom in terms of both the cultivation prowess of its disciples and the resources it possesses among the peaks. The white feather inquired further of Su Taiping, possessing a far greater understanding of the matters concerning Qingxian's sect than he did. Without hesitation, Su Taiping declared his choice of the 7th peak. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Today's choice may determine your future, Bai Yu advised. As for the future, it remains uncertain, and all I can do is ensure that my choice aligns with my conscience, Su Taiping replied, lifting his gaze towards the cloud tower where Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were situated. Well said, echoed the voice of Fairy Lingwei in Su Taiping's mind. However, Taiping, should you encounter a situation akin to the previous one during this sword inquiry, it would be prudent to remove your possessions, even if you can endure. Your spirit may not withstand the consequences. She continued to caution him. Understood, Sister Lingwei. In the last instance, I merely sought to test the limits of my pain tolerance. I shall not act so recklessly again, Su Taiping assured her in his heart. In truth, he felt a twinge of fear from the previous encounter, as there was a fleeting moment of blankness in his consciousness when he struck down Ji Wuyo, akin to experiencing death itself. The first round of the 7 peaks sword inquiry was to be conducted by the first peak, Xionglu Peak, which would select its disciples for the challenge. At that moment, the rough, hoarse voice of Elder Heilung resonated from the highest cloud tower. Upon hearing this, the 6 outer disciples on the arena, aside from Su Taiping, displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Xionglu Peak was the most formidable among the 7 peaks, having maintained its title as the top peak for 3 consecutive decades, making it their foremost choice. Thus, they all hoped to be selected by the first peak for the sword inquiry. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping. At that moment, a robust male voice resonated, undoubtedly belonging to the esteemed leader of the first peak seated atop the cloud tower. However, the uproar among the observing disciples was not merely due to the speaker's identity, but rather the content of his proclamation. The first peak has chosen Su Taiping? On what grounds? Although he triumphed over Ji Wuyo, his innate talent and cultivation clearly do not surpass those of the 6 of us. Indeed. Why has the first peak made such a selection? The spectators in the cloud tower were not the only ones murmuring. Even the 6 disciples on the arena were whispering amongst themselves, casting glances at Su Taiping that ranged from confusion to jealousy. Meanwhile, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, fully disinterested in being chosen by the first peak. Fortunately, even if selected, I still possess the right to decline, he mused inwardly. Su Taiping, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Do not turn it down when the time comes, a voice from the green gourd, Bai Yu, hastily cautioned him, seemingly divining Su Taiping's thoughts. Su Taiping refrained from arguing with Bai Yu, as he noticed an elder overseeing the arena beckoning him. Su Taiping, soon a disciple from the first peak will approach you for a sword challenge. During the challenge, aside from the prohibition on using spiritual treasures and talismans, there are no other restrictions. However, despite it being a sword challenge, one must remain mindful that swords are blind. Thus, the responsibility for life and death lies with oneself. The elder advised Su Taiping. Thank you for the guidance, Elder, Su Taiping replied with a respectful gesture. Please, may the first peak dispatch a disciple for the sword trial. At this juncture, the voice of Elder Heilung resounded once more. On the first peak, the disciple chosen for the sword trial is Yi Xian, a member of the true character lineage. Not long after, the voice of the peak master resonated through the sword suppression platform. Chapter 100, The Battle with Yi Xian. Where does this murderous intent arise? This announcement stirred the disciples of the sect gathered at Yunlu into a frenzy. They were astonished that Yi Xian was summoned to participate in the sword trial. It indicated the first peak's significant regard for Su Taiping. Yixian is currently one of the most gifted among the true character disciples, and I have heard that he has already surpassed the Wangu Horizon stage in cultivation. To the onlookers, the fact that the first peak would send Yixian was a clear signal of their esteem for Su Taiping. Consequently, Su Taiping found himself once again engulfed in a tide of scrutinizing gazes on the arena. Yixian? Upon hearing this name, Su Taiping felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had heard it before. Indeed, 3 years ago, the boy who tested his spiritual bone alongside him was named Yixian. He suddenly recalled the arrogant youth from 3 years ago at the Longmen Hall during the spiritual bone assessment. Just as Su Taiping pondered whether these two Yixians were the same individual, a resonant sound of a sword pierced the air. Suddenly, a tall and handsome youth appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing atop a flying sword above the arena. Although his physique and features had undergone slight changes, Su Taiping recognized at once that this Yixian was indeed the same boy from Longmen Hall. Su Taiping, this Yixian wields true swordsmanship. Unlike Ji Wuyo's ambiguous technique of manipulating the sword with qi, the fact that such a disciple has come to challenge you suggests that the first peak truly holds you in high regard. The voice of Baiyu resonated once more. However, at that moment, Su Taiping harbored entirely different thoughts. The gaze that Yixian directed towards him was devoid of any kindness. Instead, it brimmed with hostility. Sending him to test his sword did not convey a sense of respect. While pondering this, Su Taiping glanced towards the spectators' stand, where Zhao Linglong and others were seated. Despite the considerable distance, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern the expressions on their faces. Upon noticing the worried looks on Zhao Linglong and Qin Xiao, Su Taiping felt his suspicions were likely confirmed. Yet, why would there be animosity directed towards him? Su Taiping raised his gaze to Yixian, who had now alighted upon the arena. In this match, the challenger was prohibited from employing any techniques of the Xian rank or higher. Nor were they allowed to use magical artifacts or talismans. Any violations would result in an automatic defeat. The elder overseeing the examination furrowed his brow upon seeing Yixian ascend with his sword and issued a warning. To kill him, there is no need for such things. Yixian's contemptuous glance towards Su Taiping was laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, the elder's frown deepened. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further, casting a meaningful glance at Su Taiping, as if to caution him, before retreating to the side of the arena. After hearing those words, Su Taiping no longer doubted his earlier conjectures. Little Taiping, the voice of Ling Wei Fairy resonated in Su Taiping's mind once again. I understand. Su Taiping responded promptly. After 3 years of companionship, he and the Moon Spirit had developed a profound understanding, naturally aware that she intended to caution him to pay attention to Yixian. At that moment, Yixian raised his sword, causing the flying sword above him to automatically return to its sheath at his back. He then placed his hand upon a treasured sword at his waist, its hilt and sheath adorned with precious gems, clearly indicating its great worth. To kill you. A mere iron sword suffices, Yixian snorted coldly, his eyes fixated on Su Taiping like a beast stalking its prey. His body slightly crouched in preparation to draw his sword. With this singular motion, an invisible aura of murderous intent radiated fiercely from Yixian. Those who had initially believed that the first peak was showing favor towards Su Taiping were now rendered speechless, completely bewildered by the sudden emergence of Yixian's lethal intent. Su Taiping, however, had no desire to delve into the source of Yixian's hostility. He wrapped one hand entirely in a strip of silver silk while resting the other on the hilt of the long knife at his waist, where 3 more blades remained. Subsequently, Su Taiping, too, fixed his gaze intently on Yixian, his body slightly bent as he mimicked the motion of drawing his knife. If you wish to kill me, then I shall do the same to you. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly turned grim, the previously gentle breeze now tinged with a chilling edge. An elder observing from one side of the arena had never before witnessed such ferocious murderous intent emanating from 2 young individuals. These 2 are no ordinary opponents. A thought surged in the elder's mind. He then discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Are you both ready?" Upon hearing these words, the 2 combatants on the arena continued to fixate on one another, and then they both slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this exchange, the elder refrained from further discourse. Shattering a piece of sound transmission jade and proclaiming with clarity, Su Taiping challenges the sword from the first peak. Yixian, the contest begins. Boom. Almost instantaneously as his words echoed, the aura surrounding both individuals surged dramatically, revealing an energy signature that unmistakably indicated they had both attained the pinnacle of the opening door realm. The presence of such formidable energy emanating from Yixian elicited no surprise from the gathered spectators. However, they were taken aback by the revelation that the youth Su Taiping had also reached the zenith of the opening door realm, concealing such prowess. At that moment, the discerning gaze of Jin Haji, upon sensing Su Taiping's unveiled aura, flickered with a cold, piercing glimmer. Meanwhile, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had indeed underestimated Su Taiping's capabilities. Clang! Just then, as the resonant sound of a sword echoed, Yixian suddenly drew his sword. His form seamlessly melded with the blade in his grasp, transforming into a streak of sword light, accompanied by a flurry of swirling sword shadows, hurtling towards Su Taiping. Swish! Almost in tandem, Su Taiping unsheathed his blade, countering the oncoming sword light with a decisive slash. This strike was none other than the third move of the 7-kill saber technique, break steel. Boom! As the knife shadow collided with the sword shadow, the clash of blade against blade resulted in a shattering of the knife image and a dispersal of the sword energy, leaving both warriors momentarily staggered, retreating several steps from the force of their own exchange. However, in an instant, the two figures vanished from their original positions, reappearing moments later as their blades clashed once more. The fierce waves of energy generated by the impact surged outward from the arena, sweeping across the entire Giant Pain town. This brutal confrontation unfolded repeatedly upon the stage. Witnessing this spectacle, no one in the vicinity of the arena, nor the disciples in the cloud tower above, dared to harbor any disdain towards Su Taiping. Even Jin Heji's expression turned grave at that moment. Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong were transfixed, their gazes locked onto the arena below. The unexpected surprises Su Taiping had brought them today left them somewhat at a loss. Chapter 101. Battling Yixian, how will Taiping respond? Bang! Su Taiping's blade met Yixian's sword once more in a fierce exchange, the sound of their weapons colliding, along with the sharp whistling of sword and blade energy slicing through the air, reverberated throughout Giant Pain Town. However, this time, Su Taiping's sword shattered with a resounding crack. Although Yixian's sword was also forged from mysterious iron, the quality of the metal was evidently superior to that of Su Taiping's long blade, making it unsurprising that it could sever Su Taiping's weapon. Clearly, Su Taiping had anticipated this outcome. As his long blade broke, he swiftly unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a bull's charge, aimed directly at Yixian. Rather than defending himself, Yixian smirked, allowing Su Taiping's fist to descend unimpeded. Bang! Just as Su Taiping's fist was about to shatter the protective barrier surrounding Yixian, all eyes were drawn to a blazing inferno that erupted around Yixian, not only deflecting Su Taiping's punch but also enveloping Su Taiping entirely. In the blink of an eye, Su Taiping had transformed into a figure of fire. The dragon flame technique? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. If her eyes did not deceive her, the fiery aura surging from Yixian was indeed derived from one of the 3 core techniques of the Qingxian sect, the dragon flame technique. During the last 7 Peaks competition, they had acquired this very technique, which, upon reaching its first major accomplishment, bestowed such formidable protective power. Qing Xiao nodded gravely. He was not particularly surprised that Yixian had cultivated the dragon flame technique to such a level. How would Taiping respond? He pondered with a furrowed brow. However, what the disciples watching from the Yuntai platform did not anticipate was that Su Taiping disregarded the flames surrounding him and continued to throw punches, directly unleashing his bull charge formation. From a distance, it appeared as if a fiery bull was ferociously charging at Yixian. What is Taiping up to? Qing Zhao's brows furrowed at Su Taiping's unexpected maneuver. He understood well that although the dragon flame true qi was not actual fire, its potency far exceeded that of ordinary flames. If Su Taiping continued to ignore it, he would undoubtedly suffer burns. Yet, just as everyone wondered if Su Taiping had lost his senses, his body seemed to shed the flames like a golden cicada escaping its shell, emerging from an icy casing. He then continued to unleash punch after punch towards Yixian, his momentum unwavering. I had almost forgotten that Taiping had already mastered the Xianbing armor of the Sangxia technique. Observing this scene, Qi Xiao exhaled in relief, his heart filled with admiration for Su Taiping's instantaneous decisiveness. For what appeared to be a reckless and audacious act had directly granted him the opportunity to launch his attacks in the bull breaker formation. Once the momentum of the bull breaker formation was unleashed, it became exceedingly difficult to suppress. Bang, bang, bang. Such was the case with Yixian at this moment. Confronted with Su Taiping's increasingly powerful punches, each one faster and heavier than the last, even with his mastery of the dragon flame technique and unparalleled swordsmanship, he found no chance to retaliate, relying solely on the passive defense of his dragon flame protective energy. Crack. Boom. After shattering the 3rd Xianbing armor, Su Taiping's bull breaker formation finally reached its 108th punch. Bang. This long-anticipated strike, without a moment's pause, carried the accumulated momentum and force of over 100 punches, crashing heavily upon Yixian. Boom. This punch shattered the protective energy enveloping Yixian and struck him with tremendous force. Bang. Amidst the thunderous noise, Yixian was sent flying from the cloud of dust, The suddenness of this event left many cultivators on the cloud tower momentarily stunned. Numerous disciples found the scene before them almost surreal. For Yi Xian was indeed a paragon among the newly initiated disciples of the Qingxian sect. In the midst of exploiting his opponent's flaws, he seized the opportune moment to unleash a flurry of 108 punches. Every aspect, from timing to audacity, as well as his mastery of the Azure Bull Fist, was meticulously calculated. Is this truly the same Navi youth from years past? Qin Xiao, equally astonished, bore a look of disbelief. Clang. Just as his body seemed poised to be ejected from the arena, Yi Xian thrust his sword into the ground, halting his backward trajectory. Observant cultivators soon discerned that, despite his seemingly precarious state, Yi Xian had sustained no injuries. It is worth noting that this was the most formidable strike from Su Taiping. Boom. While many were bewildered by how Yi Xian accomplished this feat, his aura suddenly surged once more, revealing the fluctuations of the Wangu realm. Simultaneously, streams of golden flames began to ripple across his body, reminiscent of undulating waves upon a tranquil surface from a distance. He appeared to be clad in an armor forged of fire. It was indeed the dragon flame armor. Qin Xiao, similarly perplexed, was struck by a moment of clarity. He could hardly believe that in just 3 short years, Yi Xian had cultivated the dragon flame technique to its second major attainment. His expression shifted to one of gravity. Only by advancing the dragon flame technique to this level could one condense the inner dragon flame true qi into the dragon flame armor, akin to Su Taiping's mystic ice armor. However, in comparison, the mystic ice armor was but a trivial counterpart to the dragon flame armor. Brother, does this mean that Taiping's Azure Bull Fist is ineffective against him? Zhao Linglong suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He had undoubtedly heard of the dragon flame armor. Not even formidable martial techniques could penetrate it, save for the flying swords wielded by sword cultivators, which alone could inflict damage. Unless, of course, Taiping's fists could become swifter and more powerful. Qin Xiao spoke with a grave expression. Yet, he was acutely aware that Su Taiping had nearly exhausted the potential of the Qing Miao fist. The prospect of becoming stronger and faster seemed implausible. On the arena, Su Taiping refrained from pursuing Yi Xian. He had discerned the presence of the dragon flame armor on Yi Xian the moment he unleashed his final punch in the bull breaker formation. Realizing that an ordinary fist could no longer harm Yi Xian, he glanced at his own hand, which was unwrapped and marred by numerous burn marks. Even the slightest touch elicited excruciating pain. Although the hand wrapped in silver silkworm fabric fared somewhat better, the cloth was already charred significantly. It proved to be even more troublesome than the golden bell shield. Su Taiping lifted his gaze to meet Yi Xian, who was rising from the ground, murmuring softly to himself. As he spoke, he resolutely tore off the remaining silver silkworm fabric from his hand. Then, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he paced back and forth, maintaining his stance against Yi Xian while contemplating his next offensive strategy. Is that all you can muster? Yi Xian remarked, dusting off his clothes. Casting a cold glance at Su Taiping, he then raised his sword, mirroring Su Taiping's movements, and began to survey him. His expression akin to that of a predator evaluating its prey. Chapter 102. Battle with Yi Xian. Within 10 feet, I am invincible. You may test your capabilities. Su Taiping placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his expression devoid of emotion. 10 paces, he pronounced. At that moment, Yi Xian abruptly halted, raising his sword. The distance between him and Su Taiping was approximately 10 paces. This is the 10-direction sword of the Tianlang royal family. Within 10 paces, any intruder shall be slain. Yi Xian's voice was frigid as he directed the sword's tip towards Su Taiping. In that instant, as the blade was pointed at him, Su Taiping instinctively felt a tightening in his chest, yet he unhesitatingly summoned a layer of mysterious ice armor upon his body. Clang! Almost as soon as he manifested the ice armor, a flash of sword light surged toward his chest at a speed beyond his perception. Bang! The ice armor shattered upon impact. Su Taiping was propelled backwards several steps before he steadied himself. Clang! Just then, another sound of a sword resonated, followed by a beam of light piercing straight toward his chest, not allowing him a moment to reconstitute his ice armor. Sizzle! Despite Su Taiping's swift evasion, his arm was grazed by a blade, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Clang! Before Su Taiping could regain his footing, the sound of the sword rang out once more. Yi Xian's sword, akin to a flash of lightning, darted towards Su Taiping's chest. Bang! Su Taiping swung his sword to intercept the incoming light, but alas, he was a moment too late, and the blade struck deep into his chest, leaving a grievous wound. And this was merely the beginning. Clang! Following those tentative strikes, with a resounding clang, Yi Xian's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, upon the arena, a Tianzhong square area centered around Su Taiping ignited with an intricate web of piercing sword lights. Each beam of light struck with remarkable precision towards the central Su Taiping. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Su Taiping's rapid counterattacks, delivering over a dozen strikes, he could only barely defend his vital spots, sustaining numerous wounds across his body, some so deep that bone was visible. This scene left the inner disciples on the observation platform utterly astonished. Could this truly be a martial technique? Zhao Linglong looked on in disbelief. The power of Yi Xuangong's previous strike was comparable to that of seasoned sword cultivators. The 10-direction sword was a supreme art of Tianling Kingdom, capable of unleashing the full potential of martial practitioners, unrivaled by ordinary techniques. Qi Xiao furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he exhaled deeply. With the protection of the dragon flame armor and the extraordinary 10-direction sword, he truly could not fathom how Su Taiping might emerge victorious. Taiping, what will you do? Though he did not believe Su Taiping had any chance of success, for some inexplicable reason, Qi Xiao harbored a flicker of hope within. Back on the arena, Yi Xuangong's previous move appeared to be the ultimate technique of the 10-direction sword. And after executing it, he entered a phase of recuperation, his frequency of strikes beginning to wane. This provided Su Taiping a moment to breathe. However, the instant Su Taiping prepared to flee the area, Yi Xuangong's sword seemed to possess a will of its own, immediately pursuing him. Bang! However, Su Taiping did not yield to despair. Instead, he persistently endeavored to uncover the flaws within Yu Xian's sword techniques. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Su Taiping. As he began to execute the wind shadow step, in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, as if he were preparing for a final stand. Yet, just as he was about to escape the confines of the Jian control, Yi Xian's sword once again pursued him, aiming directly at his unprotected back. Crack! A layer of mysterious ice armor fell away from Su Taiping. The blade did not find its mark, but Yi Xian was not overly surprised, after all. This strike was intended to shatter Su Taiping's ice armor. The armor had taken at least 10 breaths to coalesce, and with my breathing now steady, my next technique, 1,000 shadows, would undoubtedly pierce through you. As Yu Xian contemplated this, he prepared to return to his original position to unleash the second 1,000 shadows. Though he appeared arrogant and overconfident, his thoughts were astutely calculated, and he remained vigilant, undeterred by Su Taiping's status. However, before he could retreat, the seemingly unsteady Su Taiping suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled forcefully. Boom! In an instant, the breath that Su Taiping expelled transformed into a dense fog that enveloped Yi Xian. This was the only technique Su Taiping had acquired using merit coins, the fog technique. Enhanced by the celestial maiden Linghua, this fog not only obscured vision, but also masked certain energy signatures, rendering even cultivators blind within its depths. Certainly, with the exception of Su Taiping himself. In a moment when the mist enveloped Yu Xian, Su Taiping, with his knife already poised, delivered a fierce strike into the dense fog. However, Yu Xian proved to possess considerable skill, although he was unable to detect Su Taiping's precise location. As the blade descended upon him, his sword instinctively reacted with remarkable swiftness. Accompanied by the resonant sound of a sword, numerous sword shadows entwined around him, enveloping his form entirely. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's long knife ultimately struck against the myriad sword shadows surrounding Yu Xian. Instead of inflicting any harm, the attack merely extinguished the sword images, and Su Taiping's knife shattered with a sharp crack. Yet, it seemed Su Taiping had anticipated this outcome, as the left-hand knife fractured. He swiftly drew another blade with his right hand. This time, Yi Xian was caught unprepared, allowing Su Taiping's knife to cleave directly into his shoulder. However, as the blade made contact, an armor forged from fiery, true energy manifested, shielding him from Su Taiping's strike and releasing a fiery tongue that enveloped Su Taiping's arm. In addition to the sword aura protecting him, Yu Xian also bore the dragon flame armor. Nevertheless, confronted with the flames belched forth by the dragon flame armor, Su Taiping did not flinch. He allowed the flames to engulf him as he propelled his left fist forward, crashing it down upon Yu Xian. This punch landed precisely in the brief moment of vulnerability before the dragon flame armor fully restored itself, delivering a heavy blow to Yu Xian's shoulder. Yet, a single punch is merely the inception. After the left fist was unleashed, the right fist, prepared in advance, surged forth with remarkable speed. Bang, 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 bang. The charging bull formation. Enveloped in flames, Su Taiping's figure seemed suspended in midair, his fists alternating into streaks of afterimages, relentlessly pounding towards Yu Xian. Chapter 103, Battle with Yu Xian. You were treated as a sacrifice. Yu Xian, however, was not without resistance. The flames of true energy perpetually emanating from his body indicated his continuous attempts to unleash the true essence within. Striving to forcefully activate the dragon flame armor to withstand Su Taiping's charging bull formation. Yet, every time the dragon flame armor emerged, it was shattered by Su Taiping's fists. Once the charging bull formation gained momentum, it became exceedingly difficult to suppress. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had never anticipated being dominated by this seemingly lowly youth, rendered utterly powerless to retaliate. Nonetheless, he could only persist in his endeavors, for to cease would mean to endure Su Taiping's fists with his flesh. He was no warrior. His physique was not robust enough to withstand several blows. Boom. Ultimately, as Su Taiping delivered his 107th punch, Yi Xian, gritting through the excruciating pain, finally summoned his energy to the realm of contemplation. Flames, forged from his entire essence, surged skyward, causing Su Taiping to lean back slightly. He sought to shatter Su Taiping's fist momentum with his realm. Yet, even then, Su Taiping's fist did not relent. Boom. Amidst the heart of the flames, he steadied his form and concentrated the force of 107 strikes into a single, formidable punch. With a mighty surge, he unleashed this blow towards Yi Xian. Get away. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xian emitted a cold snort, then thrust his palm forward with great intensity. A thunderous explosion resonated as the fiery essence of his true energy coalesced into a colossal dragon-patterned shield. Rising above his head, the dragon flame shield. This was a skill instinctively mastered by cultivators upon reaching the pinnacle of the third stage of the dragon flame technique. Simultaneously, Su Taiping delivered his final strike, a heavy blow that landed forcefully against the dragon flame shield. The impact echoed with a resounding crash, causing several fissures to appear upon the shield, yet it remained intact. Observing this, a bloodied smile crept across Yi Xian's lips, but it soon faltered. He sensed an even greater force emanating from the dragon flame shield. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 9 violent tremors reverberated through the shield, each wave of pressure descending upon him like the weight of a mountain. Finally, with a cataclysmic roar, the dragon flame shield shattered. Su Taiping's fist pierced through the remnants of the shield and struck Yi Xian with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the entire arena shuddered. From the vantage point above, onlookers beheld the ethereal mist enveloping the stage, where the youth, engulfed in flames, had crushed the dragon flame shield and sent Yi Xian, blessed with the potential of a golden spirit bone, crashing to the ground. The entire arena was marred with cracks from that single blow, enveloped in an eerie silence. No one had ever anticipated that Yi Xian, the foremost disciple of the first peak and the leading figure of the Qin Xian sect, endowed with the rare fire anomaly bone, would suffer defeat in the sword inquiry. Their astonishment was palpable, mirrored even in the expressions of Qin Xiao and Zhao Linglong, who were equally incredulous. Had he concealed his mastery of the mist-borrowing technique and the consummation of the open-door realm solely to prepare for this moment? Reflecting on the earlier encounter where Su Taiping faced Ji Wuyo in peril, without revealing his mastery, Qin Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never imagined that this seemingly cheerful youth could display such restraint. It was a torment akin to tenfold agony, akin to carving flesh from bone. At that moment, Zhao Linglong and Zi Yin were also taken aback, equally astonished by Su Taiping's capacity for endurance. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from the spot where Yi Xian had fallen, scattering the pervasive mist. The crowd then beheld Yi Xian, rising from the pit in the center of the arena, standing tall and roaring. The sword inquiry is not over yet. In the resonance of his roar, they not only sensed the echo of a dragon's cry, but also palpably felt the surging waves of his aura escalating wildly. Had he reached the initial success of the gaze of the void, as the aura radiating from Yi Xian enveloped him? The usually composed Qin Xiao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Approximately 6 months ago, he learned of Yi Xian's breakthrough into the Wangyu realm. Now, nearly half a year later, Yi Xian has already achieved minor success in the Wangyu realm. Such a remarkable pace of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Initially, Jin Haji wore a serious expression, but at this moment, the corners of his mouth once again lifted in a smile. Elder brother, it is against the rules to have a disciple who has just attained minor success in the Wangyu realm to test their swordsmanship, Zhao Linglong remarked with a serious demeanor as she glanced at Qin Xiao. Just as she spoke, the voice of the peak master from the cloud tower suddenly resonated. Yi Xian, that is enough. It is sufficient. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Linglong and Qin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. With the peak master of the first peak intervening, there was no need for them to forcibly interrupt the contest. You all still do not quite understand my junior brother, Jin Heji chuckled upon hearing this voice. What do you mean? Qin Xiao replied coldly. Just watch closely. Jin Heji gestured toward the arena. Master, if I cannot defeat him in today's competition, my heart will remain unsettled. At that moment, Yi Xian, enveloped in flames formed from his true energy, suddenly shouted without turning back. The sound reverberated like thunder across the giant pane platform. Hearing this, Qin Xiao furrowed his brows. The phrase heart unsettled, if uttered by an ordinary disciple, would be of little consequence. However, Yi Xian is different. Possessing a rare golden spirit bone, he is further distinguished by the fire anomalous bone, an extraordinary rarity in a century. Now, having entered the sect for merely 3 years, Yi Xian has already achieved minor success in the Wanyu realm, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his spirit bone. If his Dao heart were to shatter, it would constitute the most significant loss for the Qing Xian sect in a century, or even a millennium. This Yi Xian is audaciously leveraging his own Dao heart to threaten the master of the Seven Peaks and the sect leader. At this moment, Zhao Linglong discerned the implications of Yi Xian's words, her face contorted with fury as she gritted her teeth. However, both Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong understood all too well that, whether it be the sect leader or the master of the first peak, they would undoubtedly align themselves with Yi Xian at this juncture. How could they bear to stand idly by and witness the collapse of a prodigy's Dao heart? Su Taiping, possessing merely a white spirit bone, despite his commendable prowess in martial arts, could not possibly compare to Yi Xian, who bore the fire anomaly bone. The disparity was manifestly clear. In an instant, the sword suppression platform fell into a profound silence once more. The master of the first peak did not compel Yi Xian to relent, nor did the sect leader voice any objections. Even Elder Black Dragon refrained from further comment. It was evident that Su Taiping had, at this moment, been deemed a pawn to be sacrificed. Chapter 104, Confronting Yi Xian. 2,000 gene of ship-bearing iron from this point onward. Even if Yi Xian were to eliminate him on the arena, no one would intervene, and at most, a mere token punishment would be administered afterward. This is unjust, so unjust. Zhao Linglong grasped the railing, her delicate face flushed crimson. Qing Xiao let out a quiet sigh, contemplating that in this world, fairness has never been a reality. If you possess a heavenly spirit bone, you are destined to be superior from the moment of your birth. While if you are merely an ordinary bone, you are fated to be but a speck of dust in this vast world. Junior sister. I shall step away for a moment. After a brief silence, Qing Xiao gently patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder. Second senior brother? Qing Xiao, senior brother. Zhao Linglong and Ziyuan rose simultaneously, both having discerned the intentions of Dugu Qi Xiao. Without taking action, my heart would remain unsettled. Qing Xiao cast a glance at the two and resolutely descended from his seat, evidently prepared to intervene in the impending duel. Witnessing this scene, Jin Haji suddenly smiled, his expression betraying a sense of complete control over the situation. On the arena, Su Taiping, do you concede? In the midst of a silence akin to death, a gray-clad elder at the sidelines furrowed his brow and offered a reminder to Su Taiping. He understood that Su had been reduced to a mere sharpening stone for the formidable Yi Xian, yet having observed Su's tenacity throughout the contest, he could not bear to witness the demise of such a resolute young man. As Su, whose burnt garments were being meticulously torn away, heard these words, warmth surged within him. With his keen perception, he had already realized that he had been cast aside by the Qing Xian sect, making the elder's consideration for him all the more precious. Elder Yu. Su Taiping began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Xian, whose eyes burned with fury. Silence. Yi Xian glared fiercely at the gray-clad elder. I am the overseer, and this is my duty. The elder met Yi Xian's gaze with a cold stare. Elder Qi, the duel is not yet concluded. You should withdraw. At that moment, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated from Yunlu, accompanied by a formidable pressure akin to that of a mountain. As the oppressive aura dissipated, the face of the elder in gray suddenly turned ashen. It was evident that this pressure was directed towards him. Yes, sect leader. The elder in gray respectfully clasped his hands towards the highest cloud tower before turning to descend the arena. It was indeed the sect leader who had personally exerted this pressure. Su Taiping inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. Yet, that was merely a fleeting sensation. Throughout his life, the concept of fairness had always been a luxury beyond his reach, and thus he had grown accustomed to it. Elder Qi. Just as the elder was about to approach the arena, Su Taiping suddenly called out to him. What is it? The elder in gray regarded Su Taiping with a complex expression. How shall I address you, elder? Su Taiping inquired with a smile. I am but an old man. Surnamed Qi, with the given name Howren, the elder responded after a long, contemplative glance at Su Taiping. Thank you, Mr. Qi, for your righteous words today. Su Taiping expressed earnestly, bowing in gratitude. How embarrassing, Mr. Qi replied with a wry smile, before returning the gesture to Su Taiping and saying, take care. Su Taiping nodded with a smile. Are you prepared to meet your demise? At that moment, Yi Xian, standing opposite on the arena, queried Su Taiping with a hint of impatience in his tone. The forthcoming contest was, of course, unrelated to the questioning of swords. He merely sought to surpass Su Taiping thoroughly, to vanquish him utterly, in order to quell the raging turmoil within his own heart. Just a moment. I shall be with you shortly. Su Taiping did not raise his head, continuing to tear away the clothing that had become adhered to his skin due to burns. He was unconcerned that Yixian might launch a sneak attack, for such a victory was evidently not what Yixian desired. After removing the charred fabric that clung to his skin, Su Taiping tore apart the linen shirt he wore, revealing a back marred by scars and a series of metallic strips emanating an indigo sheen, tightly bound around his waist and abdomen. Could it be? Could it truly be ballast iron? Someone immediately recognized the robust metal strips secured around Su Taiping's solid midsection. Ballast iron? Is it not the secret iron utilized by ship merchants to stabilize the hulls, preventing empty vessels from being capsized by tumultuous waves? At that moment, Zhao Linglong also discerned the metallic strips encircling Su Taiping. Ballast iron, a type of secret iron, is remarkably dense. Even a small piece weighs 100 pounds. Due to its compact nature, many ship merchants employ it for stabilizing their hulls, hence the name. 14. At least 14 pieces of ballast iron. Does that not amount to a staggering 1,400 pounds? Su Taiping had just, astonishingly, been bound with 1,400 pounds of ballast iron while competing against Yixian. After a hasty count of the ballast iron bound to Su Taiping, Xian suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. While martial cultivators indeed utilize ballast iron to enhance their strength, to directly bind 14 pieces as Su Taiping did is the act of a madman. Not to mention, Su Taiping had just strapped on this immense weight to challenge Yixian. Zhao Linglong found herself at a loss for words. The once silent cloud tower erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Yet, many remained skeptical, questioning whether the metal strips adorning Su Taiping were genuinely ballast iron. As the murmurs of skepticism grew louder, Su Taiping unfastened the chains of iron bars from his body and hurled them to the ground below. The resounding thud of the heavy object silenced all doubts. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He then rolled up his pant legs and, at his ankles, removed 2 shackles reminiscent of handcuffs, casting them once more onto the arena floor. The sound of their impact reverberated, striking the hearts of all present with equal force. He had bound himself with at least 2,000 pounds of iron ballast. Su Xian's face was a portrait of astonishment. In that moment, the onlookers suddenly realized that the stage was not merely graced by the presence of a singular prodigy, Yixian, but also by a martial maniac. I am but an ordinary mortal, thus, I must exert myself even more. In response to the astonished gazes directed at him, Su Taiping remained remarkably composed. He understood that he was not insane. Rather, he had merely undertaken what was within his capabilities. With this thought in mind, he placed one hand upon the hilt of his long knife at his waist, clenched his fist to assume the stance of the Qingyo fist, and then raised his gaze to meet Yixian's complex expression, resolutely declaring, Qingzhou residents, Su Taiping, seeks to spar with the first peaks Yixian. Chapter 105, Battle Yixian, do you believe you are worthy to challenge me? Perhaps it was the pent-up frustration within him that fueled Su Taiping's words, which rang out with a thunderous clarity, echoing across the Jianjin platform. The disciples, who had initially observed with indifference or even ill will, now found themselves blushing with shame. However, to Yixian, those words were undoubtedly a provocation. Do you think you are worthy to question my sword? With a cold snort, Yixian unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion. In the resonance of the sword, his figure seemed to merge with the blade, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword light accompanied by a barrage of sword shadows akin to a torrential downpour, thrusting towards Su Taiping with the ferocity of a storm. This strike, aptly named torrential rain, was a formidable technique from the Ten Directions sword, now executed in conjunction with Yixian's mastery of the Wangyu realm. Its power transcended mere martial swordsmanship. Boom! As the spectators in the cloud tower were either astonished by the might of Yixian's torrential rain or pondering how Su Taiping would respond, the arena on the sword suppression platform suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, Su Taiping's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, appearing behind Yixian's sword light. With a powerful punch, he struck down. Bang! In the resounding crash, Yixian, who had been one with the sword light, was sent flying, both man and sword propelled backward by Su Taiping's blow. Boom! Before Yixian could land, Su Taiping's figure left yet another afterimage in its place and reappeared behind him with a sound reminiscent of breaking air. Bullhorn crashing mountain. His heavy fist, embodying the force of a bull's horn, struck forcefully against Yixian's back. Bang! Yixian was once again sent flying. It was only at the moment of being hurled away that the flames on his dragon flame armor erupted violently. Clearly, Su Taiping's punching speed had surpassed the reaction time of the dragon flame armor. Bang! As the flames on the dragon flame armor began to dissipate, Su Taiping reappeared behind Yixian, delivering a resounding blow to him with a powerful strike. Boom! This impact nearly shattered Yixian's dragon flame armor. What incredible speed! What a tremendous fist! Witnessing this scene, many cultivators on Yulu exclaimed in astonishment. That was no mere technique. It was the explosive speed and strength unleashed by Su Taiping after removing the 2,000-pound ship iron. Su Ziyan was left speechless. When Su Taiping had leaped forward, she had felt no fluctuations of true energy emanating from him. She understood that some martial artists could refine their physiques to be as resilient as steel or even treasured artifacts. Yet those individuals were invariably masters of their craft, either dominant figures in the mundane world or the heads of martial sections. But how old could Su Taiping be? 15? 16? The thought was almost unfathomable. It seemed that he had not only been burdened by the ship iron during this competition for the past 2 or even 3 years. He must have been using that 2,000-pound iron to temper his body. Su Ziyan murmured. She had some knowledge of martial cultivation and understood that briefly using ship iron for body tempering would yield little effect. It required long-term daily efforts to achieve the level Su Taiping had reached. Clang. At that moment, Su Taiping suddenly drew his sword and slashed toward Yixian's abdomen. The dragon flame armor on his lower abdomen bore a significant gap due to Su Taiping's recent strike, the Bullhorn Mountain crash. Should he be struck by this blade, even survival would come at the cost of severe injury. No one had ever imagined that the prodigy of the Qingxian sect would be utterly powerless against a youth from the mountains, drawing his sword as a prison. At that moment, Yixian, who had been passively enduring the onslaught, suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. With a resounding clang, a thunderous roar followed. In an instant, dozens of pure sword energies surged from within Yixian, guided by the sword he wielded, tracing a large circle with a radius of over 10 zhang on the arena, encasing him within. With a resounding impact, Su Taiping's blade struck the wall formed by the sword energies, shattering upon contact. Having successfully deflected Su Taiping's attack, Yixian seized the opportunity to catch his breath. I shall not grant you a second chance. Enraged, Yixian, with his long sword in hand and surrounded by the pure sword energies, lunged towards Su Taiping. With a resonant sound, his form melded with the longsword once more, transforming into a streak of sword light that darted forth. In his fury, Yixian unleashed the 10-direction sword. In an instant, amidst explosive sounds, beams of sword light crisscrossed the arena. Utilizing the minor success of the Wanyu realm to execute the 10 directions, sword magnified its power several-fold compared to before. In the midst of the interwoven sword lights, Su Taiping suddenly drew the last steel longsword from his waist. In the fleeting moment of drawing his sword, a surge of energy enveloped him, an aura resonating solely within the realm of the ethereal void, erupting across the arena. Ethereal sword shadows, crystallized like ice, danced around him, deflecting Yixian's relentless strikes. With a swift motion, Su Taiping decisively unleashed a powerful slash. In an instant, his form melded with the long blade, tracing a perfect arc of a full moon upon the stage, shattering Yixian's sword chi while maneuvering behind him, delivering a formidable blow aimed at his back. The blade, accompanied by a 2-meter-long shadow, struck heavily against Yixian's back. In a thunderous crash, Su Taiping's strike cleaved through Yixian's protective sword aura. Yet, in this critical moment, Yixian managed to pivot, raising his sword to parry Su Taiping's formidable attack. Despite his efforts, the immense force of the strike sent Yixian tumbling to the ground, rolling several dozen meters before halting his motion with the sword embedded in the earth. Witnessing this scene and feeling the palpable aura of the ethereal void radiating from Su Taiping, the audience's murmurs erupted into astonished gasps. This young man had also transcended into the ethereal void. A voice broke through the crowd, filled with incredulity. Amongst the onlookers, Ziyin and Zhao Linglong displayed even greater shock, for they were among the few who understood that Su Taiping possessed the white spirit bone. To achieve such a feat, a white bone transcending the ethereal void in merely 3 years, was nothing short of extraordinary. Su Ziyan's face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, Zhao Linglong, with an excited expression, shook her head and said, Sister Ziyan, do not forget, Taiping is a disciple chosen by the spirit bone tablet. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted to one of realization as she exclaimed, Indeed, he is a disciple personally selected by the spirit bone tablet. Had it not been for Zhao Linglong's reminder, she might have entirely overlooked this fact. Talented cultivators of the white spirit bone were rare, but those who did emerge as anomalies often ascended to great power. With the murmurs and exclamations of the crowd echoing around them, Yixian infused all his true essence into the sword he held. He then leaped into the air, merging once more with the sword, transforming into a colossal shadow of a blade that swept towards Su Taiping from the eastern side of the arena. Clearly, he was not yet willing to concede defeat. In response to this strike, Su Taiping suddenly exerted force through his legs, his figure becoming a fleeting shadow as he vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, Yixian's sword struck nothing but air, clashing against the arena floor. At that moment, Su Taiping utilized the wind shadow step to leap above Yixian. With a long knife, full of notches and cracks, he brought it down with a sound that sliced through the air. Yu undeterred, contorted his face in a grimace as he channeled all his true essence into a thrust of his sword. The collision of blade and sword unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy that swept across the arena. With a sharp crack, Su Taiping's final knife shattered in his grasp. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk. In his perspective, without the blade, Su Taiping could never breach his dragon flame armor using merely his fists. However, Yi Xian was taken aback when, at the moment the long sword shattered, Su Taiping utilized the blood from his arm, infused with the residual twilight true energy, to forge a blood-red ice blade. With a swift motion, he struck down without the slightest pause. Bang! Yu Xian was sent flying by the force of that strike. This blow was entirely unforeseen. Not only was the dragon flame armor cleaved, but a deep gash appeared across his chest. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, this marked the first time he had sustained such grievous injuries. More critically, after executing the strike with his left hand, Su Taiping's right hand was already clenched into a fist, gathering strength, ready to unleash a thunderous blow upon him. In a fit of rage and terror, he formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers, reciting an incantation, and then bellowed, "Fire dragon sword, behead him." As soon as the words left his lips, the flying sword behind him shot forth from its sheath with a sharp clang, darting towards Su Taiping like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, he disregarded all protocols of questioning the sword. His sole desire was to eliminate the youth before him. Bang! Su Taiping understood that he risked being pierced by the flying sword, yet he also realized that if he did not unleash his punch, the ensuing situation would be even more perilous. Thus, he decided to take a gamble. As he fully summoned the true essence within him to coalesce into the mystic ice armor, he maintained the momentum of his punch, striking forcefully toward Yi Xian's forehead. Witnessing this, a flicker of panic unexpectedly crossed Yi Xian's furious eyes. Boom! Bang! In the next instant, the sounds of shattering air and impact resonated almost simultaneously. Whoosh! Yi Xian, perhaps startled, felt a slight tremor in the flying sword under his control, causing it to lose its aim and merely graze Su Taiping's neck, leaving him unharmed. However, Su Taiping was undeterred. His fist, as resolute as his gaze, struck heavily against Yi Xian's forehead, sending him reeling backward. Just as Su Taiping's fist was about to shatter Yi Xian's brow, a beam of azure light erupted from his third eye, enveloping him entirely and intercepting Su Taiping's powerful blow. Clearly, this was a life-preserving enchantment left within Yi Xian by the Qingxian sect. Yet, Su Taiping paid no heed to anything else. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, charging bull formation. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, alternating his fists as he relentlessly pounded against the azure barrier before Yi Xian. Even if it were a mountain before him, he was determined to pierce through it. The sound of fist striking echoed, bang, 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 bang. Su Taiping's fists, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere afterimages, hammered against the azure glow. The immense power contained within his fist prevented Yi Xian from gathering his true energy, leaving him to gaze in terror as the azure shield gradually faded beneath Su Taiping's onslaught. Suddenly, as Su Taiping delivered his 101st punch, a fissure appeared in the rune on Yi Xian's forehead, causing blood to surge forth. In that instant, only fear remained in Yi Xian's eyes. Although he now finds himself in a state of ruin and despair, having been pampered throughout his life, he has never faced the trials of life and death, nor even sustained the slightest injury. Thus, at this moment, when he realizes that he might truly perish beneath the fists of this young man, he becomes utterly flustered. Even though his cultivation surpasses Su Taiping by half a realm, and he possesses hidden techniques yet to be unleashed, he is at a loss. What to do now? What indeed? Yi Xian lies dazed on the ground, his mind a tumultuous whirlwind. In stark contrast, despite victory being within his grasp, Su Taiping's mind remains clear, his gaze unwavering, without a hint of complacency. Bang, 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 bang. With another 5 consecutive punches unleashed, Su Taiping finally struck the bull chisel formation with his 107th blow. Bang! As the 107th punch landed, the massive arena, carved from a single block of azure stone, trembled violently. Dust erupted from the arena, swirling into the air. Simultaneously, the azure barrier before Yi Xian became strikingly translucent. The intricate runes that had faintly appeared on its surface now shattered beyond recognition. The runes adorning Yi Xian's forehead, along with his skin, split violently, causing blood to pour forth from his brow. Ugh! Yi Xian, who had been enduring the pain, could no longer suppress a groan of anguish. Chapter 107. Battle with Yi Xian, this punch at its pinnacle. This punch, with its unparalleled ferocity and immense power, instilled a deep sense of dread in the other 6 disciples observing from below the arena. They could not help but feel that had they been the ones facing Su Taiping, victory would have been utterly unattainable. Boom! However, when Su Taiping once again raised his hand, preparing to unleash his final, the 108th fist. The previous 107 punches were instantly forgotten by the crowd, for merely lifting his fist summoned a tempestuous wave of force upon the arena. The disciples of the Cloud Tower were collectively astonished. Among them, many might possess the ability to deliver a punch more powerful and imposing than Su Taiping's. Yet, this did not diminish their awe for the punch he was about to strike. They sensed an essence of ultimate mastery in the boy's impending blow, the pinnacle of physical refinement. The zenith of the Qingniu fist, the apex of the white spirit bone. True practitioners who have embarked on the path of cultivation are acutely aware that once anyone reaches the acme in a particular endeavor, they are faced with a crucial juncture, to either plummet back into despair or to emerge transformed, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. I recall my master once saying that for those endowed with talents such as Xian bone and white bone, only by honing their techniques to the zenith can they carve a celestial path for their own cultivation, as Su Taiping prepared to unleash his final punch. Su Zian from the Cloud Tower suddenly recalled a phrase her master had once imparted to her. She had always believed it to be a mere comforting remark meant to encourage her, a disciple of Xian bone talent. Yet, in that moment, she felt a profound realization that it might not have been mere consolation. It was highly probable that her master had encountered someone akin to the youth before her, prompting such words. At the pinnacle of mastery, Su Zian's body suddenly began to tremble with inexplicable excitement, yearning to witness the legendary zenith of achievement. Su Taiping, enough? Yet. At that moment, a cold, commanding voice resonated from the largest cloud tower across the way, emanating a palpable pressure. Clearly, even if Yi Xian were to falter at this moment, he did not wish for the Qingxian sect to lose a disciple endowed with the rare golden spirit bone. However, Su Taiping was reluctant to obey. He perceived the animosity and murderous intent reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Despite their unfamiliarity, the intensity of their mutual hatred foreshadowed a bitter rivalry that would persist until one of them fell. Moreover, though he did not believe in karma, he could sense a fateful adversary in Yi Xian's presence. More crucially, he felt an instinctive awareness that this final punch held great significance for him. He was convinced that executing this strike would elevate his understanding of the Qingniu fist and the path of cultivation to new heights, perhaps even allowing him to grasp the ultimate realm spoken of by Sister Linghua. Conversely, failing to deliver this blow would surely tarnish his resolve, potentially leading to an irreversible decline. Naturally, he was unwilling to gamble with such stakes, for the journey ahead was long and arduous. To lose one's true self is to forsake everything. One may humiliate or deceive me, but I shall not allow anyone to tarnish my essence. If necessary, I would renounce my position as an inner sect disciple and depart from the Qingxian sect altogether. As thoughts raced through Su Taiping's mind, his resolve solidified. His fist intent sharpened, and the power behind his strike grew ever more formidable. As if liberated from some form of shackles, a rumble echoed. Amidst the explosive sounds, Su Taiping abruptly opened all his body's acupoints, mobilizing his vital energy and strength, channeling the entirety of his true essence from the sea of qi. He exerted every ounce of his power to unleash a punch towards Yi Xian. You are audacious. At the very moment his fist descended, a resounding sword cry reverberated through the air above the Sword Town plateau, followed by a glimmering flying sword that sliced through the void, positioning itself directly above Yi Xian's head. The overwhelming and majestic pressure emanating from the flying sword struck Su Taiping's chest like a heavy club, causing his vital energy to surge chaotically, his breath to churn, and his bones to creak ominously. Yet, despite this, Su Taiping's gaze remained resolute, his fist unwavering. For him at this moment, whether it was Yi Xian or the flying sword blocking his path, had become inconsequential. He yearned only to unleash this punch and shatter everything within his sight. Without a hint of hesitation, his fist descended heavily upon the brilliant flying sword that stood guard before Yi Xian. Bang! A piercing metallic tremor, mingled with explosive sounds, pierced the ears of the onlookers like needles. Some cultivators of lower cultivation levels, such as the outer disciples beneath the arena, were even rendered unconscious, bleeding from their ears due to the shock of the sound. Su Taiping's situation was even more dire. Despite the full force of his punch, akin to a herd of bulls charging, it merely caused the sect leader's flying sword to tremble slightly. The counterforce from the flying sword, coupled with the piercing sword intent emanating from it, instantaneously shattered his icy armor, subsequently tearing through the flesh of his arm to reveal azure tendons, white bones, and crimson blood. Following this, the tremendous impact sent Su Taiping hurtling backward. Thud. His body crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. Spurt. Lying on the ground, Su Taiping coughed up blood. He could feel the sword energy from the flying sword had invaded his internal organs. Had he not relentlessly honed his physique over the past 2 years, his insides would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Yet, despite lying on the ground, A smile graced Su Taiping's lips. The sound of his fist striking the flying sword resonated in his ears, more melodious than any celestial music. It felt akin to a young antelope leaping for the first time across a gorge or the tumultuous waves surging as rivers converge into the sea. Reminiscent of the final strike wielded by the heavenly emperor while forging divine weapons. Guided by this ethereal clash, he discerned a narrow yet illuminated path amidst the fog of his celestial journey. As he traversed this path, in a moment of reverie, he even glimpsed a towering peak. A summit that pierced the clouds, a mountain named the Way of Heaven. Although at its base he still felt like an insignificant ant, he had seen it, nonetheless. He beheld it like those born with spiritual bones, destined to witness this mountain. Could it be that, as a mere mortal, I too am finally able to behold this mountain, just like them? Su Taiping smiled once more. Grandfather, the scenery atop that mountain must be splendid. I shall ascend to behold it for you, murmured Su Taiping as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes glimmered with hope as he struggled to rise with a single hand propped against the ground. Chapter 108. Su Taiping, what fault have you? With barely a shift in posture, he collapsed to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of crimson. The sword energy emanating from the flying sword was beyond what a cultivator of his level could withstand. The pain, previously suppressed by excitement, surged through his body like a relentless tide. Su Taiping, do you not recognize your transgressions? Thundered the voice of the sect leader, echoing like a clap of thunder in the air above the sword-restraining platform. Simultaneously, the gleaming flying sword shot forth once more, landing before Su Taiping with a resonant clang. A heavy pressure, akin to crashing waves, bore down upon him once again. Master, Su Taiping gritted his teeth, enduring the roiling energy within him as the sound of cracking bones filled the air. He stood defiantly against that oppressive force, averting his gaze from the sword to fixate on the towering cloud tower before him. What fault have I? He inquired calmly, his gaze steady on the lofty edifice. Indeed, what fault had he? The one who sought him out for a duel was Yu Xian. The one who wished to slay him after the failed challenge was also Yu Xian. What fault was there in defeating Yu Xian? At that moment, the disciples atop the cloud tower were similarly engulfed in confusion. Impudent! The sect leader bellowed once more, unleashing a torrent of oppressive energy that cascaded down from the cloud tower. Before formally becoming a disciple, his defiance against authority is already concerning. What will happen once he is officially accepted? At this moment, the sect leader let out a cold snort. Despite the collective understanding that his actions towards Su Taiping were unjust, none dared to voice their objections. After all, he was the leader, the most powerful figure in the Qingxian sect. As he spoke, the flying sword before Su Taiping drew even closer, mere feet away. Acknowledge your mistake, the leader commanded succinctly. Su Taiping fell silent. He was not a fool, aware that bending under pressure could lead to breakage, yet he struggled to find a reason to concede. The sword vibrated ominously, as if to threaten him. Such a temperament, in our realm, would only mark one as the leader of a trivial faction. At that moment, the voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Little Taiping, our purpose in this contest has already been fulfilled. It matters not if the Qingxian sect accepts you. The world is vast, and with my presence, you can venture anywhere. Her tone grew icy as she continued. Su Taiping could discern that fairy Lingyue was genuinely enraged. Just as he prepared to respond, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, positioning themselves between him and the sword. Sect leader, please temper your anger. Taiping has long resided at the foot of the mountain and hails from the mundane world. He is unaware of proper etiquette. I implore you, given his remarkable performance in this sword inquiry, to overlook this transgression. The individual stood before Su Taiping, addressing the opposing Yunlu with a respectful demeanor. Although at this moment Su Taiping's consciousness was somewhat muddled, he immediately recognized the voice of Dugu Qingxiao. Brother Qingxiao, do not speak. Leave everything to me. Su Taiping was about to respond when Qingxiao's transmission interrupted him. Qingxiao, this is not your concern. Stand aside. The sect master did not waver in his resolve despite Dugu Qingxiao's arrival. On the contrary, the pressure emanating from the flying sword intensified, compelling Qingxiao to retreat a few steps, barely managing to withstand it. Observing Qingxiao's towering figure struggling against the sword qi from the flying sword, Su Taiping's previously taut expression suddenly softened. He then made an effort to lift his gaze towards the cloud tower. Noticing the anxious expressions of Zhao Linglong and the others atop the cloud tower, Su Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. To encounter such sincere individuals at Qingxian sect made his journey worthwhile, he mused inwardly. Sister Lingyue, let us depart. Just as Su Taiping resolved to leave with the immortal Lingyue, another resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air, though it was yet another sword's cry. This one was undeniably richer and more carefree, devoid of the malevolence that characterized the previous flying sword. Su Taiping pondered the origin of this new sword sound. Suddenly, A flying sword descended from the heavens, striking the ground between Qi Xiao and the sect master's sword, with a thunderous crash. A more magnificent and grand sword aura instantaneously enveloped the entire sword suppression platform, sweeping away the formidable presence of the sect master's flying sword. Buzzing, the flying sword of the sect leader emitted a soft and trembling sound in the presence of the descending sword, as if it feared the blade embedded in the ground. Filled with astonishment, Su Taiping focused his gaze on the sword lying on the ground. He soon realized that the sword not only bore an ancient design but was also adorned with a tattered tassel, its blade marred with rust. The sect leader, Zhou. At that moment, while Su Taiping was engulfed in confusion, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated in the air above the sword's settling platform. Could it be the ninth uncle? In an instant, a drunken visage flashed in Su Taiping's mind. Why is it that upon my return, the Qin Xian sect is in such disarray? Surely, you do not wish for my return? At this juncture, the aged and resonant voice rang out once more. Simultaneously, a tipsy old man, resembling a falling leaf, gently descended from the sky, leaning against a wine gourd, and landed precisely beside the ancient flying sword. Indeed, this man was the ninth uncle. However, Su Taiping was already aware that, aside from being known as the ninth uncle, he was also more commonly referred to by the disciples of the Qin Xian sect as Shizu. El Dao Xian. The disciples greeted the young Shirshu with respect, almost concurrently with the appearance of the ninth uncle. The sect leader descended like a gust of wind from the cloud pavilion, followed closely by 7 peak masters. Young Shirshu, upon your return from the northern realm, why did you not inform your disciples in advance? The sect leader inquired with a countenance of utmost trepidation towards the inebriated ninth uncle. If I had notified you, would you have been able to witness this splendid spectacle? Uncle Gio cast a glance at Shotong, saying, let the little junior uncle not be amused. Such mundane matters are better handled by the disciples. Upon hearing this, the leader Zhou quickly apologized. No need to trouble yourselves. Please continue. Uncle Gio stretched his limbs, standing tall, transforming his presence into one of remarkable stature. Continue? Leader Zhou's face was filled with confusion, while the masters of the 7 peaks exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't this duel already concluded? Zhou Tong glanced at Yixian, who was seated on the ground recuperating, then at Su Taiping behind Qin Xiao. Before turning his gaze past Leader Zhou to address the peak masters, why are you all in a daze? It is time for you 7 peaks to begin selecting disciples. Or do you deem this lad unworthy? Chapter 109. How about ascending to the 7 peaks and entering my first peak? Upon hearing these words, the masters of the 7 peaks exchanged looks of bewilderment, uncertain of the intentions behind the little junior uncle's words. None wished to be the first to take action. Just as the atmosphere on the stage grew somewhat awkward, a somewhat portly, unkempt man with a scruffy beard stepped forward, clearing his throat. Since none of you seem inclined to accept this lad, I, Zhao Qian, shall reluctantly take him in on behalf of the 7th peak. His tone conveyed a sense of resignation, as if declaring, if I do not enter hell, who will? Indeed, this man was Zhao Qian, the master of the 7th peak and father of Zhao Linglong. After all, this young man had originally been chosen by the spirit bone steel for our 7th peak. And it seems that his connection to us remains intact. Zhao Qian approached Qin Xiao and Su Taiping with a cheerful demeanor. He spoke with an oily charm, winking at Su Taiping as if to convey his endorsement. Wait, what do you mean you reluctantly accepted? Before they could inquire further, the other peak masters began to react. They had merely been observing, not anticipating that Zhao Qian would seize the initiative. As for the decision to select Su Taiping, they were not blind. His performance during the sword questioning against Yixian was already indicative of his potential, even if he faced limitations in his foundational realm. Becoming an elder in Qin Xian's sect would be well within his grasp. Ah, how naive of you to think so highly of yourself. A woman clad in a dark robe, strikingly beautiful yet cold in demeanor, stepped forward. Little Taiping, have you considered well? The 7th peak is impoverished, lacking in resources. But my 6th peak, the Xian New Peak, is quite the opposite. Should you choose to join us, I assure you that you will have an ample supply of the elixirs required for your cultivation. She pushed Zhao Qian aside, her expression warm as she turned to Su Taiping, pledging her support. This captivating woman was none other than the master of the 6th peak, Meng Qingqiu, mentor to Su Zian. Su Taiping found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had prepared extensively for the 7 peak selection. Yet this unexpected scene caught him off guard. Instinctively, he reached for his head, only to inadvertently aggravate the wound on his right hand, inflicted by the sword energy of Master Zhou, causing him to wince in pain. As he pondered whether to seal his acupoint to alleviate the pain, Uncle Gio, who had been tilting his head back and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly reached out a hand and grasped his shoulder from a distance. In that instant, not only did the agony in his arm dissipate, but the bleeding also ceased. Thank you, Uncle Gio. Su Taiping promptly expressed his gratitude. Please, continue. Uncle Gio waved his hand dismissively, appearing as though he were merely a spectator, and resumed drinking. Taiping, why not join us at the fifth peak? Coincidentally, we have an elder who is a martial arts master. With his guidance, you would surely advance further. Ah, a martial arts master? Sect leadership. You cannot be referring to my defeated subordinate, Wu Lai, can you? Taiping, come to our third peak. I shall personally guide your martial arts training. How far can one truly progress on the path of martial arts? Join us at the second peak, and I assure you that even as a mere skeleton, I can guarantee your breakthrough within 30 years. With Zhao Qian initiating the conversation, all but the first peak began extending invitations to Su Taiping, each offering exceedingly generous conditions. They had all observed Su Taiping's prior performance. To have advanced from a skeletal form to the realm of Wangu within 3 years demonstrated immense comprehension and perseverance. And they would not let such talent slip away. Moreover, Su Taiping's displayed aptitude in martial arts was already quite remarkable. While the Qin Xian sect primarily focused on cultivation, powerful martial artists could effectively compensate for the frailties of cultivators' physiques, making them invaluable during external expeditions. As for future potential, Su Taiping has already reached a state of profound insight. Even if he does not make further progress, as long as he can continue to consolidate his realm, he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Ahem. After witnessing the invitations from several peaks, the master of the first peak could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat a few times and addressed Su Taiping. Taiping, although our earlier encounter was somewhat unpleasant, I still hope you will join us at the first peak. Upon hearing this, the sect leader, Zhou Tong, displayed a slight frown but refrained from voicing any objections. Seeing that the sect leader was silent, the master of the first peak breathed a sigh of relief and continued to warmly entice Su Taiping. Our first peak possesses the most abundant spiritual energy among the 7 peaks, along with the most mature spiritual herbs. We also offer one of the 3 great techniques of the Qin Xian sect, Dragon Flame Technique and Tian Shuangju. Should you choose to join us, I can promise you the opportunity to select one of these techniques at your discretion. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xian, supported by Jin Heji, was filled with a surge of anger. Had it not been for Jin Heji's restraint, he might have rushed forward to confront the master of the first peak. He could not comprehend why the master would extend such generous terms to his rival. The other peak masters, upon hearing these conditions, furrowed their brows, for in comparison, their offerings were indeed far inferior to those of the first peak. This disparity is precisely why the best disciples are often claimed by the first peak each year. Jin Yu, by directly mentioning the Dragon Flame Technique and Tian Shuangju, has rendered the competition rather lackluster. Zhao Qian cast a disdainful glance at the master of the first peak. Given Taiping's performance today, he undoubtedly deserved those 2 techniques. Jin Yu, with a smile, shook his head gently. If one cannot defeat him, then it is customary to bring him under one's wing. This has always been the principle of the first peak. It must be said, this smiling tiger, Jin Yu, possessed a remarkable audacity. Showing no signs of being affected by the earlier conflict between Su Taiping and Yi Xian, his audacity was indeed striking. Zhao Qian muttered under his breath. And after that, he adopted an expression that seemed to say, I've done my best, now it's all up to you, nudging Qin Shao with his lips. Upon noticing this, Qin Shao felt a wave of frustration. In a certain sense, his master truly resembled his capricious junior sister. However, Qin Shao chose not to speak, pretending not to notice and turning his head aside. While he dearly wished for Su Taiping to join the 7 peaks, he did not want to impose or interfere with his choices. Observing this, Zhao Qian rolled his eyes and muttered, why is this little rascal so thin-skinned? He should learn from Master Jin. Half of his words were deliberately directed at Jin Yu. Nevertheless, Jin Yu remained unfazed, continuing to watch Su Taiping with a serene smile. Consequently, the other peak masters fell silent, directing their gaze towards Su Taiping. In their view, the conditions they could offer would pale in comparison to those of the first peak, leaving only Su Taiping's decision to unfold. Chapter 110, Ascending the 7 Peaks. Do you dare to refuse me? I apologize, Master Jin, but I am not particularly inclined to join the first peak. Su Taiping rejected the master of the first peak without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of annoyance briefly crossed Jin Yu's face, only to be replaced by a facade of geniality as he turned to Su Taiping, stating, the choice of which peak to select is entirely your prerogative, Taiping. And it is also a custom of our Qixin sect. As he spoke, he casually cast a glance at Uncle Gio. Were it not for Uncle Gio's presence, he would have likely dismissed Su Taiping with a wave of his sleeve in irritation. Meanwhile, the representatives of the other peaks, witnessing Su Taiping's refusal of the first peak, perked up, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they looked towards him. Su Taiping, noticing this, felt a desire to scratch his head in confusion. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to straightforwardly express his intention to join the seventh peak, he was interrupted by Uncle Gio. Little one, I shall present you with another option. Uncle Gio downed the liquor from his gourd in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and smiled at Su Taiping. What do you say, Uncle Master Gio? Su Taiping inquired, intrigued by what Uncle Gio had to propose. You, although your innate talents may be somewhat lacking and your appearance does not quite match my youthful handsomeness, I can reluctantly accept you as my personal disciple, given your performance in today's sword inquiry. Uncle Gio remarked nonchalantly as he picked at his ear with his little finger. Yet, such a casually delivered statement ignited a flurry of astonishment both within and outside the venue. What? Did I hear that correctly? Uncle Master Gio wishes to take on a disciple? Surely not. He hasn't taken a disciple in over 100 years. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. At that moment, the sect leader, Zhou, could no longer remain composed. Little uncle, are you truly planning to accept a disciple here? He stepped forward and inquired of Master Gio. Although he endeavored to maintain his composure while speaking, the bewilderment and astonishment reflected in his eyes betrayed him. Is that not permissible? Master Gio coldly cast a glance at Master Zhou. This seems rather abrupt, does it not? Your decision to take on a disciple is a significant matter for our sect and cannot be treated so lightly, Master Zhou advised. Over the years, he had presented Master Gio with many promising disciples, hoping they would inherit Master Zhou's swordsmanship, yet none had ever met his approval. Among them was Yixian, who was currently being supported by Jin Heji. Upon hearing Master Zhou's intention to accept Su Taiping as a disciple, Yixian, already consumed by indignation and unable to contain his fury, finally erupted in a spurt of blood. Observing this, Jin Heji shook his head and promptly led him away from the arena. You say I treat this matter lightly? After considering Master Zhou's counsel, Master Zhou set down his gourd and fixed a steady gaze upon him. Just a single glance rendered Master Zhou silent, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow, rendering him unable to utter another word. Young one, should you become my disciple, I cannot guarantee much, but I promise to impart to you all that I have learned throughout my life. Master Gio then smiled at Su Taiping. This declaration sent a tremor through the hearts of the various peak masters present. The phrase to impart all that I have learned might be casually uttered by others, but when it came from Master Gio, its weight was such that it evoked envy even among the 7 long-established peak masters. Who was Master Gio? To the average person, he may simply seem a venerable elder within the sect. However, to these 7, Master Gio was far more than just a figure of high seniority. Jiu Shu, whose full name is Jian Jiu and is known by the title Dao Xian, stands as the singular entity within the 9 celestial mansions who once dared to confront the demon lord, inflicting severe wounds upon him. Although this occurred during Jiu Shu's youth, the 7 witnesses who beheld this event remained steadfast in their belief that the long sword sheathed at Jiu Shu's side is still capable of vanquishing demons. Thus, it is evident how profound the weight of Jiu Shu's offer is. Upon witnessing this, the 7 individuals instinctively took a step back, falling into silence. Before Jiu Shu, they recognized their lack of prospects for victory. As the leader of the 7 peaks voluntarily retreated, the clamor in the hall came to an abrupt halt, and all gazes turned once more to Su Taiping, including those of Jiu Shu and Zhao Linglong, who occupied the viewing platform of Yunlu. In truth, Zhao Linglong shared the same sentiment as the 7 peak masters, believing that once Jiu Shu made his appearance, it was evident whom Su Taiping would choose. Yet, she still harbored a flicker of hope. At this moment, Su Taiping found himself in a predicament. However, his dilemma did not stem from a lack of choice, but rather from how to decline Jiu Shu's offer. Indeed, for him, the decision of which peak to ascend and whom to take as his mentor had been resolved long before his ascent up the mountain. Master Uncle, I stand here today thanks to my seniors, Qing Xiao and Ling Long, who guided me up the mountain years ago. Moreover, 3 years ago, I made a pact with them to become a formal disciple through the selection of the 7 peaks and ascend to the 7th peak. After contemplating earnestly, Su Taiping solemnly responded to Jiu Shu. The moment his words escaped his lips, the hall erupted once more in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Su Taiping would dare to reject Jiu Shu. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong stood frozen in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. She turned to her senior sister, Su Zian, seeking confirmation. Senior sister Zian, did I hear incorrectly? Su Zian, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. You heard correctly. Taiping has expressed his desire to visit your 7 peaks. Standing beside Su Taiping, Qing Xiao also wore a look of surprise initially, but he quickly leaned in to remind Taiping softly, Taiping, do not be foolish. It is a tremendous opportunity for you that the master uncle wishes to take you as a disciple. Unlike Zhao Linglong, he was well aware of the significance of being a successor to the 9th master. I Haha. Su Taiping was about to elaborate to Qin Xiao when he was interrupted by the ninth master's hearty laughter. Little one, this is merely a test I present to you. Do you truly believe that I, Lu Daoxian, would take a mere mortal like you as my disciple? The ninth master shot Su Taiping a look that conveyed his disbelief, then continued, however, your performance has been commendable. You have not lost sight of your true self amidst external temptations. Henceforth, devote yourself to your training at the Seven Peaks. With that, he patted Su Taiping on the shoulder and gracefully turned to depart. Yet, as he turned, he suddenly mumbled under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear. You little rascal, how dare you reject me after I made such an effort to seek you out? No, no, I cannot lose face. Just wait. I shall make you come to me to beg for acceptance as my disciple. Chapter 111. Ascending the Seven Peaks, I still choose the seventh peak. Dao Xian's remarks were, of course, unheard by the others. Upon learning that Dao Xian was merely testing Su Taiping, the sect leader Zhou and several peak masters secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while they all acknowledged Su Taiping's performance in this sword challenge. The prospect of Dao Xian selecting a disciple with a white spirit bone as his successor would undoubtedly be a loss for the entire Qing Xian sect. After all, centuries of cultivation experience have taught them that the potential of a white spirit bone is limited. Merely breaking through to the Tongxian stage is already a rarity. Should one fail to achieve this breakthrough, Su Taiping's lifespan would eventually wane, leading to the potential loss of his master's swordsmanship. Such a loss is something the Qing Xian sect cannot afford. At that moment, just as the ninth uncle was preparing to depart the arena on his sword, he suddenly halted. Turning to the sect leader Zhou, he stated, once the other disciples conclude their sword challenge, return to the main peak and await me. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhou's expression grew serious, and he promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Despite being the sect leader, he dared not exhibit any arrogance in the presence of the ninth uncle. Haha, esteemed guests, I appreciate your graciousness. With the ninth uncle's departure, Zhao Qian, the master of the seventh peak, smugly clasped his hands together towards the others, then cheerfully patted Su Taiping on the shoulder, gesturing towards the masters of the opposing sixth peak. Young man, you possess discernment. Though our seventh peak appears to be last in every aspect, we are by no means inferior to them. Speaking with such audacity was the unspoken retort. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingxiu, one of the six peak masters, cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Qian. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. What astonished the six even more was that Su Taiping firmly endorsed Zhao Qian's statement. Zhao Qian, upon hearing this affirmation, felt an overwhelming joy, almost wishing to have Su Taiping as his disciple on the spot. Taiping, in 6 months, the grand tournament of the Seven Peaks will take place. You will certainly regret today's decision after witnessing the competition. Meng Qingxiu could no longer bear to watch, and thus cautioned Su Taiping once more. That won't happen, Su Taiping replied, shaking his head resolutely. Zhao Qian burst into hearty laughter at the response, exclaiming, this child is truly stubborn. He is beyond saving. Meng Qingxiu sighed in exasperation. Little Taiping. Just then, Zhao Linglong and Su Zian, accompanied by Lin Buyu, descended from the cloud tower, running towards Su Taiping. Sister Linglong. Su Taiping smiled at Zhao Linglong. You should address me as senior sister. Zhao Linglong corrected playfully. Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Senior sister. Zhao Linglong immediately erupted into delighted laughter. All right, we still have 6 more sword questioning sessions ahead. Those unrelated should take their leave, declared the sect leader, Zhou, suddenly interjecting. Once ninth uncle departed, he resumed his former lofty and imperious demeanor, intentionally exuding his immense pressure as he spoke. Linglong, Qi Xiao, take Taiping back to the Seven Peaks to recuperate. Zhao Qian playfully cleared his ears and cheerfully reminded Zhao Linglong and Qi Xiao. As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him, effectively shielding the master of the sect from the oppressive force behind him. Indeed, the two responded with cheerful agreement. Taiping, I shall first take you to tend to your injuries. Once you have recovered, I will guide you through our 7 peaks. And arranging a residence for you should be a swift endeavor. Oh, and we must visit the Wanwan Tower to select a cultivation technique. This is the reward promised to you by our 7 peaks. Zhao Linglong grasped Su Taiping's hand, chattering incessantly. At that moment, Su Taiping was not in the best of conditions. He felt a heaviness in his head and a weakness in his vitality. Yet, inexplicably, he found solace in the girl's incessant prattle rather than annoyance. It suddenly came to him. His mother seemed to enjoy chatting as well. Su Taiping recalled the visage of his mother, a face that now only appeared in his dreams. Just then, another girl's voice unexpectedly resonated behind the trio. Su Taiping turned around, still in a daze, and beheld a countenance of extraordinary beauty. After a moment's delay, a name finally surfaced in his mind. Lin Buyu. At last. We meet again, Miss Buyu. He smiled at her. Not again, but farewell, Lin Buyu replied, a subtle, mischievous smile playing at her lips. Without waiting for Su Taiping's response, she turned and departed with Su Zian. Farewell? Zhao Linglong gazed at Su Taiping in surprise. Aside from your initial entry into the mountain, have you two met before? Curiously, she inquired of Su Taiping. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, pondering whether she had, in fact, recognized him that day in the maple forest. At this thought, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Taiping? Zhao Linglong called out again, noticing Su Taiping's momentary distraction. No, I haven't seen him. I suppose the farewell the young lady mentioned refers to the occasion when we returned from Longmen Hall. Su Taiping evasively replied, hastily shifting the topic. Senior sister Linglong. Senior brother Qing Xiao, my vitality is depleting rapidly. I need to find a tranquil place to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao exchanged anxious glances. Junior sister. I will escort Taiping back to the 7th peak, Qi Xiao stated, glancing back at Zhao Linglong. All right, I shall join you shortly, Zhao Linglong affirmed with a nod. Consequently, the two summoned their flying swords, traversing the air in succession. That night, atop the stargazing platform of the main peak where the sect leader Zhou Tong resided. Master, what did the little uncle just convey to you? Jin Yu, the leader of the first peak, inquired curiously, observing the silvery trajectory of the flying sword in the sky. White Rainbow is not dead. In fact, it has encountered a significant opportunity in the northern region. Within a year at the earliest. In no more than 3 years at the latest, it is poised to break through to the demon sovereign realm. At that point, even if we combine our efforts without the constraints of the 7 peaks, we may struggle to capture it. Thus, the little uncle came to caution me, urging me to consider how to address the situation regarding White Rainbow. Zhou Tong reflected, gazing upwards with his hands clasped behind his back. This indeed poses a predicament. Jinyu remarked, his brow furrowing. Not a predicament, Zhou Tong countered. Zhou Tong smiled and shook his head. Not a bother? Jinyu looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat puzzled. My master uncle has instructed me to prepare an explanation for Bai Hong. Should I not provide one? He continued, after all, the mastermind behind this matter is none other than the Lord of the West Wind Pavilion and that peacock. Zhou Tong chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's heart understood. This man and this creature, master, you have nurtured them for many years. It is indeed a pity. He sighed again. Yet, if their lives can be exchanged for Bai Hong's, then it would be worth it. Zhou Tong's lips curled slightly. Master, do you have confidence? Jinyu's pupils dilated suddenly, immediately grasping the deeper meaning behind the master's words. And he promptly lowered his voice to inquire. Chapter 112. Ascending the 7 peaks, let him come to me as a disciple. Bai Hong is the last support of my master uncle. As long as he is eliminated, it won't be long before the Qing Xian sect is entirely under my control. As Zhou Tong stated with a cold gaze. But concerning my master uncle, Jinyu still harbored some concerns. Have you not noticed? Since my master uncle returned today, he has been drinking rather excessively, Zhou Tong countered. Jinyu was initially taken aback, then his face filled with astonishment. Master, do you mean to say that my master uncle is also injured? Zhou Tong smiled noncommittally. Even if he is injured, you and I may not necessarily be his match. Jinyu remained somewhat apprehensive. Last year, while sifting through the relics left by my master, I discovered that my junior uncle had once sworn an oath to our ancestral master while learning that particular sword technique, under the condition that his life was not in jeopardy. His sword would never be drawn against a fellow disciple. Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head, speaking in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's face brightened, and the weight on his heart was finally lifted. He comprehended at last why the sect leader had abruptly decided to take action against the Wind-Coming Valley a few days prior. Leader, allow me to take full charge of this matter. Even if that Bai Hong has broken through to the demon sovereign realm, I shall find a way to bring about its demise as long as it remains within the confines of the Qing Xian sect, Jinyu stated, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Very well, Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. There is one more thing. Zhou Tong suddenly called out to Jinyu again. Please, give your command. Leader, Jinyu replied respectfully. According to the traditions of the Qing Xian sect, as a newly initiated disciple, one must independently descend the mountain to undergo a sect trial within 3 months. Zhou Tong gazed at Jinyu with profound meaning. Are you suggesting that I arrange a trial for Su Taiping? Jinyu immediately grasped Zhou Tong's insinuation. Recently, a member of the royal family from the White Tree Kingdom, who once had ties with Qing Xian, came seeking our assistance with a matter, and perhaps you could assign this task to Su Taiping. Zhou Tong continued. The royal family of the White Tree Kingdom. Could it be the little princess? Jinyu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, and then he smiled and nodded, saying, I shall make the arrangements forthwith. However, there is one thing I do not understand. He hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to inquire. At this moment, Zhou Tong was in high spirits and did not mind exchanging a few more words with Jin Yu. Master, why do you harbor such disdain for Su Taiping? Is it merely because he is someone revered by our little master uncle? Jin Yu boldly asked. Have you ever heard the phrase extreme phenomena lead to anomalies? Zhou Tong countered. Indeed, I have heard of it. Jin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The world is categorized by the essence of its beings, thus distinguishing between white spirit bones, golden spirit bones, and heavenly spirit bones. According to the decrees of the heavenly way, white spirit bones should possess the awareness befitting their nature and refrain from challenging the established laws of the heavenly way. Otherwise, they will inevitably suffer the consequences. Just like, at this juncture, Zhou Tong paused, casting his gaze once more towards the profound night sky before continuing. Just like my senior brother, Su Chan, who, although merely a white bone, foolishly attempted to defy the laws of the heavenly way, ultimately bringing calamity upon our Qing Xian sect, forcing us to retreat to this secluded corner. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's expression shifted to one of realization. The name Su Chan was certainly not unfamiliar to him. After all, in their generation of Qing Xian sect disciples, he was an object of immense admiration. More importantly, he was the sole disciple of their little master uncle. In his heyday, despite being a white spirit bone, Su Chan was exceptionally gifted. And with extraordinary perseverance and the unwavering support of their little master uncle, he ultimately triumphed over the sword cultivators of the Nine Mansions, claiming the title of Sword Champion of the Nine Mansions. His fame was unparalleled at the time, had he not ultimately succumbed to the path of darkness. The position of the sect leader of Qing Xian would surely not have fallen to Zhou Tong. He was acutely aware that the leader beside him had been consumed by an irrational jealousy towards Su Chan for many years, a sentiment that still lingered in the present day. This matter shall be handled by the leader, his subordinate determined. You need not exert yourself too much over this issue. Jin Yu readily replied. Simply administer some form of discipline to that young man, to instill in him a sense of self-awareness, ensuring he does not act with such arrogance in the future. Zhao Qian, though seemingly coarse, possessed a keen and intricate mind, no matter how adeptly you perform. It is unlikely to deceive him. We must not allow this incident to push him towards Uncle Jiao. Zhou Tong continued with his admonitions. The relationship between the Seven Peaks leader and the head of the sect was remarkably delicate, akin to that of a sovereign and his vassals in the secular realm. The sovereign undoubtedly held the power to command his vassals, yet he must refrain from oppressing them too severely, lest it incite rebellion. Rest assured, my arrangements adhere strictly to the sect's regulations. Even if Zhao Qian becomes suspicious, he will find no fault, Jin Yu declared with an air of confidence. You may proceed. Zhou Tong nodded in acknowledgement. On that same night, at the residence of Zhao Qian, the leader of the Seventh Peak. Little master uncle, I was in the wrong. Zhao Qian, bruised and battered, knelt on the cold ground, looking up at the elder with a pitiful expression. The elder was none other than Lu Daoxian, the little master uncle of the Qing Xian sect. What was your mistake? Pray tell, Daoxian inquired, casually propping up his leg while savoring the peanuts on the table. I should not have been so hasty in urging Su Taiping to accept me as his master, Zhao Qian stammered, his voice trembling. Wrong. Daoxian cast a sharp glance at Zhao Qian. What? Zhao Qian seemed puzzled. Little master uncle. Are you scolding me because I wish for Su Taiping to become my disciple tonight? He questioned Daoxian in confusion. You are mistaken to even consider allowing Su Taiping to be your disciple. Daoxian glared at Zhao Qian with an expression that suggested he was a fool. Little master uncle, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. If Su Taiping cannot be my disciple, should I simply find any elder for him to apprentice under? That seems inappropriate. Does it not? Though Taiping is merely a white spirit bone, his character, perseverance, and comprehension are exceptional. I do not wish to squander such a promising talent. Zhao Qian retorted. Allowing him to become your disciple is the true waste. Daoxian shot Zhao Qian a disapproving look. Then who should he apprentice under that would not be a waste? The sect leader? Surely not, as he has always looked down upon those with white spirit bones. Moreover, Taiping previously defied him. He would never take him as a disciple. Zhao Qian continued, undeterred. The sect leader of Qing Xian sect has the authority to select favored disciples from the Seven Peaks to take as apprentices, much like Yixian from the First Peak. Suddenly, Daoxian rose abruptly, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Qian, sending him tumbling to the ground. Pointing at the bewildered and aggrieved expression on Zhao Qian's face, he exclaimed, Are you truly this oblivious or merely pretending? Listen to me. He emphatically pointed at his own chest. Me. Let him come to me as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian sprang to his feet, astonished. Little master uncle, are you serious? He gazed incredulously at Daoxian. Chapter 114. Junior Uncle, isn't this a bit irregular? Zhao Qian had believed that when Junior Uncle previously expressed the desire to take Su Taiping as a disciple at the sword towning platform, it was merely a test of Su Taiping's character. He never anticipated that Junior Uncle was genuinely considering taking him on as a disciple. Do I need to deceive you? Dao Xian retook his seat and began pouring himself a drink. But, Junior Uncle, this seems against the rules, doesn't it? The entire congregation witnessed Su Taiping's acceptance into the seventh peak, and now allowing him to leave and become your disciple contravenes the regulations of the Qin Xian sect. Seeing that Dao Xian was truly contemplating taking on a disciple, Zhao Qian's expression turned serious. He knew that opposing Junior Uncle's request was not an option. However, the rules set forth by the sect's founder were exceedingly strict. Breaching these regulations would result in punitive measures from the Mountain Gate. Not only for him, but even for Junior Uncle himself. Rules are immutable, yet people are not. Su Taiping's inability to leave the seventh peak does not mean I cannot come to him, Dao Xian remarked dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was suddenly filled with joy. Junior Uncle, are you implying that you wish to join our seventh peak? He asked, astonished. Do not indulge in fantasies, Dao Xian retorted, casting Zhao Qian a sidelong glance. He continued, arrange for me a position as an elder or a patron, and I shall use that role to teach Su Taiping the art of swordsmanship. As for the title of master and disciple, I am indifferent to such distinctions. Zhao Qian was left astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. Junior Uncle, why? Why does the seemingly insignificant Su Taiping compel you to humble yourself and disguise as an elder of my seven peaks? Even to the extent of teaching him swordplay without the formalities of a master-disciple relationship? I fail to comprehend. Zhao Qian mustered his courage to inquire of Dao Xian. Sometimes, such formalities can serve as a burden. Dao Xian sighed, shaking his head, then countered, do you not perceive that Su Taiping bears a striking resemblance to someone? Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression hardened, and with a weighty tone, he asked, are you perhaps referring to Master Su Chan? As both belonged to the White Spirit Bone lineage and were equally gifted, Zhao Qian immediately thought of the senior brother he had once admired greatly. Indeed, Dao Xian replied, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Master Uncle, why do you still hold on to thoughts of our senior brother? Zhao Qian sighed deeply. Because I have yet to understand why Su Chan succumbed to darkness and betrayed Qin Xian. Dao Xian tilted his head back, letting out a languorous sigh. However, Master Uncle, Su Taiping is ultimately not our senior brother. If you were to take him as a disciple for this reason, you would surely regret it in the future. This would be detrimental to you, and even more so to Taiping. Thus I cannot acquiesce to your request. With a bruised visage, Zhao Qian suddenly resolutely rejected Dao Xian's words. Dao Xian, upon hearing this, regarded Zhao Qian with a profound gaze before setting down the wine flask and speaking leisurely. Taking him as a disciple is not a decision I have made on a whim. Subsequently, Dao Xian recounted to Zhao Qian the scene when he fortuitously encountered Su Taiping confronting the specter at Yanglu Mountain. Choosing to remain steadfast in Qizhou residence rather than becoming an accomplice to evil. He also narrated the subsequent plot to vanquish the ghost. As a human being, one should cultivate oneself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, dwelling in dark depths yet performing good deeds. After absorbing the tales shared by his junior master, Zhao Qian began to reflect on the myriad events he had just heard, murmuring to himself. The sword I, Jianjiu, cherish does not necessarily need to originate from a renowned master, nor must it be forged from the finest materials, or sharpened to the utmost edge. However, one aspect is paramount. The spine of this sword must be impeccably straight, preferably devoid of any curvature. While speaking, his junior master unsheathed the ancient longsword from his waist with a swift motion. The sword, as he described, appeared simple and unadorned, crafted from ordinary dark iron, even bearing unsightly patterns along its blade. Yet, unlike other swords, both its spine and edge were remarkably straight, exhibiting no discernible curve to the naked eye. Junior master, such a sword is prone to breaking easily, Zhao Qian remarked, furrowing his brow. That is merely a reflection of the wielder's inadequacy, Dao Xian replied, shaking his head before sheathing the sword. Since you were so determined, let the disciple arrange everything. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. However, must you truly refrain from revealing your identity to Su Taiping? He reconfirmed with his junior master. No, a mere title of master and disciple means little to me. Jianjiu, the young junior uncle raised his head with an air of pride and stood up, seemingly prepared to depart. However, just as he stepped toward the door, he suddenly turned back to gaze at Zhao Qian, and with a solemn tone, he remarked, Zhao Qian, among that group of disciples back then, you were the one I least favored. You were lazy, cunning, and timid. Yet now, looking back, you are the one who has changed the least among them. Was the young junior uncle implying that I remain as lazy, timid, and cunning as I was in my youth? Zhao Qian found himself both amused and exasperated by the remark. The young junior uncle offered no reply, instead shaking his head as he grasped the wine gourd from the table. While walking toward the door without glancing back, he stated, "Little chubby, my time is limited. And you, how long can you continue to hide? Step out of your den and retrieve the sword that was cast down the cliff. You may compromise yourself, but never compromise your sword." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian trembled, his unkempt face suddenly turning pale. He had never anticipated that the one who understood him best within the Qing Xian sect was not his late master, but this young junior uncle who had always held disdain for him. That night, Zhao Qian sat at the table, unable to sleep a wink. More than 10 days later, before the Wanwan building on the 7th peak, Taiping, are you truly not going to rest for a few more days? Qin Shao turned to glance at his companion, Su Taiping, who was fixated on the plaque of the Wanwan building. Rest assured, my brother. I have been diligently honing my physique these past few years. As long as my injuries do not reach the root, there should be no significant issues. Su Taiping patted his chest and remarked, "Indeed, your physique is commendable. In less than 10 days, your injuries have remarkably healed." Qi Shao nodded in acknowledgement. "Come. I shall escort you upstairs." As he walked towards the interior of the Wanwan building, he beckoned Su Taiping to follow. Su Taiping nodded and trailed behind. Typically, new disciples are permitted to select a standard yellow tier technique on the first floor. However, due to your exceptional performance in the 7-peak selection, you are granted access to the second floor of the Wanwan building, where you may freely choose one mystic tier technique and one mystic tier mental method. Upon reaching the staircase, Qi Shao suddenly halted and began to elaborate to Su Taiping.